The whirlwind in the rental. The enigmatic entanglement with the beautiful landlady. In the sweltering heat of July, Zhou Yang returned to his rental abode, weary from a day's labor, only to find himself confronted with a power outage. Discovering that the circuit breaker had been pulled, he surmised that it was the doing of his landlady, Fang Jie, and, in a fit of anger, he resolved to confront her. Fang Jie, a 31-year-old widow of striking beauty, possessed an elegant oval face, delicate brows, and a quick wit. Zhou Yang, brimming with indignation, barged in unannounced, only to stumble upon Fang Jie, freshly emerged from the shower and devoid of clothing. His nose began to bleed as he hastily retreated in embarrassment. Once the power was restored, Fang Jie, clad in pajamas, sought him out to demand an explanation. Initially, Zhou Yang stammered, but ultimately confessed that he had entered due to overdue rent and the subsequent power cut, referencing her prior assistance as a means of justification. Though outwardly irate, Fang Jie felt her anger dissipate somewhat, influenced by Zhou Yang's masculine charm and his pitiable situation. She proposed that if he tidied up the storage room, she would overlook the delay in rent payment. Zhou Yang commenced the arduous task of clearing the storage area, which was cluttered with debris, exuding a musty odor, and teeming with cockroaches. An hour later, while maneuvering a cabinet, Zhou Yang inadvertently knocked over a small incense burner above him, which struck his head. Fang Jie, alerted by his cry, hurried to tend to his injury. During the treatment, her posture and attire inadvertently led to an accidental exposure, leaving Zhou Yang transfixed, momentarily forgetting his pain. In that moment, he remained oblivious to the peculiar transformation occurring in his left eye, where something akin to an electric arc began to dance. Will this unforeseen incident in the rental abode alter the dynamics between Zhou Yang and Fang Jie? What unknowns will arise from the strange changes in Zhou Yang's left eye? Will he find himself ensnared in an awkward predicament, or could this transformation herald a unique opportunity? The narrative brims with suspense, with all awaiting further development. Chapter 2. A Fortuitous Discovery. Zhou Yang, do you find it appealing? Zhou Yang, in a daze, nodded and uttered a vague affirmation. However, he immediately regretted his response. Zhou Yang, you scoundrel. I shall have your head. In a flurry, Zhou Yang fled the scene, his heart racing with trepidation, primarily spurred by Fang Jie's furious outburst. As he switched on the fan, he pondered whether she might pursue him. Casting a glance at the door, he was struck by a miraculous sight. The door had vanished. Believing he was experiencing a hallucination, he shook his head vigorously and looked again. The door reappeared. Yet, moments later, it vanished once more. After several such occurrences, Zhou Yang leaped with joy. He had seemingly gained the ability to see through objects, and it was more precise to say that his left eye had acquired this extraordinary power. After some time, he gradually regained his composure. Eager to test the limits of his newfound ability, he directed his gaze downwards, recalling that he resided on the second floor, below which lived a middle-aged couple. Curious, he sought to see if he could penetrate the floor beneath his feet. As Zhou Yang focused intently, the floorboard began to dissolve, gradually becoming transparent. Then he beheld a breathtaking scene. This couple, undeterred by the sweltering heat, was engaged in an act that defied the oppressive weather. Just as Zhou Yang was fully engrossed in the spectacle, he felt a sharp pang in his left eye, and with that, his ability to see through the wooden door dissipated. He had overexerted himself. This was hardly surprising. Peering through a wooden barrier was relatively uncomplicated, but the concrete beneath his feet posed a challenge. After merely a few seconds, his eyes could no longer withstand the strain. Several minutes passed before the discomfort subsided. Yet he dared not attempt to look again, fearing that his newfound ability might vanish, leaving him in tears. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 9 p.m., with a pile of miscellaneous items awaiting his attention the following day. He hastily decided to shower and retire for the night. Zhou Yang was employed as an apprentice at an antique shop, essentially serving as a general laborer. After nearly a year, he had only acquired a smattering of knowledge, earning a modest salary of 3,000 yuan each month, without any holidays throughout the year. Especially in recent days, he could not fathom why his boss, Li Tuko, suddenly decided to organize the cluttered storeroom that had remained untouched for years. The warehouse was filled with broken porcelain shards, along with some counterfeits, and a smattering of miscellaneous items. Li Tuko, whose full name was Li Dafu, was in his late 50s and was often referred to as Li the Bald due to his sparse hair. The next day, Zhou Yong arrived at Li Tuko's antique shop, as was his routine. "Good morning, Uncle Li." Zhou Yong greeted politely, to which Li Tuko responded with a brief acknowledgement, continuing to examine an item in his hand. Zhou Yong, understanding his role, made his way to the storeroom to begin the cleanup. As he sifted through the clutter, his mind wandered to thoughts of potential wealth, particularly since he had not had the chance to contemplate this the previous night, having been too excited to think clearly. His first idea was to purchase a scratch-off lottery ticket, as it promised a swift return. However, he needed money for that, and currently he was broke, unable even to pay his rent. While Zhou Yong was engrossed in his thoughts of fortune, an object in his hand caught his attention. It was a damaged statue of the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, known as the Guanyin seated on a lotus. Zhou Yong recalled that about 3 months prior, an individual had attempted to sell the statue along with another item. Li Tuko had accepted the other piece, but had declined this one due to its poor condition. This statue was merely a replica from the Republic of China era, and even in pristine condition, it would fetch at most a few thousand yuan. Given its damaged state, Li Tuko had refused to accept it. The seller had ultimately abandoned it in the shop, and it was Zhou Yong who had placed it in its current position. The reason Zhou Yong was now drawn to the statue was that he perceived something extraordinary within it. His heart raced with excitement, his hands trembled, and he stole a glance at Li the Bald. Zhou Yang's eyes began to whirl with possibilities. He first set the statue aside and continued with his cleaning, spending nearly the entire morning to clear out the cluttered storage room. "Uncle Li, do you want to keep this trash? If not, I will dispose of it," Zhou Yong said, pointing at several half-filled bags of garbage. Li, the bald man, approached and began to inspect the bags, even fiddling with the contents, and lifted the damaged statue to glance at it. Zhou Yang's heart raced with anxiety. "It's all worthless, just take it out and throw it away." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yong felt as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders at that moment. Li's voice sounded exceedingly melodious, even more so than the voice of a renowned serenade singer. Without delay, Zhou Yong hurriedly grabbed the 2 half-filled bags of garbage and made his way toward the shop's entrance, knowing that once he stepped outside, the items would be his. "Wait!" Just as he was about to cross the threshold, Li called out to him. Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could there be a complication? This afternoon he'll be going to Tongshin Building for tea to discuss a business deal, so the shop will be closed. You needn't come back later. Hearing this, Zhou Yong finally exhaled in relief. Silently scolding the bald man in his mind, he quickly acknowledged and made his escape. He could no longer bear the tension. His fragile heart could scarcely endure it. Zhou Yong disposed of the trash and hurriedly returned to his rented room, clutching the broken statue, hardly registering the disdainful glance from Fang Jie. Once back in his room, he swiftly retrieved a small knife and a screwdriver to begin disassembling the statue. After about 4 or 5 minutes of effort, the base of the statue fell away, revealing a seal before Zhou Yang's eyes. Indeed, the source of his excitement was this very seal. Not only that, but his left eye unexpectedly possessed a treasure appraisal function. Item name: Zhu de Seal. Item era: Qing Dynasty. Item value: 1.5 million. Item information. Zhou Yong was too astonished by the price to even contemplate the rest of the information. 1.5 million. This was an astronomical figure for him. Just by selling the seal, he would become an instant millionaire. He envisioned purchasing a 2-bedroom apartment, freeing himself from the burden of renting. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He was fully aware of what he ought to do next. With this newfound ability, he imagined scenarios such as embracing a beautiful woman, driving luxury cars to marry a wealthy heiress, frolicking with both young maidens and mature beauties, and indulging in the allure of long legs and curves. "Zhou Yong, come out here." Just as Zhou Yong began to indulge in his daydreams, Fang Jie's voice pierced through the air. Chapter 3: The Sale of the Seal. Zhou Yong jolted, nearly dropping the 1.5 million on the floor. If it shattered, his dreams of a wealthy heiress would vanish. Cautiously, he placed the seal in a drawer and hurriedly opened the door. "Fang Jie, what brings you here?" Guizhou at tea that moment. A rumbling sound emanated from Zhou Yang's stomach. He had not eaten anything since the morning and was quite famished. "Zhou Yang, why did you come back instead of going to work? And are you hungry?" It was evident that Fang Jie had also heard the grumbling of Zhou Yang's belly. "Fang Jie, I had dinner at the shop last night. Today that Li Tzuzi had something to attend to in the afternoon, so he granted me a half-day leave," and as a result, I missed lunch. Fang Jie understood his predicament quite well. Tio put it bluntly. He was out of money. He typically didn't have breakfast in the morning and relied on the fast meals provided at the antique shop for lunch and dinner. With today being a holiday, he had no choice but to endure hunger. How can a strapping fellow like you, standing at 1.8 meters, end up in such a sorry state? My meal is ready, come eat a little. But I must make it clear. After lunch, you need to clear out my storage room. I want to rent it out as soon as possible. Zhou Yang quickly agreed at that moment. All he could think about was food. That seal might be worth 1.5 million, but he needed to sell it first. After all, he was devoid of funds at present. Fang Jie's cooking was quite delightful. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, and stir-fried greens, culminating in a bottle gourd and egg soup. Zhou Yang had quite the appetite, and Fang Jie's portions were modest, yet he managed to devour everything. Fang Jie, your dishes are truly delicious. As he spoke, he swept the remaining food from the plate into his bowl. Fang Jie was infuriated, feeling pain in both her breasts. Not only had she not had a chance to eat herself, but when she hoped to enjoy a couple of bites, this fellow had consumed it all without treating her as a guest. Zhou Yang, if you're not keen on that job anymore, I can help you find a factory position. Instead, you could easily earn 5,000 a month. Look at you, toiling from dawn till dusk for a mere 3,000 a month without a single day off. Zhou Yang listened attentively, then lifted the last bowl of soup and began to gulp it down. Fang Jie completely lost her temper after all her efforts. This lunch had all gone to him. Fang Jie, I will soon strike it rich. Once I do, I will repay you all your rent, doubled. In addition, I will treat you to a grand feast. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Zhou Yang began to make promises. Don't kid yourself, you think you'll get rich? If you can get rich, I could give birth to a child all on my own. Now that you've eaten and drunk your fill, hurry up and get to work, or I won't let you off the hook. Thus, Zhou Yang was unceremoniously shooed away by Fang Jie, but he didn't mind as long as he believed. The opinions of others were inconsequential. Just like in that song sung by a certain Kuan, it didn't matter to him at all. In fact, he had nearly finished tidying up the place the night before, with only a broken cabinet remaining. Zhou Yang moved the dilapidated cabinet outside to discard it. Then he picked up a broom to begin sweeping when suddenly he recalled something. Where had that small ding that had struck his head last night gone? He also intended to sell the antique for some money, but after searching everywhere in vain, he ultimately had to relinquish the idea. Upon glancing at the time, he noticed it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Yang tucked the seal into his pocket and, along with a pile of cardboard boxes and tin, made his way to a nearby recycling station to sell them. He managed to sell them for a total of 6 yuan, just enough to cover his instant noodle expenses for the evening. Once he finished his errands, he hurried to the antique street. Eager to sell the seal, he ruled out selling it at Li Tzu's shop, but fortunately, there were plenty of antique stores along the street, the most renowned being the one at the corner called Zhu Baozhai. This establishment was the largest in the area, known for its integrity. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang walked inside, but at that moment, there were other customers in the store. The owner, surnamed Qin, was engaged in conversation with an elderly man in his 60s. So Zhou Yang felt it was inappropriate to interrupt and began to browse the shop. He intended to wait until the old man left before presenting the seal to Mr. Qin for appraisal. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, half an hour had passed. The two continued their leisurely conversation, seemingly lost in their own world. Fortunately, Mr. Qin noticed Zhou Yang's restlessness. His instincts were remarkably sharp, and he quickly discerned Zhou Yang's intent. "Young man, is there anything I can assist you with?" Mr. Qin inquired tentatively. Zhou Yang, unwilling to wait any longer, thought that if he delayed further, it would soon be dark, and he still hoped to uncover some hidden treasures. He took out the seal and placed it on the counter. "Boss, could you tell me how much this is worth? If the price is right, I'm prepared to sell it to you." Upon seeing the seal, Mr. Qin's interest was piqued. He hastily donned a pair of glasses and put on a set of disposable gloves before picking up the seal for inspection. The moment he examined it, his hands trembled slightly. "Old Qin, is it something valuable? May I take a look?" The speaker was the elderly man who had been conversing with Mr. Qin. Reluctantly, Mr. Qin set the seal back on the counter, allowing the man to inspect it. The old man took the seal and upon seeing it, gasped in astonishment. "A seal belonging to Zhuda. Young man, May I inquire how much you intend to part with it for? If the price is reasonable, I will certainly take it. Before Zhou Yang could respond, Mr. Qin interjected. Old Huang, that's a bit underhanded, don't you think? You asked to see it, and now. The elderly gentleman, surnamed Huang, chuckled as he interrupted Mr. Qin. Oh, you know me well, old Qin, I have a penchant for such items. Worst case, I'll treat you to tea tomorrow. Mr. Qin shook his head in resignation. The two shared a close friendship, making any competition rather pointless. Young man, name your price as long as it's reasonable. I want haggle. Zhou Yang was about to state a price of 1.5 million when a sudden thought struck him. Why should he be the one to set the price? Esteemed sir, this seal was bequeathed to me by my grandfather. It is a treasure known as Juda. It is said to be of great value. Moreover, I have conducted some research on Juda, whose courtesy name is Zhu Tong and style name is Shuegu. He was also known as Ba de Shan Ren, hailing from Nanchang, Jiangxi. Allegedly, he is a descendant of the Ming dynasty's founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, and a renowned painter from the late Ming to early Qing periods, a true master. Now, regarding the price of this seal. Why not, dear sir, you propose a price. If I find it reasonable, I shall gladly part with it. If not, then the transaction shall not proceed, yet our friendship remains intact. Would you not agree? As Zhou Yang spoke, he subtly grasped the seal in his hand, just in case. Chapter 4 The emergence of the small seal Lao Huang, whose full name is Huang Jiqing, immediately discerned that upon hearing Zhou Yang divulge all the details regarding the seal, the latter must be well aware of its worth. It was highly probable that he had already inquired at other antique shops, rendering Huang's hopes of unearthing a hidden gem nearly impossible. Young brother, may I inquire how to address you? Huang Jiqing intended to establish a rapport, a common tactic employed by businessmen. I am Yo Yang. Perhaps you could propose a price, sir? Zhou suggested. Considering the sweltering heat, we are all quite busy, and if it comes to it, I must make my way to my next appointment. Huang found himself at a loss. Zhou Yang was not adhering to the usual protocols. Young brother, what do you think of a round figure? Huang inquired. Zhou merely smiled, clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell, and appeared ready to depart. Please don't leave. The price is negotiable. Why not propose a figure, and if it suits me, I shall accept it. Zhou was aware that the price he had gleaned was 1.5 million. Based on market trends, this was approximately a median price, with fluctuations likely. After all, many items, especially antiques, lack a fixed valuation. As the saying goes, a cherished possession is priceless. If one is enamored with an item, they will pay any price. Yet if it does not appeal, even the most modest price will elicit no interest. Sir, I shall not ask for an unreasonable sum. 1.8 million. If you find this acceptable, we can proceed with the transaction immediately. Otherwise, I shall seek other opportunities. Huang narrowed his eyes. Truth be told, he had a deep fondness for this seal, and his psychological threshold was around 1.5 million. The 1.8 million was somewhat excessive, not due to a lack of funds, but because every item possesses a controllable price. What about 1.5 million? Huang proposed. I doubt anyone on this antique street would offer more than I am. If you agree to sell, we can draft a receipt right away. What do you think? Zhou was quite pleased with this price. Had he initially asked for 1.5 million, the other party likely would not have entertained such a figure. 1.6 million is my final offer. If you accept, we can conclude the deal at once. Zhou Yang decided to attempt to extract an additional 100,000. If the elder was unwilling, he would settle for the original 1.5 million. Very well, 1.6 million it is. I accept. Upon hearing this, Zhou's heart soared with joy, and the subsequent steps involved inspecting the item, transferring funds, and drafting a receipt. As he viewed the payment notification on his phone, his hands began to tremble with anticipation. He was eager to return home. No, rather, he should hasten to the bank to withdraw 10,000 yuan, and then indulge in some well-deserved spending. Young brother, how about we exchange contact information? Should you have any items to sell in the future, feel free to call me. As long as they are authentic, we can negotiate a fair price. Zhou Yang contemplated the situation and realized that with his newfound abilities, he must surely pursue this path for future endeavors. Selling to antique shops would undoubtedly yield far less profit. Today's encounter was serendipitous. Had he sold directly to that particular shop, he would have been fortunate to receive a modest sum. Thus, he promptly exchanged contact information. 10 minutes later, as Zhou Yang gazed at the figures displayed on the ATM screen, a broad smile spread across his face. He withdrew 10,000 yuan, feeling the need to indulge in a sumptuous meal. As for hunting for bargains, that could wait until tomorrow. He had other matters to organize. The situation was too bizarre, and he needed a well-conceived plan for the future. It was essential for him to establish a clear objective and direction, for he would no longer continue as an apprentice. Checking the time, he noticed it was already past 3 in the afternoon, prompting him to hurry back to his rented accommodation. Upon entering Fang Jie's courtyard, he spotted her with a young girl, seemingly showing her the storeroom. It was evident that the girl was there to rent a room. Fang Jie glanced at Zhou Yang but said nothing, continuing her conversation with the girl. Once back in his room, Zhou Yang carefully stored his bank card, ensuring it was not kept alongside his ID, as the risk of theft was too great. Lying on his bed beneath the fan, he began to contemplate his future plans. Initially, he would seek bargains at flea markets or antique shops, but then his thoughts faltered. This reflected the limited mindset typical of someone struggling financially. His thoughts revolved solely around finding treasures, making money, purchasing a house, buying a car, and finding a girlfriend. At that moment, hunger struck again, and curiosity piqued within him. He wondered about the structure of his own abdomen. He instinctively focused on his stomach, attempting to see through it, but the revelation left him utterly shocked. Positioned just below his navel was a small ding, shaped like a sensor, and astonishingly, this was the very ding he had smashed his head against yesterday. After searching for it earlier that afternoon, he never expected to find it inside him. How on earth had it gotten there? Cold sweat poured from Zhou Yang, and despite the fan's relentless breeze, he could not escape the reality of his predicament. How could he extract it? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the ding materialized in his hand. Stunned, Zhou Yang began to experiment repeatedly, placing the ding back into his abdomen and retrieving it again, finding the whole process rather amusing. After some exploration, he grasped several initial functions. For instance, he could place items inside the ding, and they would be absorbed together. Moreover, the ding could change in size, consisting of 2 parts, much like a dual-compartment hot pot. Zhou Yang prepared to use his X-ray vision to assess the ding, but to his dismay, he could not identify it, as the system indicated that the item S level was too high for appraisal. In truth, Zhou Yang was quite satisfied. After all, this was a mobile warehouse, and having such a device would undoubtedly bring immense convenience. As for its functionalities, that could be discussed at a later time. Just then, a rhythmic knocking echoed from outside. Given the cadence of the knocks, it was evident that Fang Jie was at the door. Zhou Yang swiftly tucked his bank card into the small container and concealed it against his abdomen before hurriedly making his way to the door. Zhou Yang, why are you taking so long to open the door? You aren't up to any mischief in there, are you? Fang Jie remarked, her gaze scrutinizing him as she spoke. Fang Jie, I was just feeling a bit drowsy, so I closed my eyes for a moment. What brings you here? Chapter 5. Are you not tempted by my body? Zhou Yang, allow me to inform you that I purchased an excess of vegetables today, so there will be no need to venture out for instant noodles this evening. Given this sweltering heat, the surplus vegetables will inevitably spoil, which would be quite regrettable. With that, Fang Jie took her leave. Zhou Yang felt a vague sense of confusion. Could it be that this woman has taken a liking to him? He indulged in a fleeting daydream, then picked up 10,000 yuan, counting out 16 bills. The rent for this dwelling is 500 yuan per month, with an additional 10 yuan for water, leaving just enough for the electricity bill. He owed over 2 months' rent, so calculating for 3 months, this 1,600 would suffice. As for this month, he might have to move out by then. After all, with newfound wealth, it would be unreasonable to continue residing in this rental. Owning a house and a car is the quintessential dream of an ambitious young man. Nevertheless, he must exercise patience for the time being, as his funds remain insufficient. He casually placed the remaining money into the safe, and indeed, having a portable vault is quite advantageous. With 1,600 yuan in hand, he closed the door and made his way to Fang Jie, who was currently crouched down harvesting vegetables. Upon entering, Zhou Yang was greeted by a captivating scene. Fang Jie was undeniably beautiful, particularly with her enviable figure. As she crouched to pick vegetables, Zhou Yang, from his vantage point, had a clear view. It was a pity she was a widow. Otherwise, Zhou Yang found himself momentarily entranced. Naturally, Fang Jie, noticing his gaze, looked up and immediately realized her exposure. Zhou Yang, can you not aspire to greater things? Fang Jie did not lose her temper this time, merely adjusting her posture, likely to deter any prying eyes. Fang Jie, I haven't done anything wrong. Why must you say I lack ambition? By the way, here's the rent. With newfound confidence from his financial situation, Zhou Yang spoke more assertively. Fang Jie regarded him with suspicion before accepting the money he offered. You little rascal, you haven't resorted to thievery, have you? Where did you acquire such a sum? I recall you receive your salary at the end of the month, and today is only July 15th. Fang Jie, I'm not insisting that you pay the rent immediately. If you're short on cash, it's no problem to delay a few months. But you don't need to act as if encountering me is. Never mind. Just take this money back for now, and return it when you can. As she spoke, she attempted to return the money to Zhou Yang. Fang Jie, I truly have money now. You won't believe it. I stumbled upon a great deal while browsing at a street market. I found something I believed to be authentic and bought it for 20 yuan. And guess what? I turned around and sold it for 5,000 yuan. Zhou Yang exclaimed, extending his hand. He wasn't foolish enough to divulge the whole truth, so he crafted a plausible excuse. Fang Jie paused, astonished. Is that for real? Zhou Yang, would you kindly enlighten me on the art of discovering hidden treasures? Fang Jie, instantly captivated, urged him to elaborate, and Zhou Yang began to weave a tale, for such narratives are easily crafted. Zhou Yang, I possess some antiquities from my late husband's grandfather. Would you be willing to assess their value? Zhou Yang's heart leaped at the prospect. If these items indeed belonged to her grandfather, the likelihood of their worth being substantial was remarkably high. Even artifacts from the Republican era, if well preserved, could fetch tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, it ultimately hinged on the nature of the items. Very well. I shall assist you. Zhou Yang readily acquiesced, and without hesitation, Fang Jie entered a room, emerging shortly with a small box in her arms. As the box opened slowly, Zhou Yang commenced his examination. Inside were indeed several antiquities, such as silver bracelets, silver hairpins, and an assortment of miscellaneous items. However, none of these held significant monetary value. After scrutinizing all the contents, Zhou Yang stumbled upon a rather commendable snuff bottle. This particular bottle, remarkably well preserved, dates back to the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty, with an estimated market value of 50,000 yuan. Just as Zhou Yang resolved to inform Fang Jie of the snuff bottle's worth, he was taken aback, his gaze fixated intensely on the wooden box that housed the items. Item name: small leaf rosewood jewelry box. Era: Qing dynasty. Market price: yuan. Zhou Yang, what troubles you? While he was momentarily lost in thought, Fang Jie, not sharing his daze, promptly inquired. It was then that Zhou Yang snapped back to reality. His initial instinct was to claim the box for himself, knowing Fang Jie likely lacked the necessary knowledge. Perhaps offering her a mere 300 to 500 yuan would suffice, and with the snuff bottle 1,000 would be an ample sum. Yet he hesitated. Firstly, he now possessed the means to earn a living. Secondly, Fang Jie had been quite kind to him. Despite her often fierce demeanor, she was undeniably soft-hearted. In other circumstances, with 2 months' rent overdue, he might have been evicted. To be candid, Zhou Yang's conscience was not so callous. Moreover, the most crucial point was that he had the capability to earn more in the future. If he were to compromise his integrity for a mere sum of over 100,000, he would undoubtedly grapple with guilt as his fortunes grew. If Zhou Yang were still in his previous plight, unable to secure a decent meal, he would have undoubtedly seized both items without a second thought. However, now there was no need, for the prospect of earning over 100,000 was within easy reach. Thus, why act unethically? With this realization, he felt a sense of relief. Sister Fang, this is called a snuff bottle, and its market value should be around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. If you were to sell it at an antique shop, you might receive between 20,000 to 30,000. Furthermore, this box, known as a small leaf rosewood jewelry box, is also referred to as a storage box. The essence remains largely unchanged, It pertains to a jewelry piece which, according to market value, should be approximately 100,000 yuan. However, if one were to sell it at an antique shop, it would likely only fetch around 50,000 yuan. Zhou Yang speaks the truth. Market value refers to the price at which transactions occur, yet an antique shop would never transact at that price. Take, for instance, the seal Zhou Yang had previously. Had he not encountered that Huang Jiqing, the antique shop would not have offered more than 1,000,000 yuan. After all, they are in business to make a profit. Fang Jie was astonished. She had not realized that these two items held such value. She believed that the truly valuable items were those made of gold and silver. Zhou Yang, could you assist me in selling them? We can split the proceeds. Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes, pondering the notion of splitting the earnings. Is there such a fortunate opportunity in this world? Sister Fang, you aren't harboring ulterior motives, are you? Chapter 6 Departure. How dare you? She exclaimed. Do you believe I could suffocate you? Zhou Yang was taken aback, yet he couldn't help but steal a glance. Strangely, there was a flicker of anticipation within him. He pondered how long such suffocation might take. Regarding Fang Jie's suggestion of a split, if this woman were willing to offer him a share, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to decline. He possessed a modicum of conscience, but that did not equate to being a saint. Why should he forego a clear opportunity for profit? Selling these items and pocketing a reasonable margin in between was only fair. Moreover, what he had stated previously was the truth. If Fang Jie were to sell these items herself, even if she were aware of their authenticity, they would likely fetch a meager sum. Having spent considerable time in the antique shop, Zhou Yang was acutely aware of the intricacies involved. Even if he were to present these items to the antique store himself, they wouldn't command a high price. If one could sell an item for 70% of its value, it would indicate that the shop was exceedingly generous. Anything above that threshold would not be accepted, as it would disrupt the market. Not to mention, operating costs were a factor. Thus, there existed an unspoken consensus. Even if both parties recognized the item's genuineness, the highest price would not exceed 60%. Merchants must secure a profit margin of 40%, which was already considered quite fair. Some individuals, like Li Tzu, were even more unscrupulous. Offering only 50% was commendable in their eyes. If one were unaware of an item's true worth, they might find themselves grievously deceived, although they might not even realize it. All right, I'll take this back with me and help you dispose of it tomorrow. It serves no purpose for you to keep it. Zhou Yang agreed, placing the snuff bottle into the box before carrying it upstairs. Ultimately, it would rest in that vessel. Fang Jie's culinary skills were quite commendable, and tonight's feast was particularly lavish, with her even bringing out several bottles of beer. Zhou Yang, how about I introduce you to a girlfriend? It can't be pleasant for a young man like you to be cooped up like this all the time. Merely stealing glances won't resolve matters. Zhou Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment at Fang Jie's words, especially since his gaze had once again inadvertently settled on the neckline of her blouse. To be more specific, his eyes drifted downward along the opening. It was quite unavoidable. At 25, still without a girlfriend or partner, remaining a naive bachelor, the allure of certain things was undeniably intense. Fang Jie, given my circumstances, who would even consider me? I have no house, no car, and I live in a rental. Fang Jie's lips moved as if to speak, but she ultimately fell silent. After a considerable pause, she could no longer restrain herself. Zhou Yang, would you mind if she were older than you? Zhou Yang imagined the possibility. An age difference was not entirely objectionable. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold, so he nodded in agreement. What about if she has been married before? Whether it be through divorce or widowhood? Zhou Yang sensed something amiss upon hearing those words. Sister Fang, you cannot possibly be referring to yourself, can you? Fang Jie's cheeks flushed, perhaps influenced by the wine, as she realized her words were rather candid. You mischievous lad, what are you thinking? I am 5 years your senior. Do not dream of swan meat as a frog. Finish your meal and be off with you. Zhou Yang, bewildered by her reaction, found himself inexplicably ushered out by Fang Jie. Shrugging his shoulders, he was about to return for a shower when he encountered the girl who had moved in earlier that afternoon in the corridor. She was petite and charming, and upon locking eyes with Zhou Yang, She offered him a faint smile before turning away. He lamented the missed opportunity for a greeting and retreated to his room, where he once again examined the 2 items he had previously acquired, only to discover they had undergone a transformation. The box, once marred by dents and scratches, now appeared pristine, with its previously damaged edges restored. Moreover, the signs of paint loss had vanished, and upon utilizing his discerning eye, Zhou Yang was astonished to find the box's value had doubled from 100,000 to 200,000. This indicated that the imperfections had been mended. But how had this occurred? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him as he turned his attention to the other item, the snuff bottle. This piece, too, had been rejuvenated, its former wear and tear completely erased. It dawned on Zhou Yang that the source of this miraculous restoration lay within the small ding he possessed, which had remained unidentifiable due to its high grade. What he had initially perceived as merely a storage space was, in fact, capable of restoring antiques, a rather extraordinary ability. Elated, Zhou Yang summoned the small ding and scrutinized it under the light. He whimsically dubbed it the Mandarin duck ding, inspired by its bifurcated shape reminiscent of a hot pot. Though the ding exhibited no immediate changes, he was certain it was a priceless treasure, capable of storing items while also restoring antiquities. As for any additional capabilities, that remained uncertain. Sensing the hour was ripe, Zhou Yang prepared for a shower and sleep, contemplating the necessity of resigning from his job the following day. Now a millionaire, he pondered why he should toil for a mere 3,000 yuan. His immediate plan was to pursue wealth, and the specifics of how to achieve that eluded him for the moment. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, Zhou Yang made an unprecedented decision to purchase breakfast for the first time in 3 months. Upon arriving at the antique shop, Li Tzu had just opened for the day. As was customary, Zhou Yang greeted him. "Uncle Li, I intend to resign. Could you assist me in settling my wages for this month?" Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Li Tzu abruptly lifted his gaze, regarding Zhou Yang with a subtle expression of disdain. "Zhou Yang, finding a job out there is quite challenging these days, and there are no tedious or laborious tasks here. You must think this through." Zhou Yang inwardly scoffed. He had been utterly exhausted these past few days, yet Li Tzu claimed there were no strenuous duties? "Uncle Li, I have made my decision. Our landlord has referred me to a factory for a position assembling screws, so I kindly ask that you settle my wages." Zhou Yang calculated that today was the 16th, and having worked for 15 days this month, he expected a minimum of 1,500 yuan. After confirming Zhou Yang's determination to resign, Li Tzu began to tally the wages. However, to Zhou Yang's astonishment, despite the modest amount owed, Li Tzu took an inordinate time calculating with an abacus. Was this truly necessary? Surely, he could not find a way to record 14 days of work from those 15 days. "Zhou Yang, you have worked a total of 14 days this month." Zhou Yang. Chapter 7. A fortunate discovery. Zhou Yang was rendered speechless. It was astonishing that someone could equate a fortnight to merely 14 days. "Uncle Li, I have clearly worked for 15 days. How can you calculate it as 14? Zhou Yang was not particularly concerned about the 100 yuan. Rather, he was curious about how this balding man arrived at such a conclusion. "Zhou Yang, you were late by half an hour on the 7th, Uncle Li stated. I had already informed you that being late by half an hour results in a deduction of half a day's wages. Furthermore, you did not work yesterday afternoon, so that also incurs a deduction of half a day. Therefore, if we tally it up..." Zhou Yang opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Being late by half an hour resulted in a deduction of half a day's wages, and wasn't yesterday a day off for him? Never mind. There was no point in arguing with such a person. It was just 100 yuan. Fine, if you must deduct a day, then so be it. Zhou Yang acquiesced, and Uncle Li reluctantly handed him 1,400 yuan. Just as Zhou Yang was about to leave, a man entered. He appeared to be in his 50s and was dressed rather plainly. "Boss, will you buy this?" Zhou Yang's curiosity piqued, and he decided to observe for a moment. The man placed a porcelain vessel, resembling a teacup, on the counter. Uncle Li picked it up for examination and then waved his hand dismissively. "I cannot discern its age. However, it is severely damaged. There are chips on it, and the markings on the bottom have been eroded. Therefore, it is impossible to ascertain its dating or provenance, rendering it virtually valueless. Zhou Yong felt a jolt of excitement, his hands trembling slightly. Boss, just give me a price. My son is buying a house and needs some funds. If you could offer something, it would help, he implored. This piece is undoubtedly an antique. It existed even in my grandfather's time. Uncle Li shook his head once more. An item like this, lacking provenance and bearing damage, is something I cannot acquire. No matter how cheap, I would not take it. It would be a liability. At that moment, Zhou Yong interjected, Sir, how much would you part with it for? I am interested. Uncle Li cast Zhou Yong a disdainful look and remarked, Zhou Yong, after all this time studying with me, how have you not progressed at all? This type of product, devoid of any credentials, would not be accepted in any antique shop. Zhou Yong smiled subtly, choosing not to engage with the retort, but instead focused on the man. How about 5,000? He proposed. Zhou Yong's heart swelled with delight. It seemed he had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. All right, 5,000 it is. I'll take it. Zhou Yong exclaimed. As he spoke, he retrieved his wallet. He had taken out 10,000 yuan yesterday, given Fang Jie 1,600, leaving him with 8,400. Adding the 1,400 he had just received, he had a total of 9,800. He counted out 50 bills and had the man verify the amount in his presence. Once confirmed, the transaction was complete. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders, he faced the consequences right before his eyes. Zhou Yong disregarded the bald man, taking the small teacup and departing from the antique shop. He then sought a secluded spot, placing the teacup into the hot pot basin before once again concealing it within his abdomen. Subsequently, he retrieved the business card from the previous day and dialed the number inscribed upon it. Huang Jiqing was at home, admiring the seal he had purchased yesterday, growing increasingly fond of it. Grandfather, you've been gazing at it all afternoon yesterday. Are you still not satisfied? Spoke Huang Jiqing's granddaughter, Huang Siyu. My dear Siyu, you simply do not understand. Young people like you enjoy dressing up and romantic pursuits, but at my age, I have few hobbies and take pleasure in these artifacts. By the way, how is your internship at your father's company going? Just as Siyu was about to respond, Huang Jiqing's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Typically, he would not answer such calls, but recognizing it as a local number, he decided to pick up. Hello, who is this? Oh, it's you? A fine item? Please bring it over. I am at. Zhou Yong hung up the phone and summoned a taxi, heading directly towards a particular villa district. Approximately 20 minutes later, he arrived before an exceedingly luxurious villa, its style and location suggesting a worth in the millions. Upon his arrival, he spotted Huang Jiqing, but his gaze was drawn to the stunning woman accompanying him. This woman stood about 165 meters tall, her long, lustrous black hair cascading freely, with large eyes, gracefully curved eyelashes, a pert nose, and a petite cherry-like mouth, coupled with a figure that was neither too slender nor too ample. She wore a light blue short-sleeve top and a white skirt. Particularly noteworthy were her ample curves, standing as if gravity had no hold over them, creating an illusion of buoyancy. This was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman Zhou Yong had ever encountered, and he found himself thinking this each time he beheld a lovely lady. Ah, young man, you've arrived. Please, come in. Zhou Yong promptly greeted him and followed Huang Jiqing into the villa. The interior was not as opulently decorated as Zhou Yong had anticipated. Rather, it exuded a sense of understated elegance. Huang Jiqing's eyes were fixed on the box Zhou Yong held, yet he refrained from inquiring immediately, first inviting Zhou Yong to take a seat and then asking his granddaughter to prepare tea. Mr. Huang, I wonder if you might find these two items to your liking. If so, I would appreciate a fair price. If not, I shall seek other avenues. Zhou Yong was direct, placing the box on the coffee table and opening the lid to reveal a snuff bottle nestled within. Very well, let me take a look. Huang Jiqing did not express a desire to accept or decline immediately. After all, one must examine before reaching a conclusion. He donned his reading glasses and delicately slipped on a pair of white gloves before commencing his examination of the two items. The first object he scrutinized was the snuff bottle, as it was relatively straightforward to authenticate, having encountered numerous such pieces before. Upon inspection, an involuntary expression of delight emerged on Huang Jiqing's face. This was a snuff bottle from the Qing dynasty, specifically from the Qianlong era, and remarkably well preserved. After observing it for over a quarter of an hour, he gently placed it on the tea table and turned his attention to the box. To his astonishment, the box was similarly well preserved. In the realm of antiques, particularly wooden artifacts, the passage of time often leads to issues such as dents, insect damage, decay, and loss of paint. However, this jewelry box exhibited none of these concerns and could be deemed in exceptional condition. The material was of superior quality, crafted from small-leaf rosewood, and it was evident that both the snuff bottle and the box belonged to the same era. Huang Jiqing, being well-versed in antiquities after decades of study, though not a master, possessed an acute ability to assess such commonplace items accurately. Thus, he resolved to acquire them. "Young man, I shall take these 2 pieces. What price do you intend to ask?" Chapter 8. The astonished Fang Jie that old fellow has returned. In truth, Zhou Yang is not particularly fond of initiating price negotiations. Rather, no one is eager to take that first step. However, today differs from yesterday, for he has brought items to the door himself. To refrain from making an offer would seem rather improper. "Mr. Huang, these 2 items are remarkably well preserved. Based on market value, this jewelry box alone could fetch as much as 200,000. After all, it dates back to the Qianlong era. I cannot assert that such items are entirely absent from the market, but I dare say that few, if any, are preserved in such pristine condition as this. Moreover, this snuff bottle should reasonably be valued at no less than 70 to 80,000. Therefore, how about this? For both pieces, I propose a price of 250,000. If you find this acceptable, I assure you that I will bring any fine items I acquire to your attention first in the future." Zhou Yang's articulation displayed a certain finesse. Firstly, the prices he quoted represent the pinnacle of market value, estimating the total at approximately 270 to 80,000, and now requesting 250,000, a sum that is not insignificant. Yet, it is certainly not the highest possible. As the saying goes, gold has a price. Jade is priceless, and antiques are similarly invaluable. The worth of such objects is determined by personal affection. If one cherishes it, it holds value. If not, it is merely a wooden box. Moreover, the final statement is paramount, should I acquire valuable items in the future. In other words, if your offer falls short, I shall not present you with my treasures next time. Huang Jiqing, nearing 70, with a granddaughter of 22, is hardly oblivious to the implications within Zhou Yang's words. Frankly speaking, while 250,000 may be deemed expensive, it is by no means a bargain, striking a balance that is quite astute. Had it not been for Zhou Yang's concluding remark, Huang Jiqing would undoubtedly have engaged in haggling, seeking to negotiate a lower price. Despite his wealth, Hu wouldn't prefer to purchase items at a lower cost. Nevertheless, he finds himself in a bind, as Zhou Yang has framed the conversation in such a way that pressing for a lower price would reflect poorly on him. "Very well, let it be as you propose. Young brother," Huang Jiqing began, but was promptly interrupted by Zhou Yang. "Please, just call me Zhou Yang. I cannot accept the title of young brother." Nodding, Huang Jiqing found himself increasingly intrigued by Zhou Yang. "Zhou Yang, do tell me honestly, are these heirlooms from your family? Or did you acquire them through fortunate circumstances? Of course, if you prefer not to disclose, that is entirely understandable." Huang Jiqing gazed at Zhou Yang expectantly. "I would rather not say, as it is not convenient for me." Huang Jiqing was taken aback. He had anticipated that Zhou Yang might offer a more nuanced rejection, but the latter's candor was quite unexpected. "Ha!" Huang Xiyu, who had been eavesdropping nearby, could not contain her laughter, inadvertently bursting forth. "My apologies, you are truly amusing." With a blush adorning her cheeks, she quickly offered an explanation. Zhou Yang found himself momentarily lost in thought. "This girl is remarkably beautiful. Since it is inconvenient for you to share, let us move on. I shall transfer the funds to your previous account." Zhou Yang was eager to linger a while longer, primarily to steal another glance at the enchanting Huang Xiyu. Having been single for 25 years, and despite having had past relationships that involved nothing more than innocent hand-holding and fleeting kisses, his yearning had reached a critical point. He found himself captivated even by Fang Jie, so it was no surprise that he was utterly enthralled by someone as stunning as Huang Xiyu. However, Zhou Yang knew he could not remain there for too long, as he possessed a valuable treasure and also needed to return to share a portion of his earnings with Fang Jie. He was not greedy. He only sought his rightful share. For example, if these two items were sold under normal circumstances, they might fetch around 100,000. Thus, if he generously offered Fang Jie 150,000, he would still earn a tidy sum of 100,000 as a reward for his efforts and the costs of processing, not to mention the inevitable wear and tear of negotiations, which seemed entirely justified. The most crucial aspect was that he earned this money with a clear conscience, devoid of any psychological burden. I am Huang Xiyu. You are always welcome to visit again. As Zhou Yang made his way out, it was Huang Xiyu who escorted him to the door, even taking a moment to introduce herself. Zhou Yang glanced at his phone to check the transfer notification and balance. After deducting 10,000 from the original 160,000, he had 159,000 remaining. With an additional 25,000, his total now stood at 184,000, leaving him with just a few thousand in cash. Transferring 150,000 to Fang Jie would leave him with under 170,000. It seemed that making money was indeed quite effortless. Oh yes, he hailed a taxi and headed straight to Fang Jie's residence. Initially, he had planned to scour the street markets for bargains, but his mind was elsewhere. He needed to examine an item he had, particularly since the teacup had been damaged, and he was unsure if it had been repaired. Fang Jie, good news! Zhou Yang exclaimed upon entering her home. Fang Jie was busy tidying up in her room when she heard his voice. What on earth? You startled me with that shout, she retorted, her tone typical of her nature, but Zhou Yang brushed it off. Fang Jie, I sold the items. Fang Jie paused, momentarily taken aback, as she had almost forgotten about the two antiques. After all, Zhou Yang had previously made claims that she had only half believed, considering him merely an inexperienced apprentice. Could a mere wooden box truly be worth 100,000? Noticing her bewilderment, Zhou Yang wasted no time. He swiftly transferred 150,000 to her. Check your notifications. At that moment, Fang Jie seemed to grasp the situation, especially when her phone chimed with a text message. Upon checking, her mouth dropped open in astonishment, wide enough to fit a sausage and 2 eggs. Zhou Yang, this. She stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. It was not that Fang Jie lacked money. In fact, she was quite affluent. Though situated in an older part of the city, this expansive courtyard belonged to her. Over the course of a month, collecting rent from the upper and lower floors could easily yield 10 to 20,000, supplemented by her previous savings. It is quite common for a bank account to hold a substantial sum, often in the range of 1 to 200,000. However, the arrival of this unexpected 15,000 is truly surprising. Chapter 9. Sister Fang. This may not be appropriate. Zhou Yang was well aware of Fang Jie's interest in him, as she had subtly hinted at it multiple times. To be frank, Zhou Yang held a genuine fondness for Fang Jie. However, he was not the type to rely on others for support. Even if an opportunity to do so presented itself, he would prefer to earn his keep through hard work. Fang Jie, in her early 30s, was in the prime of her womanhood, and Zhou Yang did not mind that she was a widow. After all, cohabitation without marriage was increasingly common. Some young women appeared innocent, yet their experiences with men could be counted on more than just a few fingers. Compared to them, Fang Jie was indeed a remarkable choice. Yet, Zhou Yang's fragile sense of pride made it difficult for him to confront the situation. His family was not affluent, but he believed that, with perseverance and effort, he would one day rise above his circumstances. What he lacked was merely an opportunity. Thus, he continued to endure, refusing to accept any form of dependency, even when Fang Jie occasionally dropped hints, which he pretended to overlook. Fortunately, the chance he had been waiting for finally arrived as he gained the ability of clairvoyance. Surely, fortune would come his way sooner or later. Upon returning home, Zhou Yang immediately summoned the small cauldron within him, akin to a hot pot. He then retrieved the teacup, and his eyes lit up. It was repaired. Item name: Schwanda Cloisen Teacup. Era: Ming Dynasty Imperial Kiln. Market value: 1.5 million. Zhou Yang felt a surge of joy. He was no longer the person he had been a day prior and had significantly improved his capacity for acceptance. Otherwise, he would surely have. Nevertheless, he could not suppress his excitement. After all, 5 million was no trifling sum. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed his phone, intending to call Huang Jiqing. Just as the number was dialed, he abruptly hung up, realizing an important consideration: discretion. While it was acceptable to find a bargain, such opportunities were not as common as picking up pebbles. Having just sold 2 items to Huang Jiqing, acquiring another teacup would undoubtedly raise suspicion. After calming himself, Zhou Yang recognized that his earlier excitement had clouded his judgment, and he acknowledged that Huang Jiqing was not a bad person. However, if he encountered someone unscrupulous, he could find himself in peril. As an ordinary individual, he lacked the means to safeguard his newfound wealth or control his extraordinary abilities. It seemed prudent to adopt a more low-key approach moving forward. A gradual and cautious development was the true path to success. With this realization, Zhou Yang placed the teacup back and stored the small cauldron away. Now that he was no longer in dire financial straits, there was no need for hasty pursuits. His primary consideration should be acquiring a home to change his environment, followed by discreetly generating income and developing 2 additional clients as alternatives. After all, he was not well acquainted with Huang Jiqing, and the adage of knowing a person's face but not their heart held true. One should harbor no ill intentions but remain vigilant against potential deceit. It would be wise to inform Fang Jie about these matters in advance. Zhou Yang was a man of decisive action. Having made up his mind, he resolved to take action, opening the door to step outside. Alas, as Zhou Yang stepped outside, he collided with a woman, who happened to be the new neighbor. Although her attire was rather unadorned, an indescribable allure emanated from her features. Beneath her angelic visage lay a trace of pride and cold elegance, a quality that seemed incongruous with her modest clothing and her status as a resident in this neighborhood. "My apologies, I wasn't paying attention. Are you all right?"
Zhou Yang inquired.
The woman shook her head, signaling that she was fine.
I am Zhou Yang.
"I see you've just moved in as well. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to me." As he introduced himself, he instinctively adjusted his hairstyle. "Thank you. I'm Ji Lanyan," she replied before retreating into her apartment.
Leaving Zhou Yang momentarily captivated.
This woman was truly stunning, albeit rather reserved in her speech. It is often said that a single man yearns for companionship, and thus, the sight of a beautiful woman inevitably ignites thoughts of romance. Zhou Yang shrugged and made his way to Fang Jie's place. Having learned from the events of the previous night, he now knocked on the door. "Come in," came the reply, allowing Zhou Yang to enter Fang Jie's room. "Sister Fang, what are you up to? A spring cleaning?" Upon entering, he was struck by the chaos that enveloped the room, with Fang Jie rummaging beneath the bed for something. "Zhou Yang, you've arrived just in time. These are the items I've gathered. Do you see any antiques among them?" Fang Jie's words rendered Zhou Yang speechless. Surely, there cannot be that many antiques in the world. It would be a stroke of luck for a wealthy family to unearth even 1 or 2. If antiques were so easily found, would they still hold any value? Nevertheless, seeing Fang Jie's enthusiasm, Zhou Yang obliged and took a look. Clearly, no surprises or discoveries were in store. "Sister Fang, I need to discuss something with you. I plan to move out in a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Fang Jie, who had been bent over searching under the bed, paused her actions, taking a while to process the information. "How could you, Zhou Yang? When you were short on cash, you consistently delayed rent and took advantage of my hospitality. And now that you have some money, you no longer appreciate my place?" She lamented. Men truly are untrustworthy. For the next half hour, Zhou Yang endured a verbal onslaught from Fang Jie, her words punctuating the air as they splattered against his face. The more she scolded, the more animated she became, her emotions oscillating dramatically. "Zhou Yang, do you consider yourself ungrateful?" Fang Jie finally concluded her tirade. "Sister Fang, you've misunderstood. The truth is, my room is unbearably hot. Facing south, and even with a fan, I can hardly sleep at night. You don't have any other vacant rooms. So what I meant was..." Zhou Yang's explanation did manage to quell some of Fang Jie's ire, as his reasoning held merit. The house indeed enjoys abundant sunlight, and we find ourselves in the hottest season of the year, with this summer being particularly unbearable. Temperatures have soared to 40 degrees, and given that there is no air conditioning at Zhou Yang's place, it is truly uninhabitable. Therefore, I offer you this house to reside in with the rent unchanged, and I shall also waive the utility expenses. The property in question, as mentioned by Fang Jie, was formerly inhabited by her grandmother, who has since passed away, leaving the room vacant. However, this is the main residence where Fang Jie herself resides, raising the question of whether it is suitable for Zhou Yang to move in. The prospect of two solitary individuals cohabiting, albeit in separate rooms, poses its own challenges, particularly with shared spaces such as the kitchen and bathroom. Furthermore, Zhou Yang feels as though he is stepping into a den of lions. His ultimate goal remains to purchase his own home and establish a space that is truly his own. Chapter 10. The move. What is so undesirable about relocating? Have I struck a chord, leading you to prosper and now look down upon this place? Fang Jie's words effectively silenced Zhou Yang, indicating that this matter should be postponed for at least a few days. Sister Fang, I must disagree with your assertion. The little money I earn is, after all, a result of your influence. Primarily, however, it seems unsuitable for me to move in here, given the impracticality of a lonely man and woman cohabiting. Perhaps I should remain upstairs for a while. I would soon acclimate to the heat. Upon expressing this, Zhou Yang attempted to slip away, only to be caught firmly by Fang Jie. Zhou Yang, I fear you not. What are you so anxious about? Do you harbor any secrets, or perhaps ulterior motives? Fang Jie scrutinized him with a skeptical gaze, making it difficult for Zhou Yang to maintain his composure. Sister Fang, while one may speak whimsically, one must not speak recklessly. I may be financially challenged, but I am by no means a rogue. Zhou Yang defended himself, yet his gaze inadvertently lingered on a certain part of Fang Jie, a sight he had previously lacked the opportunity to admire, especially now that he possessed newfound abilities and was so close. The form was undeniably appealing, reminiscent of the captivating figures in the videos on his phone. Let us settle this then. Hurry back and pack your things. While the day is still young, make haste to move in. Why are you standing idly? Go now. And if you continue to gawk, I swear I will make you regret it. Zhou Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, having been caught in the act of surreptitious observation. As he awkwardly departed, Fang Jie's lips curled into a subtle smile, as if she had successfully executed a cunning plan. Observing the chaotic state of the room, she realized it needed tidying up. Furthermore, Zhou Yang hadn't even confirmed whether the items scattered about were treasures. After some contemplation, she resolved to clear out the clutter before proceeding. Zhou Yang returned to his room, flicked on the electric fan, and began to reflect on the earlier events. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Initially, he aimed to distance himself from this woman, yet now he found himself drawn ever closer. Where had he gone astray? No, it was evident that he had been ensnared by her cleverness. The question remained, should he move in or not? If he chose not to relocate, the oppressive heat would be unbearable. However, if he did move in, the daily proximity could prove perilous. What if he lost control? Truthfully, this woman was quite admirable, yet her personality was difficult for Zhou Yang to accept. The thought of being dominated by her in the future troubled him. Would he ever have the chance to rise above? He could concede on certain matters, but he could never allow her to have the upper hand, for that might lead to his premature capitulation. Zhou Yang was torn, yet his hands continued to pack without pause. In no time, he had gathered most of his belongings. A few sets of clothes, a blanket, shoes, and some basic kitchenware. Just as he finished tidying up, Fang Jie arrived. Discard these worthless items. I have everything you need. And that fan, it's older than you are. Just throw it away. In a brief moment, Zhou Yang's belongings were carelessly discarded by the woman, leaving behind only a single bag. Observing the hard-earned possessions being tossed away, Zhou Yang felt a pang of sorrow. However, upon entering the room with her, that feeling dissipated entirely. The air conditioning hummed, bringing a refreshing chill to the well-organized room, which appeared remarkably minimalist. A large bed was adorned with a cool mat, and a neatly folded thin blanket lay atop it, accompanied by 2 pillows. The significance of the 2 pillows was not lost on him. Furthermore, there were newly purchased slippers, and even on the table, fresh towels and toiletries awaited, a clear indication of her intentions to provide for him. Sister Fang, let us agree that the rent must not increase, Zhou Yang declared. He expected a word of gratitude, yet her response was one of irritation. Zhou Yang, can you not aspire to more? I find your rent insignificant. If you are unwilling to stay, you may always return. Zhou Yang surveyed the environment and recalled that all of his belongings had been discarded. The thought of returning to sleep on a wooden board was unappealing, especially considering his vintage fan from 1983 was now gone. Zhou Yang, these are the terms of our agreement, Fang Jie said, handing him an A4 sheet filled with stipulations, the so-called rules of engagement. The first clause stated that he was not permitted to enter her room without her consent, which seemed entirely reasonable. The second clause prohibited him from touching anything that did not belong to him, which was also justifiable. However, the third clause began to venture into excessive territory. The landlord reserved the right to inspect the tenant's room at any time, ostensibly to prevent untidiness. While this could be seen as somewhat acceptable, given that some individuals are indeed messy, it was her property, and it had been renovated. The fourth clause forbade bringing friends over without permission. The fifth mandated silence after 9 o'clock and required him to return by that time, or the door would be locked. As Zhou Yang continued reading, his frown deepened. The initial clauses were tolerable, but the latter ones encroached upon his freedom. He had come to rent a room, not to endure restrictions. Out of the 10 stipulations, he could only reluctantly agree to 5. Sister Fang, your demands are excessive. I cannot acquiesce. I came to rent a room, to engage in a transaction where I pay you for accommodation, yet you seek to confine my liberty. I regret to inform you that I cannot agree to this. I would prefer to return to my previous room. With that, Zhou Yang turned to leave, resolute in his decision to seek alternative housing the very next morning. He had come to rent, not to be subjected to indignities or constraints. Stop! When Fang Jie saw Zhou Yang about to leave, she quickly positioned herself in front of him. If you point out any unreasonable requests, I am open to modification. Furthermore, I provide 3 meals a day and you are welcome to use the washing machine. My demands are not excessive. Consider, I am a woman without support. If you were to bring some dubious friends home, what if they harbor ill intentions towards me? Additionally, I am a light sleeper. The slightest noise awakens me, and if you return too late, I may find it impossible to rest throughout the night. Is it not challenging for me? The rent is remarkably affordable. I offer you meals and do your laundry. Is it too much to ask for these few conditions? As she spoke, Fang Jie rubbed her eyes, which soon grew red. Zhou Yang found this particularly unbearable, feeling as though he had committed a grievous offense. A wave of guilt washed over him, as if by leaving, he would be akin to a heartless man abandoning his wife. Meanwhile, Fang Jie pondered to herself, look at you. Do you think I cannot handle you? Anyone with a modicum of common sense knows that rubbing one's eyes will cause them to redden, giving the appearance of impending tears. Sister Fang, I can only agree to the first 4 requests along with the 9th one, the rest. Chapter 11. Future Plans Under the Relentless Persuasion of Fang Jie. Zhou Yang naively moved into this room. Perhaps, in his subconscious, he had accepted Fang Jie, not solely due to her beauty, though that certainly played a part, but primarily because she treated him quite well. Despite her fiery temperament and frequent outbursts, her words were rarely malevolent. Take Zhou Yang for instance. After nearly a year of residing here, he had never defaulted on his rent, with the exception of this recent occasion where he had failed to pay for 3 months. Fang Jie had long suggested he vacate the premises, yet her words were merely superficial. More often than not, she would whip up a few delectable dishes, inviting Zhou Yang over to enhance his meals. While rents elsewhere were on the rise, Zhou Yang's remained unchanged, a fact that hinted at some undisclosed motives, yet he could not deny his gratitude. Seeing Zhou Yang's agreement, Fang Jie felt a sense of satisfaction. Zhou Yang, tidy up for now. I shall prepare dinner. We had quite a fruitful day, and we should celebrate with some drinks tonight. This statement was laden with double meanings, though Zhou Yang remained oblivious. Indeed, today had been a lucrative one. As he observed the woman busily attending to her tasks, he began to place his few belongings into the wardrobe. This would now be his room. In truth, Zhou Yang yearned for a place of his own, yet it appeared he would have to wait a few more days. Requesting to move out now felt somewhat awkward. There was little to organize, so after a brief tidying up, he picked up his phone to check his balance, one of his favorite pastimes. After a moment, he unhesitatingly transferred 2,000 yuan to an account, as he always did without receiving any feedback. Shaking his head, Zhou Yang had grown accustomed to this. He set his phone aside and began to contemplate his future. Currently, he possessed over 1,000,000 yuan. If he were to purchase a home in this city, to be frank, unless opting for an installment plan, he could afford no more than a 2-bedroom apartment outright, and even that would be in a less desirable area. After all, the prevailing property prices had soared to over 20,000 yuan per square meter, and a typical 3-bedroom apartment would require at least 100 square meters. Thus, he would need a minimum of 2,000,000 yuan, and when factoring in renovations and additional furnishings, as well as a vehicle for transportation, he would require at least 3,000,000 yuan as a baseline. Currently, he had 169,000,000 yuan, along with a tea set that, if sold, would provide sufficient funds. However, he was reluctant to part with it, not out of avarice, but rather due to a deep-seated fear of poverty. As a man standing over 6 feet tall, he had never possessed more than 10,000 yuan at any given time, often finding himself short on funds each month. It was his resilience that allowed him to endure. Had it been someone else, they might have long since succumbed to Fang Jie's demands. To borrow a phrase from the internet, he had long ceased to strive for more. So what path should he pursue next? Continuing to seek opportunities is indeed a commendable idea, yet one must ponder where such opportunities abound. Moreover, the tea bowl must be sold, for its true value lies only in currency. Kept in one's possession, it remains merely an object. It appears that I will have to seek out Huang Jiqing tomorrow, as the Jujiazhai is not Zhou Yang's preferred choice. After all, he has first-hand experience of the unscrupulous nature of antique shops. As the saying goes, those around us serve as mirrors, reflecting our own selves, and we can glean insights about our surroundings through them. Li Tzu's dark heart prompts one to question the integrity of his peers in the same trade. For this tea bowl, should it be taken to Jujiazhai, the proprietor might offer a mere 500,000, which, of course, Zhou Yang could choose not to accept. However, herein lies the quandary. If one is already aware that the other party cannot offer a high price, and one has no intention of selling, why even contemplate the matter? Zhou Yang, are you ready? Dinner is served. Just as Zhou Yang deliberated on whether to call Huang Jiqing, Fang Jie's voice resonated from outside. He promptly responded and, pretending to use his phone, exited the room. Fang Jie, there's such an abundance of dishes.
Zhou Yang exclaimed,
Reaching for a piece of braised pork and popping it into his mouth. Have you washed your hands before eating? You men truly lack hygiene. Go wash your hands and, while you're at it, grab 2 bottles of beer from the fridge. Zhou Yang quickly complied, washing his hands in the kitchen and retrieving the beers. He deftly opened one with his teeth and handed a bottle to Fang Jie. Zhou Yang, what are your plans for the future? As they savored their meal, the conversation flowed. Fang Jie, I've resigned from my job, so I've been contemplating this. I have some knowledge of antiques, as you've seen from my recent discoveries. It happens to be quite lucrative. There are numerous vendors in the antique market, easily dozens. If I can unearth 2 or 3 items a month, making several thousand is certainly achievable. This way, I can accumulate capital over time, and when the moment is right, I'll venture into small business endeavors and perhaps purchase a home. You know, I'm already 25. Lacking a car or a house makes it quite challenging to find a partner. Renting indefinitely is not a viable option. Fang Jie found some resonance in Zhou Yang's earlier statements, acknowledging that men must earn a living. Moreover, Zhou Yang had indeed lost his job, and Fang Jie had long suggested he abandon the apprenticeship at the antique shop. Thus, resigning was of little concern. However, upon hearing Zhou Yang's intention to buy a house and marry, she felt as though the seasoning in her dinner had been insufficient, rendering it rather bland.
Zhou Yang,
Isn't it quite comfortable living here? With the current exorbitant property prices, purchasing a home is not a matter of mere tens of thousands. If you opt for an installment plan, you'll become a slave to your mortgage for life. Although my place is in an older district, the environment is not lacking. Additionally, I have ample room. Your presence would hardly be a burden. Perhaps it would be wise for you to temporarily set aside thoughts of purchasing a home, and reconsider the matter in a few years. Who knows, in a few years you may find that buying a house is no longer necessary. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang felt a sense of unease. Sister Fang, why might it be unnecessary to buy a house in a few years? Fang Jie cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Yang, her mind racing before she conjured a clever response. It is as follows. According to the information I have received, our area is likely to undergo redevelopment. With the number of properties my family possesses, a demolition could yield compensation in the millions. At that time, we could utilize a portion of that money to purchase a spacious home, and then, suddenly, a series of urgent knocks at the door interrupted Fang Jie's words. Chapter 12. Taking Ji Lanyan to the hospital, Fang Jie hurriedly rose to open the door, only to find Tenant Wang Jie standing at the entrance.
Wang Jie.
What's the matter? This Wang Jie was one half of the couple residing below in Zhou Yang's building. The very woman Zhou Yang had seen through his unique perspective the previous night. She was generally quite helpful. The new tenant upstairs just fell down the stairs. Wang Jie explained. She has twisted her ankle, and her knee is bruised. Her palm is bleeding as well. I thought, since you have a car, we should get her to the hospital quickly. Zhou Yang, having overheard Wang Jie's words, immediately recognized that the new tenant must be Ji Lanyan. He promptly made his way outside. Indeed, at the foot of the stairs, Ji Lanyan sat on the steps, clutching her leg, evidently in considerable pain. Yet, this woman displayed remarkable resilience. Beads of cold sweat adorned her forehead, yet she refrained from crying out. The staircase was located outside, meaning that Zhou Yang and others typically ascended and descended directly from the courtyard. The stairwell was conveniently adjacent to Wang Jie's home. So upon witnessing Ji Lanyan's predicament, Wang Jie swiftly assisted her and began to inquire about her condition. Next came the urgent knocking on the door.
Yo Yang.
You hurry and help her to the car. I'll tidy up and be right there. Fang Jie instructed, her concern palpable, as Ji Lanyan was also her tenant and appeared to be seriously injured. Zhou Yang nodded in acknowledgement and, with Wang Jie on either side, they attempted to help Ji Lanyan to her feet. However, it proved futile. With her left ankle twisted and her right knee injured, she found herself unable to walk. Allow me to carry you. This won't do, Zhou Yang declared, his youth lending him confidence. Without hesitation he bent down and Ji Lanyan, acutely aware of her own condition, surrendered to the idea. Feeling the warmth of his body, she leaned against Zhou Yang, the scent of a mature man, mingled with a hint of perspiration, wafting into her nostrils. It was not unpleasant, yet certainly not fragrant. Fortunately, at that moment, Ji Lanyan had little time for contemplation. Zhou Yang, too, was struck by the situation. As she leaned against him, her movements were slightly abrupt, causing her to jostle against his back in a way that conveyed unspoken understanding between them. Just then, Fang Jie closed the front door and drove the car out from the garage. Zhou Yang, still carrying Ji Lanyan, made his way towards the vehicle. Those who have ever carried another person are aware of a fundamental principle. One must support the individual's body with their hands. Otherwise, the person being carried may slide down, and given Ji Lanyan's injuries, she was unable to muster the strength to grasp Zhou Yang's neck for support. Thus, he could only support the other person's thigh with his hand, which was considered relatively proper for Zhou Yang. Had he intended to take advantage of the situation, he could have easily placed his hand on the other person's rear, leaving them powerless to object. Sister Wang promptly opened the car door, assisting Zhou Yang in helping Ji Lanyan into the vehicle. To call it mere assistance would be an understatement. It was more akin to two individuals lifting her and placing her inside. Zhou Yang, you take the wheel. I'm not adept at driving in these evening conditions, Fang Jie remarked as she vacated the driver's seat. Zhou Yang, without hesitation, sat down in the driver's seat and set off towards the hospital. At that moment, Zhou Yang had forgotten one crucial detail. He had consumed alcohol that evening. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and he did not encounter any traffic police checking for drunk driving. Otherwise, it could have led to complications. Such issues, while not overly severe, were best addressed at a smaller clinic rather than a large hospital, as the latter not only incurs higher costs but also entails considerable inconvenience. Typically, a private clinic or a small hospital would suffice for treatment due to their convenience. However, given the time of night, it was imperative to go to a larger hospital, as only they had personnel on duty to operate the necessary equipment. As one would expect from a large city, traffic congestion increased as the night wore on, and Zhou Yang's driving skills were not particularly impressive, resulting in a journey of over half an hour to reach the hospital. Arriving at night meant they had to register for emergency care. Zhou Yang carried Ji Lanyan directly into the emergency room. Fortunately, the emergency department allowed for treatment before registration and payment. He instructed Fang Jie to keep an eye on things while he went to handle the registration and payment. Uncertain of Ji Lanyan's age, he arbitrarily entered a number and paid 2,000 yuan. After attending to the various formalities, Zhou Yang noticed that his clothes had become a rag. The fabric was stained with blood, particularly around the chest and shoulder areas, a result of Ji Lanyan's abrasions. There were also some stains on his back, rendering the shirt nearly ruined. Fortunately, Zhou Yang was now reasonably affluent and did not mind the 30-some yuan spent on a shirt. The examinations and treatment took nearly an hour. Although the treatment itself was relatively straightforward, most of the time was consumed by diagnostic imaging and assessments. Thankfully, after all the examinations, it was determined that there were no significant injuries. The most serious issue was a sprained ankle with no bone damage. Additionally, there was a scraped knee with some minor strain and abrasions on the wrist and palm. However, hospitalization for intravenous fluids was necessary, perhaps as a means for the hospital to increase their revenue. Once it was confirmed that there were no major concerns, both Fang Jie and Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Fang, you should head home. I'm not comfortable with you staying here alone. I'll keep watch. After the fluids are administered, I'll return. Fang Jie glanced at Ji Lanyan, who was receiving treatment, moved her lips a few times, and eventually nodded in agreement. Very well, just remember to knock when you get home. Today as circumstances are exceptional, so it won't be considered a violation. Upon hearing the word violation, Zhou Yang felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Even at this moment, the conversation still revolved around that trivial matter. After bidding farewell to Fang Jie, he sought out a nearby fruit shop to purchase an assortment of fruits. It was only after this that he returned to the hospital, where Ji Lanyan was taken aback by his unexpected presence, having presumed that Zhou Yang and Fang Jie had departed. To her astonishment, this individual, whose surname she had momentarily forgotten, had indeed returned. Admittedly, Ji Lanyan had overlooked Zhou Yang's name after he had introduced himself and Fang Jie had mentioned it earlier. Under normal circumstances, she should have remembered, but the agony she had been enduring had clouded her thoughts, leaving little room for trivial details. Mr. Zhou, why haven't you left? She inquired. Unbeknownst to him, this woman had forgotten even his name. He placed the fruits on the bedside table before elaborating. You have 3 bottles of 4 fluids to be administered, and given the late hour, I am not entirely at ease with you being here alone. Should you fall asleep and fail to change the fluids in a timely manner, it would pose a problem. Hence, I intend to remain until the 4 is completed. By the way, how did you happen to fall? Chapter 13. Conversation. Upon reflecting on the matter, Ji Lanyan could not help but lament her misfortune. Thus she began recounting the events that led to the situation. Earlier, she had intended to descend the stairs for a bite to eat, when, unbeknownst to her, someone had carelessly left a plastic bag on the stairway. In her distraction, one foot trod upon the bag, while the other inadvertently snagged the handle, resulting in her current predicament. Zhou Yang nodded in understanding, suddenly struck by a realization. That plastic bag seemed to have been discarded by him. During his recent move, most of his belongings were disposed of by Fang Jie, and he had casually thrown away a large plastic bag. It had remained on the stairs, and thus, Zhou Yang resolved to keep this secret, for revealing it would undoubtedly incur the wrath of this woman. It would be a double loss, failing to do a good deed and receiving scorn in return. Does that mean you haven't had dinner yet? I could go buy you something, Zhou Yang suggested, sensing a hint of awkwardness in the atmosphere, feeling somewhat guilty as if he were a thief trying to escape. There's no need to trouble yourself. Didn't you buy some fruit? I'll be fine with just an apple, Ji Lanyan replied. By the way, I must thank you for bringing me to the hospital at such a late hour. This outfit of mine has gotten dirty. How much is the medical fee? I'll transfer it to you. We can discuss the medical expenses later. After all, you haven't been discharged yet. Let me wash you an apple. I'm sure you must be hungry by now. As Zhou Yang left to fetch the apple, Ji Lanyan furrowed her brow, realizing her balance was below 500 yuan. Clearly, that would not suffice for the medical bills, considering the costs of examinations for drips and x-rays. She tapped her forehead, pondering her next steps. Was she truly going to acquiesce to her family's demands? Absolutely not. She would never concede, even if it meant begging. At that moment, Zhou Yang returned with the apple. "Thank you," Ji Lanyan exclaimed, feeling indeed hungry, and without further ado, she began to bite into the apple. This was something she would have never done in the past. At the very least, she would have peeled it first. But now, faced with hardships, many of her habits had to change. "I can tell from your accent that you're not a local, are you?"
Zhou Yang inquired.
Taking a seat on a nearby stool, eager to engage in conversation with this woman, as they would be living in the same compound henceforth. Understanding one another would be beneficial. "I'm from the capital," Ji Lanyan replied. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, finding this rather implausible. From the capital, rather than coming from the capital, bore distinct implications. Being from the capital suggested her family resided there, whereas coming from the capital could encompass a broader range of possibilities. The hint of a northeastern dialect in her speech was undeniable, leading him to ponder the circumstances that brought her here. How could someone from the capital find themselves in this situation? Moreover, judging by her current living conditions, it seemed that fortune had not favored her. Ji Lanyan, astute as she was, perceived the doubt in Zhou Yang's expression, recognizing that he had begun to question her story. Logically speaking, given her character, she typically would not elaborate so extensively, yet for reasons unknown, today she chose to explain herself. Pressured by her family to undertake tasks she was unwilling to perform, she managed to escape, her bank cards frozen. Yet she remained resolute in her refusal to yield. The last statement from Ji Lanyan seemed to be a reflection directed at herself. This piqued Zhou Yang's interest. In this day and age, to hear the term escape was quite remarkable. He contemplated inquiring further, but Ji Lanyan's question preempted his own. "And you? Are you a local?" Zhou Yang shook his head, responding, "I hail from Luan in Anhui province. I previously attended university here, and after graduation, I sought employment in the area, yet I have yet to secure a stable position. In truth, I did have a decent job once, but after a family member passed away, I resigned. Nevertheless, it's not too far from here. If I drive quickly, it's just over 2 hours. By the way, do you have any plans now? With your bank cards frozen, how will you manage?" Ji Lanyan shook her head. She too felt lost. In her haste, she had left her diploma behind, although she was fortunate to have her phone and ID on her. "Otherwise, I've been searching for work these past few days, but without proper documentation, it's quite challenging. As you mentioned, I also find myself quite short on funds, even for medical expenses." Ji Lanyan spoke haltingly, and Zhou Yang recognized that her reticence stemmed from embarrassment. He could relate deeply, for he too had been grappling with financial constraints, and in a sense, they shared a common plight. "Focus on your recovery. It seems you won't be able to secure a job in the short term. Besides, you already owe me for your medical expenses. Allow me to lend you a bit more. Let us connect on WeChat. I'll lend you some now, and you can repay me once you find work and receive your salary." While the act of lending money was one aspect, Zhou Yang genuinely desired a means of contact. "Isn't that unwise? Are you not afraid I might deceive you?" Zhou Yang chuckled, neither confirming nor denying her concern, and proceeded to share his phone number, which also served as his WeChat ID. They exchanged WeChat information, and he promptly transferred her 10,000 yuan. For Ji Lanyan, this amount once represented merely a month's allowance, yet now it was akin to a lifeline. Conversely, for Zhou Yang, that same sum had previously been a vital necessity, but now it held less emotional weight. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Your trust in me is overwhelming. When I am financially stable in the future, I shall repay you 100-fold. Ji Lanyan spoke earnestly, but Zhou Yang regarded it as a jest. If she had promised to repay him double, he might have found some belief in her words, but 100-fold repayment, that would amount to 1,000,000. Hence, the greater the promise, the slimmer the chances of fulfillment. This remains an immutable truth throughout the ages. You may call me Zhou Yang. I find the title Mr. Zhou somewhat uncomfortable. Please take a moment to rest. I shall keep an eye on this water for you. There is no need for concern." Ji Lanyan nodded in agreement, genuinely feeling a bit weary. After expressing her gratitude, she closed her eyes, though slumber did not immediately claim her. One must always be cautious. While harboring ill intentions is unwise, one must also remain vigilant against the potential for deceit. In this hospital room, they were alone, and Ji Lanyan was no naive newcomer to society, so she maintained a degree of wariness. However, the pull of sleep can be irresistible, and before long, she succumbed to its embrace. Zhou Yang gazed upon her exquisite beauty and could not resist the temptation to capture the moment with a photograph. What a stunning vision of pure, ethereal light she was. Zhou Yang shook his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Chapter 14. The forgery. The 3 bottles of saline were swiftly hung. After finishing the task, Zhou Yang felt no inclination to return. Fortunately, an empty bed was available in the ward. He reclined upon it, drifting into a reverie of romantic dreams. In this slumber, he encountered a stunning beauty. Was that not Ji Lanyan? At that moment, she smiled at him, her allure captivating, leaving Zhou Yang momentarily spellbound. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, and he beheld Fang Jie storming toward him, fury evident in her demeanor. Clutched in her hand was a pair of scissors, and without a moment's hesitation, she aimed directly at his most vulnerable area. With a thud, Zhou Yang tumbled from the bed, the impact jarring him. Pain surged through him, tears brimming in his eyes, primarily due to the remnants of his dream. Fang Jie, armed with scissors, intended to sever his manhood, prompting Zhou Yang to flee. In that very instant, Ji Lanyan emerged from the restroom, witnessing the chaotic scene, and could not suppress her laughter. Embarrassed, Zhou Yang scrambled to his feet, only to realize dawn had broken. "Good morning," Zhou Yang greeted politely, for despite his embarrassment, manners must prevail. Ji Lanyan returned the sentiment and, limping slightly, approached the bed to gather her belongings. Her injuries had healed considerably, with only minor discomfort remaining. A brief respite at home would suffice for recovery. Financially, she found herself somewhat constrained, thus leaving early would mitigate expenses. Her possessions were minimal: a mobile phone, medical documents, and some fruit Zhou Yang had purchased the previous night. However, as the hospital's operational hours commenced at 8:30 a.m., they had to wait, as there was still the possibility of reclaiming some funds. Zhou Yang generously procured 2 portions of breakfast, along with toothbrushes, toothpaste, and towels. After they refreshed themselves and enjoyed their meal, the time naturally arrived for the hospital staff to commence their duties. The deposit was 2,000 yuan, with a reimbursement of over 200, a relatively modest sum in today's world, where illness could be financially burdensome. Zhou Yang hailed a taxi and returned to his rented accommodation, escorting Ji Lanyan back to her dwelling. The living conditions were rather poor, as the space had previously served as a storage room. Yet, Ji Lanyan had an eye for decor. The walls were adorned with newspapers, creating an appearance of cleanliness, with a bed, a small cabinet, and a little table furnished by Fang Jie. A small electric fan completed the setup. Truth be told, such living conditions would have been intolerable for Ji Lanyan in the past.
Yo Yang, hurry.
Just as he contemplated lingering for a while, Fang Jie's voice echoed from downstairs. He placed the items on the table and hurried down the stairs. Upon seeing him, Fang Jie immediately retreated into the room. "Fang Jie, what is it?" Zhou Yang inquired. Fang Jie wrinkled her nose, catching a whiff of a rather unpleasant odor emanating from him. "You reek of sweat. Go take a shower. Also, why didn't you return last night?" Zhou Yang, catching a scent reminiscent of pickled vegetables from his armpit, was left to ponder his predicament. "Last night, I was too lazy to return after finishing the laundry, so I spent the night there." After speaking, Zhou Yang entered the room to grab his clothes and take a shower, while Fang Jie hesitated to say something but ultimately refrained. Once Zhou Yang had finished bathing, he stepped outside, contemplating how to part with that teacup. The truth remains, no matter how exquisite an item may be, if it cannot be exchanged for money, it is of no use. Even if it must be sold at a lower price, it must be released. Moreover, he could also take the opportunity to observe the street vendors, perhaps discovering a hidden gem. By the time Zhou Yang arrived at the antique market, it was already past 10 o'clock, a place he was quite familiar with. He occasionally visited primarily to learn a few skills. However, he found that he had scarcely acquired anything of practical use, as Li Tzu had no intention of genuinely teaching him. While perusing the third stall, he encountered a familiar face, Huang Jiqing. Huang's greatest passion was antiques, He neither smoked nor drank, but was deeply intrigued by these artifacts. He frequented this place, not particularly concerned with what he might find, but rather enjoying the process itself. At that moment, Huang Jiqing was inspecting a pen holder made of bamboo, which appeared to have some age to it. Zhou Yang, rather than rushing to greet him, activated his vision, revealing the complete information about the pen holder. Item name: bamboo carved pen holder. Era: Ming Dynasty. Description: this pen holder is a Republic imitation. Value: 5,000 yuan. Zhou Yang was momentarily taken aback by the first line, as it indicated a Ming Dynasty origin. A pen holder from that era would be worth at least 100,000. However, the subsequent information extinguished his interest entirely. It was merely a 5,000 yuan imitation, of negligible value. Meanwhile, Huang Jiqing furrowed his brow, uncertain of the item's authenticity. Old Huang, what a coincidence! At that moment, Huang Jiqing recognized a somewhat familiar voice and turned, only to find Zhou Yang before him. He promptly set down the pen holder. Xiao Zhou, what a coincidence! You're here too? Huang began, but trailed off, confident that Zhou Yang understood. Indeed he did. Boss, how much for this pen holder? As they conversed, an unmistakably familiar voice interrupted their dialogue. Zhou Yang turned to see none other than Li Tzu. It turned out that Li Tzu had also come to seek a bargain, and like Zhou Yang, he had noticed Huang Jiqing scrutinizing the pen holder. Anything deemed worthy by Huang Jiqing was undoubtedly significant. Yet he found himself out of luck. Sometimes, fortune is inescapable. Zhou Yang, who happened to arrive and was acquainted with Huang Jiqing, witnessed Huang releasing the pen holder. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, leading to the initial scene. In the world of antiques, there exists an unwritten rule. When someone is examining an item, one should not compete for it. However, should the item be relinquished, one may seize the opportunity, which is precisely what Li Tzu was doing now. Though this approach may seem somewhat unscrupulous, it certainly does not violate any established rules. Rules are rules, and even if Huang Jiqing wished to make a purchase, it would be futile. You relinquished control, and moreover, no transaction was consummated. Huang Jiqing's lips twitched slightly. He was no fool and understood well the intentions of Li Tzuzi, yet he chose to remain silent. After all, he had let go, and he was uncertain about the authenticity of this brush pot. Old Huang, it's merely a counterfeit. Letting him have it is inconsequential. Zhou Yang muttered softly, serving as a reminder. Huang Jiqing narrowed his eyes. After several minutes of scrutiny, he still could not ascertain the truth. Yet Zhou Yang had discerned it at a mere glance. Was this truly the case? Zhou Yang offered no further explanation, merely crossing his arms and observing the spectacle. It must be said that Li Tzuzi was indeed shrewd. His haggling abilities were commendable, managing to negotiate the price of the brush pot down to 30,000. Only at the moment of payment did Li Tzuzi seem to suddenly notice Huang Jiqing. Why, if it isn't old Huang, what a coincidence! Zhou Yang's lips twitched in disbelief at the charade. Huang Jiqing smiled and nodded. Mr. Li, did you have a fruitful day? Huang Jiqing, with eyes wide open, spoke this fib, having witnessed the entire process. One could say that with age comes the cunning of a fox. Not too shabby. Thanks to old Huang's good fortune, I acquired a brush pot. Though Li Tzuzi spoke these words, his heart was filled with joy, for with a little maneuvering, he could easily sell this brush pot for 80 to 100,000. Huang Jiqing nodded with a smile, and after a casual exchange, he turned to Zhou Yang. Xiao Zhou, the meal hour approaches. Shall we dine together? The subtext was clear to Zhou Yang. Huang Jiqing had something to discuss with him, and without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. In a reasonably good restaurant, Huang Jiqing requested a private room and casually ordered a few dishes. The two sat across from each other, eating and conversing. Xiao Zhou, tell me, what was amiss with that brush pot? Zhou Yang understood that the purpose of this meal was likely to address this matter, for he had previously only mentioned it was a counterfeit without elaborating on its origins. Old Huang, the style of that brush pot on the surface, appears to be the work of the Ming Dynasty bamboo carver Zhu Sansong. Zhu Sansong's brush pots are crafted from uniquely shaped aged bamboo, often depicting pine trees and figures. His carved pine trees have needles that overlap, delicate as fine hair, while the figures are lifelike and exquisitely beautiful, showcasing significant aesthetic value. However, the brush pot we just saw possesses form but lacks spirit, particularly the figure beneath the pine tree, whose expression is vague and whose movements are stiff. While it has the shape, it lacks the essence. It's a replica from the Republican era worth at most 5,000. Thus, Li Tzuzi has made an error in judgment. Zhou Yang concluded, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 15. The sale of teacups. Huang Jiqing listened intently, feeling that Zhou Yang's words resonated deeply with him. He had sensed something amiss before, but Zhou Yang's reminder sparked a realization within him. Xiao Zhou, your skills are impressive. Without even handling it, you can ascertain its authenticity just by a glance. I am truly in awe. By the way, do you know Li Tzu? Zhou Yang nodded. This matter was not something that could be concealed, and there was little to hide, so he recounted his experience as an apprentice in Li's store. Xiao Zhou, with your talent, why would you apprentice under him? He should be the one learning from you. However, Huang could only shake his head at Li's miserly nature, lamenting that he would even deduct a day's wages. Yet Zhou Yang was not there for idle chatter. He had come to sell something. Old Huang, are you interested in Ming Dynasty Xuande period official kiln teacups? With a clatter, Huang Jiqing's chopsticks fell to the table. Xiao Zhou, you possess official kiln porcelain from the Ming Dynasty. Zhou Yang was momentarily disheartened. He had intended to build suspense, but his counterpart had guessed his possession right away. Thus, it was evident that one should never play tricks on the elderly. They are simply not your match. Old Huang, it's merely luck. If you're interested, I can bring it by for you to examine tomorrow. However, Huang Jiqing could hardly wait for the next day. He was inherently impatient, and although he had mellowed with age, the allure of antiques left him unable to restrain himself. Xiao Zhou, forget tomorrow. After lunch, I will accompany you to your place. Oh dear, I'm already full. I'll settle the bill first, Huang Jiqing declared before exiting the private room. Zhou Yang was at a loss for words, yet he found this character endearing. He himself was quite straightforward, often sharing a similar temperament. He had also eaten his fill, though plenty of dishes remained on the table. Thus, he requested the server to pack up the leftovers, as he was accustomed to being frugal. Upon returning to his residence with Huang Jiqing, he found Fang Jie seated at the table with Ji Lanyan, sharing a meal. The reason for their gathering stemmed from Zhou Yang. Previously, Fang Jie had sent him a message inviting him back for dinner. Zhou Yang had responded with a photo of himself dining with Huang Jiqing, implying that too much food had been prepared. Coincidentally, Ji Lanyan, limping as she prepared to go out for a meal, was spotted by Fang Jie, who then urged her to join them, primarily due to the excess food that would spoil in the summer heat if left uneaten. Furthermore, reheating leftovers from the refrigerator would not yield a pleasant result. At that moment, as Fang Jie chatted with Ji Lanyan, she noticed Zhou Yang entering with an elderly gentleman, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Allow me to introduce. This is... A brief introduction facilitated their acquaintance. Although Fang Jie often regarded Zhou Yang with indifference, she was certainly gracious in her interactions with others. As Zhou Yang welcomed his guest, it was only natural to offer some hospitality, such as brewing tea. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Yang escorted Huang Jiqing into his room. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yang carefully retrieved the teacup from the small tripod. Old Huang, take a look. Huang Jiqing, a passionate aficionado of antiques, always carried items like gloves and magnifying glasses with him. Zhou Yang gently placed the teacup on the table and gestured for Huang Jiqing to examine it. The latter promptly donned his gloves, picked up the cup, and scrutinized it meticulously with the magnifying glass. This examination lasted over 10 minutes. Xiao Zhou, do enlighten me about the provenance of this piece. As per our usual arrangement, if the item is authentic, you can set the price. Zhou Yang nodded, as they were familiar with each other, having conducted business before. To be candid, they had developed a mutual understanding. Zhou Yang typically priced his items at a certain threshold, not exorbitantly high, yet not excessively low either. Huang Jiqing, being affluent, was not particularly concerned about an additional 80,000 or 100,000, as long as the quality was assured. Old Huang, this item is officially named the Xuande Cloison teacup, dating back to the Ming Dynasty, and it is an imperial kiln product. As for the price, we are acquaintances, and you are an experienced connoisseur. You should have an idea of the worth of such a Ming Dynasty teacup from an imperial kiln. Therefore, I shall not hide my asking price. 5 million is yours. Zhou Yang succinctly explained the name and origin of the teacup before directly quoting his price. Given their previous transactions, Huang Jiqing was well acquainted with Zhou Yang's character, which typically fell within reasonable limits. Most importantly, this teacup was simply exquisite. Xiao Zhou, I will take this teacup, and I agree to the price you've stated. I will transfer the funds right away. The transaction proceeded smoothly, aided by their prior dealings which had fostered trust in Zhou Yang's expertise. Xiao Zhou, do you have any knowledge of ancient jade? Huang Jiqing suddenly broached this topic after their transaction, catching Zhou Yang off guard. Old Huang, when you mention ancient jade, are you referring to? Zhou Yang, being honest, preferred not to feign understanding. If a piece of ancient jade were placed before him, he could glean some information through his intuition, but without a tangible object, he chose to remain candid. Xiao Zhou, ancient jade typically refers to beautiful stones from antiquity, primarily those jade artifacts predating the Han Dynasty. These pieces possess profound historical significance in terms of material, craftsmanship, and cultural essence. The characteristics of ancient jade include a delicate texture, warm luster, and a smooth finish that feels warm in winter and cool in summer, making them highly coveted. I possess a piece of ancient jade that I have been unable to authenticate, so I was wondering if you could assist in its appraisal. However, if you are not knowledgeable, then it is of no consequence. Huang Jiqing speaks the truth. He assumed that Zhou Yang possessed some understanding of this matter, which is why he sought his assistance for evaluation. After all, the two are somewhat acquaintances. However, the fact that Zhou Yang is entirely ignorant of what ancient jade is renders the situation moot. It is entirely reasonable for Zhou Yang to be unaware, as the realm of antiques encompasses a plethora of categories, including porcelain, calligraphy and painting, bronze, and various types of wood. Anything of considerable value that possesses a certain age is deemed an antique. For instance, an old-fashioned camera from a century ago, if preserved to this day, would be classified as an antique, though its value may vary significantly. At this moment, Zhou Yang's interest is piqued. Old Huang, it's inconsequential that we lack knowledge. Yet we must not forego the opportunity to expand our horizons. Correct? Might you consider taking me to witness this? Chapter 16. What is rough stone? Upon hearing that Zhou Yang wished to take a look, Huang Jiqing readily agreed. Thus, the two ceased their idle chatter, and after bidding farewell to Fang Jie, Zhou Yang departed with Huang Jiqing. Xiao Zhou, why do you rent a place to live? Huang Jiqing inquired while driving, his curiosity piqued. After all, Zhou Yang had earned a considerable sum from him, no less than 3 to 4 million. It seemed unlikely that he would be renting accommodation. This curiosity stemmed from Huang Jiqing's limited understanding of Zhou Yang. Old Huang, there are some things you may not be aware of. I actually don't have much money, Zhou Yang replied, feeling a bit disingenuous, as if he were indulging in a display of modesty. He quickly added, didn't I mention before that I work at Li Tzu's antique shop? This marked Zhou Yang's first conversation about his personal circumstances with someone he hardly knew. But fortunately, they soon arrived at Huang Jiqing's residence. Ah, you're back again. As Zhou Yang entered the house, Huang Xiu exclaimed, causing an awkward moment. Xiu, be polite. Hurry up and prepare some tea. Huang Jiqing chided, to which Huang Xiu stuck out her tongue playfully before turning to comply. Xiao Zhou, let us head upstairs. All my collections are up there. You can help me take a look, but I must clarify. There will be no appraisal fee, Huang Jiqing said half-jokingly. Zhou Yang, however, understood the underlying truth. Appraisal fees are customary in this field, as one must pay for authentication regardless of the item's authenticity. Even consulting a lawyer requires a fee, let alone in the realm of antiques. At this moment, Zhou Yang was not particularly interested in antiques. He was eager to examine the so-called ancient jade. Huang Jiqing resided in a duplex, akin to a villa, though it was not one. Despite being a duplex, the price was certainly steep, especially in Jinling City, primarily due to its spaciousness and brightness. Xiao Zhou, this is ancient jade. Take a look. Huang Jiqing presented a piece of jade, sharing that he had acquired it serendipitously in Shangxi last month. As Zhou Yang listened, he began to examine the jade. However, he truly lacked knowledge about it. What to do when one is unsure? The solution was simple. He could scan it with a perspective tool. Item name: Hatian Ancient Jade, a rare treasure. Following this, a plethora of details and the jade's price unfolded. To Zhou Yang's surprise, the price was not exorbitant. In fact, it was much more affordable than he had anticipated. Old Huang, I often hear people say that gold has a price while jade is priceless. Thus, this piece should be quite valuable, correct? Zhou Yang navigated his inquiry subtly, avoiding direct questioning. Huang Jiqing chuckled softly before beginning to elucidate. Xiao Zhou, your statement holds some truth, yet it is not entirely absolute. First and foremost, jade is categorized into hard jade and soft jade. Furthermore, distinctions must be made based on provenance, type, and luster. For instance, this piece of ancient jade is a variety of soft jade, while hard jade primarily refers to jadeite, the principal source of which is Myanmar, hence its designation as Burmese jade. As Huang Jiqing spoke, Zhou Yang listened intently, so absorbed that he failed to notice when Huang Xiu brought him tea. Zhou Yang had always possessed a superficial understanding of jade and jadeite. He couldn't claim complete ignorance, but his knowledge was quite limited. He had even believed that jade and jadeite were synonymous until today, when he realized the significant distinctions between the two. In simpler terms, jadeite is a type of jade, while jade itself serves as a collective term for various stones. It is akin to how porcelain falls under the category of antiques, yet antiques extend beyond just porcelain. Grasping this concept allows one to comprehend the differences between jade and jadeite. Huang Lao, how do you know so much? Could you possibly impart some of your wisdom to me? Zhou Yang inquired, having absorbed much of the information. His keen interest stemmed from a burgeoning idea of a new avenue for wealth: gambling on stones. The term gambling on stones has become quite familiar in modern times. It represents a potential pathway to instant riches, albeit one that could equally lead to financial ruin overnight. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang felt undeterred. For his left eye had undergone a peculiar transformation.
Zhou Yang,
Heed my advice. It would be wise for you to diligently study antiques rather than venture into the realm of jadeite, Huang Jiqing cautioned earnestly. My knowledge is rather limited. I have merely heard snippets from others, and my own foray into antiques is purely a hobby rather than a means for profit. You possess considerable talent, and I believe you are doing quite well as you are, without the need to delve into unfamiliar territory. Huang Jiqing's words were imbued with sincerity, as he held Zhou Yang in high regard. His grasp of antiquities was notably solid. Although he did not know Zhou Yang well, the fact that someone could repeatedly unearth valuable finds indicated a certain skill. Given such aptitude, there was truly no necessity to cross into the jadeite domain. Zhou Yang discerned the underlying message in Huang Jiqing's advice but found himself at a loss for an appropriate response. Huang Lao, I am fully aware of this. I am merely driven by curiosity. I have no intention of dabbling in these matters. What exactly do you mean by raw stones? Huang Jiqing, finding himself at an impasse, proceeded to enlighten Zhou Yang further about this subject, specifically what constitutes a raw stone. After an extensive half-hour discussion, Zhou Yang acquired a preliminary understanding of this field. However, he recognized that it was fraught with complexities, and he had no intention of entering it just yet. His immediate focus remained on identifying valuable antiques to profit from, aspiring to purchase his own home and car. Once these goals were accomplished, he envisioned opening an antique shop, as he was not adept in other pursuits. After all, there exists a saying, one thrives by leveraging their resources, much like how a storyteller relies solely on their voice. Aside from his proficiency in handling screws at the factory, Zhou Yang has cultivated a modest understanding of antiques. Coupled with his innate talent, it seems certain that he will thrive in this venture. Thus, Zhou Yang has set his inaugural goal: to establish an antique shop and reap the rewards. Zhou Yang, these are my collections from recent years. Could you take a look at them? With the discussion on jade concluded, Huang Jiqing led Zhou Yang to his storage room. Upon entering, Zhou Yang's eyes narrowed in intrigue. The storage room, though not expansive, was lined with shelves and cabinets brimming with an array of antiques. A table in the center also displayed several pieces. A preliminary estimate suggested there were at least 200 to 300 items, yet as Zhou Yang's gaze swept across the room, he discerned that the majority of these antiquities were, in fact, artistic creations, each adorned with small labels. Huang Xiu observed from a distance, skeptical of her grandfather's assertions. Zhou Yang was, at most, a mere 12 years her senior. Could someone of such youth truly possess knowledge of antiques? Thus she watched intently. Perhaps this was what curiosity felt like. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yang, his every movement was being scrutinized, as he found himself enveloped in a state of bewilderment. Just as he grasped an antique, the small at his abdomen began to whirl frantically. Along with its rotation, an intense suction emerged, seemingly intent on devouring the very antique he held in his hands. Chapter 17. Appraising antiques. Zhou Yang was taken aback. If the small cauldron nestled within his abdomen were to be extracted, it would be quite the predicament to explain. Fortunately, his concerns proved unwarranted, as the force of suction remained within his control and lasted but a few fleeting seconds. Remarkably, he noticed a new development. The small cauldron within him had transformed from 2 compartments into 3. One compartment housed some miscellaneous items, while another lay empty. The additional compartment was newly formed, containing a liquid reminiscent of dew. Zhou Yang speculated boldly about the origin of this liquid. He returned the antique he was holding to its original position and picked up another piece to conduct a validation. Just as he had surmised earlier, when he concentrated his mental energy, the small cauldron would generate a suction, drawing the spiritual essence from the antique into itself. After several attempts, Zhou Yang finally discerned the pattern. The absorption of spiritual energy from the antiques was indeed authentic. The older the artifact, the greater its value, and consequently, the more spiritual liquid it yielded. Additionally, he discovered he could control whether to absorb or refrain from absorption. Approximately an hour later, Zhou Yang completed his appraisal work. "Xiao Zhou, how do you feel?" Huang Jiqing had been attentively observing Zhou Yang's expressions. The astonishment and daze that Zhou Yang had previously displayed were not lost on him. However, there was a misunderstanding. Huang Jiqing assumed that Zhou Yang's expressions stemmed from the discovery of exquisite treasures. In reality, Zhou Yang was merely sensing the variations in the small cauldron. "Old Huang, these antiques are quite impressive, holding substantial value, though I am uncertain about 2 pieces." Huang Jiqing's heart skipped a beat at Zhou Yang's words, interpreting them to mean that 2 of the items were counterfeit. The term uncertain is a euphemism in the antique trade. If an item is a forgery, one cannot directly inform the client that it is false. Typically, one might use uncertain to subtly indicate such a notion. Having spent considerable time in the antique shop, Zhou Yang understood some of these nuances, such as being off or uncertain. These are all jargon of the trade. "Xiao Zhou, are you certain?" The smile faded from Huang Jiqing's face, for these antiques were treasures he had collected over many years. Setting aside the forgeries, he believed that nearly every genuine piece was worth a fortune. Zhou Yang nodded and picked up the 2 items, one in each hand. "Old Huang, let us discuss this outside." Without waiting for a response, he proceeded to the table where they had previously convened. Huang Jiqing was quite familiar with his own collection. Among the 2 items Zhou Yang had selected, one was genuine and the other a forgery. This implied that one was previously assessed as authentic, while the other had been identified as a counterfeit. Now, as Zhou Yang presented these 2 items, could it be that the forgery was, in fact, genuine? "Old Huang, first, take a look at this incense burner." Zhou Yang set one of the items aside and then picked up an incense burner, commencing his exposition. This incense burner, formerly known as the triangular-patterned pure copper incense burner, hails from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty. However, it is a counterfeit, a modern imitation. At first glance, it appears to be an authentic piece, perhaps even more convincing than the genuine article. Yet therein lies the dilemma. Antiques are seldom flawless, as they are remnants from antiquity. Even when preserved meticulously, they inevitably bear the marks of wear and tear, particularly. Zhou Yang began to share his limited expertise in antiquities, and at this juncture, one must express gratitude towards Li Tuzi. While Li Tuzi rarely imparts knowledge on antiques to Zhou Yang, he possesses a certain penchant for boasting. Whenever something delights him or he receives flattery, he becomes quite elated. Thus, Zhou Yang occasionally capitalizes on this trait to glean insights from him. Huang Jiqing listened intently, even picking up the incense burner to verify Zhou Yang's statements. As Zhou Yang asserted, Antiques are inherently imperfect, especially those made of metal. Regardless of how well they are preserved, over time, they will manifest signs of rust. Copper items develop verdigris, while iron items succumb to rust. However, this triangular patterned pure copper incense burner appears exceedingly pristine. Ah, Zhou, I am grateful for your presence today. Otherwise, I would have been ridiculed one day without knowing why, Huang Jiqing remarked. Now, enlighten me on the nature of this item. At this moment, he had lost interest in the counterfeit, recognizing that such objects are not particularly valuable. A misjudgment would merely be a misjudgment. Instead, he found himself intrigued by this piece originally deemed a forgery. Zhou Yang set down the small incense burner and picked up another imitation, a wooden sculpture of a Buddha. Old Huang, this Guanyin statue is not a counterfeit. To be precise, it is a replica and a high-quality one at that. It is crafted from Indian sandalwood, exuding a milky fragrance, and the carving is remarkably intricate. Do take a whiff. Does it not possess a hint of that milky aroma? As he spoke, Zhou Yang extended the Buddha statue towards Huang Jiqing. Quickly, Huang Jiqing accepted it and brought it to his nose, indeed detecting a subtle milky scent. In truth, he had noticed this aroma upon first acquiring the piece, which had led to its classification as a counterfeit. Little did he realize it was merely a matter of materials. Zhou, I am impressed. I have encountered numerous masters in the field of antiques, yet I have never met someone as young and capable as you. Would you be interested in assisting others with appraisals? If you are willing, I can handle the other matters.
Zhou Yang understood Huang Jiqing's implication.
The notion of assisting with appraisals was quite literal. However, this service would incur a fee, typically determined by the item's value. Zhou Yang felt a flicker of temptation, yet he promptly declined, wishing to maintain a low profile. Moreover, at such a tender age, he lacked prominence in this field. Even though Huang Jiqing had made the introduction, others might feign indifference while harboring doubts behind closed doors. Zhou Yang was capable of earning a living through his own merit, potentially accruing even greater wealth without the added complications. Old Huang, let us forego this notion. Primarily, my skills are yet to be perfected. Perhaps we can revisit this matter in the future. As he spoke, he rose to his feet, eager to depart, primarily to delve into the mysteries surrounding the small cauldron. After all, the situation had grown increasingly enigmatic. Huang Jiqing nodded in understanding and turned his gaze towards Huang Xiu. Xiu, please see Zhou off. He did not drive here. This statement was artfully crafted, subtly indicating that Zhou Yang had arrived without a vehicle rather than lacking one altogether, thus preserving his dignity. In this day and age, not owning a car could indeed be seen as somewhat embarrassing. This approach not only spared Zhou Yang's pride, but also ensured his safe return, considering Huang Jiqing had brought him here in the first place. Zhou Yang readily accepted the offer. Who would refuse the company of a beautiful woman? Chapter 18 Tian Peng. Zhou Yang, right? I didn't see that coming. Your expertise in antiques is truly impressive, surpassing even my grandfather. As Huang Xiu drove, she engaged Zhou Yang in conversation. I'm not as remarkable as you suggest. I merely possess a basic understanding, Zhou Yang replied modestly. Oh please, your humility is excessive. Their essay saying that excessive modesty is akin to arrogance. Do you realize how pretentious that sounds? Huang Xiu remarked. I heard from my grandfather that you were once an apprentice at an antique shop. Is that true? And who imparted such knowledge about antiques to you? Throughout their journey, Huang Xiu's chatter was incessant. From their brief interaction, Zhou Yang formed an initial impression of her. She was quite talkative. It may not be entirely fair to label her as a chatterbox, as that term typically applies to older individuals who tend to ramble. While Huang Xiu did exhibit a propensity for excessive conversation and posed rather unconventional questions, she did not dwell on a single topic for too long. Fortunately, the distance was not too great, and before long they arrived back. Zhou Yang glanced up at the second floor. Jilanyan's door was closed, indicating she was likely out. The landlord, Fang Jie, was also absent, presumably out shopping for groceries. Thankfully, Zhou Yang now possessed a key to his residence. Once back in his room, he closed the door and switched on the air conditioning. It was only at this moment that Zhou Yang began to assess his physical condition, particularly in light of the significant changes he had experienced that day. With a mere thought, A small cauldron that had been stored within him materialized in his hand. This cauldron could freely alter its size. However, the internal space remained unchanged regardless of its exterior dimensions. At this time, the contents of the cauldron were rather sparse. In the first compartment, there lay a bank card, an identification card, and a driver's license with nothing else of note. After all, cash was more convenient to keep on one's person. He picked up the bank card, which originally contained only a modest sum, but now boasted over 3 million. He pressed the card to his lips affectionately before carefully placing it back inside. Next, he examined the second compartment, which contained some liquid. Yet, Zhou Yang was aware that this was not mere water. It was spiritual liquid. This so-called spiritual liquid was a form of condensed spiritual energy, currently resembling the volume of a bottle cap from a mineral water bottle. Zhou Yang had a general understanding of the liquid's purpose. It was meant to alter his constitution. Of course, this was merely a hypothesis that required verification. Thus, he returned the small cauldron to his body and silently willed it to absorb the liquid. As soon as he completed his thought, a miraculous scene unfolded. The spiritual liquid within the cauldron began to vanish at a visibly discernible rate. It was not truly disappearing. Rather, it was being absorbed by Zhou Yang's body. Once he had fully absorbed the liquid, he felt an exhilarating sense of clarity and invigoration. Moreover, this substantiates his belief that this spiritual liquid can indeed transform one's own body. With this thought, Zhou Yang felt a surge of excitement. However, that enthusiasm was short-lived as the throbbing headache returned. It is important to note that he had absorbed so many antiques today yet had only accumulated a meager amount of spiritual liquid. Acquiring more would certainly not be an easy feat. Fortunately, Zhou Yang possessed a broad-minded disposition. After all, these treasures were gifts from heaven, and he ought to feel immensely grateful. At the very least, he had resolved his financial issues and had fortified his body somewhat. This was already quite commendable, and he felt content. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Yang, open the door. Just then, a knocking resounded against the door, and Zhou Yang cast a discerning glance, spotting Fang Jie knocking while twisting the doorknob. Clearly, she was unable to open it, as he had engaged the lock. Sister Fang, what brings you here? Zhou Yang promptly opened the door and inquired. Fang Jie peered into the room, her gaze flitting about before settling on Zhou Yang. You aren't up to any mischief in your room again, are you? Zhou Yang was rendered speechless. What did she mean by again? Did she think he frequently engaged in nefarious activities within his quarters? Although there had been a few instances, he would swear to the heavens that they were far from numerous. It seemed this place was no longer suitable for his stay. Despite Fang Jie being quite amiable, her tendency to pry into others' privacy was rather unbecoming. After all, who doesn't harbor a few secrets? A simple knock would suffice. Why twist the doorknob? What if he were changing clothes or engaged in some other private matter? That would be most unfortunate. Therefore, the prospect of purchasing a house had become a pressing consideration in Zhou Yang's mind. Sister Fang, what is it? Meanwhile, at Li Tsu's antique shop, Li Tsu was proudly showcasing an item to a customer. Although he lacked significant skills, he possessed enough expertise to identify general antiques. After all, running such a shop without any genuine ability would be untenable. Today, he had spent over 30,000 to seize an opportunity, and flipping it for a profit of 30 to 50,000 was certainly feasible. Ultimately, antiques do not have a fixed price. If one appreciates an item, it may well be worth 100,000, whereas if one does not, it is merely an object. In business, one must learn to cater to others' preferences. For instance, if Zhang San is fond of calligraphy and paintings, Li Tsu would recommend such antiques to him upon acquiring them. Similarly, if Li Si has an affinity for porcelain, Li Tsu would reach out to him when he obtained relevant items. Currently, the customer Li Tsu was attending to had an interest in items such as brush holders, books, and seals. This individual, surnamed Tian, was named Tian Peng. They were introduced through mutual acquaintances, and today marked their first interaction. Tian Peng, roughly the same age as Li Tsu, was around 50 and was an antique enthusiast, albeit lacking practical experience despite possessing an abundance of theoretical knowledge. Certainly, he would never admit it himself. Driven by his passion for antiques, he rushed over as soon as he received a call from Li Tubzi. Boss Li, I will take this brush pot. Please name your price. Upon hearing this, Li Tubzi felt a surge of joy, realizing that today's transaction was indeed promising. In the antique business, it is often said that one may go 3 years without a sale, only to profit immensely when the opportunity arises. There are days when not a single customer may appear, yet securing just one sale can lead to substantial gains. Indeed, Boss Tian has a discerning eye. I acquired this brush pot for 90,000. If you genuinely appreciate it, you may offer me 100,000. I would merely earn a modest fee, especially since this introduction comes from acquaintances. What do you think? Tian Peng was indeed a wealthy individual, and notably, he was quite generous. For him, money was seldom an obstacle when it came to acquiring what he desired. Hence, Li Tubzi boldly quoted the price of 100,000. In truth, regardless of the authenticity of the brush pot, it was hardly worth that sum, perhaps even less than half of it. Nevertheless, he set the price without hesitation. 100,000 is not excessive. I will take it. Boss Li, the money is not an issue. However, we must be clear from the outset. You must guarantee that this item is absolutely flawless. Chapter 19. A false item for tenfold compensation. Upon hearing Tian Peng's affirmative response, Li Tubzi felt a surge of joy within him. This pen holder was a serendipitous find he had stumbled upon earlier that morning, and remarkably, it had been procured from Huang Jiqing. In the span of just one day, he had made a profit of 70,000 yuan. How could one not be elated? With this windfall, he could afford to remain idle for 2 months without concern. Thus, in his exuberance, he patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, Boss Tian. This item has been appraised by a specialist and is 100 authentic. Should any issues arise, I offer tenfold compensation for any counterfeit." Upon hearing Li Tubzi's declaration, Tian Peng felt a sense of relief. The monetary aspect was secondary. His primary concern was not to be taken for a fool. "Very well, since you have assured me, I shall take this item, but let us first draft a written agreement." As he spoke, he retrieved his checkbook to write a check. In this day and age, while younger individuals favored mobile transactions, many older folks still preferred the traditional check. After receiving the payment, Li Tubzi promptly drafted a contract, creating 2 copies. With this, the matter was settled. Li Tubzi had successfully completed a transaction earning him 70,000 yuan, while Tian Peng had spent 100,000 yuan on an item he cherished. A mutually beneficial arrangement, indeed. Declining Li Tubzi's invitation for dinner, Tian Peng departed with the pen holder in hand. A man who relished flaunting his acquisitions, he drove directly to Huang Jiqing's residence. Indeed, the two were acquainted. In a city like Jinling, where everyone circulated within the same social circles, familiarity was commonplace. Every domain has its circles, and the realm of antiques is no different. Having just seen off Zhou, Huang Jiqing began to admire a tea bowl he had recently acquired when he heard the sound of a vehicle approaching. Initially, he presumed it to be his granddaughter, Huang Xiyu, returning from accompanying Zhou Yang home. However, the unmistakable voice of Tian Peng soon resonated from below. "Old Huang, come quickly. I have something wonderful." Recognizing the voice, Huang Jiqing could not help but smile wryly, shaking his head as he descended the stairs. "Boss Tian, what brings you here today? Surely, you haven't unearthed another counterfeit that requires my expertise for appraisal?" Their acquaintance spanned over a decade, and their camaraderie often involved playful banter. Yet today, Tian Peng had no time for jest. He was eager to boast. "Old Huang, I have procured a treasure today. Behold." As he spoke, he placed the box he held upon the table, gesturing for Huang Jiqing to inspect it. Huang Jiqing chuckled, having anticipated Tian Peng's purpose for visiting, yet he chose not to call him out on it. After all, everyone has their quirks. Some revel in boasting, and as long as it remains harmless, it is of little consequence. Huang Jiqing's expertise far surpasses that of Tian Peng. He first donned a pair of glasses, followed by a set of gloves, specifically designed to be anti-static, primarily to prevent direct contact between his skin and the antique. Once the gloves were secured, he opened the box, revealing the writing brush holder he had encountered previously. Initially, he paid it little mind, but upon closer inspection, his demeanor shifted dramatically. If a month or 2 had passed, He might have had little recollection of it. However, he had recently examined this very item. How could he possibly forget? Boss Tian, did you purchase this brush holder from Li Tubi? Tian Peng was secretly reveling in his observations of Huang Jiqing's changing expressions. Just moments ago, astonishment had crossed Huang's face, confirming the item's extraordinary nature. He had even prepared flattering remarks for when Huang would inevitably inquire about it, only to be met with Huang's unexpected question. How did you know? Tian Peng was taken aback, while Huang Jiqing, keenly aware of the situation, could only smile wryly before recounting the events that had transpired. Old Huang, are you certain this is a counterfeit? Tian Peng's expression darkened. After all, he had come to boast, only to discover he had acquired a forgery. Anyone would be disheartened in such a predicament. It was nearly established that this item was indeed a fake, though it was not Huang who made the determination but rather a young man named Zhou Yang. Huang Jiqing succinctly recounted the recent happenings, even presenting several items Zhou had sold him to bolster his credibility. You scoundrel, Li Tubi, I will not let this go, Tian Peng declared, stowing the brush holder away and preparing to leave, only to be halted by Huang Jiqing. Boss Tian, what evidence do you have to confront him? I suggest you first consult a professional for authentication and obtain a certificate. You understand my intent, do you not? Although Tian Peng was not particularly knowledgeable about antiques, he was undoubtedly sharp-witted, which had enabled him to ascend to his position as a successful businessman. Initially incensed, he had contemplated confronting Li Tubi, but Huang's reminder brought clarity. Huang implied that consulting a professional for authentication would lead to a certificate confirming the item as a forgery. If it was indeed a counterfeit, combined with the previous contract, the matter of compensation arose, tenfold. In other words, having spent 100,000 yuan, Tian Peng would now be entitled to a compensation of 1 million. In fact, had it been anyone else, Huang Jiqing might not have suggested such a course of action, recognizing that business can be challenging for all. However, Li Tubi was certainly no virtuous character. This situation involved not only his unsavory reputation but also the previous underhanded dealings. While Li Tubi's actions were not technically illegal, they left a sour taste, resulting in this confrontation. Old Huang, what can you tell me about this Zhou Yang? Please elaborate. At this moment, Tian Peng was in no rush to depart. Whether the matter was addressed sooner or later made little difference. Huang Jiqing also did not withhold information and began to speak about Zhou Yang. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was engrossed in researching online, harboring a keen interest in jadeite. Although the information available online may not be substantively beneficial, it proves invaluable for novices. For instance, jadeite is a stone extracted from the earth, commonly referred to as jade rough. The primary source of jade rough is located in northern Myanmar, while there are also trading markets for raw stones within Huaxia. The largest market for raw gemstone trading is situated in Rueli, but further information eluded his search. After putting away his phone, Zhou Yang exited the room, intending to visit Ji Lanyan. Chapter 20. No turning back. As soon as the results were announced, Ji Lanyan appeared. It turned out that Fang Jie had been out shopping with Ji Lanyan in the afternoon and had returned home with groceries. This made the situation easier to explain. Fang Jie was cooking while this woman was assisting her. Zhou Yang, I appreciate your help with yesterday's matter. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively, intending to inquire about his recovery when his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Huang Jiqing calling. Zhou Yang hurried outside to answer the call. A few minutes later, he returned to the room. Sister Fang, I have to step out for a bit, so I want to be home for dinner. Fang Jie's previously cheerful demeanor instantly soured. Zhou Yang, have you started to squander your money and fool around outside? It's getting dark. Where do you think you're going? Do you think I don't know anyone you know? Zhou Yang felt a flicker of annoyance. I pay you rent for this place, and when I need to step out, I inform you out of respect, which can also be seen as politeness. You are neither my mother nor my girlfriend, so what gives you the right to control me? Besides, Ji Lanyan is here, and it would be somewhat embarrassing for her as well. Men place great importance on face. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had a good nature, and understanding that Fang Jie meant no harm, he explained, Sister Fang, Old Huang called me this afternoon regarding something important, and I must attend to it. You two can enjoy dinner together. That's it. Their car is waiting for me outside. I must leave. With that, Zhou Yang turned and departed, leaving Fang Jie fuming with frustration. Zhou Yang paid little heed to her ire. Huang Jiqing had called him for dinner, which undoubtedly meant there was some matter at hand. If it had been merely dinner, Huang Jiqing should have mentioned it when he first left, eliminating the need for Huang Xiu to drop him off only to return for him now. This was clearly illogical, and the only uncertainty lay in what the matter was. After leaving Fang Jie's home, Zhou Yang had not walked far when he spotted Huang Jiqing's car, which he clearly recognized as Huang Jiqing stepped out. Another man, slightly younger than Huang Jiqing, emerged from the passenger seat. Old Huang.
Yo yang greeted politely.
Zhou Yang. Come here. Let me introduce you. After a brief introduction, Zhou Yang and Tian Peng were acquainted, though Zhou Yang still felt somewhat perplexed since Huang Jiqing had not disclosed any details about the purpose of their meeting. Half an hour later, in a private room of a fairly decent restaurant, the three men sat eating and conversing. Gradually, Zhou Yang began to grasp the true intent behind this dinner invitation. After dinner, the trio returned to Huang Jiqing's home. Boss Tian, I can assure you that this bamboo-carved pen holder is a replica from the Republic of China era. It can only be said that the imitation is quite commendable. After all, the period spanning from the Republic of China to the present has indeed accumulated some years, which lends it a certain value, albeit not excessively so. 5,000 yuan is about the ceiling. Look here, and here. Zhou Yang's expertise may not be particularly robust, yet his discerning eyes can continually analyze data. For instance, he can ascertain the origin of an object or identify any issues it may possess. Young man, you are impressive. Previously, Lao Huang mentioned this to me, and I was somewhat skeptical. However, it appears that the reality surpasses expectations. By the way, young man, if you find some free time, could you assist me in appraising some items at my home? Rest assured, the commission will be far from negligible. Zhou Yang felt a surge of joy within. He had not ventured into this field for just a day or two. The so-called commission that Tian Peng referred to is, in fact, the appraisal fee. This fee typically adheres to industry standards, generally amounting to 10%. For instance, if an item is authenticated as genuine and valued at 1 million, the appraisal fee would be 100,000. However, this process is not haphazard. If a mistake is made in the appraisal, it would tarnish one's reputation, and others would seek accountability. Even if no one approaches you, your reputation would be compromised henceforth. Consequently, those who are willing to provide appraisals are usually masters in their craft. Thus, a 10% fee is quite substantial, and there exists a stipulation of a minimum charge, set at 100,000. This means that if the item's value is less than 1 million, you are still required to pay 1/10 of that amount based on the 1 million valuation. Although 1/10 may seem considerable, it can be exceedingly worthwhile, as an appraisal confirms that the item is indeed a treasure. Without seeking an expert's opinion, one might remain perpetually uneasy. Moreover, there is no fixed standard for charges. For instance, appraising a single item might cost 100,000, but appraising 10 items does not necessarily equate to a total of 1 million. One could say that 100,000 is merely the minimum threshold for engagement. Zhou Yang had initially planned to visit the antique market the following day, primarily to seek out potential bargains. However, given Tian Peng's encouragement, he was certain to agree, especially with the guaranteed commission on the table. The most crucial aspect was that by assisting others in appraising antiques, he could absorb spiritual energy, which was his primary concern at this juncture. Thus, without hesitation, he readily acquiesced. Boss Tian, you may call me Zhou Yang or Xiao Zhou. As for the appraisal fee, let us forego that. After all, I am acquainted with Lao Huang, and friends of friends are indeed friends. Moreover, this is but a trifling task. Simply provide me with an address, and I shall personally visit at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Zhou Yang spoke with a demeanor of both humility and confidence, his words stemming from genuine sincerity. The amounts of 80,000 or 100,000 were not of paramount concern to him. What truly mattered was the benefits he could derive. Additionally, he recognized the necessity of building connections. In any profession, excelling requires a network of relationships. Tian Peng undeniably exudes an air of distinction, and forging an acquaintance with such an individual can only yield benefits. At this moment, Tian Peng regarded Zhou Yang with a look of admiration. He found this young man quite likable. Very well, Let us exchange WeChat contacts, and I shall send you my location, Tian Peng remarked as he produced his phone. Zhou Yang promptly opened his WeChat, and the two swiftly became friends. Just as the connection was established, a location was dispatched. Upon seeing the name, Zhou Yang's eyelids flickered involuntarily. Jingcheng Private Garden. This was indeed an upscale villa district, rumored to house properties starting at a minimum of 10 million. It appeared that Tian Peng truly was a person of considerable stature. Zhou Yang left Huang Jiqing's residence around 10 o'clock that evening, primarily because the three had been engrossed in discussions about antiques. Engaging in conversations about beloved topics often leads to hours slipping by unnoticed. Zhou Yang had returned in Tian Peng's car, and as he fumbled for his keys to unlock the door, he was taken aback. The door had been secured from the inside. Chapter 21. Private Garden of Jing City. Zhou Yang let out a quiet sigh, recalling the so-called rental agreement from before. He had no intention of knocking on the door. He had a fair understanding of Fang Jie's temperament. Waking her at this hour would undoubtedly result in a scolding. In the past, he might have endured it, as one often yields under a roof not their own. However, he now saw no necessity for such restraint. Additionally, he planned to visit the real estate agency the following day. He needed to purchase a property, preferably one that was fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. Having removed the key, Zhou Yang prepared to seek temporary lodging for the night. Zhou Yang, what are you doing? He looked up to find Ji Lanyan standing before him. Zhou Yang shrugged his shoulders in an attempt to ease the awkwardness. Ji Lanyan had actually noticed him from the start, including the moment he struggled to open the door. She had simply been unable to sleep, burdened by her own thoughts, and with the summer heat making it difficult to rest, it was quite natural. Thus, when Zhou Yang returned to unlock the gate, she had already been awake and, unable to resist, had come out to greet him.
Yo Yang.
Come sit with me for a moment. I can't sleep either. Zhou Yang initially intended to decline, but found himself inexplicably drawn to the second floor. Zhou Yang. About your landlord. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang realized that she had misunderstood the situation and quickly explained his relationship with Fang Jie in brief. That's how it is. Please don't overthink it. By the way, tell me about your home situation, unless it's too personal. Since conversation required a topic, Zhou Yang sought to understand her better. Ji Lanyan sighed and, after a moment, began to share her story. My family is from the capital, engaged in the jewelry business. I ended up here because I was dissatisfied with the marriage prospects my family arranged for me. In a fit of anger, I decided to run away, only to discover that my family had coerced me back by freezing all my bank accounts. Even my acquaintances and classmates were bought off. Whenever I called, they urged me to return, but I refused to go back. Zhou Yang listened attentively, gaining insights into her circumstances. Ji Lanyan's family was quite wealthy, owning a jewelry company, but her suitor's family was even wealthier, implying a more formidable influence. Her parents were attempting to orchestrate this union, a marriage of convenience that would undoubtedly benefit their family business. This explained why such an elegant woman like Ji Lanyan found herself in this predicament, a rebellion against fate. Zhou Yang found himself at a loss for words, as they were not yet familiar enough for deeper expressions. Well, you still haven't secured a job, have you? Why don't you share with me your areas of expertise, and I will see if I can introduce you to something suitable tomorrow.
Ji Lanyan gazet at Yo Yang.
Somewhat incredulous that these words were spoken by him. Throughout the day, Ji Lanyan and Fang Jie had nearly been inseparable, and through subtle inquiries, she had garnered some understanding of Zhou Yang's circumstances. Thus, when he offered to assist her in finding employment, she felt a twinge of surprise. Little did she know, the Zhou Yang before her was no longer the same individual he had been just days prior. Though she harbored doubts, she refrained from questioning him, as doing so might embarrass him. Instead, she articulated her areas of proficiency. I previously held a management position, having studied business administration. After graduation, I joined my family's company, hence I am well versed in this domain. I also have some experience in sales, and if necessary, I would be open to starting with a clerical role. Ji Lanyan succinctly recounted her background and employment needs, revealing that her primary concern was securing any job that would provide her with a salary to sustain herself. Very well, I've noted your requirements. Grant me 3 days and I assure you I will sort it out. Zhou Yang stated, glancing at the clock. It's getting late. You should rest early. With that, he turned to leave. Where are you headed at this hour?
Yelanian inquired.
Zhou Yang paused, then shrugged nonchalantly. There are plenty of inns around. Finding a place for the night is quite simple. All right, take care and see you tomorrow.
Yo Yang replied.
Not engaging in further conversation as he departed for real this time. He was quite familiar with the area and quickly found a modest inn. After taking a shower, he washed his clothes, as he had left his other garments at home. After a day of wear, they carried a hint of perspiration that needed to be addressed. The following morning, after a brief freshening up and purchasing breakfast, Zhou Yang took a taxi to Jingqing Private Garden. He had visited before but had never entered, and without fail he was stopped by the security guard. Fortunately, he had Tian Peng's number and called him directly. Today was a weekend, and Tian Peng was at home, having agreed to meet Zhou Yang. Old Tian, who is calling so early? Inquired Tian Peng's wife, Li Huiwan. It's a friend I met yesterday. We arranged for him to come over today to appraise some antiques. He has just arrived at the community entrance, so I am going to greet him. Upon hearing the word antiques, Li Huijuan's irritation flared. Having been married to Tian Peng for nearly 30 years, she had grown weary of the constant talk of antiques, most of which were forgeries. While these matters were of little consequence given their family's wealth, and collecting could be considered a harmless hobby, Tian Peng's obsession might have become a bit excessive. Upon hearing the mention of antiques, Li Huiwan could not help but feel inclined to share her thoughts. However, today, Tian Peng was not inclined to afford her that opportunity. Before she could utter a word, he had already stepped outside. A few minutes later, Zhou Yang arrived at Tian Peng's residence. Li Huiwan, Tian Peng's wife, was undoubtedly a woman of considerable grace and poise. Despite her myriad of grievances regarding Tian Peng's obsession with antiquities, she transformed into a paragon of elegance and propriety whenever guests were present or in public settings. Mr. Tian, may I inquire where the items you wish to appraise are located? Perhaps you could show me? After enjoying a cup of tea and engaging in light conversation, Zhou Yang finally steered the dialogue toward the matter at hand. After all, the purpose of his visit today was precisely this. Once this matter was settled, he intended to pursue his search for a new residence. Chapter 22. 8 million shares. Tian Peng was indeed awaiting Zhou Yang's words. As a guest and someone who had come to assist in the appraisal, Zhou Yang would naturally feel hesitant to be urged. However, if Zhou Yang brought it up himself, that would be ideal. All right, let us proceed upstairs. My collection room is located on the second floor. As Tian Peng elaborated, he led the way. The second floor boasted a spacious living area, well lit, particularly splendid during these recent sunny days, which provided ample illumination. The so-called collection room was fairly typical. The space was not excessively large and contained several cabinets adorned with an array of antiques. Upon entering the collection room, Zhou Yang couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, for the sheer volume of items was overwhelming. The quantity of antiques in Tian Peng's possession surpassed that of Huang Jiqing by more than double, much to Zhou Yang's delight. If he could absorb the essence from these antiques, considerable benefits would undoubtedly ensue. However, his joy was short-lived, lasting no more than 3 seconds, for despite the abundance, the authenticity of these items was questionable. Tian boss, this Zhou Yang remarked, gesturing with his hand while pointing at the counterfeit goods, his meaning unmistakable. Tian Peng, clearly understanding Zhou Yang's implication, felt somewhat embarrassed and began to explain, in my youth, I lacked knowledge about antiques, thus I paid a hefty price in tuition. Zhou Yang quickly grasped the nuance. The term tuition was a euphemism for having spent money on forgeries. As Zhou Yang surveyed the antiques, he noticed they were distinctly categorized. Fakes in one area, genuine pieces in another, with replicas set aside. It was evident that these had undergone appraisal by someone knowledgeable. Hence, the items Tian Peng sought to have authenticated today were certainly not among these. Zhou Yang chose to remain silent, primarily focused on absorbing the spiritual energy emanating from the antiques. Tian Peng refrained from interrupting, merely observing. Yesterday, Huang Jiqing had spoken highly of Zhou Yang's capabilities, and indeed, Zhou Yang had assisted him in appraising that brush pot. However, one could not simply conclude that Zhou Yang was an expert in antiques based solely on Huang Jiqing's words or the appraisal of a single brush pot. After all, Zhou Yang was still quite young, merely in his 20s, and even if he possessed some knowledge, it was unlikely to be extensive. Nonetheless, his perception had evidently transformed. The items Zhou Yang casually selected appeared to follow a discernible pattern. In simple terms, not a single piece he touched was a forgery, nor were there even replicas among them. Each item was genuine, and the order in which he picked them ranged from the most valuable to the least. If this were merely coincidence, Tian Peng found it hard to believe. Tian boss, your collection is impressive. There are a total of 75 genuine pieces, valued at over 100,000, roughly half of the collection. Particularly noteworthy is this three-eared silver pot, an authentic piece from the Yongzheng period of the Qing dynasty. Quite rare indeed, and then there's this piece having absorbed the spiritual essence and reaped its benefits. Zhou Yang felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess, yet he aimed to avoid verbosity. Thus, he chose to highlight only the most significant items. Impressive, brother Zhou Yang. I am truly in awe. I never expected that after just a brief observation, you would comprehend everything on my end so thoroughly and accurately. To be candid, last night I was still somewhat skeptical, but now I am utterly convinced. You surpass all the experts I have encountered. Zhou Yang felt a bit bashful from the praise and quickly began to gesture modestly. Mr. Tian, you are too kind. However, I have a question that I hope you could clarify for me. Tian Peng nodded and gestured for Zhou Yang to proceed. Mr. Tian, I just noticed that your collection primarily consists of brush holders and various vessels, with very few other antiquities. What is the reason for this? Zhou Yang had been pondering this question for some time, though he had initially intended to ask Huang Jiqing instead, as the items on Huang's side bore a striking resemblance to those of Tian Peng, indicating a rather singular classification. Unlike Li Tuzu's antique shop, which boasts an eclectic assortment, albeit predominantly counterfeit, it encompasses a vast array of categories, including calligraphy, poetry collections, porcelain, and incense burners. One could say that his shabby shop nearly covers all aspects of antiquities. Brother Zhou Yang, you may not be aware that collecting antiquities is fundamentally a hobby, and hobbies can be diverse. Allow me to illustrate. For instance, if you enjoy fruits, it is unlikely that you would relish every single type. Thus, when you visit a fruit store filled with a myriad of options, you wouldn't purchase one of everything. You would select only those that you favor. If you enjoy apples, bananas, and grapes, those are the only ones you would buy. You might occasionally purchase other fruits, but not in abundance. In fact, there may be many you never buy throughout your life. I hope this analogy resonates with you. Zhou Yang was not foolish. With such clear elucidation from Tian Peng, he would have to be dim-witted not to grasp the meaning. Tian Peng's point was straightforward. Those who appreciate porcelain typically focus their collections on that medium, while aficionados of calligraphy generally collect related works. Antiquities encompass a vast array, and if one were to embrace every category, it would be overwhelming. Even those expert in antique appraisal often specialize in specific areas, such as calligraphy or porcelain. This is a simple yet profound truth that often goes unspoken, and had Zhou Yang sought clarification, he might have spent much time in pursuit. So, what items does Mr. Tian need my assistance in appraising? Zhou Yang finally steered the conversation toward the day's agenda. Brother Zhou Yang, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. The items are outside. Let us discuss them there, Tian Peng remarked as he exited the collection room. Zhou Yang found it curious that the antiques were not stored within the collection room, but as he stepped outside, the reason became apparent. It was a chair. Brother Zhou Yang, could you assist me in appraising this chair? The tea expenses are unavoidable. Zhou Yang remained silent, primarily because his focus was entirely devoted to the chair before him. This chair, though somewhat antiquated, has been remarkably well preserved, suggesting it possesses considerable age. Yet what do his eyes truly comprehend? Thus, he relied solely on the capabilities of his left eye. Why eschew the use of such an advantage? That would be sheer folly. Without hesitation, he activated the reading function of his left eye. Item name: Rui Armchair. Era: Qing Dynasty. Authentic. Item description: this chair once belonged to Chao Zhan of the Qing Dynasty. Item value: 8 million.
Zhou Yang inhaled sharply.
This was the most valuable item he had ever encountered. The most astonishing aspect was that it was merely a chair. And who, pray tell, was Chao Zhan? He had indeed heard of Huang Zhan. Chapter 23. The million-dollar appraisal. Zhou Yang swiftly retrieved his phone and began to consult the vast resources of the internet. To his astonishment, he discovered the identity of the individual associated with the chair, and it turned out to be a renowned figure. At that moment, Zhou Yang comprehended why this chair was valued at a staggering 8 million. The true worth lay not in the chair itself, but in the inscription beneath it, namely the name Chao Zhan. Boss Tian, how much did you acquire this chair for? Zhou Yang discreetly stowed his phone away and proceeded to inquire. To be candid, at that instant, he felt a surge of temptation to claim this item for himself. If Tianpeng remained oblivious to the provenance of this piece, Zhou Yang believed he could maneuver his way into obtaining it. 8 million is no trifling sum. With that amount, he could procure a car, a house, and even companionship. Well, this chair was an incidental purchase during my last shopping trip. I thought its condition was quite commendable, and it seemed to possess some age. I spent 5,000 yuan on it, and upon returning, I had it appraised. Some claimed it was from the Qing dynasty, while others suggested it was from the Republic era. In the end, I became utterly perplexed, Tianpeng explained. What do you think of this piece, brother Zhou Yang? As Zhou Yang listened, a twinge of envy welled within him. To have stumbled upon a treasure worth 8 million for a mere 5,000 yuan was a stroke of incredible fortune. That kind of luck and character. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yang relinquished his avarice. Had it been merely a few days prior, he would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity to deceive Tianpeng and acquire the chair. However, his circumstances had changed. 8 million was not an insurmountable figure for him to earn. Moreover, the most crucial factor was that Tianpeng appeared to be an admirable individual. Although Zhou Yang was unaware of his true identity, the car he drove and the villa he resided in suggested that he was no ordinary man. A modicum of discernment would reveal that cultivating a relationship with such a person would yield benefits far exceeding the value of the chair. Furthermore, large items like this chair pose challenges in terms of resale. Even if Zhou Yang could manage to deceive his way into ownership, he would struggle to part with it. The circle of this industry was rather small, and once the chair changed hands, word would spread, tarnishing his reputation. Having come to this realization, Zhou Yang chose to relinquish his internal conflict. Boss Tian, this chair is indeed from the Qing dynasty, and its former owner is quite illustrious. Upon hearing this, Tianpeng's interest was instantly piqued, and he eagerly pressed for more information. Brother Zhou Yang, please tell me more about the provenance of this chair. Since Zhou Yang had resolved not to take advantage of the situation, he felt no need to withhold information. During the reign of Emperor Qianlong in the Qing dynasty, there was a literary master by the name of Chao Zhan, styled Meng Ruan. You may not recognize the name, but if I mention his other name, you will undoubtedly know him. He is Chao Shuiqin. At the utterance of Chao Shuiqin, Tianpeng's jaw dropped in astonishment. While he might not be familiar with every historical figure, it was nearly impossible for anyone to be unaware of Chao Shuiqin. Even if you are unfamiliar with Chao Shuiqin, you have undoubtedly heard of Dream of the Red Chamber. Indeed, Chao Shuiqin is the esteemed author of this literary masterpiece, originally named Chao Zhan. Brother Zhou Yang, are you certain this is Chao Shuiqin's chair? After a prolonged moment, Tianpeng finally grasped the significance of the chair, understanding its value. The mere association with the name Chao Shuiqin rendered this chair anything but inexpensive. Zhou Yang offered a wry smile before embarking on his explanation. He turned the chair over, pointing to a subtle inscription. Look here, Boss Tian. This bears the signature of Chao Zhan himself. Let me put it this way. This chair is unequivocally linked to Chao Zhan. Whether he ever sat upon it remains uncertain, yet the name is undeniably his. However, the unfortunate aspect is that this chair is a solitary piece. As the saying goes, without a counterpart, its value diminishes significantly. I would advise you, Boss Tian, to seek out the other chair on another occasion. Should you manage to acquire it, the price could very well triple. At this moment, Tianpeng's mind buzzed. This was no longer merely a financial matter, but rather, he had stumbled upon a remarkable find. Just this revelation alone was worthy of a lifetime of boasting, yet he still needed to inquire about the price.
Brother Zhou Yang,
What would you estimate this chair to be worth? Zhou Yang raised two fingers, the thumb and forefinger. 8 million. Of course, the actual valuation may vary slightly. This is merely a reference price. If you can locate the other chair, it could potentially reach 30 million. Tianpeng swallowed hard, resolving to test his luck another day. He understood Zhou Yang's point well. The notion of without a pair, one cannot achieve completeness implies that the value of an item sold individually is significantly lower than when it is sold as a pair. It is akin to chopsticks. A single chopstick cannot form a pair, thus losing its inherent value. The two then engaged in an extensive discussion regarding the chair, which lasted nearly half an hour before Zhou Yang prepared to depart. Brother Zhou Yang, allow me to treat you to lunch today. You must not refuse. Also, here is a check for 1 million. Please accept it. Do not think it insufficient. Zhou Yang felt a twinge of discomfort. Could we not refrain from such ostentation? Boss Tian, we are all friends. It is only natural to assist one another. I believe I will decline the check. As for lunch, let us postpone it for another day. You are aware that I am currently renting, so I intend to visit the agency to look for a house first. Therefore, today truly does not work for me. As he spoke, Zhou Yang returned the check of 1 million. While he indeed appreciated money, there were occasions when certain matters outweighed mere financial gain. If he could set aside the temptation of 8 million, he could certainly refuse this 1 million. Brother Zhou Yang, do you look down upon me or what? This chair has been in my possession for quite some time now, and I have consulted numerous individuals, yet none have been able to provide a definitive appraisal. Thus, you must accept this check. Otherwise, it would imply a lack of respect towards me. With no other options, Zhou Yang reluctantly accepted the check, despite his inner desire to receive the money. Old Tian, does the shabby chair truly hold a value of 8 million? After Zhou Yang departed, Tian Peng's wife, Li Huiwan, finally expressed her curiosity. She had overheard all prior conversations between Zhou Yang and Tian Peng. The reason for her intrigue was natural. After all, Zhou Yang was quite young, barely in his 20s, and she found it hard to believe that someone of his age could be an expert in antique appraisal. The most critical point was that her husband, known for his extravagant spending, had just disbursed a staggering 1 million. In a good mood today, Tian Peng decided to enlighten his wife. Li Huiwan listened intently, though she struggled to comprehend. I assure you, it's a precious artifact, he insisted. By the way, I have another matter to attend to and shall not return for lunch. Tian Peng suddenly remembered the pen holder from yesterday. He needed to retrieve a report and confront Li Tuzu about it. Chapter 24. The Street of Raw Stones. After leaving Tian Peng's residence, Zhou Yang made his way to the bank. Now that the check belonged to him, it was imperative to cash it. After all, the last thing he wanted was for it to become invalid or face any other unforeseen circumstances. The process of cashing the check went remarkably smoothly, devoid of any of the dramatic scenarios often depicted in novels where disdainful clerks look down upon customers. Glancing at the balance on his phone, Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel elated. In just a few days, he had amassed over 4 million yuan. After deducting the rent for the past 2 days, the 10,000 yuan loan to Jilan Yen, and medical expenses, he still had just over 4 million yuan remaining. Now, the question arose, how to allocate this newfound wealth. First and foremost, he needed to purchase a home. He decided against opting for anything extravagant. After all, he was still single and a modest 2-bedroom apartment would suffice. A 2-bedroom, 1-living-room layout would be adequate for his needs. In the future, when his finances improved, he could aspire to acquire a grand villa similar to Tian Peng's. The second priority was to buy a car. He required a reliable vehicle for transportation. After all, as someone whose net worth was in the millions, relying solely on foot was impractical, and taxis were not always convenient. In fact, it would be wiser to purchase a car first, as it would facilitate his errands. As Zhou Yang pondered which dealership to visit, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was Fang Jie, his landlord. It dawned on him that he had returned late the previous night and had not even entered his apartment, opting instead to spend the night at a small inn. This left him with a slight sense of discontent towards Fang Jie, as he was paying for the accommodation, not for the discomfort. It wasn't as though he had imposed himself upon her. Reality had set terms and conditions through the rental agreement. He was not a 9-to-5 office worker. How could his life adhere to such a rigid schedule? At just over 20, there was no way he could consistently return home by 10 in the evening. In fact, few young people today could manage such a feat. Hello, Fang Jie. I'm busy outside, he answered. All right, I'll return once I finish up. Zhou Yang hung up, surprised that Fang Jie's tone was not as harsh as he had anticipated. She merely inquired about his whereabouts. For someone like Zhou Yang, who struggled to understand women, this was somewhat perplexing. Just as he was reflecting on the conversation, his phone rang again. This time it was Huang Jiqing. Half an hour later, Zhou Yang found himself in Huang Jiqing's car. "Zhou Yang, what do you think of this car? If you like it, you can take it for a spin," Huang Jiqing remarked as Zhou Yang settled in. He made this offer because Zhou Yang had mentioned over the phone his intention to buy a car. "Old Huang, I can't drive such a fine vehicle. Besides, this model isn't really to my taste. I prefer SUVs," Zhou Yang replied. "By the way, you still haven't mentioned why you needed to see me." With a smile, Huang Jiqing began discussing the reason for his call. "Didn't you say you were interested in jade yesterday? I happen to be heading that way today, so I thought I'd give you a call. However, let me make it clear from the outset. You may observe, but you must not purchase. This endeavor is not akin to collecting antiques. Indeed, as they say, different fields are as distant as mountains apart." As Huang Jiqing drove, he elaborated on the purpose of their outing today. Zhou Yang listened attentively, promising to comply, for he had no intention of gambling on stones. His sole desire was to gain some insight and understanding. At this moment, he had no thoughts of venturing into other industries. He first needed to amass some capital. Although he had never engaged in stone gambling, he had heard of the adage, "One cut leaves you poor, 2 cuts make you rich, and 3 cuts reveal the truth." He understood the meaning behind it, which is why he approached today's excursion with a curious and learning mindset. After approximately 40 to 50 minutes of driving, they arrived at an old street, which Huang Jiqing claimed to be the original stone street of Jinling City. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhou Yang began to survey his surroundings, as this was his first visit. The street was lined with various shops, each boasting signs that read so-and-so original stone shop. Huang Jiqing had a penchant for jade and emerald, visiting this place at least once or twice a month. However, he rarely bought raw stones, fully aware of the potential pitfalls. He had suffered losses in previous purchases. These insights were shared by Huang Jiqing during their journey. "Zhou Yang, remember, just observe, do not buy," Huang Jiqing reiterated. Zhou Yang agreed once more, feeling genuinely grateful to Huang Jiqing. After all, this admonition had been repeated several times along their journey. Meanwhile, at Li Tzu's antique shop, a heated exchange was unfolding. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This pen holder cannot be mistaken. You must have made an error." Li Tzu was visibly agitated, adamant that the pen holder was authentic. If it were a counterfeit, the consequences would be dire, as he would face a tenfold loss. Although his shop might not close, his annual profits were modest. To speak more favorably, running such a sizable antique shop, any single piece could easily be worth tens of thousands. Yet, the reality was that most items were replicas, with annual transactions totaling only 1 or 2 million. After deducting expenses such as rent, labor, and other costs, his actual yearly profit was merely in the hundreds of thousands. A sudden loss of 1 million, even accounting for yesterday's 10,000, would leave him with a deficit of over 900,000. This meant he would have effectively wasted 2 to 3 years of effort. Therefore, he had to assert, regardless of authenticity, that this item was genuine. "Mr. Li, here is the carbon-14 testing report I just completed. Take a look for yourself." Tian Peng was not one to dawdle. He promptly produced the testing report and placed it decisively on the counter. People can assess an antique's age through its carbon-14 content, which is the essence of carbon-14 dating. This method, of course, is applicable across various fields, with its use in antiques being merely one of its applications. Li Tzu picked up the testing report and examined it intently. Upon closer inspection, his hands began to tremble. The report bore an official seal from a recognized institution and clearly articulated its findings. Thus, it can be concluded that the pen holder sold by him yesterday was indeed a counterfeit. Li Tzu regretted his hasty decision. After purchasing it the previous day, he failed to examine it thoroughly and did not seek anyone's expertise for authentication. The principal reason for this oversight stemmed from his misplaced trust in Huang Jiqing, leading to a logical fallacy. He believed that whatever Huang Jiqing deemed worthy would be beyond reproach, which prompted him to seize the opportunity and make the purchase. Consequently, He did not approach the matter with the seriousness it warranted and directly sought out the buyer upon his return. Mr. Li, this purchase contract was drafted by you, inscribed in black and white and sealed with your impression. You wouldn't dare to renege, would you? Tian Peng wasted no time in presenting the contract from the previous day to this individual. Chapter 25. Li Tuzi plays the rogue at this moment. Beads of sweat poured down Li Tuzi's forehead as if they were free. Just then, he noticed a line in the contract, the very one that Tian Peng had just pointed out. For every fake, tenfold compensation. An idea sparked in his mind. Boss Tian, this pen holder can at best be deemed a replica, but it is certainly not a counterfeit. You mentioned it is from the Republic of China era. Thus, theoretically, qualifies as an antique. Therefore, there is no such thing as a fake here. Antiques exist only in the dichotomy of new and old. The concepts of true and false do not apply. Tian Peng's mouth fell open in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. In a certain sense, Li Tuzi's argument held merit. This replica could not be labeled as a fake. Moreover, being a replica from the Republic of China era, it truly qualifies as an antique, albeit one of lesser value. Hence, the clause of tenfold compensation does not apply here. Even though this fellow was somewhat bending the rules, Tian Peng was uncertain he could win a legal battle. This meant he had unwittingly accepted a loss today. Boss Li, so you intend to deny this, correct? How about this? If you return the pen holder, I shall not pursue further issues. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Li Tuzi felt a surge of joy, not because Tian Peng was willing to overlook the responsibility, but rather due to the tone in which Tian Peng spoke. Had Tian Peng's tone been more assertive, Li Tuzi, feeling guilty, might have voluntarily offered a return and refund. However, the manner in which Tian Peng proposed it was entirely different, aligning with Li Tuzi's usual style. Boss Tian, this is not in accordance with the rules. As I stated earlier, this pen holder is a replica, not a counterfeit. Thus, your desire to return it naturally violates the spirit of our contract. After all, we are in the antique business, and everything is settled in cash. Your request. Well, I've encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Tian Peng, as a businessman, typically interacted with those in similar circles, like attracts like. He was a rather magnanimous individual, and among those he knew, there would be no one overly calculating. Even if such a person existed, they would not be a friend. This was one of the reasons he found himself at a loss today, but primarily, it was due to Li Tuzi's sheer shamelessness. Ultimately, Tian Peng left Li Tuzi's antique shop, accepting this loss, yet knowing his character, he could not let the matter rest. He contemplated how to exact some form of retribution upon this fellow. A loss of 100,000 yuan was trivial for him, much like the previous 1 million yuan given to Zhou Yang. As long as it was worthwhile and brought joy, money was not an issue. However, being so blatantly taken advantage of was intolerable, so he planned to discuss the matter with Huang Jiqing. As the saying goes, the old are cunning and the crafty are shrewd. In this regard, Huang Jiqing certainly held an advantage over Tian Peng. Zhou Yang had been wandering around Raw Stone Street for over an hour, keeping Huang Jiqing's words in mind. Observe and listen. Refrain from speaking or inquiring. To observe is to gaze with perceptive eyes, and to listen is to hear how others discuss the raw jade or emerald at hand. This encapsulates the essence of learning. During this hour, Zhou Yang gained a rudimentary understanding of raw stones. They vary in size, with some as small as a fist, while others can be as large as a watermelon or basketball. It is rumored that even larger specimens exist, though they are seldom seen in Jinling. Zhou Yang finally grasped the essence of jadeite, persistently employing his perceptive vision until tears welled in his eyes, prompting him to cease. In truth, this was a result of the substantial spiritual essence he had absorbed over the past 2 days, which had transformed his physique. Had this been before, such prolonged observation would have overwhelmed him. Zhou Yang indeed perceived the jadeite within the raw stones, and his eyes could discern the variety and value of the jade. However, today he chose not to purchase. There is a saying, there is ample time ahead, and he deemed it unnecessary to leave a poor impression on Huang Jiqing. After all, he had made a promise to abstain, and regardless of the material's worth, he would not falter in his resolve. At that moment, Huang Jiqing approached. Xiaozhou, Tian Peng invited us to lunch. Upon learning you were with me, he requested I bring you along. The time is almost upon us. Shall we? Zhou Yang was taken aback. They had only parted 2 hours prior. Huang Lao, does Boss Tian have something to discuss? Facing this inquiry, Huang Jiqing lacked the energy to respond and merely gestured for Zhou Yang to leave. Understanding the unspoken implications, they returned to the car, and once it was in motion, Huang Jiqing began to briefly recount the recent events involving Tian Peng. Huang Lao, I intended to mention this yesterday, but as I was not well acquainted with Boss Tian at the time, I held my tongue. This is not mere hindsight. I have spent a considerable time as an apprentice at Li Tzu's shop, and I am well aware of his character. If he can turn a fortnight into 14 days, that alone speaks volumes about his integrity. Huang Jiqing grasped Zhou Yang's meaning and found his words credible. This was not mere hindsight, for Zhou Yang was not that kind of person. Zhou Yang, this matter transcends the sum of 100,000 yuan. For Tian Peng, such an amount is trivial. His pride is at stake. The call he made earlier signified his intent to rectify the situation with Li Tzu, and he is willing to spend money to achieve this. Do you understand now? As they conversed, they soon arrived at their destination, the very place where they dined the previous evening. Due to the events of the morning, Zhou Yang and Tian Peng had become rather familiar with one another. Upon entering the private room, they casually ordered a few dishes and engaged in conversation while dining. Before long, the discussion gravitated toward the main topic at hand. Old Huang, I cannot swallow this insult. Do you have any means to help me avenge this grievance? Money is of no concern. I am willing to pay any amount. He has taken away 100,000 from me, and I want him to return tenfold, 100-fold. Ideally, I would like to see his antique shop shut down. Zhou Yang remained silent, and so did Huang Jiqing. The room fell into a profound silence, which felt stifling, though it lasted only a few minutes. Boss Tian, this matter is not without resolution, but it will require some expenditure, effort, and a bit of time. We could approach it in this manner, and then proceed like this. Chapter 26. The remarks of Zhou Yang listened quietly from the side, choosing not to express any opinions. To put it plainly, he had no desire to partake in this matter. However, a reluctance to engage does not imply that others share the same sentiment. Zhou Yang, what is your perspective on this plan? As he was enjoying his meal, Zhou Yang was suddenly drawn into the conversation. Reluctantly, he set down his chopsticks and took a napkin to dab at his mouth, primarily contemplating his forthcoming remarks. Old Huang, Boss Tian, to be honest, I find myself in a position where I cannot say much or participate. You are all aware of my circumstances. Previously, I apprenticed under Li Tzu, who, to speak candidly, was rather harsh and possessed numerous flaws, particularly his stinginess. I cannot say I hold him in high regard, yet I must acknowledge that during my most challenging times, he provided me with a job. While it was meager, it spared me from sleeping under a bridge, and for that I am grateful. As the saying goes, one must not forget their roots. Although I cannot repay a small kindness with a torrent of gratitude, I certainly refuse to engage in the act of burning bridges after crossing them. Despite all his shortcomings, Li Tzu was once my employer, and I cannot turn against him to assist others in undermining him. I apologize, but I cannot do that. Zhou Yang spoke with a measured tone, neither hastily nor submissively, his words reflecting his true feelings. When he was destitute, it was indeed Li Tzu who offered him employment. He understood that Li Tzu had hired him primarily for his low wage, yet as he mentioned, one must remain true to their principles. Li Tzu may have had countless faults, but he had not treated Zhou Yang excessively poorly. At worst, the wages were low, and he often assigned the more laborious and unpleasant tasks. Nevertheless, he consistently received his salary each month, and thus Zhou Yang could not act against his conscience by turning on him. Even if it meant offending the two individuals present, he remained indifferent. This was perhaps his moral boundary. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Huang Jiqing was momentarily taken aback, his eyes then sparkling with a newfound appreciation. To be frank, Zhou Yang's declaration was unforeseen. Although he had previously shared his grievances, it was unexpected that he could maintain his integrity at such a critical juncture. This was indeed commendable. Tian Peng felt similarly. To be honest, he was not a petty person, but the current situation had left him infuriated, feeling as though he had been deceived. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang's response was truly surprising. Zhou Yang, you are commendable. Such integrity is rare. Boss Tian, why not let this matter rest? It is merely 100,000 yuan, which is inconsequential for you. Li Tzu may have made a few thousand, but he will not amass great wealth, especially now that he has lost you as a client. With the time at hand, it would be more prudent to visit the company and engage in some business discussions to recoup the funds. At this moment, Huang Jiqing altered his previous stance and began to offer counsel. Tian Peng, initially quite incensed, found his anger dissipating significantly upon hearing their words. Had Huang Jiqing attempted to persuade him with this reasoning at the outset, Tian Peng would undoubtedly have dismissed it, yet now he was receptive. Very well. I shall heed your advice this time, provided this fellow refrains from provoking me further. We shall let this matter rest. As the saying goes, one should not consider the monk's face but rather the Buddha's. Thus I shall spare Li Laogo for Zhou Yang's sake. Come, the food is getting cold. Let us eat swiftly. Zhou Yang, with a bittersweet smile, realized that he had merely expressed his opinion, yet it had been misconstrued as a matter of personal pride. Why should their dealings with Li Tubo concern me? However, such thoughts were futile, as he had no intention of substantiating anything for this issue. Fortunately, with the unpleasantness behind them, the ensuing meal turned out to be quite enjoyable. The three of them dined and engaged in casual conversation, gradually steering the topic towards jadeite rough stones. Zhou Yang, today I took you to see jadeite rough stones. What are your impressions? Huang Jiqing was subtly probing, knowing that Zhou Yang had expressed interest in jadeite, which is why he had taken him to the rough stone street that morning. Zhou Yang had nearly finished his meal and set down his chopsticks. Old Huang, I must admit my knowledge of jadeite rough stones is still quite limited, as our time this morning was rather brief. However, I have gleaned some rudimentary understanding, such as the value of jadeite. Its worth is primarily determined by its green hue, with imperial green being the most prized. Furthermore, jadeite rough stones are categorized into old pit and new pit, with the most renowned sources being in Myanmar. Huang Jiqing nodded, recognizing that this was merely foundational knowledge, which Zhou Yang could easily acquire through a cursory online search. Zhou Yang, we understand that jadeite is valued for its green hue, but why is that so? Huang Jiqing's inquiry was scholarly, reflecting the adage that to know something is to also understand its underlying principles. This perfectly illustrated Huang Jiqing's point. While it is known that jadeite's worth is tied to its green color, what accounts for the elevated value of green jadeite? Zhou Yang, albeit with limited comprehension, was somewhat aware of the rationale behind this. Since the conversation had veered into this topic, he felt inclined to share his views, as ignorance could be corrected by others. Old Huang, I believe the high price of green jadeite can be attributed primarily to its rarity. As the saying goes, the rarer the item, the more valuable it is. Green jadeite is relatively scarce, particularly those of rich color and icy translucence, which are exceedingly rare. The scarcity of resources endows green jadeite with considerable market and collectible value, akin to the relationship between gold and copper. The production of gold is relatively scarce, whereas copper is produced in abundance, resulting in the price of gold being significantly higher than that of brass. Additionally, I believe there is another reason: its aesthetic appeal. As for other factors, I am currently unaware. Huang Jiqing nodded earnestly. Although Zhou Yang's perspective was somewhat one-sided, it indeed reflected considerable progress compared to before, when this individual could not even distinguish between jadeite and jade. After lunch, the three of them parted ways. Zhou Yang intended to return home first, as he had previously promised to have lunch there. However, he was drawn here by Huang Jiqing and, in the course of their conversation, completely forgot. He anticipated that Fang Jie would once again be displeased. Contemplating this, Zhou Yang resolved to move out as soon as possible. If necessary, he would buy a car. It was summer, and he could manage to stay in the vehicle for a few days. Chapter 27. Purchasing a car, Zhou Yang returned home, only to find that Fang Jie was absent. After inquiring with Sister Wang, who lived downstairs, he learned that Fang Jie had gone to play mahjong. Indeed, she had a penchant for the game, typically wagering modest sums, around 200 to 300 yuan. With Fang Jie out, Zhou Yang resolved to venture out and procure a vehicle. This was an imperative undertaking. At that moment, Ji Lanyan opened the door, evidently having noticed Zhou Yang's return. Having sustained an injury previously, She had been confined to her home for recuperation over the past few days. Zhou Yang, are you heading out right after getting back? Zhou Yang glanced at her, and he could not help but admire her beauty, contemplating how splendid it would be if she were his wife. Indeed, I'm planning to buy a car. By the way, do you have some free time? Would you accompany me? The moment he uttered these words, he felt a pang of regret. Their relationship was not particularly close. If it weren't for that night when he had taken her to the hospital, their encounters would likely have been limited to mere nods and greetings. To his surprise, Ji Lanyan responded enthusiastically, "Sure, I have nothing to do at home anyway. Wait for me a moment. I'll change my clothes." With that, she turned and went back inside, leaving Zhou Yang momentarily speechless. He discreetly pinched his thigh, feeling a sharp pain. Before long, Ji Lanyan emerged, dressed in a simple white short-sleeve top paired with snug-fitting jeans that perfectly accentuated her leg contours. The jeans were a classic deep blue, complementing Zhou Yang's attire, at least that was his opinion. Ji Lanyan carried a handbag and, perhaps to shield herself from the heat, wore a sun hat along with a shawl, effectively covering all exposed skin. "All right, let us go. By the way, what kind of car are you planning to buy?" Zhou Yang hesitated, as he had not yet contemplated this question. With 17 million yuan in his account, he initially intended to purchase a modest vehicle costing around 100,000 yuan. However, with the beautiful woman by his side, his vanity surged. "Well, I haven't decided yet. What do you think about an Audi A6? Ji Lanyan tilted her head in thought before shaking it gently. "At your age, that car seems unsuitable, and it doesn't quite match your persona. I believe you should consider an SUV. The Mercedes-Benz GLC would be an excellent choice, fitting for you, and it's reasonably priced, usually just over 300,000 yuan. Ji Lanyan spoke as if casually, particularly emphasizing that it was not overly expensive. This left Zhou Yang somewhat speechless. Over 300,000 yuan hardly seemed inexpensive. This reflected a disparity in their perspectives. Ji Lanyan viewed the price through the lens of her former circumstances. Moreover, her assertion held a grain of truth. What type of car a person drives often defines them. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Zhou Yang was unworthy of driving an Audi A6. He merely remarked that this car did not quite suit him, while the Mercedes-Benz GLC recommended by Ji Lanyan was indeed a perfect match for Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang found the woman's insights rather sensible. After all, this was his first vehicle, and given his financial situation, spending over 300,000 was hardly an issue. Having earned 4 million, he was confident he could earn the next 4 million as well. The two of them soon arrived at the dealership, where they were greeted by a man in his 30s. Zhou Yang, being a novice in this realm, let Ji Lanyan take the lead in discussions, occasionally chiming in with his thoughts. Ji Lanyan exhibited a remarkable level of expertise and eloquence, and ultimately, with Zhou Yang's consent, they finalized the purchase at an on-the-road price of 350,000. Having the means to transact in cash certainly expedited the process, allowing them to complete the necessary paperwork in just over 2 hours. Had they opted for financing, the procedure would have been significantly more complicated. "Lanyan, since you are currently without a job, why not assist me by driving?" Zhou Yang proposed as they departed the dealership, expressing a desire to lend a hand to this woman, who undeniably possessed a distinguished background but was presently experiencing a downturn. Thus, he found himself concocting this arrangement, largely driven by the sentiments of a man, a notion he never shied away from acknowledging. Ji Lanyan paused for a moment, contemplating his proposal. After all, she was a lady of the Ji family, and the thought of being a mere driver was somewhat disconcerting. Yet, given her current circumstances, the identity of a young lady felt obsolete. Moreover, securing employment was no easy feat, and even when one did find a job, it was ultimately still a role of servitude. So, what was the difference between working for someone else and working for Zhou Yang? Besides, he seemed to be a decent individual. Having reached this conclusion, she made her decision. "Pull over." Zhou Yang, who had been driving smoothly and was anticipating her response, was taken aback by her sudden command, fearing he had offended her. I was merely jesting. Forget I said anything," he hastily clarified.
Lanyan, somewhat exasperated, retorted.
"Didn't you say you wanted me to be your driver? Have you ever seen a driver sitting in the passenger seat while the boss drives? With that, she instructed him to park the vehicle and take a seat in the back, allowing her to take the wheel. Zhou Yang quickly complied, understanding her intent, and pulled over to hand the car over to Ji Lanyan. Just so you know, my salary is quite steep, 20,000 a month, and not a penny less, she declared with a playful tone as she started the engine, though it was clear her salary demand was in jest. Engaging in light-hearted banter between men and women is essential. Such humor fosters a harmonious relationship. Lan Yen, the salary is satisfactory. However, I would appreciate your assistance with a small favor. Please refrain from mentioning my car purchase to Fang Jie for the time being. Additionally, do not drive the car into the courtyard. Simply find a place to park it outside. Furthermore, I would like you to accompany me to the real estate agency tomorrow, as I am considering purchasing a property and relocating from here, given the discomfort of my current living situation. As for you, if you are willing, you may temporarily reside with me. Do not misunderstand. I merely mean a short-term arrangement. Ji Lanyan naturally comprehended the implications of Zhou Yang's words and could not misinterpret them. However, one aspect perplexed her. Where had Zhou Yang acquired such substantial funds? Zhou Yang, could you enlighten me on the source of your wealth? I recall Fang Jie mentioning that you previously struggled to pay your rent. How have you suddenly amassed such fortune? Surely you are not engaging in any illicit activities, are you? Chapter 28. Discovering treasures with a beauty. Zhou Yang understood that certain matters were impossible to conceal, yet he had no intention of hiding anything. Thus, he recounted the events of the past few days with a blend of truth and embellishment. Do you understand antiques? Ji Lanyan gazed at Zhou Yang as though she had stumbled upon a new continent, causing him to feel somewhat bashful. Well, let's keep it humble. I only possess a smattering of knowledge. Zhou Yang began to feign sophistication. At this moment, if he did not, Li Tzu would surely face dire consequences. Ji Lanyan paid no heed to his modesty and simply turned the steering wheel. Where are we headed? Zhou Yang discerned that this was not the route back. Mind your own business. You will know when we arrive. I am the driver now, and I dictate the destination. Zhou Yang opened his mouth, taken aback by such a bizarre assertion, yet his curiosity about her intentions piqued. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zhou Yang comprehended her purpose, for he was exceedingly familiar with this area. Indeed, it was the antique street. Prove it to me. If you can unearth a genuine antique before nightfall, I shall believe your words. Zhou Yang gazed at her exquisite face, and, almost involuntarily, nodded in agreement, then began walking towards the stalls that lined the street. As for why he needed to demonstrate this to her, he chose not to ponder it. Perhaps it was simply a perk of her beauty. It was now past 4 in the afternoon, and due to the summer season, there remained ample time before dusk. Zhou Yang began his inspection at the first stall, then proceeded to the second. As the antique street gradually filled with more people, Ji Lanyan followed closely behind him. Although she lacked knowledge of antiques, she understood their value and believed Zhou Yang's claims to be true. Thus she was there to verify them. After examining several stalls, Zhou Yang found himself drawn to an intriguing item at the fifth stall, a small trinket. Having spent some time in this field, he was well versed in the rules, particularly when it came to purchasing items from stalls. One must never directly handle the object of interest. Otherwise, one could expect to pay an exorbitant price. Therefore, Zhou Yang pretended to inspect a gourd, then switched to another item for further examination. After scrutinizing for about 10 minutes, the stall owner appeared to grow somewhat impatient. Young man, you've been looking for quite some time. Are you going to buy or not? Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly, as Li Tzu's advice had finally been validated. Typically, directly inquiring about a price meant one was preparing to be overcharged. Conversely, if you dawdled and caused the stall owner to become impatient, it signaled the moment to seize a bargain. It seemed this adage held true. Come now, what a thing to say. Am I not allowed to simply look? Besides, how do you know I won't buy? The stall owner was left speechless by Zhou Yang's retort, as he was indeed correct, who decreed that merely looking necessitated a purchase. How much for this? Give me a better price and I will take it. Zhou Yang sensed that the performance was reaching its conclusion. He picked up a small bottle and inquired about it. Young man, you have a discerning eye. This snuff bottle hails from the Qianlong era, truly a treasure. Indeed, the most valuable piece I possess. If you fancy it, I'll offer it to you at a base price. How does this figure strike you? As the stall owner spoke, he extended a hand, a gesture that typically heralded the onset of deceit. This hand might signify 500, or perhaps 5,000, or even 50,000. The stall owner would never explicitly state the amount. It was entirely up to the interpretation of the buyer. Should one believe it to be worth 500, the vendor would never concede to such a valuation. Conversely, if one perceived it as 50,000, the stall owner would engage in persuasive banter, ultimately gauging how gullible the buyer was. Such tactics might prove effective on others, but they were certainly futile against Zhou Yang. How many in the antique trade could rival Li Tzu in cunning? Zhou Yang had witnessed countless such tricks. Hence, my good sir, this is rather exorbitant, isn't it? For such a dingy little bottle, you dare to ask for 50? I'll consider 50, but you must sweeten the deal. I'll also take these few copper coins. Zhou Yang remarked, deftly sliding several coins towards himself. How much? 50? Come now. Don't hinder my business. It was evident the stall owner was genuinely displeased. He had anticipated swindling a bit of money from Zhou Yang, only to discover he was dealing with a miser. The reason Zhou Yang was perceived as a pauper primarily stemmed from his attire. My dear sir, therein lies your error. I inquired about the price, and you merely gestured with your hand. I would be fortunate to have offered you $5. Now, how much for these two items, shall we? But let me be clear, I'm not flush with cash. Merely. Zhou Yang continued, reaching into his pocket, soon retrieving his wallet. This motion was more for show than necessity, as his wallet was actually concealed within a small cauldron. After some experimentation, he had found that storing his belongings no longer required the cumbersome methods of yore. The stall owner's gaze was fixated on Zhou Yang's wallet, which Zhou Yang seemed to deliberately display, revealing a handful of coins and perhaps 7 or 8 red bills. So, for these items I'll part with 1,000. Take them if you wish, otherwise no harm done. The stall owner was astute. Zhou Yang's wallet likely contained 700 or 800, with the coins being a secondary matter. Generally, such minor items were acquired as add-ons, mostly worthless trinkets or forgeries. They relied on individuals like Zhou Yang to sustain their livelihood. After all, how many genuine antiques could exist? On this antique street, 99 were fakes. For instance, decent quality copper coins might fetch 5 yuan each, while lesser quality ones would go for 2 yuan. Therefore, if the stall owner could successfully swindle Zhou Yang out of a few hundred yuan, it would be considered a profitable day. At this juncture, success seemed almost assured. What remained was merely the art of negotiation. Boss, I have a total of 878. I will offer you 800 for these few small items, he stated. After all, dinner is approaching, and my girlfriend and I are still quite hungry. We must reserve a little for a quick meal. If you find this deal advantageous, then I shall take these items. If not. Zhou Yang left the sentence hanging, the implication clear to all present. The crux of the matter was whether to sell or not, and the vendor was remarkably straightforward. His answer was a resounding yes. The transaction was swiftly concluded. Payment was made, and items were collected as they made their way toward the parking area. Ji Lanyan followed closely behind. Although she lacked expertise in antiques, she could discern a hint of value in the proceedings. It seemed that Zhou Yang had indeed stumbled upon some treasures, though it remained uncertain whether it was the coins or the snuff bottle that held the true worth. Chapter 29. And Alternative Avenue for Prophet Zhou Yang. Which one is the treasure? As soon as they got into the car, Ji Lanyan began to inquire. Zhou Yang first fastened his seatbelt, then retrieved the items he had previously acquired. Just when Ji Lanyan thought the true treasure was the snuff bottle, Zhou Yang picked up a copper coin instead. Is this copper coin? How much is it worth? In Ji Lanyan's mind, such copper coins were generally not very valuable, ranging from a few dozen to several hundred or even thousands of dollars. Therefore, she assumed its worth to be in the thousands. Otherwise, Zhou Yang would not have spent $800 on it. However, this was no ordinary copper coin. Its full name is the Kaiyuan Tongbao Jinku Daqian. As for its value, that depends on individual interpretation. Let me put it this way. Based on your monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, this copper coin is worth half a year's salary for you. Ji Lanyan gazed at Zhou Yang, and to be honest, she found it hard to believe. They had strolled for a bit, and after spending about 10 to 20 minutes haggling at a street stall, had they truly stumbled upon a fortune worth hundreds of thousands? Seeing the doubt in her expression, Zhou Yang began to elucidate what a Jinkudakian actually is. This Jinkudakian is not merely a typical copper coin. It represents a special currency from the ancient coinage culture. It was customarily minted before the official establishment of circulating currency for purposes of tribute, commemoration, or warding off evil. Take a closer look. Doesn't this coin appear distinct from other copper coins? Furthermore, the valuation of tens of thousands is merely on the lower end. Some can exceed millions, primarily determined by rarity and accompanying factors. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's explanation, Ji Lanyan eagerly took the copper coin and began to examine it. Indeed, there was a subtle difference. This coin appeared more exquisite than the others. Lanyan, provide me with your bank account number, and I shall share half with you. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Ji Lanyan's expression showed little excitement. Instead, it became more composed. Zhou Yang momentarily thought he had misspoken.
Yo Yang.
I appreciate your kindness, but I shall not take what does not belong to me. Additionally, I still owe you for the money I borrowed earlier and the medical expenses. I will repay you once it is convenient for me. Zhou Yang understood that this woman possessed her own stubbornness. To avoid any misunderstanding, he began to clarify. Do not misconstrue my words. I recognize that you have wealth, and your family is affluent, yet you find yourself lacking at present. That is a fact. Even emperors encounter misfortune. What more can be said of us common folk? Thus, I do not intend to pity or ridicule you, for what I consider my modest inheritance may not even catch your attention. However, at this moment, I am indeed in a position to assist you. We are friends, are we not? Therefore, it is only natural for us to help each other. Just as you mentioned in the hospital that day, when you have the means, you can repay me 100-fold, can't you? In this case, I consider myself an investor. Whether I will reside in a grand villa in the future depends on you. Ji Lanyan was immediately amused by Zhou Yang's words, comprehending his intent. Indeed, her family is affluent, and she herself possesses wealth, albeit currently frozen due to certain circumstances. It is akin to having a sum of money deposited in a bank, yet losing essential identification documents, rendering one unable to withdraw funds when desperately needed. Zhou Yang employed this analogy to extend assistance to her, essentially preserving Ji Lanyan's dignity. Being a proud peacock, Ji Lanyan recognized Zhou Yang's goodwill, albeit expressed in his unique manner. Thank you, Zhou Yang. I am not in need of money at the moment. I am merely your driver, and as long as you pay me on time, that suffices. By the way, didn't you mention purchasing a house? I'll accompany you tomorrow. I simply cannot endure this rented accommodation. It's unbearably hot in the summer. Zhou Yang snapped his fingers, elated by her words. Ji Lanyan's remark about disliking the rental implied her acceptance of cohabitation, albeit a different form than what most would perceive. Nevertheless, it mattered little to Zhou Yang. As the car set off upon nearing the community, Zhou Yang purchased some groceries, assuming Fang Jie would not return from her mahjong game anytime soon. Consequently, he resolved to prepare dinner himself. Parking outside, they entered the house one after the other, and indeed, Fang Jie had yet to return. Zhou Yang commenced washing rice and cooking, while Ji Lanyan assisted by preparing vegetables. Zhou Yang, I didn't know you could cook, she exclaimed. Zhou Yang shrugged, responding, cooking is quite simple. I began at 13. It's just a matter of whether it tastes good. At that moment, Ji Lanyan realized she was unfamiliar with Zhou Yang's family circumstances and was about to inquire when she heard Fang Jie chatting amiably with a neighbor outside. From the tone, it seemed she had not fared well in her game. Conversing after a loss differs significantly from after a win. Zhou Yang, Lanyan is here too. Upon entering, Fang Jie noticed the two preparing dinner and felt no sense of discord between them, perhaps due to Ji Lanyan's recent illness. Sister Fang, I heard you went to play cards. Did you win or lose today? The moment she heard this, Fang Jie became irate. Don't mention it. Those three beat me. I lost over 1,000 today. I swear, I've not won a single game against them lately. It feels as though they've conspired to take my money, but I lack proof. And now they want me to play again tonight? No way. As the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, but the listener takes it to heart. Fang Jie was merely venting her frustrations. Yet Zhou Yang was inspired by another potential avenue to wealth: gambling. Certainly, he would not venture into a casino to gamble, for Zhou Yang is well aware of the nefarious reputation that such establishments often hold, where cheating is a commonplace occurrence. Winning money does not guarantee that one can take it away, but losing it is an undeniable reality. However, engaging in lighthearted games poses no real concern. At the very least, it could help Fang Jie recover the losses incurred today. Fang Jie, invite them over tonight for a game of mahjong at your home, and I assure you, you will emerge victorious. I cannot make any grand promises, but I am confident that you will recoup your losses from the past couple of days. Any additional winnings can be seen as a token of gratitude for the meals you've treated me to lately. Fang Jie was momentarily taken aback, only to be replaced by a look of disdain. Zhou Yang, I have played mahjong for over a decade and have garnered a modest reputation in this realm. Yet, I have struggled against those three, let alone you. It seems your recent financial success has inflated your ego, but I appreciate your kind intention. Your words have certainly brightened my spirits. Zhou Yang found himself at a loss for words. While anyone can play mahjong, he too possesses some skill. Yet, he cannot claim to be as adept as Fang Jie. Nevertheless, expertise matters little. With his advantageous strategies, if he cannot triumph over a few average players, then what is the point of playing at all? Chapter 30. The setup, Sister Fang. I am not boasting. I merely prefer to be understated. Allow me to demonstrate. As Zhou Yang spoke, he placed half-picked vegetables into the basket, then hurried to the cabinet to retrieve the mahjong tiles. Fang Jie's household was indeed equipped with mahjong, as this woman, not bound by a job, enjoyed playing the game in her leisure. Sometimes she would venture out to play, while at other times she would invite a few friends over for a game. Zhou Yang had encountered this scenario on several occasions. Therefore, the presence of mahjong in her home was not particularly surprising. Zhou Yang spread the tiles across the table and turned to Fang Jie, who, along with Ji Lanyan, had gathered around, evidently curious about his intentions. Sister Fang, my greatest asset is my remarkable memory. You may choose any 20 mahjong tiles, with just a glance, and as you shuffle them before my eyes, I can accurately identify any tile from the stack. Fang Jie observed Zhou Yang, sensing something peculiar about him, yet she complied with his request, selecting 20 tiles. She then flipped them over before his gaze, proceeding with the customary shuffling of the mahjong. After the tiles were thoroughly mixed, she stacked them as one would in a regular game. Once the tiles were neatly piled, she made a cut and casually drew one to place on the table, signaling Zhou Yang to guess. 9 of bamboo. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yang declared his answer. Fang Jie, puzzled, picked up the tile and squinted in disbelief. Had this set of mahjong tiles not belonged to her, she would have surely suspected them to be marked cards, commonly used for cheating. She then drew another tile, followed by a third, a fourth. After Zhou Yang accurately identified all 20 mahjong tiles, Fang Jie lost her composure, and Ji Lanyan appeared equally astonished. Setting aside all else, this remarkable memory was undoubtedly extraordinary. Well then, do you believe me now, Sister Fang? You should call them and invite them over for a game tonight, suggesting you wish to recover your losses with a larger stake. I am confident they will be thrilled. This is our opportunity. You can play a few hands with them, and then find an excuse to step away, allowing me to take your place. Zhou Yang slowly articulated his plan. Had this been before, Fang Jie would have surely declined. However, after witnessing Zhou Yang's abilities, she resolved to gamble with him. After all, just days prior, she had sold a trivial box and made a tidy profit of over 100,000. Most importantly, Zhou Yang had instilled confidence in her. In truth, Zhou Yang's willingness to wager was not solely due to his ability to see through the tiles. It was primarily because his body had undergone a transformation. As he absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy over the past few days, his physique underwent notable changes. His constitution improved, his strength increased, and even his reflexes quickened considerably. If he were unable to win under such circumstances, then this extraordinary ability he possessed would be rendered futile. Such a remarkable asset should not go to waste. Zhou Yang's culinary creations were quite delectable, even surpassing those prepared by Fang Jie in taste. This was primarily a matter of personal preference, as Fang Jie's dishes tended to be on the sweeter side, often incorporating sugar during cooking.
Yo Yang, hailing from Wancheng,
Typically refrained from using sugar in his stir-fries, or at most used only a modest amount. Thus, the sudden shift in flavor was quite delightful. Dinner had yet to conclude when 3 companions for mahjong arrived. Zhou Yang initially assumed a mix of genders, only to discover that all 3 were women, each appearing to be in their 30s or 40s. Consequently, dinner was wrapped up in haste. With the advancement of technology, mahjong tables have proliferated in many areas. However, the traditional hand-assembled mahjong is becoming increasingly rare. Nevertheless, in certain contexts, people still prefer to arrange the tiles manually, and the reasons for this are well understood by those familiar with the game. According to the original plan, Fang Jie was to engage in the game first, while Zhou Yang and Ji Lanyan began to clear the tableware, with Zhou Yang primarily taking charge of the tidying up. Just as Zhou Yang finished his task, Fang Jie's phone rang. "Hello, I'm busy right now." "What? All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, an apologetic expression crossed Fang Jie's face. "I'm sorry, but I must return home urgently due to a family matter." Before she could finish her sentence, the woman with 2 papayas interrupted, her tone laced with annoyance. "Fang Jie, you called us here, and now, just half an hour in, you want to leave? Are you playing with us?" As soon as she finished speaking, another woman chimed in. "Exactly. I've barely settled in, and had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Now it's too late to find another venue." The 3 women exchanged banter, leaving Fang Jie feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Zhou Yang approached the table, balancing a tray with 4 cups of water. "I'm truly sorry. How about this? Zhou Yang, you can take my place for a bit. I'll return quickly, in about an hour." Zhou Yang was determined to decline, as he was aware that they were merely acting. "Can't, Fang Jie. I'm not very skilled at mahjong, and if I end up losing, I wouldn't be able to afford it." Upon hearing Zhou Yang's lack of proficiency, the 3 women exchanged glances, and the woman with the papayas spoke again. "So you're Zhou Yang, right? We just enjoy a casual game. With Fang Jie leaving now, it's not fair to leave the game half-finished. As the saying goes, a basket must have red tiles." The 3 women persistently urged him, and with Fang Jie indeed in a hurry to depart, she promptly transferred 50,000 yuan to Zhou Yang in front of everyone. Typically, cash is the medium of exchange for playing mahjong. However, this evening, due to a prior agreement to wager a larger sum, it was impractical to carry such a substantial amount of cash. Thus, they resorted to WeChat transfers, a payment method that has gained immense popularity in recent years. Each player placed 10,000 yuan on the table. Once that amount was depleted, they would transfer the sum, returning the 10,000 yuan to the respective player. Zhou Yang found himself reluctantly participating, and thus the game officially commenced. Ji Lanyan stood beside Zhou Yang, observing intently. The phone call that had just interrupted Fang Jie was indeed made by Ji Lanyan. This entire scenario had been meticulously orchestrated, and given Ji Lanyan's prior indulgence in several meals at Zhou Yang's expense, she felt obligated to assist him. Primarily, she was curious to witness Zhou Yang's prowess in winning. As the game began, all 4 players adhered to the rules without any signs of cheating until the 5th round. When Zhou Yang detected something amiss, they were communicating through signals, a language of cues that Zhou Yang could not decipher. Yet he could discern the cards in their hands and, with a bit of conjecture, grasp the situation. They were playing a variant known as Tue Dao Hu, which allows for any form of winning, whether through discarding or self-drawing, the latter yielding double points. For instance, if Zhou Yang was waiting on a 3 or 6 of the wand suit, he could claim victory upon another player discarding those cards. This type of win is referred to as Fang Pao or Dian Pao, though the payout for such a win is modest, amounting to merely 100 yuan. Conversely, a self-drawn win would yield 200 yuan per player, making self-drawing particularly desirable unless the hand was difficult to complete, such as with isolated or unpromising tiles. A self-draw equates to a profit of 600, whereas a discard win only nets 100, illustrating a significant disparity. Furthermore, there are also gangs, with a visible gang earning 100 and a concealed gang garnering an additional 200, with financial gain assured regardless of whether one wins or loses. The stakes were already substantial. Fang Jie typically played for 10 or 20 yuan, but tonight, due to the collective motivations of the 4 players, they opted for 100 or 200. Fang Jie aimed to recoup her losses, while the other 3 sought to maximize their winnings, thereby establishing such a considerable wager. It was not uncommon to lose 2 to 300,000 yuan in a single evening under unfavorable circumstances. However, Zhou Yang remained unperturbed. His lack of cheating thus far was contingent upon the women's own adherence to the rules. His primary concern was the possibility of misjudging their fortunes. If these women truly won through luck, his goal for the evening would simply be to avoid loss. Yet, in the current scenario, he would not hesitate to assert himself. Chapter 31. I will listen to you. Having ascertained that the trio was engaged in deceit, Zhou Yang exhibited no hesitance. During the 6th round of the game, he began to employ underhanded tactics. With the dexterity honed over his 25 years of singleness, he effortlessly pilfered a couple of extra cards while discreetly returning 2 less desirable ones. Whenever he sensed the cards he desired, he would surreptitiously snatch them, deftly concealing his surplus discard back into the deck. Given the lucrative nature of the game, where a concealed triplet could yield significant returns, and combinations like pairs, pure sequences, or 7 pairs could double the stakes, Zhou Yang predominantly pursued these advantageous hands. However, he was judicious, only resorting to trickery every few rounds. Even if he were to lose, the stakes were minimal, merely 100 yuan, and should his opponent draw a winning hand, his loss would amount to 200. Conversely, if Zhou Yang managed to draw a concealed triplet or a self-drawn winning hand, the winnings would commence from 600, potentially escalating into thousands, especially when coupled with pairs or a pure sequence. Consequently, after 2 hours, Zhou Yang had amassed a staggering 40,000 yuan. Zhou Yang, you're quite impressive. Your luck is extraordinary, remarked the woman across the table, adorned with 2 papayas. To this moment, she and her companions still believed Zhou Yang's success was merely due to fortuitous luck. The saying "the basket yields red cards" is a colloquial expression from Jinling, akin to the concept of a novice protection in gaming, where a beginner enjoys a grace period of sorts, such as not losing experience or equipment upon defeat, and even receiving a starter pack. The meanings of both notions are quite similar. Come on, Sister Ping, you all are the ones who allowed me to win. I didn't expect my luck to be this good tonight. Shall we call it a night? Zhou Yang addressed Sister Ping, referring to the woman with the papayas. He felt that winning over 40,000 yuan was ample, especially since Fang Jie had only lost a few thousand over the days. Not only had he reclaimed the losses, but he had also profited over 30,000, which he deemed sufficient. Little brother, it's not even 10 o'clock yet. Are you in such a hurry to leave? We had previously agreed with Fang Jie to play until 11:30. She replied. I'll just step away for a moment. When I return, we can switch positions and continue. Reluctantly, Zhou Yang acquiesced, realizing that if they insisted on filling his pockets, he had no choice but to indulge. As the clock neared 11, his winnings approached a remarkable 100,000 yuan. Moreover, he was not solely focused on his own gains. He distributed the fortune fairly across the table. Clearly, the trio was not entirely oblivious. If they failed to recognize the unfolding deception at this juncture, it would be quite regrettable. It was increasingly evident that Zhou Yang was likely engaged in cheating. Little brother, what a clever strategy. Would you mind sharing how you accomplished this? Inquired the eldest woman, known as Sister Li, prompting Zhou Yang to respond in kind. Sister Li, I must confess that I find your words somewhat perplexing. Surely, you cannot believe that I am engaged in deceit? I can solemnly swear that today marks my inaugural experience with gambling at mahjong. I have never before ventured into the realm of wagering. Zhou Yang's assertion holds true. He has indeed never gambled prior to this day. In the past, our gatherings were merely casual diversions, devoid of any stakes. Sister Li seemed poised to articulate her thoughts, yet she was interrupted by a woman bearing 2 papayas.
Zhou Yang.
Sister Li was merely jesting. The hour grows late, we ought to take our leave. Please inform Fang Jie of our departure, and we shall reconvene for mahjong on another occasion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang felt a surge of relief. He had harbored fears that these 3 women might refuse to honor their debts. While the money had indeed exchanged hands, the potential for these women to cause a scene and threaten to involve the authorities loomed ominously. Regardless of the stakes, whether a few hundred or nearly 100,000, gathering for gambling could lead to criminal charges and fines. Zhou Yang's newfound fortune had only just begun, and he wished to avoid any blemish upon his record. Thus, upon learning of their intention to depart, he graciously assisted in ushering the three women out. Chen Ping, you just... After leaving Fang Jie's residence, Sister Li began to inquire. Chen Ping, the one selling papayas. Zhou Yang is no ordinary individual. We were deceived by his seemingly simple exterior. He is, in fact, a master. I began to harbor doubts after the first hour, yet I could not pinpoint any flaws in his demeanor. In matters such as these, if we fail to catch him in the act, and he remains unrepentant, we are powerless. Upon hearing Chen Ping's remarks, Sister Li's demeanor soured. So we allow him to take advantage of us? The three of us together have nearly amassed 100,000. After much effort, we finally encounter a plump sheep, only to have this young man spoil our plans. Why don't we report this? Chen Ping shot Sister Li a disdainful glance and replied, report it? In that case, we would not only bring misfortune upon him but also upon ourselves. Even if we were to alert the authorities, we would not reclaim that sum. It constitutes gambling funds. Surely you understand this? Let us consider this evening a lesson learned. Merely over 30,000 each. Let us chalk it up to a few days of labor lost. This matter ends here. Zhou Yang is formidable, and I am certain he has discerned our subtle maneuvers, though he chose not to voice it. Furthermore, we cannot engage with Fang Jie in the future. I suspect she left intentionally. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang ended the call and commenced tidying up. The call, of course, was to Fang Jie. They had previously agreed that he would notify her upon the conclusion of these affairs. Zhou Yang, you ought to refrain from gambling in the future. While it may yield swift profits, the risks are exceedingly high. You have yet to encounter truly skilled players. I have heard tales of adept gamblers who can cheat by switching cards, and you would scarcely notice. Zhou Yang ceased his cleaning efforts and turned his gaze towards Ji Lanyan. To his surprise, this woman exhibited concern for his well-being. However, Zhou Yang was acutely aware of the truth in her words. As the saying goes, there are always stronger individuals among the strong. Today, he had merely relied on a stroke of luck to win a modest sum, yet the number of truly skilled individuals was overwhelming. While he dared not boast, perhaps with the enhancement of his abilities, he might one day excel, but for now, his trivial tricks were hardly sufficient for the grand stage. It is essential to recognize that legitimate casinos are equipped with surveillance systems, rendering actions such as card stealing and switching entirely within their watchful purview. No matter how swift one may be, it pales in comparison to the speed of a bullet. The trajectory of a bullet can be captured by high-speed cameras, far surpassing the swiftness of any card manipulation. Thus, Zhou Yang, who had previously entertained the notion of augmenting his earnings through gambling, relinquished that idea at this moment. This woman was indeed correct. Lanyan, I shall heed your advice. I have never been fond of playing cards. My primary motivation today was merely to assist Fang Jie in seeking retribution. Henceforth, I shall refrain from gambling. Ji Lanyan felt a twinge of embarrassment under Zhou Yang's gaze, particularly at his declaration of agreement. There was an inexplicable sense of discomfort that lingered in the air. Chapter 32. The Division of Spoils. Zhou Yang, how is it? Just as Ji Lanyan sensed the atmosphere becoming somewhat intimate, Fang Jie returned. Though her words inquired, she was already aware that Zhou Yang had won, as he had previously mentioned over the phone that he had indeed triumphed, albeit without disclosing the amount. Rest assured, Fang Jie, with me, Zhou Yang, at the helm, there is nothing that cannot be managed. I won a total tonight and I shall transfer it to you now. Zhou Yang declared as he reached for his phone to initiate the transfer, only to be halted by Fang Jie. Zhou Yang, let us adhere to our prior agreement. The winnings should be split evenly. Thus, consider the 3,000 as my previous losses. You may transfer me 33,000, and the remaining 60,000 shall be divided between the two of you. Fang Jie was not in want of money. However, her lack of financial need did not imply a disinterest in wealth. The reason she proposed such a distribution was, quite frankly, due to her recognition of Zhou Yang's capabilities. Indeed, she had contemplated this on her way back, bringing people to play cards in order to ensure Zhou Yang's victory. Zhou Yang, not one to be overly sentimental, acknowledged their earlier discussion over dinner, which stipulated that after accounting for Fang Jie's losses, the remaining winnings were to be shared. It was worth noting that Ji Lanyan had not been included in that agreement. Zhou Yang could forego the earnings, but Ji Lanyan was in dire need. This woman had money yet lacked cash in hand. Should Zhou Yang directly provide her with the funds, she would certainly refuse. Thus, this method of distribution was agreeable. Having reached an understanding, the transfer commenced. Zhou Yang sent Fang Jie 83,000, of which 50,000 was the principal she had previously advanced. He then transferred 30,000 to Ji Lanyan, leaving the remaining cash as his own. Ji Lanyan was taken aback to find herself in possession of money. As Zhou Yang had articulated, this sum, in times past, would have scarcely garnered her attention. Yet now it was a necessity. A woman who had been raised in luxury now resided in a modest rental unit. Such was Ji Lanyan's reality. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely reconciled with their family long ago. Ji Lanyan was indeed in need, yet she was reluctant to accept the money, considering she had contributed little more than a phone call. However, upon noticing Zhou Yang's persistent winks, Ji Lanyan acquiesced with a nod and accepted the transfer.
Yo Yang.
How is it that your luck is so fortuitous? Perhaps tomorrow, once the division was complete, Fang Jie revealed her true self, even beginning to envision a bright future ahead. Fang Jie. A small wager is a source of joy, but a large one can lead to ruin. It is best to avoid gambling altogether, for one can never be certain when they might encounter someone far more skilled. Take those 3 women we just encountered. They were cheating. You were fortunate to have discovered this early. Had it been later, you could have been ensnared, potentially losing everything in a single night. The reason I assisted you in playing tonight was that they deceived you. Such matters are not something I will engage in again. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he fell silent and began to sweep the floor. Ji Lanyan seized the opportunity to bid farewell and departed, as it was getting late and she resided outside. While this was the main house, Fang Jie, initially filled with excitement, found her enthusiasm dissipated upon Zhou Yang's words. Why don't you reconsider? You can take more if you wish. Zhou Yang, taken aback, realized that this woman misunderstood his intentions. Thus, he chose to disregard her, and after tidying up, he took a quick shower and returned to his room. Lying on his bed, Zhou Yang began to contemplate. Through the events of the evening's mahjong game, he had almost confirmed that his body had indeed undergone mutation. His speed had increased, his strength had grown, and even his physical condition had improved. Previously, Zhou Yang had been quite sensitive to heat, yet now, even without air conditioning in the room, he felt relatively comfortable. With a thought, a small cauldron hidden within him emerged. This cauldron was inscribed with runes, though he could not decipher them. It lacked a lid, possibly because such objects were not meant to have one. Inside, he noticed 3 compartments, recalling that it had originally contained only 2. Zhou Yang utilized one compartment as a vault for important items such as his driver's license and identification card. The second compartment housed spiritual liquid, which he had absorbed and stored there. If he wished to enhance his physique, he could draw from this reservoir of spiritual liquid. The last compartment was for repairing items. This was not the first time he had employed such a capability. Zhou Yang picked up an ancient coin, the Kaiyuan Tongbao, intending to place it in the empty compartment. Assuming all went well, after a night's rest, the coin would be successfully restored. After putting away the cauldron, Zhou Yang began to plan for the following day. He had much to accomplish. Purchasing a car and a house was merely the first step. Now that he had a vehicle, securing a residence was next. As the saying goes, once the essentials of clothing, food, and shelter are resolved, he would have ample time and energy to embark on his entrepreneurial ventures. However, his notion of entrepreneurship did not involve conventional business. He was more inclined towards unconventional means, such as finding hidden treasures or engaging in stone gambling. Recalling the morning's events, Zhou Yang thought about the original stone market he intended to visit tomorrow. He had refrained from participating earlier primarily because Huang Jiqing was present, and he had previously promised not to meddle with such matters. Had he acted this morning, it would have contradicted his word. Since stone gambling could be pursued any day, he decided to give it a try tomorrow. Additionally, he needed to expedite the house purchase, as the thought of living with a beautiful woman was undeniably thrilling. Zhou Yang succumbed to his scattered thoughts and gradually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening once more, he found that it was already the following morning. Fang Jie did not possess the habit of preparing breakfast. She typically ventured out to purchase a light morning meal at the entrance of their community. Thus, as Zhou Yang stepped out of his room, he noticed a modest breakfast laid out on the dining table, accompanied by a glass of milk. It was quite commendable how attentive this woman was. After a brief freshening up, he exchanged greetings with Fang Jie, then took the breakfast and milk before stepping outside. Not long after Zhou Yang's departure, Ji Lanyan had also tidied herself up and left her home. Soon, the two met by the car. It felt as though they were engaged in a clandestine affair. Zhou Yang offered the breakfast to the woman, and Ji Lanyan accepted it without hesitation, munching away as she inquired, "Where shall we go now?" Chapter 33. Stone gambling. Zhou Yang initially intended to view some properties. However, upon checking the time, he realized that the real estate agents were likely still closed. Many industries tend to open later in the day: shopping malls, supermarkets, and banks typically begin operations later in the morning. For instance, the vendors on the antique street usually do not set up until around 9 or 10 o'clock, as most business tends to flourish in the afternoon. Therefore, it was evident that no matter where Zhou Yang ventured at this hour, it would be ill-timed. After much contemplation, he resolved to visit the rough stone street. Nothing was more paramount than the pursuit of profit. "Let us head to the rough stone street," Zhou Yang declared decisively before entering the vehicle. "Do you know how to gamble on stones?" Zhou Yang, while fastening his seatbelt, was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on the woman beside him. "Is there something on my face?" Ji Lanyan felt somewhat perplexed. Zhou Yang finally averted his eyes. His momentary daze was triggered by her use of the specialized term stone gambling. Until recently, he had been unfamiliar with this term, only grasping its meaning through recent discussions with Huang Jiqing. However, recalling that this woman had mentioned her family was involved in the jewelry and jade business, he began to understand. "Lanyan, let us first take a look. As for stone gambling, I possess only a rudimentary understanding." Ji Lanyan appeared poised to articulate a response but ultimately held back, starting the engine instead. She was the driver now and needed to maintain her role. The distance to the rough stone street was considerable, requiring approximately 40 to 50 minutes by car, particularly due to the incessant traffic lights along the route. This was Zhou Yang's second visit, and since no one there recognized him, any shop would suffice. In fact, he had already familiarized himself with the area yesterday. Stone gambling involved purchasing a rough stone of interest and then utilizing a stone-cutting machine to unveil its contents. If the stone proved empty, it was colloquially termed a black egg. If jade was present, one would first assess its quality and then its size. Zhou Yang began inspecting the first stone, careful not to linger too long, as the duration he could utilize his X-ray vision was limited. Particularly with rough stones, this ability drained his internal energy significantly, necessitating that he identify desirable jade in the shortest time possible. Item name: Jade rough stone. Origin: Northern Myanmar. Value: none. Item name: Jade rough stone. Origin: Northern Myanmar. Type: glutinous. Value: 5,000 yuan. Item name: Jade rough stone. Zhou Yang meticulously examined stone after stone, scrutinizing over a dozen, only to find either black eggs or stones of little worth. Growing anxious, he decided to venture further inside, realizing that the stones near the entrance had likely been thoroughly inspected. The chances of discovering a hidden gem were exceedingly slim. At that moment, the discussion between two individuals captured his attention. "Old Zhang, I think I want to cut this stone open and see what's inside. What do you think?" The man referred to as Old Zhang shook his head slightly. "Old Qin, I think it would be better to let this go. This stone has a fissure. 9 out of 10 such stones are unprofitable. Although its appearance is quite good, the fissure is far too conspicuous. The risk of loss is simply too great to justify the expense." Initially, Old Qin had intended to purchase the stone, but after Old Zhang's counsel, he began to reconsider. This matter, though unrelated to Zhou Yang, caught his attention when he inadvertently glanced at the stone, causing him to lose his composure. Item name: Jadeite raw stone. Origin: Northern Myanmar. Color: imperial green. Value: approximately 30 million. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yang gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it was imperial green, a legendary find he never anticipated encountering. Regrettably, the jadeite was rather small. Otherwise, it would not be valued at merely 30 million. The stone itself was still sizable, larger than a basketball. Yet, it was priced affordably at only 120,000 due to that fissure. In the jadeite industry, a fissure refers to cracks or minor fractures. Generally, individuals refrain from purchasing raw stones with fissures, as, although the likelihood of jadeite emerging from such stones is considerable, the fissure significantly compromises the structural integrity of the jade within. The phrase 10 fissures, 9 fractures encapsulates this notion. However, Zhou Yang was certain that this fissure had not fully penetrated the stone, or else he would not have valued it at 30 million. This indicated a significant opportunity. Zhou Yang remained discreet, awaiting the departure of Old Zhang and Old Qin before making his move. This industry shares some similarities with antiques. For instance, if two individuals simultaneously discover an item, the first to touch it claims ownership. Unless that individual relinquishes their desire to purchase, only then may others intervene, reminiscent of the incident with Huang Jiqing and the pen holder. Since Huang Jiqing set the pen holder down, Li Tubao eagerly seized it. Although this may appear somewhat unscrupulous, it adheres to the established norms. Fortunately, Zhou Yang did not have to wait long. The two men soon departed, allowing him to swiftly cradle the stone, fearful of losing it. Zhou Yang, that fissured stone, it must not be acquired. Ji Lanyan, hailing from a family that operates a jade and jewelry business, although not claiming expertise in jadeite raw stones, possessed a solid foundation of knowledge. Thus, upon witnessing Zhou Yang's intention to purchase the stone, she quickly voiced her objections. Lanyan, rest assured, I shall bring you a delightful surprise. The essence of gambling on stones lies in the principle of risking a little for a potentially great reward. If everyone were aware of the contents within, profits would vanish. Most importantly, I have great faith in this stone. Besides, it is merely a few 100,000. Even if it results in a loss, we can always visit the antique street afterward. Ji Lanyan wished to say more, but Zhou Yang had already loaded the stone onto a small cart and proceeded to make payment. Reluctantly, Ji Lanyan followed, unconvinced of Zhou Yang's aptitude for stone gambling. Zhou Yang possesses a certain knowledge of antiques, which she firmly believes in, having previously worked in an antique shop. Furthermore, she indeed had a fortunate find yesterday afternoon. While it would be an exaggeration to claim she is an expert, she undeniably possesses some skill. However, when it comes to the realm of stone gambling, success is entirely reliant on experience and luck. Even the world's most esteemed stone gambling masters cannot guarantee absolute accuracy. Otherwise, why would they assist others in this venture? Surely, they could profit more by gambling on their own. Ultimately, it boils down to the inherent risks that they themselves are unwilling to bear. Upon payment, the stone becomes Zhou Yang's possession. These gambling establishments are equipped with stone-cutting machines, allowing customers to witness the unearthing of their purchases, accompanied by a skilled cutter. As Zhou Yang positioned her stone beside the machine, a crowd quickly gathered. Among them were potential buyers, curious onlookers, and those interested in acquiring jade. However, upon seeing the stone Zhou Yang had purchased, the crowd erupted into animated discussions. Chapter 34. Jiang Shueru, Lu Fu Jewelry. Old Qin, is this not the stone you were contemplating before? At this moment, both Old Qin and Old Zhang, who had previously discussed the stone, noticed the one purchased by Zhou Yang. Old Qin, who had once been eager to acquire this very stone, found himself engulfed in conflicting emotions. He wished for the stone to harbor valuable gems, yet simultaneously hoped it contained nothing of worth. Such sentiments are quite understandable. The desire for exquisite jade serves to validate one's own predictions, while the reluctance for it to contain anything valuable stems from the fact that he did not proceed with the purchase. This reflects the quintessential human psyche. Zhou Yang remained unfazed by the discourse surrounding him. Over the past 2 years, he had grown accustomed to being the subject of speculation. Thus, he resolved to focus solely on his own endeavors. Initially, he intended to proceed directly with the stone's unveiling, but recalling the events of the previous day, he instead picked up a marker and began to draw lines with an air of seriousness. These lines served as cutting guidelines. Stone cutters do not engage in their craft blindly. They require the stone's owner to delineate the cutting lines beforehand to avert any disputes. If the stone yielded no jade, that would be acceptable, but should jade be present and the stone be ruined in the process, it would lead to complications. However, with the lines drawn, The cutters would simply follow them, and any mishap would not fall upon anyone else. Zhou Yang, determined to unveil the stone himself, secured it in place before commencing the cut. Ji Lanyan observed quietly. The stone had already been paid for, and any change of heart was futile. With Zhou Yang already in the midst of cutting, she could only assist by silently wishing for a favorable outcome. As time passed, the stone, which bore fissures, was finally cut open by Zhou Yang. His precision was impeccable. Upon the cut's completion, it revealed the very end of the fissure, with the section removed containing the flaw, while the remaining part remained intact. At that moment, Old Qin felt a surge of anticipation. He had an inkling that this stone was destined for a significant increase in value. Zhou Yang halted the cutting machine and scooped a bit of water, washing the freshly cut surface. It was green. Yes, it was truly green. Goodness, I wanted to buy this stone yesterday. I hesitated and planned to return today, but I never expected this indeed. Many others chimed in, expressing their prior interest, yet most were merely indulging in idle chatter. However, one individual appeared utterly despondent, as if he had ingested a bitter herb. He was unaware if others desired the stone, but he himself yearned for it deeply. Had it not been for old Zhang's intervention, this jade would have been his. This represented a significant financial opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was brimming with excitement. He was eager to continue unveiling this jade, for he had merely revealed one facet. The task ahead involved extracting the jade nestled within. As Zhou Yang unearthed the jadeite, gasps of astonishment erupted around him. What a stunning green jade! The hue, the quality. Wait, this is imperial green, my goodness. As Zhou Yang carefully peeled away the surrounding stone skin, a piece of jade the size of a woman's fist emerged before the crowd. Instantly, excitement surged through the onlookers. Even Ji Lanyan, who usually maintained her composure, felt a twinge of anxiety. If Zhou Yang had merely extracted a piece of jade, that could be attributed to luck. However, unveiling an imperial green jade was a different matter altogether. Such fortune was truly extraordinary. Regrettably, this piece was somewhat small, sufficient only for 2 bangles and perhaps a pair of smaller items. Had it been larger, the price would likely have added another 0 to the figure. Internally, Zhou Yang was not as tranquil as he appeared. Though he had long recognized the jade as imperial green, valued at 30 million, the actual moment it manifested in his hands stirred a profound excitement within him, evident in his slightly trembling hands, despite his efforts to conceal it. After all, he had already earned a considerable sum in the past 2 days, allowing for a bit of emotional cushioning. Young man, I am Wang Jun from Wanda Jewelry Company. I offer 10 million for this imperial green. Are you willing to part with it? At that moment, the bidding commenced, and with the first offer came a flurry of subsequent bids. I bid 15 million. As the offers escalated, the final price reached 25 million before they ceased. Zhou Yang understood a crucial principle. While the jade was indeed worth 30 million, it depended on the buyer. Moreover, that 30 million was merely a suggested price. The reality of finding someone willing to pay it was an entirely different matter. Just as Zhou Yang prepared to agree to the transaction, Ji Lanyan interjected. Ladies and gentlemen, although this piece of imperial green is not large, its color is exquisite, and 2 bangles can certainly be crafted from it. Currently, the market price for such bangles starts at over 10 million each. Paired, they would be valued at least around 25 million. The remainder could be fashioned into smaller pieces for jewelry, yielding substantial profits. Therefore, 25 million is too low. This jadeite is worth at least 30 million. If you wish to acquire it, let us settle at that price. If you find it excessive, I'm afraid we shall not sell it. After all, a fine treasure seldom lacks admirers. Ji Lanyan's declaration silenced the crowd, for her words rang true. The imperial green was indeed worth that amount, thereby significantly narrowing the profit margin. I will take it for 30 million. Suddenly, a woman's voice chimed in. Zhou Yang looked up to see a woman in her early 30s, impeccably dressed, undeniably a person of wealth. It was indeed General Jiang, a woman of remarkable audacity. Zhou Yang listened intently, absorbing the surrounding murmurs that revealed her esteemed reputation. It was evident that she was not an ordinary individual, as so many recognized her. The woman, known as General Jiang, now stood before Zhou Yang. Greetings. I shall acquire this imperial green for 30 million. Would you prefer a check or a bank transfer?
Zhou Yang remained silent.
Retrieving a bank card from his pocket and presenting it to this General Jiang. Let us proceed with a transfer. Here is my account, Jiang Shueru replied, taking the card and handing it to her assistant nearby. I am Jiang Shueru, the general manager of Liufu Jewelry. May I inquire your name, sir? As she spoke, she produced a business card and handed it to Zhou Yang. He glanced at the card before placing it in his pocket. My name is Zhou Yang, Zhou from the Zhou family and Yang as in the ocean. This jadeite is now yours. Jiang Shueru nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the imperial green, and the two engaged in casual conversation, primarily awaiting the completion of the transfer process. However, the transfer was not instantaneous. It required the input of account details and a confirmation of the account and name. A few minutes later, Zhou Yang received a notification of the bank transfer, and upon verifying its accuracy, the transaction was complete. With the funds received, Zhou Yang prepared to depart, for a crowd had gathered, and he preferred to avoid drawing attention to himself. Mr. Zhou, should you ever seek high-quality jadeite, do not hesitate to contact me. Price is of no concern. I will acquire as much as you have. Just as Zhou Yang intended to leave, Jiang Shueru hastily added this remark. Chapter 35. Preparing to purchase a villa, Zhou Yang nodded, as if in agreement, and hurriedly departed from original Stone Street. At that moment, he desperately needed a secluded place to vent his emotions. 30 million was an ethereal figure for him. Once upon a time, Zhou Yang had fantasized about winning 5 million in the lottery and even imagined a pie falling from the sky, striking him on the head. He had even dreamed of becoming a billionaire. However, fantasies do not equate to reality. Now, possessing over 30 million was a tangible truth. Ji Lanyan had been observing this man closely. While others might not have noticed any changes in him, she could see that he was somewhat anxious and excited. She understood this well, as they had known each other for some time, and she had a fair understanding of Zhou Yang's character. It was remarkable for someone to transition from having nothing to holding tens of millions while still maintaining composure. Not everyone is born into wealth. Lanyan, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Upon returning to the car, this was Zhou Yang's first utterance. Ji Lanyan felt a smile creeping up but complied, giving his arm a gentle pinch without applying much pressure. It was summer, and Zhou Yang wore a short-sleeved shirt, so the slight pinch was indeed perceptible. This is no dream. I have truly become a millionaire. I have truly become a millionaire. Ha ha ha. As Zhou Yang spoke, he erupted into laughter, only to be followed by childlike sobs. This bewildered Ji Lanyan. Could this be what they referred to as tears of joy? Zhou Yang, are you all right? She couldn't help but inquire. Zhou Yang realized he had lost his composure and quickly took out a napkin to dab at his eyes. The saying goes, a man sheds tears but does not do so lightly. It is only when he is deeply saddened. I apologize. I lost my composure. Coming from a small town, I have never encountered such wealth, and receiving such a sum has overwhelmed my emotions. Now that I have money, I wish to purchase a house. The time seems right. Let us visit a real estate agency. I wish to buy a ready-to-move-in property, preferably one that is already furnished, as I do not have the luxury of time to handle intricate procedures or renovations. What I need is a place that is move-in ready. As Ji Lanyan started the car, she listened to Zhou Yang's aspirations with understanding. Individuals of his caliber should not squander their energy on mundane concerns such as family vehicles. Their focus ought to be on entrepreneurial endeavors. Hence, she believed Zhou Yang's sentiments were valid. However, Ji Lanyan had her own perspective, viewing matters through her lens. Zhou Yang, considering your current wealth and capabilities, making money should pose no challenge. Therefore, have you contemplated investing in a better property? It would indeed be a step towards securing your future. Home is of paramount importance. Once acquired, it often becomes a fixed entity. At times, we must not view matters solely from a contemporary perspective, but rather we should gaze into the future. Thus, I believe it would be prudent to consider properties such as villas. This is merely my suggestion. Zhou Yang listened attentively, finding wisdom in the woman's words. The adage those who do not plan for the future will face immediate worries resonates deeply. If one cannot extend their vision beyond the present, troubles are bound to follow. Initially, Zhou Yang intended to purchase a 2-bedroom or perhaps a 3-bedroom apartment, as that seemed sufficiently accommodating. However, after the woman's insightful reminder, he realized that such choices might not be ideal. For instance, in the case of a 3-bedroom apartment, his mother would likely need a room, and should he marry, he would also require a space. Moreover, as someone engaged in the antique and jade business, he certainly would need a collection room or study. Hence, a 3-bedroom apartment would soon feel cramped, especially with the prospect of children in the future. Considering all of this, a villa became a viable option, particularly since he currently possesses over 30 million yuan. Even if he were to invest 10 million in a villa, it would remain within his financial capacity. With this realization, Zhou Yang made his decision. All right, I will heed your advice. Let us visit the private gardens in Jingqing, the villa district. I have an acquaintance there, and I shall call him now. His casual response, I will heed your advice, unexpectedly caused a blush to grace Ji Lanyan's cheeks. Perhaps this phrase is easily misconstrued. The acquaintance Zhou Yang referred to was none other than Tian Peng, though their relationship was not particularly close. However, when it came to purchasing a villa, Zhou Yang's limited experience led him to believe this was the only neighborhood he knew of. Nevertheless, the villas here are indeed commendable, boasting a splendid environment, gardens, and recreational facilities, with shopping malls and supermarkets conveniently located outside the community. Meanwhile, Tian Peng was at home, enduring his wife's incessant chatter regarding their daughter's internship dilemma. Their daughter, now a junior, was nearing graduation next year. Those who have attended university understand that typically, internships commence after the 3rd year. Logically, since Tian Peng's family owns a company, it would be natural for her to intern there, right? Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that his precious daughter is reluctant to work at her father's company, leading to previous disputes with her mother, Li Huiwan. Consequently, in a fit of rebelliousness, she fled to her grandfather's house for nearly a month, returning just yesterday. That evening, the mother-daughter duo found themselves embroiled in yet another argument regarding the internship. Thus, Li Huiwan has been incessantly nagging since last night, expressing her frustrations about their daughter growing up and becoming disobedient. Tian Peng felt as though his head might explode. He believed that as girls mature, they develop their own thoughts. As long as they do not associate with undesirable elements in society, what matters is the legality of the work they choose. Indeed, not working at all would also be acceptable. Thus, the couple found themselves at an impasse once again. At that moment, a call from Zhou Yang came through. Li Huiwan was a remarkably virtuous woman, typically discussing trivial matters with her husband at home. However, whenever the phone rang or in the presence of outsiders, she exhibited remarkable composure. Consequently, as soon as Tian Peng's phone rang, she immediately fell silent. Hello, Brother Zhou. Yes, I'm at home. Feel free to come over. No problem at all. Purchasing a house is indeed a wonderful thing. All right, I'll be waiting for you. The conversation was brief, consisting of only a few exchanges, so Li Huiwan did not glean much from it. Old Tian, is that Zhou Yang who came yesterday to assist you with the antique appraisal? Tian Peng nodded and replied, Zhou Yang wishes to acquire a villa in our neighborhood, which is why he just contacted me. Isn't the manager of the sales office in this community your classmate? Why not give her a call to inquire if there are any suitable options available? The classmate Tian Peng referred to was Li Huijuan's deskmate from high school. The very villa they currently resided in was purchased last year upon her recommendation. Aside from being somewhat pricey, they were exceptionally satisfied in every other regard. Of course, the notion of it being expensive is relative. For Tian Peng, this villa could be considered both exquisite and reasonably priced. Chapter 36. Complicated relationships. Having visited this place before, the security guard was exceedingly courteous as he opened the gate for Zhou Yang. Another reason for this courtesy was the prevailing culture that emphasizes appearances. Yesterday, Zhou Yang arrived by taxi. Today, he drove a luxury vehicle worth 300,000 to 400,000. Although this sum does not classify as a top-tier luxury car, many vehicles in the city exceed this value. It is undoubtedly regarded as a luxury car by the guards. At least for Zhou Yang's former self, this was indeed a luxury. He reached Tian Peng's residence without any hindrance, where Tian Peng and Li Huiwan awaited him in the courtyard. However, upon disembarking, several individuals were taken aback, particularly Ji Lanyan, as she recognized the couple before her. Tianpeng and Li Huiwan, likewise, were equally surprised. "Auntie, uncle," Ji Lanyan reluctantly called out, leaving Zhou Yang utterly bewildered. "You know each other?" he asked, slowly grasping the situation. "Let us head inside to discuss," Tianpeng suggested. Both he and his wife were aware of Ji Lanyan's family circumstances, yet they had not anticipated her acquaintance with Zhou Yang. Tianpeng intended to clarify their relationship, but Ji Lanyan subtly signaled with her eyes, prompting Li Huiwan to swiftly divert the conversation. As a result, Zhou Yang refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that if they were reluctant to discuss the matter, there must be a valid reason behind it. Thus, he decided to address the subject privately with Ji Lanyan later. Upon entering the villa, while Tianpeng engaged Zhou Yang in conversation, Li Huiwan led Ji Lanyan to her room. "Lanyan, your parents have been searching for you during this time. What brings you here? And how did you come to know Zhou Yang?" Li Huiwan began to inquire as soon as they entered the room. It turned out that Li Huiwan had a familial connection with the Ji family. Ji Lanyan's mother and Li Huiwan were cousins. Hence, Li Huiwan was essentially Ji Lanyan's aunt, and Tianpeng was her uncle by marriage. The reason Ji Lanyan was unaware that this villa belonged to Tianpeng confirmed earlier assertions that the property had been purchased only in the last couple of years. This explained the considerable misunderstanding. Otherwise, Ji Lanyan would never have visited this place, having kept her whereabouts a secret thus far. "Auntie, you know the situation at home. The matchmaker you introduced me to, he makes me feel nauseated. Ji Lanyan would never marry such a person. I would rather marry a poor boy, as long as he is someone I genuinely like." Li Huiwan sighed and replied, "Lanyan, why put yourself through this? You cannot be telling me that the poor boy you mention is Zhou Yang, can you?" Ji Lanyan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly retorted, "Impossible. He is my boss now. I am his driver. Please do not misunderstand. Also, you must not inform my family that I am here, or I shall never speak to you again." Li Huiwan found herself in a quandary. This matter was indeed difficult to resolve. If she were to speak out, it would certainly offend Ji Lanyan, and in this world, it is often wise to avoid making enemies. Yet, if she chose silence, and the situation were to reach the capital, it would prove challenging to explain. "Aunt, you have always been so fond of me since childhood. Please do not betray me. You are well aware of that man who fancies himself a returnee from studying abroad, believing himself to be exceptionally capable, looking down upon others. His speech is laced with a few foreign phrases, and I find it repugnant even to converse with him, let alone consider marriage. I have finally settled here. If you disclose this to the family, I shall have to relocate once more." Ji Lanyan's words may hold some weight. As long as she remains here, I can at least be assured of her safety. If she were to flee, it would become even more complicated to explain later. Moreover, this situation is not urgent. Perhaps in due time, the capital will ease its stance, or Ji Lanyan may come to a realization herself. "Lanyan, I can refrain from informing your family for now, but you must tell me how you came to know this Zhou Yang." Meanwhile, outside, two men engaged in conversation. Zhou Yang had initially been eager to view properties, but Tianpeng insisted on waiting for a phone call, prompting them to engage in idle chatter. "Zhou Yang, have you visited the antique market recently?" Tianpeng swiftly shifted the topic to antiquities, clearly demonstrating his genuine interest. Just as Zhou Yang was about to respond, he suddenly recalled the copper coin he had purchased yesterday. He had placed it in the Rui Ding for restoration and had forgotten about it upon waking. With this thought, Zhou Yang reached into his pocket to retrieve the coin. "Boss Tian, take a look at this, though I suspect it may not align with your interests. This piece is called Kaiyuan Tongbao Jinku Dakian. Do you happen to know anyone who collects such items?" Tianpeng examined the coin closely, acknowledging that, as Zhou Yang had indicated, it was not quite to his taste. After all, personal preferences vary widely. "Zhou Yang, you ought to consult old Huang. He has a broader network. By the way, what is this piece roughly worth?" Zhou Yang agreed, recognizing the necessity of visiting Huang Jiqing at some point. "Boss Tian, this coin, known as Kaiyuan Tongbao Jinku Dakian, should be valued at around 600,000 according to current market prices. A fluctuation of about 100,000 is quite normal, but these items are rather niche, Their true value is only realized when one finds the right buyer. Tian Peng concurred with Zhou Yang's assertion. An item holds value only when it is desired by someone. Without interest, it is merely scrap. At that moment, one of the doors on the second floor opened, and a young woman in her early 20s descended the stairs. Zhou Yang followed her gaze upward, observing that this young woman appeared to be roughly the same age as Huang Xiu, with perhaps only a year or two of difference at most. Her height and appearance bore a striking resemblance to Li Huiwan, leading to an inevitable conclusion about the girl's identity. "Dad, have we got guests at home?" Upon seeing his beloved daughter, Tian Peng's face illuminated with joy. "Xiaoyu, come here quickly. I would like to introduce you to a friend. Zhou Yang, this is my daughter, Tian Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, this is Zhou Yang. You two should get acquainted, as you are both young." Zhou Yang promptly extended a hand, signaling his intention to shake hands with the young woman. "Hello, my name is Zhou Yang." This was Tian Xiaoyu's first experience of someone offering a handshake, especially a male, which left her feeling somewhat bashful. After all, she had never engaged in such an act before. However, as a well-educated young lady raised in a respectable family, she maintained a commendable level of decorum. Despite her shyness, she reached out and shook Zhou Yang's hand. "I am Tian Xiaoyu. I look forward to your guidance." Tian Peng, standing nearby, nearly burst into laughter at his daughter's rather unconventional greeting. "Dad, I'm ignoring you now." Tian Xiaoyu was well aware that her father was teasing her about her greeting style. Chapter 37. The villa. This copper coin is quite remarkable. I shall take it. At that moment, Tian Xiaoyu noticed the copper coin that Tian Peng was toying with and swiftly snatched it away. "Xiaoyu, that is not mine. It belongs to..." Before Tian Peng could finish his sentence, Tian Xiaoyu paid no heed and scampered away with a swish of her little hips. This left Zhou Yang utterly bewildered. Had it been sold or was it theft? By the customs of their trade, it seemed it could be considered a sale. Those who frequently engage in such dealings understand that whatever is taken from someone belongs to the taker. Tian Peng wore a look of helplessness. To put it plainly, he was indifferent to the value of the coin, but the embarrassment was quite another matter. After all, there were guests present, which made the situation all the more awkward. He could only manage an awkward smile. "Zhou Yang, even if I've acquired this coin, I will transfer the payment to you shortly, at the price you mentioned earlier. By the way, I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. I wonder if you have some time available recently?" Zhou Yang had initially intended to dismiss the copper coin matter, but Tian Peng's mention of needing help piqued his interest. "Mr. Tian, please feel free to express your needs. I shall not hesitate to assist in any way I can." Tian Peng's spirits lifted upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, and he began to recount the circumstances. The story actually began the day before when Zhou Yang aided Tian Peng in appraising a chair. The three of them had shared a lunch together, discussing matters concerning a certain Li Tzu. Later that afternoon, upon returning home, Tian Peng began to study the chair and recalled Zhou Yang's earlier words regarding its value if a matching piece could be found. Thus, he reached out to the individual who had previously sold him the chair, and to his surprise, the person indeed had a matching piece. However, it was located quite far away, and the seller insisted that Tian Peng visit in person. Moreover, the seller mentioned having other items for sale, which made it imperative for Tian Peng to go. Although he possessed a passion for antiques, he lacked expertise and was wary of being deceived. The first person who came to mind was Zhou Yang, as he was the one who had appraised the chair. Originally, Tian Peng had planned to invite Zhou Yang to lunch either today or tonight, along with Huang Jiqing, to discuss the matter at the table. However, serendipitously, Zhou Yang appeared just as the situation unfolded. After listening to the account, Zhou Yang felt it was no problem and promptly agreed. "Mr. Tian, I have no objection to accompanying you. However, I would appreciate 2 days to secure accommodation. Once this matter is settled, I shall consider it a significant achievement, and you may command my assistance at your leisure." Hearing this, Tian Peng felt a surge of joy. As long as Zhou Yang accompanied him, he had no fear of being swindled. "Very well, then, it is settled. The appointed time is nearly upon us. Let us proceed together." The Jingcheng Garden Villa stood as a prestigious residential area in the city of Jinling. After departing from Tian Peng's residence, Zhou Yang and his companions arrived at the sales office. Li Huizhuan's high school classmate, Song Tian, managed the place. It is often said that acquaintances can facilitate matters, which certainly holds true here. While the cost is a secondary concern, the convenience is undeniable. Most of the villas have already been occupied, leaving only a few available, and Zhou Yang was specifically interested in those that had been fully renovated. Consequently, his options were limited to just 2 villas. One was Villa number 5, and the other was Villa number 12. The architectural designs and features of these villas were nearly identical. They primarily offered 2 layouts, one larger and one smaller, with the rest being largely the same. These 2 villas represented one of each type, a smaller one priced at 13.8 million yuan, fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in, and a larger one at 16.5 million yuan, also ready for occupancy. Notably, the price was a special rate offered by Song Tian, implying there was still room for negotiation, albeit limited. Zhou Yang hesitated at the thought of spending over 10 million yuan. Only today had he earned such a sum, and had it been yesterday, he would scarcely have dared to contemplate it. His frugal nature surfaced as he leaned towards purchasing Villa number 5 due to its lower price. However, Ji Lanyan had her eyes set on Villa number 12, not only for its larger size but also because it featured a swimming pool at the back. This was an exquisite amenity, especially in the summer, where one could indulge in a refreshing swim during leisure hours. Picture setting up a sunshade and lounging on a deck chair beside the pool. Truly a delightful experience. Additionally, the ample space in front for parking was a practical advantage. Overall, aside from the somewhat steep price, the villa was highly satisfactory. Since Ji Lanyan expressed her preference for this property, Zhou Yang felt compelled to acquiesce, having previously stated he would defer to her judgment. Thus began the negotiation process. Despite being a young lady, Ji Lanyan exhibited impressive bargaining skills, likely a result of her previous corporate experience and her family's long-standing business background. Ultimately, the villa was secured for 15.8 million yuan. A purchase agreement was swiftly drawn up, with a deposit of 600,000 yuan, which Tianpeng graciously provided. Zhou Yang initially opposed this arrangement, but given the earlier incident involving the copper coin, he felt it was only fair that Tianpeng did not take advantage of him. After signing the contract and paying the deposit, they would need to wait a while for the keys, as the renovations and amenities of the villa were worth several million. It was unreasonable to expect the keys simply for the deposit. The crucial step was to finalize the contract in the afternoon. Since this was a cash purchase without the need for a bank mortgage, the process of transferring ownership was quite straightforward. In simple terms, all they needed to do was follow along and sign where indicated. It was only at this moment that Tian Xiaoyu realized the considerable value of the copper coin she had picked up earlier that morning. In truth, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, having encountered such coins numerous times, for they were indeed quite common. What astonished her further was the revelation that her cousin was acquainted with Zhou Yang, and not only that, but she was also his driver. This was quite unexpected. Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou, Mr. Tian, and Hui Wan. The remaining formalities can only be addressed in the afternoon. Since lunch hour has arrived, let us partake in a simple meal together, suggested Song Tian. After enjoying a modest repast, they would proceed with the necessary paperwork, considering their busy schedules. Having successfully completed a significant transaction, coupled with their familiarity, it was entirely reasonable for her to treat them to lunch. What was rather peculiar, however, was her earlier form of address. While it was customary to refer to others appropriately, calling Ji Lanyan Mrs. Zhou felt somewhat excessive. Yet one could not entirely fault Song Tian, as Zhou Yang and Ji Lanyan indeed appeared to share a romantic connection. Moreover, Ji Lanyan had consistently assumed a dominant role in the house-buying process, often soliciting Zhou Yang's opinions. Hence, a considerable misunderstanding had arisen. We are merely friends, so please do not misconstrue our relationship, Manager Song.
Zhou Yang quickly clarified.
Who was Song Tian after all? She shot Zhou Yang a knowing glance, though she did adjust her manner of address. Chapter 38. Eugene Long. After enjoying a reasonably good lunch and taking a brief respite, I commenced the necessary procedures. Such is the nature of this world. With wealth and connections, all matters are effortlessly resolved. By the time everything was finalized, it was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, though the property deed would take some time to be issued. With the affairs concluded, I received the keys to the fully renovated villa, which, in theory, was ready for immediate occupancy. However, I did not intend to move in right away. Instead, I entrusted the villa to Ji Lanyan. Firstly, I needed to discuss my departure with Fang Jie out of courtesy. The reason for allowing Ji Lanyan to move in first was that her previous living conditions were rather poor. Additionally, residing here would be more convenient for her, as the villa required tidying up and the purchase of various items. I delegated these tasks to her, which perhaps reflects my personal inclinations, as it was evident that I harbored certain feelings for this woman. Ji Lanyan did not decline the proposal, thus solidifying our arrangement. I transferred 500,000 to her, ostensibly for acquiring necessary items, yet the true nature of the transaction was left to her discretion, as I now possessed a convenient excuse. I left my vehicle with her, recognizing that she would need transportation for her move and shopping, for it would be quite inconvenient without a car. As for myself, I hailed a cab to Yuanshe Street, where my intentions were primarily to generate income. However, financial gain was only one aspect. Maintaining a certain connection with Ji Lanyan was equally important. This was not an attempt at manipulation, but rather a response to our proximity over the past few days, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. Thus far, my feelings had been one-sided. Ji Lanyan had never expressed anything in this regard, and it seemed our relationship was merely that of employer and employee. Moreover, the short duration of our acquaintance posed numerous questions. I am not overly sentimental. Rather, I lean towards rationality. Ji Lanyan's family background was undoubtedly formidable, far beyond my reach. How could a woman of such stature be interested in someone as financially challenged as I? This led to the second consideration: assets. Through recent experiences, I gleaned a fundamental truth. In this world, possessing wealth grants one access to everything. Previously, I was referred to as Xiao Zhou or Zhou Yang. Now, I am addressed as Mr. Zhou, Boss Zhou or Zhou Zong. While this may seem merely a shift in titles, without wealth, such appellations hold no relevance. I recalled a joke about a leader named Zhang who, before retirement, was addressed as Zhang Lao but post-retirement became simply Lao Zhang. Though amusing, it reflects a stark reality. Thus, I recognize that to alter how others perceive me, I must first transform myself. The question then arises: how does one achieve such transformation? The simplest method to attain wealth is to elevate oneself to great affluence. With wealth comes social standing and influence. Additionally, Zhou Yang yearned for greater strength. Although he initially intended to visit the antique street, he realized that profits from antiques were not as swift as those from jadeite. Thus, he ultimately found himself in this vicinity. Earlier that morning, when he cut a piece of imperial green, the Rui Ding had transmitted a signal, indicating a desire to absorb energy. This suggested that jadeite possesses the ability to harness energy. Consequently, he planned to seek a reasonably priced rough stone that afternoon, intending to allow the Rui Ding to absorb its energy and observe the outcome. This time, Zhou Yang acted wisely. He began his search from the opposite end of the rough stone street. Mr. Zhou, what a coincidence! As he stepped into a rough stone shop, a woman's voice resonated from within. Upon looking up, he recognized her as the woman named Jiang, who had purchased his imperial green earlier that day. Regrettably, Zhou Yang had forgotten her full name, but at least he recalled her surname, Jiang, sparing him from further embarrassment. "Ah, it's you, General Jiang. What a coincidence." Jiang Xueru smiled slightly and gestured towards a companion, beginning her introduction. "Mr. Zhou, allow me to introduce this person. He is our company's vice president, Mr. Eugene Long." As Jiang Xueru completed her introduction, Zhou Yang politely extended his hand for a handshake. However, Mr. Eugene Long disregarded the gesture entirely, adopting a provocative tone, which radiated an air of arrogance. "You are the one who stumbled upon a piece of imperial green, aren't you?" Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, instantly discerning that the man was targeting him. Given that he had neither offended nor even met this individual, it was evident that there was a reason behind this antagonism. Thus, Zhou Yang turned his gaze towards Jiang Xueru, as understanding dawned upon him. Jiang Xueru appeared to be in her 30s, although Zhou Yang found it difficult to ascertain her exact age. Suffice to say, she was likely in her early 30s. She possessed remarkable beauty, exuding an aura of elegance and poise, coupled with an alluring figure. For those enamored with mature, sophisticated women, she would undoubtedly be the prime choice. Coupling this with Eugene Long's condescending remarks, Zhou Yang quickly grasped the situation. He was not one to seek trouble, so after exchanging a few words with the woman, he turned to leave. This infuriated Eugene Long, confirming Zhou Yang's suspicions that his peculiar demeanor stemmed from personal reasons aimed at provoking Zhou Yang. However, Eugene Long was afflicted by a flaw, his penchant for self-importance. In simpler terms, he could look down upon Zhou Yang, but Zhou Yang was not permitted to disregard him. Thus, when Zhou Yang chose to ignore him and departed, Eugene Long perceived this as a provocation. Consequently, he approached Zhou Yang again as he began selecting rough stones. Zhou Yang, I hear you possess remarkable skills in the art of stone gambling. Shall we engage in a wager? Zhou Yang cast a glance at the fellow before him, then at Jiang Xueru, who trailed behind in silence, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama. Initially, Zhou Yang intended to disregard such individuals. Yet the man persisted in his relentless gaze, akin to a rabid dog, hindering Zhou Yang's focus on the lucrative endeavor of stone gambling. He found himself perplexed, questioning how a person of such demeanor could ascend to the position of deputy general. Perhaps it was due to a fortunate lineage? How would you like to wager? Zhou Yang's smile vanished, as he decided that if the other party was so lacking in discernment, he might as well seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson while profiting from the encounter. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's inquiry, Eugene Long's expression brightened. Indeed, he had influential connections. His father was the largest shareholder of Liufu Jewelry, famously known as the chairman. Coincidentally, Jiang Xueru's father held the position of the second-largest shareholder, thus elucidating Eugene Long's animosity towards Zhou Yang. The primary catalyst for his resentment stemmed from Jiang Xueru's return to the company that day with an exquisite piece of imperial green jade, seemingly extolling Zhou Yang's prowess. Consequently, Eugene Long's jealousy festered, prompting him to accompany this woman that afternoon. His intention was clear, to reclaim his pride. To that end, he had even brought along a stone gambling expert. However, after wandering for over an hour, Zhou Yang remained elusive. It was only at this moment that Zhou Yang indeed made his entrance, leading to the initial scene. Chapter 39. The gamble. The affection that Eugene Long harbored for Jiang Xueru was merely one facet of his intentions. The primary motivation lay in her prestigious background. Should he succeed in marrying her, the Yu family would gain unequivocal control over Liufu Jewelry. Thus, he conspired to engage in a stone gambling contest with Zhou Yang, viewing the financial stakes as inconsequential, while relishing the prospect of embarrassing Zhou Yang. In doing so, he believed he could alleviate this looming threat. When Zhou Yang inquired about the terms of the wager, Eugene Long directed his gaze toward an elderly gentleman beside him. Old Chin, please, share your thoughts. At that moment, a man of approximately 50, sporting a distinctive mustache, stepped forward. Mr. Zhou, I trust you are aware that time is of the essence. Let us proceed with a wager. Each of us shall select a raw stone, valued at no more than 1 million, and the one whose jadeite proves more valuable upon cutting shall emerge victorious. The winner will receive 2 jadeite pieces, while the loser must cover the cost of procuring the 2 raw stones. What do you say, Mr. Zhou? Just as Zhou Yang was about to acquiesce, he perceived several issues at play. The terms of the wager seem straightforward, but how can I trust that you will honor your promise if you lose? Furthermore, who will determine the value of the jadeite? What if someone maliciously inflates or deflates its worth? It is not that I doubt you. Rather, it is him, Zhou Yang remarked, pointing accusatorily at Eugene Long, his implication unmistakably casting aspersions on the man's integrity. Jiang Xueru nearly burst into laughter. As the saying goes, one should strike the body, not the face. Yet Zhou Yang was boldly criticizing the monk while pointing at the bald donkey. Did he not notice Eugene Long's countenance, which resembled the bottom of a pot? What are you insinuating? Eugene Long stammered, his fury rendering him momentarily speechless. Fortunately, at that juncture, Jiang Xueru intervened to defuse the tension. Mr. Zhou, how about this? I shall act as a guarantor for this matter. As for the value of the jadeite, you are indeed an expert, and I have been in this line of work for over a decade. While my assessments may not be infallible, they are usually quite accurate. The rightful victor shall be recognized, and should anyone fail to uphold their word, I will take responsibility for the outcome. What do you think? At this point, Zhou Yang grasped the situation. It appeared that this woman held a significant disdain for Eugene Long, utilizing him as a means to confront the latter. The rationale behind the gamble became clear. She was leveraging him to humiliate Eugene Long. Even if Zhou Yang were to lose, the woman would suffer no repercussions. Conversely, should he prevail, her goal would be achieved. It can be said that regardless of victory or defeat, this woman stands to gain immensely. As for the realization of the wager, Zhou Yang is not the least bit concerned. A woman who can effortlessly stake 30 million will not tarnish her reputation over a mere few hundred thousand or even a few million in bets. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yang made an okay gesture. Once the wager was established, he began his search for the stone, moving with a newfound urgency, unlike his previous hesitance, as if he were swiftly perusing a gallery. His first task was to eliminate the inferior stones, followed by discarding those with unsatisfactory colors or insufficient size. Ultimately, he aimed to select the finest piece from the remaining raw stones, all of which was observed by Eugene Long and Jiang Shueru. Shueru, is this the impressive individual you spoke of? Eugene Long, initially filled with trepidation, found his concerns dissipating. Although not well versed in the art of stone gambling, his extensive experience in the industry had given him insight. He had seen enough to recognize the rarity of someone like Zhou Yang. Jiang Shueru, meanwhile, harbored her own doubts. After Zhou Yang departed that morning, she had inquired about him, yet no one seemed to know him. It appeared he had emerged from obscurity. When had such a person surfaced in Jinling? To debut by purchasing a piece of imperial jade seemed too coincidental to be mere happenstance. Thus, when Eugene Long proposed a wager against Zhou Yang, she refrained from dissuading him and even felt a flicker of anticipation. If Zhou Yang's success was merely due to luck, then there was nothing more to discuss. Conversely, if he indeed possessed genuine skill, future collaboration could be envisioned. Anyone who has operated a jade jewelry company understands that their demand is not for ordinary jade, but rather for pieces of superior quality. The market is saturated with jade pendants costing anywhere from dozens to hundreds of dollars. Yet, high-quality jade easily starts in the thousands. For instance, a pair of jade bangles of a lesser grade may be priced between several hundred to a couple of $1,000s, while those of higher quality can reach hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Thus, she was keenly interested in Zhou Yang's forthcoming performance, although his current brisk pace left her feeling uncertain. Fortunately, it did not take long for Zhou Yang and Old Chun to each select a piece of jade rough. Zhou Yang's choice was significantly more expensive than his earlier selection, given that the first piece had inherent flaws, justifying its lower price. He had now chosen a jade rough costing a total of 880,000, while Old Chen's selection was priced at 650,000. Kid, this stone gambling isn't merely about who has the bigger stone. If that were the case, one could simply purchase a larger piece outright, Eugene Long remarked, taking another jab at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, utterly disinterested in the individual before him, swiftly completed the payment via a QR code, fully aware that the sum would soon be reimbursed. Eugene Long, feeling as though he had struck a blow against cotton, was infuriated yet entirely powerless. Thus, his only recourse was to await Zhou Yang's eventual defeat, at which point he could unleash a torrent of scorn and humiliation. Following the transaction, they proceeded to the jadeite evaluation area. After all, in a wager, the unveiling must occur face to face. Shall I go first, or will you? The esteemed stone expert Old Chun exhibited a commendable courtesy. Zhou Yang gestured invitingly, clearly indicating that he wished for his counterpart to proceed with the evaluation. Old Chun, displaying no reluctance, rolled up his sleeves and donned the protective attire provided by the establishment, which was merely an apron. With preparations complete, the stone evaluation was set to commence. Chapter 40. Red jadeite. As the stone was being dissected, much like previous occasions, the crowd began to swell. After all, the world is never devoid of onlookers, akin to a game of mahjong where some derive pleasure merely from spectating. As seconds ticked by, Old Chun meticulously removed all the waste surrounding the raw stone, revealing a piece no larger than a bowl-less rim. It was at this juncture that the process became most critical. One had to proceed with caution, for haste could easily mar the exquisite jade. Yellow jadeite. Astonishingly, it was yellow jadeite. At that moment, an observant individual, whose keen eyes discerned the remarkable object within the jade, exclaimed in astonishment. To my surprise, it was indeed yellow jade, and its substantial size surely commanded a value of at least 1 to 2 million. Wouldn't you agree? I could not help but gaze upon this substantial piece of jade, which, at the very least, is valued starting from 3 million. In fact, I had my eye on this rough stone earlier. Alas, I was a moment too late, and it ended up being. Yes, indeed. I too had intended to seize it, but I was just a step behind. Regardless of the setting, there are always those who speak after the fact. Old Chun turned off the machine and then rinsed the jade with water, revealing a faint yellow hue on its surface. The jade is of considerable size, presenting a goose yellow color. Though not entirely pure, it belongs to the category of light yellow. Nevertheless, this piece of jade is undoubtedly worth at least 2 to 3 million, for yellow jade is indeed quite rare. Furthermore, the size of this jade permits the crafting of several bangles without issue. Old Chun appeared quite pleased. After observing it for a moment, he resumed polishing, for this is a gamble with stones, and one must unveil the inner jade completely to ascertain its value. Thus, amidst a chorus of admiration, Old Chun completed the preliminary polishing, and at this juncture, a pale yellow jade was entirely revealed. Jin Long, brimming with pride, took hold of this jade and approached Zhou Yang, incessantly shaking it in his hands, clearly displaying his delight. Zhou Yang, as you can see, this piece of jadeite is a rare yellow jade, and its price is no less than 5 to 6 million, I presume. It is still not too late for you to concede defeat. All you need to do is acknowledge your loss and avoid me in the future. As for today's wager, I shall consider it null and void. Zhou Yang inwardly cursed the foolishness of the situation before turning his gaze to Jiang Shueru. General Jiang, you must be more knowledgeable about the value of this piece of jade than I am. Some individuals lack both intelligence and discernment. Perhaps it would be best for you to enlighten us on its worth. Zhou Yang showed no regard for this individual, and although he did not mention any names, it was evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence who he was admonishing. Who might you be scolding? Eugene Long is not foolish, he immediately reacted. Whoever engages with me, I will scold. General Jiang, it is getting late. You should say something. Zhou Yang was no longer inclined to engage in futile conversation with this individual, so he turned his gaze directly towards Jiang Shueru. In truth, Jiang Shueru relished such moments, as she intended to wield Zhou Yang as a means to subdue the audacious Eugene Long, who was blissfully unaware of his own limitations. It is evident that this strategy has proven to be exceedingly successful. Very well, let me appraise this jadeite. The value of this piece is primarily reflected in two aspects: its size and its color. The significance of size is self-evident. This jadeite could yield several bangles, and once the bangles are crafted, the remaining material would be pure profit. As for color, yellow jadeite is among the rarer varieties. Yet this particular piece is somewhat lighter in hue, which does affect its valuation. Therefore, based on market prices, this jadeite should be valued between 2.8 million and 3.2 million. Thus, I propose a midpoint price of 3 million. I wonder if either party has any objections. If so, we can. Before Jiang Shueru could finish her sentence, Zhou Yang interjected, I have no objections. We shall proceed with the valuation of 3 million. However, whether others share the same sentiment is beyond my purview. Eugene Long indeed harbored some reservations, but Zhou Yang's remark clearly pressured him. If he were to voice his concerns about the price being too low, he would fall right into the trap set by others, so he chose to remain silent. Next came Zhou Yang's stone analysis. Having gained experience from the morning's events, he was much quicker this time, particularly with the aid of his X-ray vision, alleviating any fear of damaging the jade. Consequently, the pace of the analysis quickened, and as the outer layers of the stone were gradually removed, it did not take long before the exterior of Zhou Yang's stone was cleared away. The next step involved careful edging and polishing, which required his utmost caution. This color. It's red jadeite. Unbelievable. What a vibrant hue. The onlookers erupted into discussions, while Eugene Long's expression darkened considerably. Those familiar with stone gambling understand that jadeite comes in numerous colors, each of which can be further categorized. For instance, yellow jadeite itself encompasses several shades. Speaking broadly, the most valuable jadeite is undoubtedly the imperial green, with various other hues trailing behind. For instance, violet and red jadeite as well as yellow jadeite are relatively rare. If two pieces of jadeite are of the same size and purity in color, red jadeite typically commands a higher price than yellow jadeite. This is akin to a high-stakes poker game where a spade flush trumps other flushes, regardless of identical hand rankings. Spades reign supreme. Thus, under equal conditions, the intrinsic value of red jadeite surpasses that of yellow jadeite. However, Zhou Yang's piece of red jadeite is remarkable not only for its vibrant color, but also for its considerable size. When Zhou Yang unveiled the red jadeite, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. In summary, while some offered their hindsight opinions, there were still those who remained silent. Mr. Jiang, please provide us with a valuation for this red jadeite. At this moment, Zhou Yang could hardly be bothered to engage with Eugene Long, so he promptly handed the piece of jade to Jiang Shueru. In truth, this was also Zhou Yang's subtle test, assessing whether this woman was worthy of a long-term partnership. If she were to support Eugene Long at this juncture, he would merely incur the loss of the jade, a cost he could readily bear. However, should this woman indeed adopt a neutral stance, Zhou Yang might then consider establishing a lasting collaboration with her. After all, the jade that has been unearthed must be sold, and selling it to others might not yield a satisfactory price. Moreover, he could not afford to squander time on the sale of jade. Therefore, Zhou Yang sought a reliable client, even if it meant accepting a lower price. What he desired was stability, security, convenience, and a trustworthy partner. Thus, today's wager was also an opportunity for Zhou Yang to gauge this woman's character. One should not fear being utilized, for as long as one possesses value, one remains relevant. The true tragedy lies in the absence of even utilitarian worth. Chapter 41. Offending to the end, Jiang Shueru cast a glance at Zhou Yang and then at Eugene Long, her face adorned with a smile. This gesture gave Eugene Long the illusion that Jiang Shueru was reassuring him. Indeed, he believed this as they were allies, while Zhou Yang was merely an outsider. However, what Jiang Shueru said next. Mr. Zhou, this piece of red jadeite surpasses the preceding yellow jadeite in both hue and size. Therefore, after thorough consideration and taking into account market demand, I am offering a price of 4.5 million. Should you decide to proceed, I would require this amount. Jiang Shueru's price did not disappoint Zhou Yang. The appraisal provided by his X-ray vision estimated the red jadeite at 4.8 million, and Zhou Yang understood that the value given by the divine eye was merely a reference price. For instance, the worth of an item is subject to fluctuations. Hence, Jiang Shueru's offer of 4.5 million was neither excessively high nor low. It could be said that the earlier piece of imperial green jadeite was so rare that even if purchased for 30 million, it would scarcely yield a profit. Yet there would still be buyers. Very well, this red jadeite shall belong to you. By the way, there is also this piece of yellow jadeite.
Zhou Yang declared.
Directly retrieving the yellow jadeite from Eugene Long's hands. Having already offended this individual, he felt no trepidation in incurring further animosity. Even if Zhou Yang were to generously declare that this gamble was merely a jest, it was likely that this person would harbor intense resentment. After all, it was a matter of losing face, and a significant one at that. At this juncture, the difference between offending and not offending was negligible. Thus, why should he deprive himself of financial gain? After all, this was 3 million, and even 300,000 is still money. The yellow jadeite was taken by Zhou Yang, and Eugene Long, already on the verge of eruption, found it increasingly difficult to rein in his emotions. You are the vice president, correct? This wager was proposed by you. You wouldn't wish to backtrack, would you? If you now claim in front of these individuals that your previous words were mere nonsense, I shall return this piece of yellow jadeite to you. Otherwise, General Manager Jiang will bear the responsibility for you. Do you want it? So, I can give it to you. As Zhou Yang spoke, he openly extended the yellow jadeite to Eugene Long. Had it been someone else, they might have accepted the jadeite, disregarding their pride. For what is pride worth when 3 million is at stake? However, Eugene Long could not bring himself to do so, for Jiang Shueru was watching closely. Should he resort to deceit, it was not beyond the realm of possibility, as the wager was merely a verbal agreement without formal documentation. Even if he attempted to wriggle out of it, it would only lead to verbal condemnation, and in truth, others would be powerless against him. Yet, with Jiang Shueru present, Eugene Long could only suffer in silence and accept his fate. It's merely a stone worth 3 million. I am not concerned about such an amount. In the end, Eugene Long could only reluctantly utter those words. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement and then produced his bank card. What Vice President you said is indeed true. This amount is trivial for you. By the way, when I purchased the raw stone earlier, it cost 880,000. This was previously agreed upon, so you should contribute as well. Jiang Shueru couldn't help but burst into laughter. She had completely forgotten about that matter, and it was surprising that Zhou Yang still remembered. I want to challenge you to another round. Do you dare to accept? Gritting his teeth, Eugene Long paid the 880,000 and then initiated the challenge. Zhou Yang, lacking the energy to respond, glanced at his phone. It was already 4:30 p.m., and time was slipping away. He still had 2 pieces of jade left to transact, and by the time all was settled, it would be nearly 5 o'clock. Additionally, he needed to return to the villa, leaving him with insufficient time. Today won't work. I have some matters to attend to. If you truly wish to gamble with me, we can arrange it for tomorrow or the day after. You can choose the time. However, let's set the ground rules. If you lose, no tricks. Once Zhou Yang finished speaking, he turned his attention away from Eugene Long and handed the piece of yellow jade to Jiang Shueru. This piece of yellow jade was priced by you previously, so I will sell it to you at that price. The total for both pieces of jade comes to 7.5 million. Here is the account number. Zhou Yang said, passing the bank card to Jiang Shueru. Making his intentions clear? Time to transfer the funds? Jiang Shueru nodded, not saying much more. Indeed, these 2 pieces of jade were worth that price. She had even slightly lowered the price for the red jade, so purchasing it not only meant no loss but also a profit. However, the profit would benefit the company, while some individuals would bear the brunt of the loss. Mr. Zhou, may I have your phone number? Additionally, I wonder if you are free for dinner tonight. I would like to invite you, if convenient. Zhou Yang checked the balance on his bank card, confirmed the funds had been transferred, and then directly declined the woman. I really can't today. As I mentioned, I have matters to handle. Let's reschedule. Next time, it will be my treat. As for the phone number, just jot it down. Jiang Shueru was taken aback by Zhou Yang's refusal of her dinner invitation, but acquiring his contact information was still a small victory. Zhou Yang was undoubtedly a person of great capability. From a business perspective, it was essential to be on good terms with such individuals and not to offend them, especially given the nature of their company, which required a substantial amount of jade annually, particularly high-end jade. After exchanging contact information, Zhou Yang turned to leave, as he truly had matters to attend to. Shueru, why are you helping him? After Zhou Yang departed, Eugene Long began to question her, his tone noticeably less courteous than usual. The embarrassment he had suffered today weighed heavily on him, and the fact that this woman had not aided him but rather assisted an outsider made him extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Shueru cast a glance at Eugene Long, inwardly cursing him for his foolishness, yet maintaining a smile as she began to explain. You have witnessed today's events. Numerous onlookers were present, and it was evident to any discerning eye which of these 2 jade pieces commanded a higher value. As for this yellow jade, I have already raised the price, but who could foresee the exceptional quality of this red jade? A few million is but a trifling matter. If we were to distort the truth, would it not tarnish our reputation? Who would dare sell jade to us in the future? Furthermore, this fellow merely had a stroke of luck today. Did he not say as he departed, "Feel free to challenge me any time"? It would certainly be inappropriate to engage in a wager under the company's name, yet privately. At this point, Jiang Shueru refrained from further elaboration, as her intentions had become abundantly clear. First, she elucidated the reasons for not assisting Eugene Long, then subtly encouraged him to continue challenging Zhou Yang in the coming days. After all, the stakes were not the company's but rather Eugene Long's personal losses. Why not indulge in the opportunity? Eugene Long's eyes brightened. Now it made sense. No wonder Jiang Shueru had sought Zhou Yang's phone number. Everything was orchestrated for his benefit. Shueru, thank you. I nearly misjudged you. Chapter 42. The unique Ji Lanyan. As Zhou Yang rode in the taxi, he found himself lost in thought. Today had been extraordinarily lucrative. In the morning, he had earned 30 million, followed by the purchase of a villa. Now, he had made an additional 7.5 million, and even the initial investment was generously covered by Jin Long. With such fortune, the expense of the villa felt less burdensome. In total, he had amassed 37,500,000 from gambling, spent 15,800,000 on the villa, and deducted 600,000 for Tianpeng's copper coin purchase. Thus, his earnings for the day amounted to 22,300,000, after gifting Ji Lanyan 500,000, alongside the profits from selling antiques in previous days. Currently, he possessed 25,620,000. It seemed an opportune moment to return home, and Zhou Yang felt a strong desire to call his family. However, he decided to hold back, wishing to surprise them instead. Lost in contemplation, the taxi arrived at the villa. After paying the fare, Zhou Yang promptly called Ji Lanyan. He had no intention of entering, as there was still a considerable distance from the community gate to his villa, and visiting now seemed futile. Besides, it was getting late, and they ought to return for dinner. Not long after hanging up, Ji Lanyan emerged in her car. "How do you feel?" Zhou Yang inquired as he entered, seeking her opinion on the villa's allure. "It feels wonderful. Spending your money, residing in your house, driving your car. I truly feel I have reached the pinnacle of life. A fool like you is a rarity in this world. If I were any less satisfied, it would be akin to being kicked by a mule." She continued, "By the way, your attire is rather mundane. While shopping this afternoon, I bought you 2 outfits. I chose them based on instinct, so I'm unsure if they fit. Try them on when you shower tonight. If they don't suit you, bring them back tomorrow, and I shall exchange them." As she spoke, she handed him a bag containing 2 pairs of trousers and 2 shirts. Zhou Yang gazed at her, astonished that she would utter such a jest, let alone buy him clothes, albeit with his own money. Yet, the sentiment was distinct and delightful, as if their relationship had been significantly deepened. "All right, I'll try them on tonight, but I must express my gratitude," he replied. Noticing the late hour, he suggested, "Let us head back. Otherwise, Fang Jie might be displeased if we return too late." This remark puzzled Ji Lanyan. She previously believed Zhou Yang shared a deeper bond with Fang Jie. Therefore, it was somewhat reasonable for Zhou Yang to harbor a bit of apprehension towards her. However, after spending several days together, Ji Lanyan had concluded that their relationship was merely that of a landlord and tenant. Of course, she sensed Fang Jie harbored feelings for Zhou Yang, leaving her perplexed as to why he had not moved out. "Zhou Yang, I shall move everything over tonight. When will you relocate? Please do not misunderstand me. What I mean is, why would you choose to reside in such a splendid villa yet remain cramped at Fang Jie's place?" The smile on Zhou Yang's face gradually faded, transforming into a bittersweet grin as he began to recount the events that led to this situation. "Lanyan, let me be candid with you. My family has experienced certain upheavals, and I shall elaborate on that in due course. In short, I find myself in dire financial straits, yet I am merely an ordinary university graduate, unable to secure a so-called high-paying job. Thus, even if my monthly salary amounts to only 3,000 yuan, I cannot afford to resign, for I am in desperate need of money. Fang Jie possesses some flaws, yet overall, she is a decent person. During my most challenging times, when I went 3 months without paying rent, she merely voiced her displeasure without ever increasing my rent. Occasionally, I would even find myself dining at her place, a sentiment you can likely relate to. While you may not have grasped this before, I believe you have come to appreciate the weight of financial struggle during this period. Although I am no longer in need of money and my financial situation is improving, I cannot disregard the kindness shown to me by others. I cannot simply abandon my current living situation now that I am more financially stable. That would be akin to burning bridges. Therefore, I require a period of transition. I am not a masochist who enjoys being looked down upon. Rather, I have yet to find the right opportunity. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that opportunities are crafted. In a few days, I plan to return to my hometown, and I will bring my mother to stay with me for a while. This will provide me with a valid excuse." Ji Lanyan remained silent, as she comprehended the essence of Zhou Yang's words. As Zhou Yang stated, some experiences must be felt personally to be truly understood. Throughout her life, Ji Lanyan had never anticipated that illness could lead to an inability to afford medical care, or that she would endure summer's sweltering heat in a room devoid of air conditioning. However, having faced these challenges in recent days, she empathized with Zhou Yang. It can be said that such individuals are numerous. Zhou Yang, however, has managed to find success. Lan Yen, let us set this aside for now. I have some good news to share. This afternoon. Zhou Yang then recounted the events of the afternoon, which primarily served as a means to share the joy within his heart. Zhou Yang, I have yet to inquire about this matter. Who taught you the skill of stone gambling? I can somewhat believe your claim of being able to appraise antiques, given your exposure to that field. Some individuals possess innate talents. Thus, that aspect is somewhat justifiable. Your ability to play mahjong may stem from your good memory, which is also understandable. After all, I have seen the brain and noted that some individuals indeed possess remarkable memory. However, stone gambling. That seems entirely unrelated to the previous two skills. How have you managed to excel in that as well? Zhou Yang felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He had been so engrossed in his own arrogance that he had overlooked this crucial matter, and now he found himself in a predicament. To speak candidly, it was impossible. Thus he had no choice but to fabricate a tale. Lan Yen, since you have uncovered this, there is no longer anything for me to conceal. The origins of this matter trace back to when I was merely 10 years old. It was a night shrouded in darkness, with howling winds and torrential rain, and I found myself lost. Initially, Lan Yen listened attentively, but as the narrative unfolded, she sensed something amiss. Zhou Yang was actually toying with her, which incited her ire. Fortunately, they had already returned to Fang Jie's residence, parking the vehicle outside. Zhou Yang then gestured for Lan Yen to head inside while he lingered at a fruit shop to procure some fruits, subsequently meandering outside before making his way back. The reason for this prolonged delay was to provide Lan Yen and Fang Jie an opportunity to converse. Lan Yen was undoubtedly planning to move out, thus necessitating a discussion regarding the vacating of the premises. While the rent could be disregarded, the keys and other belongings still needed to be returned to Fang Jie. Additionally, since she was moving out, it was necessary to notify the landlord. Indeed, upon Zhou Yang's return, he discovered that Lan Yen had already packed her belongings. Chapter 43. Mysterious Fang Jie. I have brought you the fruits you adore. Upon returning home, Zhou Yang was greeted by the sight of the woman preparing dinner, prompting him to extend a warm greeting. Fang Jie, noticing the fruits in Zhou Yang's hand, was visibly delighted, though perhaps her joy stemmed from more than just the fruits themselves. Zhou Yang, since you are no longer working, I've been too busy these past few days to ask. How is your venture into finding bargains coming along? Zhou Yang placed the fruits aside, peeled a banana, and handed it to Fang Jie. He then took hold of the spatula, stirring the vegetables while recounting his recent endeavors. Fang Jie, the past few days have been quite fruitful. I've earned several tens of thousands. If this continues, it won't be long before I can afford a house. After all, a man must have his own abode. With this statement, Zhou Yang was subtly laying the groundwork for a future move. While earning money is commendable and purchasing a house is indeed necessary, you must also save a bit more first. I believe acquiring a property can wait. The priority should be to earn some capital to start a small business. By the way, Lan Yen has moved. Fang Jie's sudden shift in conversation left Zhou Yang feeling somewhat embarrassed, for he was already aware of this development, while Fang Jie remained oblivious. If she had not mentioned it, all would have been well. Yet her words made him feel like a schemer. However, he could not disclose his knowledge, nor could he reveal that he had already purchased a villa and a car. Some matters must be unraveled with the passage of time. After enjoying a rather sumptuous dinner, Zhou Yang took a shower and tried on an outfit Lan Yen had bought for him. To his surprise, it fit him perfectly, showcasing her thoughtfulness. He casually took a selfie and sent it to her. At that moment, Lan Yen had just entered her room and settled down after a day of moving and organizing, followed by a light meal nearby. After returning, she opted for a refreshing shower. After all, on a hot summer day, it was far more comfortable to relax in an air-conditioned room post-bath. Habitually, she picked up her phone and noticed a message from Zhou Yang, prompting her to open it and behold the handsome photograph he had sent. Indeed, Zhou Yang belonged to the category of strikingly attractive individuals. However, in this era, looks alone held little value. Yet, when one possessed charm coupled with capability, it became immensely advantageous. Clearly, Zhou Yang exemplified this ideal. In a whimsical moment, Lan Yen snapped a selfie of her own and, without much thought, sent it off. Almost immediately, regret washed over her. The photo exuded a sensuality that felt a tad excessive. Having just showered and finding herself alone at home, she had foregone her bra, donning only a nightgown. The image she had just sent featured her leaning against the headboard, revealing just enough to be tantalizing while still maintaining a sense of modesty. Had this photograph been shared between a man and a woman, it would not only have been harmless but could also have fostered a deeper emotional connection. However, sending it to Zhou Yang was decidedly inappropriate. Consequently, Ji Lanyan hurriedly attempted to retract the image, but alas, it was too late, for Zhou Yang had already responded with a drooling emoji, clearly indicating he had seen it. Ji Lanyan's cheeks flushed crimson. Nevertheless, she managed to withdraw the photo, though it was merely a superficial cover-up. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Yang had simultaneously chosen to save the image upon opening it. Their ensuing conversation meandered without delving into profound topics, as their relationship had yet to reach that level of intimacy. After approximately half an hour of casual exchange, Tian Peng's call interrupted them, the purpose being to confirm their plans for a trip to the suburbs the following day.
Yo yang readily aku yes chat.
Initially, their outing was slated for the morning. However, as Monday would necessitate Tian Peng's attendance at the office, they rescheduled for the afternoon. Noticing the time, Zhou Yang decided against messaging Ji Lanyan, opting instead to charge his phone. He intended to use the restroom before retiring for the night, only to discover Fang Jie unexpectedly bathing within. Typically, he would have simply retreated, as the bathroom and toilet were essentially one and the same, and he could wait a moment. However, perhaps due to having consumed 2 bottles of beer that evening or perhaps influenced by Ji Lanyan's earlier photograph, Zhou Yang inexplicably activated his left eye X-ray vision. As the ability manifested, a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. How to articulate it? A large, overcooked dumpling, its skin peeling away. To complicate matters, Fang Jie was shaving. Yes, she was indeed shaving. Those who might question how a woman could have facial hair clearly remain blissfully naive. When men and women argue, women possess an innate advantage with their superior verbal dexterity. For those still bewildered, consider purchasing a block of tofu from the market for 2 yuan and striking it upon your head. Zhou Yang remained transfixed, his eyes unblinking, primarily due to his enhanced abilities and the glass door of the bathroom, which minimized energy expenditure, unlike penetrating walls or jade stones which would have drained him considerably. Materials like wood and glass, being relatively thin, required minimal effort. He observed for no less than 15 minutes, captivated by Fang Jie's meticulous shaving technique, which was, astonishingly, cleaner than his own. He even contemplated gifting her an electric razor on a future occasion. Just as Zhou Yang was lost in his thoughts, the bathroom door swung open, startling him into a hasty retreat back to his room before Fang Jie emerged. It was only after she had entered her own room that he dared to leave his sanctuary once more. Having resolved a few physiological matters, Zhou Yang was preparing to return to his slumber when he caught sight of a razor resting atop the vanity. Upon picking it up, he noticed the inscription of Farron etched upon it. The following morning, Zhou Yang was roused from his dreams by a call from Ji Lanyan. Perhaps due to his prolonged musings the previous night, he had indulged in a leisurely sleep. After a brief grooming session, he departed his abode, where Ji Lanyan's vehicle awaited him outside. "Boss Zhou, it seems you enjoyed a splendid night's rest." As Zhou Yang settled into the car, he was met with Ji Lanyan's teasing remark, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Had something occurred that he was unaware of? In truth, Ji Lanyan felt a tinge of displeasure. The previous evening, their conversation had flowed effortlessly until Zhou Yang abruptly ceased responding. She had waited, somewhat foolishly, for over an hour, ultimately dozing off without receiving a word from him. This morning, recollecting the incident, she had uttered her earlier comment. This alone was sufficient to demonstrate that despite her beauty and competence, even she could exhibit a touch of sulkiness. Perhaps it depended on the individual in question. Nonetheless, Zhou Yang found himself bewildered. Ji Lanyan, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that Zhou Yang had abruptly fallen silent due to an incoming call. "So, where are we headed today? To Yuanshe Street?" Chapter 44. Calligraphy and painting. Zhou Yang shook his head. He would not be visiting original Stone Street in the next few days. After all, he had earned around 30 to 40 million yesterday, and it was likely that some people would remember him. Frequent visits could easily attract unwanted attention, and Zhou Yang felt that the antique trade was rather reliable. Therefore, his destination today was Antique Street. Lan Yen, let us first explore Antique Street to see if there are any treasures. In the afternoon, I must accompany Tian Peng to the countryside for some matters. If I stumble upon something remarkable, you must assist me. Once we make a profit, I will treat you to a handbag. Zhou Yang's last remark was made in jest, which Lan Yen naturally understood. How am I supposed to assist you? Zhou Yang stroked his chin and began to impart knowledge on how this woman could provide her support. Zhou Yang was not particularly familiar with Antique Street, as he had previously been an apprentice at Li Tzu's shop. His daily routine involved going to work and, after hours, passing through this area to buy fast food. Without lingering much, he was acquainted with the street itself, but not its people. Occasionally, when Li Tzu was in good spirits, he would take Zhou Yang out for a stroll to flaunt his limited knowledge of antiques. As before, Zhou Yang started from the first stall, with Lan Yen by his side. However, this time was different. She was linking her arm through his, an initiative on her part, likely to facilitate their collaboration. As they walked, they arrived at the stall where he had made a significant purchase. Zhou Yang had not intended to linger here, but the vendor recognized him. Hey, young man, back again to hunt for treasures? Come and see. I received a new batch of goods yesterday. Zhou Yang was somewhat surprised that the vendor remembered him, as their previous encounter had merely involved a brief greeting and a purchase. Nevertheless, since he had been recognized, he paused. At that moment, the stall had not yet fully set up, and several items remained packed away. Zhou Yang had gotten a late start that morning, and given that business on Antique Street typically did not pick up until around 9, most vendors were just beginning to display their wares. Boss, there's nothing of value here. I had these items appraised, and they're all fake, Zhou Yang remarked, holding up a snuff bottle priced at 50 yuan each, 2 for 80, and a few copper coins worth no more than 5 yuan each. As he spoke, he revealed some items he had purchased 2 days prior, which he had originally intended to discard but had forgotten in the Ruiding due to his busy schedule. The vendor's face darkened upon hearing Zhou Yang's words. Those in the trade preferred a favorable start, especially for their first sale. Typically, they would sell even for a modest profit, but they dreaded encounters like Zhou Yang's. After all, many in this line of work harbored superstitions, and Zhou Yang's abrupt criticisms felt like an ill omen on the opening day, an exceedingly discourteous act. Young man, the stall owner said, what you're suggesting is quite perplexing. We are engaged in modest commerce here. Transactions are final and responsibilities are not assumed. What do you mean by bringing these items back? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang realized the misunderstanding. The owner likely thought he was there to return goods or settle accounts. Please do not be alarmed. I am not here to return anything. Rather, I find these items to be of no use to me, and I intend to return them to you. They hold no value in my possession, but you may still profit from them. The stall owner, taken aback, was uncertain whether Zhou Yang spoke truthfully. Typically, individuals would not return items, even if they were not seeking to settle accounts, as it is a matter of common sense. Are you certain? The stall owner queried. Zhou Yang shrugged and tossed the copper coins along with the previous snuff bottle onto the stall before turning to leave. May I ask your name? The stall owner inquired. Zhou Yang had not anticipated that he would need to disclose his name simply for giving something back, but he obliged. My name is Zhou, he replied. Ah, Zhou brother. I am he. You may call me old he. I happen to have a new batch of goods. Take a look. If anything piques your interest, I will offer it to you at cost, ensuring I make no profit. Zhou Yang was momentarily taken aback. The surname he? Was that truly a surname? He was aware of some nicknames beginning with he, such as Black Whirlwind Li Kue and others, but he had no time to ponder such matters, for his gaze was fixed on an item that old he had just pulled from his bag. Item name: Bamboo Stone Orchid Painting. Authentic. Description: the bamboo stone orchid painting was created by Zhang Banxiao, originally named Zhang Xie, courtesy name Ku Rou, a renowned painter and writer from Jiangsu, Xinhua during the Qing dynasty. Note: this painting is an authentic piece, but due to severe damage, its value is indeterminate. It is restorable. Zhou Yang studied the painting intently, receiving a multitude of insights through his perceptive vision. yet his focus remained on a few critical details. The first was the name Zhang Banqiao. He was well acquainted with this name, acknowledging the years of study he had devoted to it. The second piece of information confirmed the painting's authenticity as an original work of Zhang Banqiao, albeit in a state of considerable disrepair. Lastly, he noted that it was restorable. Could something in such a state truly be repaired? Moreover, the scroll's diameter appeared larger than the ding, making one wonder how it could be restored at all. Which piece has captured your interest? Feel free to express your desire. I shall offer it to you at cost, ensuring I make not a single cent of profit. If I do. Old He's words interrupted Zhou Yang's thoughts, yet his excitement was palpable. Beside him, Ji Lanyan, who had been linking her arm with his, noticed the shift in Zhou Yang's demeanor. This reaction typically signified one thing. Zhou Yang had discovered something extraordinary. I'll take a look, Zhou Yang casually remarked, crouching down to inspect the 3 pieces of artwork that lay before him. In truth, this gesture sends a clear signal to others. These 3 pieces of calligraphy and painting are under my scrutiny, and you shall not interfere. Even if you wish to express interest, it would be prudent to wait until I have concluded my examination, for this is the unwritten rule of our trade. Zhou Yang did not truly observe a tattered piece of paper. Rather, he feigned interest in the other 2 artworks. The first piece emulates the landscape paintings of the Ming dynasty, executed with commendable skill, likely valued at around 1 to 2,000 yuan, albeit primarily as a modern reproduction. This particular artwork has not been in existence for more than 20 years. The second piece, however, is of superior quality, dating back to the Republic of China era. Also a reproduction, yet of a higher caliber. This imitation is based on the works of a renowned artist, and its market value is estimated to be around 10 to 20,000 yuan. Boss He, what is the asking price for this painting? Chapter 45. Collaboration. Old He cast a glance at the painting that Zhou Yang had mentioned. He had acquired this piece the previous day. In truth, both paintings were collected yesterday, while the tattered one was merely a freebie thrown in. He had purchased these 2 pieces for a total of 2,000 yuan, with each priced at 1,000 yuan, primarily due to the presence of a replica. Having operated his stall for nearly 30 years, Old He possessed a fair amount of knowledge regarding antiques. Otherwise, he would not have thrived in this trade. Thus, it could be said that he invested 2,000 yuan in these 3 paintings, with a keen eye particularly on the one currently in Zhou Yang's possession. You have a discerning eye, young man. This painting is. What followed was the customary flattery, a routine Zhou Yang was all too familiar with, as Li Tzu would employ the same method to extol his wares whenever he visited clients. It was a familiar recipe, a familiar flavor. Old He, spare me the pleasantries and just tell me the price of this painting. Let me make it clear, if it is too expensive, I shall not purchase it. You have also previously stated that you wouldn't profit from me. Old He muttered under his breath. I said I wouldn't take a single cent from you, but I never specified that I wouldn't earn 1,000 or even 10,000. My dear brother, how can you say such things? I am the most honest and conscientious merchant here. You can inquire if you wish. Regarding this painting, if you offer 30,000 yuan, I assure you, I will not profit from you. It will merely cover my labor. I must eat while traveling to collect these items, and fuel for the vehicle costs money. Doesn't it? Zhou Yang nodded discreetly. Old He was not being unreasonable today. Given the market value, if sold well, 20,000 yuan was certainly justified. Typically, in such scenarios, street vendors would initiate with prices ranging from 80,000 to 100,000 yuan, often settling around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan after haggling. The vendors needed to showcase some quality items as head-turners at their stalls. So if they set a price of 30,000 yuan today, it might be related to Zhou Yang having previously returned a pile of trinkets to him. Old He, I offer 10,000 yuan for this painting, and I would like the other 2 as well. The reason being, my girlfriend's father has a birthday next month, and I intend to present this painting as a gift. As the saying goes, when quality is lacking, one compensates with quantity. Although these 3 paintings were indeed replicas, they collectively served as a commendable assortment. Ji Lanyan shot Zhou Yang an exasperated glance upon hearing this. Was it appropriate to gift replicas as a birthday present to one's future father-in-law? My young friend, such a price is untenable. This shabby painting aside, the other 2 are quite commendable. It would not be unreasonable to sell them for 1 or 2,000 each to an interested party. I shall not ask much more. How about I let you have all 3 for 28,000 yuan? What do you think? Zhou Yang was not particularly concerned about the difference of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, yet he could not agree so readily. In this line of work, there exists a code. If one concedes too easily, others may perceive them as gullible, leading to significantly higher prices in future dealings. There exists another rationale. Your overly enthusiastic agreement may lead others to question the value of these items, thus prompting them to reconsider their willingness to sell. To preempt such a scenario, Zhou Yang, aware that he could not genuinely afford the asking price, subtly touched his nose, a signal intended for someone else. Darling, let us depart. What merit is there in this dilapidated item? It would be rather inappropriate to gift this for my father's birthday. Let us instead visit a reputable antique shop. Zhou Yang nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. He had merely intended for this woman to play a minor role, to act, yet she had unexpectedly embraced her character, even invoking her husband. Were it to be true, it would have been splendid. However, fantasies aside, Zhou Yang understood that this performance must continue. Very well, but I believe that 28,000 is exorbitant. Let us visit the Jubiozai instead. As he spoke, Zhou Yang rose from the ground, indicating his intent to leave. This too was a risky maneuver. Should the imposing figure not urge him to stay, Zhou Yang would find himself in a precarious position, potentially losing the treasure altogether. Fortunately, such a scenario did not materialize. 4. Young man, please do not leave. 18,000, if you are agreeable, we have a deal. After all, I must earn a little something for my efforts, yes? Zhou Yang halted, sensing that this price was indeed more reasonable. He was unaware of how much the dealer had paid for the 3 pieces. Had he known that 2 of them had cost a mere 2,000, while another was a complimentary gift, he might have offered 5,000 outright. However, this was of little consequence to Zhou Yang. His concern lay not in the 10,000, but rather in ensuring others perceived his refusal as a consequence of inflated pricing. This way, he would not raise any suspicions. Very well, let us proceed with the transaction. Zhou Yang promptly produced his phone, and the two commenced the transfer. Once the funds were sent, his heart settled with reassurance. The 2 paintings were replicas, suitable for gifting perhaps to Huang Jiqing. Presenting them as replicas was acceptable, especially since one held a value of around 10 to 20,000, which could be considered a personal favor. Zhou Yang, which of these paintings is authentic? Upon leaving the dealer's stall, Ji Lanyan eagerly inquired. Both are replicas of little worth. This one is valued at 1 or 2,000, while that one is worth 10 to 20,000. The truly valuable piece is this one. Zhou Yang carefully shook the dilapidated painting as he spoke. This tattered piece still holds value? Ji Lanyan was convinced that Zhou Yang was attempting to deceive her, yet he offered no explanation, handing the 2 replicas to her. As for the damaged painting, he cautiously wrapped it in a plastic bag, knowing that it could be restored. However, Zhou Yang understood that the more severely damaged an item is, the more challenging the restoration process becomes, thus necessitating careful protection. After wandering for over an hour, the 2 stumbled upon several small treasures, collectively valued at approximately tens of thousands of yuan. At this point, Zhou Yang had lost confidence in continuing the search, primarily due to the scarcity of quality items. Aside from that particular piece of calligraphy, he had only managed to earn a few tens of thousands throughout the morning. While this sum might seem substantial to others, for Zhou Yang, the time spent casually unearthing a piece of jade would be far more rewarding. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang harbored his own ambitions. Those seemingly inconspicuous items could prove exceedingly practical should he decide to open an antique shop. Most antique buyers do not aim directly for high-value artifacts, with prices often reaching millions, which exist primarily in the realm of television. True connoisseurs of antiques typically start with smaller items. Acquiring genuine pieces leads to profit. And in the unfortunate event of purchasing a counterfeit, the loss would be minimal, as those who engage in this pursuit are generally affluent individuals. He could not possibly spend his entire life scavenging at flea markets. While occasional finds may be rewarding, daily hunting would yield diminishing returns. Thus, Zhou Yang contemplated whether to embark on establishing an antique shop, for it was the only domain in which he possessed expertise. Setting aside the question of whether to open the shop, retaining suitable items for future needs seemed prudent. After all, he was not short of funds at present, and he could always sell when the time was right. Consequently, he had no intention of parting with the calligraphy piece acquired that day. The work of Zhang Banqiao, valued at no less than several million, would serve as an excellent centerpiece should he choose to open an antique establishment in the future. Chapter 46. The appointment of Jia Hao. Upon checking the time, the two made their way home, which naturally referred to the villa. The reason for their return was that Tian Peng's residence was also situated nearby. Seizing the opportunity while Ji Lanyan was momentarily occupied in the restroom, Zhou Yang summoned the small cauldron. He then placed the scroll within it, marveling at the cauldron's ability to expand and contract. However, there was no time for contemplation. He hastily discarded the tattered painting into the designated compartment for restoration. Subsequently, the cauldron returned to its original size and gradually re-entered Zhou Yang's body. The ensuing task was a lengthy restoration process, as the more severely damaged the item, the longer the repair would take. A fact Zhou Yang was well aware of. Lanyan, would you care to accompany us to the countryside? Zhou Yang casually inquired upon seeing Ji Lanyan emerge from the restroom. Ji Lanyan initially intended to decline, feeling somewhat awkward since Tian Peng was her aunt's husband. Yet, her curiosity to join them prevailed, and a clever idea struck her. Zhou Yang, I could accompany you. After all, Tian Xiaoyu is free as well. Why not bring her along? Though her suggestion seemed casual, it was, in truth, her underlying intention. Following them alone could be slightly uncomfortable, but including Tian Xiaoyu would significantly alter the dynamic. Zhou Yang found her reasoning sound and was indifferent to the arrangement. All right then, let us head over now. We shouldn't keep them waiting. Since they were joining Tian Peng, there was no need for the two to drive. They walked together to Tian Peng's residence, where the door was opened by Tian Xiaoyu. Zhou Yang, cousin, you're here. My father is waiting for you. Please, come in. After speaking, Tian Xiaoyu gestured for them to enter, clearly displaying a youthful innocence, as she had been raised in a sheltered environment. Despite approaching her senior year, she still retained a childlike disposition at times. Zhou Yang, Lanyan, come in and have a seat. You mentioned you went to the antique street? Did you find any treasures? Tian Peng's primary concern always revolved around this topic. Having grown familiar with each other, Tian Peng no longer addressed Zhou Yang as Brother Zhou, opting instead for his name directly. This change stemmed from a previous incident involving Tian Xiaoyu. When Tian Peng referred to Zhou Yang as Brother Zhou, it inadvertently placed Tian Xiaoyu at a lower status, which she found unsatisfactory. Consequently, Tian Peng had to amend his address to simply Zhou Yang. Tian boss, finding treasures is not akin to picking up pebbles. It isn't that simple. I only acquired a few minor items this morning, including 2 replica paintings, totaling less than 100,000 yuan. That hardly qualifies as a bargain. Zhou Yang's words were meant to convey modesty, so they should not be taken too literally. Otherwise, the conversation would stall. Zhou Yang, I must disagree. The value of a bargain is not determined by its size. As long as there is profit, constitutes a successful find. For instance, if one purchases an item for 500 yuan and subsequently sells it for 5,000 yuan, this is deemed a successful bargain, as the profit is tenfold. The essence lies in reveling in the process of discovering such treasures. The amount gained is of little consequence. Tian Peng's sentiments resonate with Zhou Yang, yet agreement and acknowledgement are two distinct matters. The perspective from which one contemplates this situation is crucial. From Tian Peng's viewpoint, monetary concerns are trivial, as their discourse revolves around a passion, a form of collection. Conversely, Zhou Yang is primarily driven by profit. No matter how exquisite an item may be, it holds no value if it cannot be converted into currency. After having lunch, the four of them embarked on their journey in a single vehicle. Tian Peng took the wheel, bringing along a substantial sum of 1 million yuan in cash, motivated by the prospect of acquiring a wealth of exquisite items as indicated by the seller. Thus, it appeared that Tian Peng was poised to seize a grand opportunity. The use of cash for such transactions is customary, and the reasons for this are well understood. After driving for over an hour, they finally arrived at a place known as Guhua Town. This location lies well beyond the borders of Jinling City, situated in the county of Chuanjiao in Anhui province. Its level of prosperity pales in comparison to that of Jinling, leaving one to wonder how Tian Peng established acquaintances in such a remote area. The vehicle maneuvered through winding paths until it reached a quaint village, sparsely populated, predominantly inhabited by the elderly. This is a common phenomenon observed throughout China today. Upon entering the village and driving for an additional 10 minutes, they arrived at a courtyard. As the vehicle rolled into the yard, the gate was promptly shut, causing Zhou Yang to sense an unsettling atmosphere. Why, in broad daylight, would one close the door? Mr. Tian, we meet again. I trust you have been quite prosperous lately? At that moment, a man resembling the actor portraying He Shin emerged from the inner room.
Emergie, you jest.
Allow me to introduce. Tian Peng did not engage with the man's banter but instead commenced with the introductions. Through this exchange, Zhou Yang learned that this individual was named Jia Haoran, a name that might lead others to mistakenly believe he was a false good man. The two women remained in the vehicle, safeguarding the over 1 million yuan as previously discussed during their journey. Their primary role was to keep watch over the money. Given the remoteness of the village and their unfamiliarity with the surroundings, prudence was indeed warranted. Zhou Yang and Tian Peng followed Jia Haoran into the house, where they were greeted by a large wooden chest and several other items. Mr. Tian, all the goods are here, including the chair you requested. Please take a look. If all is satisfactory, we can then discuss the financial arrangements. Tian Peng nodded with a smile, turning his gaze towards Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang understood the unspoken message. However, he was aware of what mattered most to Tian Peng and thus directly focused on the solitary chair placed in the empty space. Upon inspecting it, his brow furrowed in concern. He gently shook his head at Tian Peng, and the implication was unmistakable. This chair was counterfeit. In other words, this chair did not match the previous one. It could be considered an antique, having been around for several decades. At present, it might fetch a price of around 500 yuan. Tian Peng, of course, perceived the subtle hint from Zhou Yang, and his heart sank instantly. To speak frankly, his primary purpose for coming today was to acquire that particular chair, harboring little expectation for the other items. If he could manage to pair that chair, he would have ample reason to boast within this industry for a lifetime. Alas, it was a pity that this was not the chair he sought.
Zhou Yang remained silent.
Instead, opening the box. Chapter 47. The new pit of antiquities. As the box slowly creaked open, a pungent scent of earth wafted forth, unmistakably fresh, indicating that its contents had recently been unearthed. This revelation sent a jolt of unease through Zhou Yang. If these indeed were artifacts freshly excavated, it would constitute a crime. It seemed that these individuals could very well be the legendary Mold Gold School, or more plainly, grave robbers. The prospect of engaging in a transaction with such individuals was fraught with peril. Should they be discovered, the consequences would be dire. With a mere glance, he promptly closed the box. Boss Tian, we cannot accept these items. We should return, Zhou Yang urged. Tian Peng, momentarily perplexed by Zhou Yang's insistence, recognized that there must be sound reasoning behind it. Just as he was preparing to acquiesce, the previously silent Jia Haoran interjected with displeasure. What do you mean by that? My young friend? You were the ones interested in purchasing, and we had already agreed on a price. Now that you have seen the goods, you wish to withdraw? That seems rather unreasonable, does it not? At that moment, several more individuals emerged from other chambers, each exhibiting shifty eyes that bespoke their dubious character. Zhou Yang realized they had unwittingly stumbled into a den of wolves. Mr. Jia, what is the meaning of this? As the saying goes, when a deal falls through, dignity remains. You wouldn't resort to coercion, would you? At this juncture, Tian Peng grasped that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Jia Haoran scoffed. Boss Tian, I have only engaged in this transaction out of respect for you. Our previous dealings were smooth, yet this time you have brought an outsider, which is against protocol. Now, without further ado, you wish to depart after seeing the goods? Is this not a mockery of us? Zhou Yang had already discerned the intentions of these individuals. They were indeed resorting to coercive tactics. Upon entering, he had sensed a certain suspicion. This courtyard had evidently lain dormant for quite some time, merely tidied up for a temporary arrangement. Thus, it was clear that these individuals did not reside here. This was merely a transient site for their dealings. To be precise, it was a setup for today's transaction, after which their whereabouts would become uncertain. Under normal circumstances, both parties in a transaction would leave satisfied, but the crux of the matter was Zhou Yang's realization of the origins of these items. Now the facade would shatter. Regardless, they had already offended Zhou Yang, and after securing a profit from today's dealings, these individuals would likely vacate the premises, seeking their fortunes elsewhere. Zhou Yang observed the group. There were 7 in total. Should a conflict arise, he felt no fear. After all, he was acutely aware of the physical transformations he had undergone in recent days. His strength, speed, defense, and reflexes were more than adequate to meet this crisis. Yet, engaging in a confrontation was unwise. They were not on their own turf, and it was uncertain if additional cohorts lurked nearby. Moreover, Tian Peng, Tian Xiaoyu, and Ji Lanyan were present. Should a fight break out, collateral damage was inevitable. Perhaps by then the other party will turn the tables, and it would be impossible to clear one's name even by jumping into the Yellow River. Therefore, Zhou Yang must swiftly devise a solution to break the deadlock. Mr. Jia, may I inquire about the origins of your items? I trust you are more aware than I am. The reason I decline is that we fear attracting unnecessary trouble. These items are indeed valuable, yet we dare not touch them. Please, delineate a path for resolution. It ultimately rests upon you. As Zhou Yang spoke, he picked up a brick from the ground and, before the crowd, struck it with a powerful punch. With a resounding crack, the brick shattered, showcasing his strength. Jia Haoran raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover Zhou Yang was quite formidable. In terms of numbers, Tian Peng's side consisted of only 2 men, while they had 7. If a brawl ensued, they would undoubtedly have the advantage, but Zhou Yang remained an unpredictable variable. Standing at over 6 feet tall, he towered over everyone present, particularly after demonstrating his prowess. Typically, few could approach him easily, thus intimidating them. Young brother, I underestimated you. It seems you possess some skills, but can you truly handle so many of us alone? What if we decide to confront Boss Tian? Furthermore, there are 2 women here. Can you ensure their safety? Jia Haoran was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, realizing that these were indeed concerns that Zhou Yang harbored. Mr. Jia, how about this? I certainly cannot accept these items, and if my intuition serves me right, that chair must still be here. What if you hand over that chair to me, along with this empty box, and in return, I shall offer you 500,000. This way, neither party suffers loss, and we both gain. It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. What do you think, Mr. Jia? If you do not agree to this, then we may have no choice but to resort to conflict. Although this place is remote, I believe many villagers reside nearby. If we attract their attention and someone calls the police, it would be you who ends up in trouble. Please consider this carefully. Upon finishing, Zhou Yang subtly positioned Tian Peng behind him, deliberately sending a signal to the other party. Should you refuse, we shall settle this matter by our own means. If things escalate, it would be detrimental for both of us. Jia Haoran found himself in a bit of a quandary. The blame could be laid at Tian Peng's feet. His earlier phone call had likely been too impassioned, perhaps too blunt in addressing the matter of the chair. Thus, Jia Haoran's mind began to swirl with confusion. He was convinced that the chair might indeed be valuable, though he lacked expertise to ascertain its true worth. It would be prudent to use the chair as bait to lure Tian Peng in, perhaps even to substitute it with a counterfeit to deceive him. Moreover, during this period, they managed to offload some newly acquired contraptions, swiftly pocketing the money before making their escape. After all, possessing such items is exceedingly perilous. Should they fall into the hands of law enforcement, not only would they face severe repercussions, but the likelihood of enduring the consequences is inevitable. Hence, a meeting was arranged for today. It must be said that while these individuals may not be excessively unscrupulous, the value of these items, according to market standards, could easily amount to several million. However, given their status as newly obtained artifacts, experts are reluctant to accept them, necessitating a significant reduction in price, followed by further discounts, ultimately leading to a drastic markdown. Thus, the agreed sum was set at 1 million, which explains why Tian Peng carried that amount in cash today. Now, with this situation unfolding, only 50,000 remains, and they still need to relinquish the chair to the other party, rendering the predicament quite challenging. Please wait a moment. We need to confer, said Jia Haoren, assigning Lu and Tu Go to keep watch over Zhou Yang and Tian Peng before leading the remaining individuals into the house. At this juncture, Zhou Yang began to feel a sense of reassurance. Their deliberation indicated that his words had made an impact. Now, all that remained was to await the outcome. Chapter 48, the so-called new pit Zhou Yang, these items. It was only at this moment that Tian Peng realized something was amiss. Zhou Yang gently shook his head, refraining from further elaboration, for this was not the time to discuss such matters. His primary objective now was to accomplish the purpose of this venture and depart from this place swiftly. After approximately 10 minutes, Jia Haoren emerged from the inner room, carrying a chair in his hands. With a mere glance, Zhou Yang confirmed that it was genuine. Brother Zhou, as you suggested, this chair is yours and this box is also yours. The deal is for 500,000. However, you must enlighten me on the provenance of this box. Is it something of great value? Zhou Yang smiled nonchalantly and replied, this box cannot be regarded as anything remarkable. It is merely a box from the Republic of China era, worth a bit of money. If I were to sell it, it could fetch around 10 to 20,000. My journey here has not been easy. I ought to make a little profit, don't you think? Jia Haoren nodded in agreement, aware that he could not fully trust Zhou Yang's words. The box could not possibly be worth just 10 to 20,000. Yet, the current situation dictated that items held by others might be valuable, while in their possession, they could be deemed worthless. Take his antiques, for instance. If they were not from a new pit, they could potentially be sold for millions over time, or at the very least several 100,000. However, who would dare to hold onto such items? Moreover, the essence of this new pit could not be eradicated in a mere year or two. It required considerable time to dissipate. Engaged in the business of tomb raiding, they did not possess the luxury of waiting for this so-called new soil aura to fade. Furthermore, they were eager to divide the spoils. Those in their line of work only sought to secure their rightful share. As for how much others might earn, that was their own concern, and jealousy was of no use to them. Very well, Brother Zhou is a straightforward man. Today's transaction is settled. Now, about the money, Zhou Yang, fully aware that the man was inquiring about payment, exchanged a knowing glance with Tian Peng, who understood the implication. He nodded and proceeded toward the car. Noticing Tian Peng heading to collect the money, Jia Haoren retrieved several items from the box, while the wooden box and chair rightfully belonged to Zhou Yang. The transaction unfolded smoothly, as both parties seemed eager to finalize the deal and change their location. Approximately half an hour later, Tian Peng's vehicle had already turned onto the county road, and only then did the group relax their tense hearts. Zhou Yang, are those antiques problematic? Tian Peng's question echoed the curiosity of the two women present. Zhou Yang nodded, then began to elaborate on the reasons behind the potential issues with the antiques. Boss Tian, I have conducted a preliminary assessment of the value of those antiques. If sold normally, making several million would not pose a problem. However, herein lies the dilemma. Why would they choose to sell items worth millions at a bargain in this small place instead of taking them to market themselves? Because these are all goods from new pits. At this moment, Ji Lanyan posed a question. Zhou Yang, what is a new pit? Tian Xiaoyu also leaned in, evidently eager to hear Zhou Yang's explanation. The term new pit is a specialized lexicon within this field. In simpler terms, it refers to items that have been recently excavated. Most antiquities we encounter have been gradually passed down through the ages, while others have been unearthed from the earth. However, there is a distinction to be made. For instance, artifacts excavated from the Ming or Qing dynasties do not qualify as new pits. The earthy scent that clings to these antiques has long since dissipated, rendering even the most discerning experts incapable of distinguishing them. Conversely, items from a new pit are markedly different. One must consider that the very essence of an antique implies a historical connection, spanning at least a century or, in some cases, even millennia. A significant portion of these items lies buried in the earth, typically within the tombs of ancient dynasties. When these artifacts have existed underground for centuries, the earthy smell is quite potent. Even the most sophisticated methods cannot mask it entirely. Thus, we refer to such items as new pit artifacts, indicating that their excavators have recently unearthed a tomb. We are merely enthusiasts of antiquities, or individuals seeking a modest profit, and there is no need to entangle ourselves with such items. Frankly, These individuals could be apprehended at any moment. Once caught and interrogated, one can only imagine the consequences. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, the group collectively inhaled sharply, particularly Tian Peng. As Zhou Yang mentioned, he is merely an aficionado of antiquities. His family is quite affluent, and any inadvertent association with tomb raiders could lead to dire repercussions. If a transaction were to occur, the implications could be profound. If fortune smiles upon them, they might escape unscathed. However, if luck does not favor them, the police could arrive, confiscating their possessions, which would be a minor issue compared to potential fines or even criminal detention. Their essay saying, "Those who frequent the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet." Just because these individuals have not been apprehended today does not guarantee they will remain free in the future. If they are caught, it would spell disaster for them. Zhou Yang, I owe you a debt of gratitude today. Had it not been for your presence, I might have fallen into a trap. Tian Peng interjected. By the way, are you certain that this chair is without issues? His concern remained fixated on the chair. Rest assured, this chair is perfectly fine. It is a matching pair with the other one, Zhou Yang reassured him. As for that box, it still holds some value, although it is somewhat worn. Zhou Yang's words were interrupted by Tian Peng. Zhou Yang, I truly appreciate your assistance today. Without you, I would have found myself in a predicament, and I would not have been fortunate enough to acquire this chair. So, let us set aside discussions of the box. I will give you an additional 5 million. Now that we have both chairs, their value is indeed reflected. I shall give you 5 million as a well-deserved reward. Zhou Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tian Peng would be so magnanimous. Although the man spoke truthfully, for without Zhou Yang's assistance, Tian Peng might well have ended up with a counterfeit chair. However, there had been no prior discussion regarding any form of compensation. Typically, in such circumstances, a gratuity of around 1 or 200,000 would suffice. Even with today's substantial gains, the utmost would be a neat sum. Yet, this individual boldly offered 5 million. Nonetheless, Zhou Yang had no intention of accepting it, for he was focused on cultivating his own influence. Individuals like Tian Peng required careful and genuine engagement. The secret to a successful life lies in forming alliances with benefactors while steering clear of the petty. It was evident that both Tian Peng and Huang Jiqing were significant allies in his early endeavors. Thus, he would merely take a box. The money was certainly not what he sought. Chapter 49. The Iron Token of the Dan Book. A few individuals returned to the city of Jinling around 4 in the afternoon. Zhou Yang did not claim the 5 million. However, he took the box with him. Zhou Yang, are you foolish? You refuse 5 million for a mere box. Be honest with me. Do you have some ulterior motive? As soon as they returned to the villa, Jilanyan remarked this without giving Zhou Yang a chance to settle down. Zhou Yang was somewhat perplexed. He undoubtedly had intentions, yet they were hardly nefarious. Nevertheless, he began to clarify, you are correct. I do have a purpose. As you know, I have always been a penniless nobody, lacking status, background, and wealth. Now, I have acquired a modicum of wealth, yet I still lack status and connections. It is impractical to rely on luck indefinitely, so I aspire to develop. Whether in business or in establishing a company, I am unversed, hence I require connections. Huang Jiqing and Tian Peng possess certain status and connections, and as it stands, my relationship with them is quite favorable, which may prove beneficial in the future. While 5 million is indeed a substantial sum, at one point, I even hesitated to refuse it. Money can be earned gradually. However, fostering relationships between individuals is considerably more challenging. At the very least, Tian Peng currently owes me a favor, and should I require assistance, as long as it is not too arduous, I believe he would be willing to help. Furthermore, there is another reason. This box is worth far more than 5 million. Jilanyan listened intently, and to be frank, she found Zhou Yang's reasoning sound. If one has a method to generate income, several million is not a great deal. However, cultivating relationships with influential individuals is indeed essential. Yet what truly moved her was Zhou Yang's concluding remark that the box was worth more than 5 million. Zhou Yang, is this box truly a treasure? Is it from Empress Wu Zetian or perhaps a box belonging to the 13th aunt? Zhou Yang was amused by her words, wondering why she didn't suggest it belonged to Nuwa, the goddess. He chose not to explain but instead went to the kitchen, retrieved a knife, and dragged the box to the yard, where he proceeded to cleave it open. Before Ji Lanyan could react, Zhou Yang had reduced the box to splinters. Just as she thought he had lost his mind, Zhou Yang extracted an item from the shattered remains. It turned out the box had a hidden compartment, within which these items were concealed. Ji Lanyan's eyes sparkled. She seemed to grasp something profound. Zhou Yang returned the knife to the kitchen and immediately began examining the item. Item name: Iron Token of the Dan Book. Era: Ming Dynasty. Item description: the Iron Token of the Dan Book symbolizes the ancient emperor's grants to meritorious subjects, allowing them to enjoy salaries or privileges for generations. Holder of the Iron Token: Mu Ying. Item value: unknown. Upon reading this, Zhou Yang was utterly bewildered. It was the first time he had encountered the indication of unknown. In the past, when examining items, suggested prices were often provided, unless the items were severely damaged, such as the piece of calligraphy by Zheng Banqiao that I stumbled upon this morning. It is entirely reasonable that the price does not manifest at present due to its lack of restoration. However, the Dan Book and iron certificate is intact, with only minor surface tarnishing, and is remarkably well preserved. What then does unknown imply? Or does it signify that this item possesses no fixed price and is subject to individual interpretation? Furthermore, who is Mu Ying? Zhou Yang felt his historical knowledge was utterly inadequate and promptly took out his phone to search for information about Mu Ying. To his surprise, he indeed found pertinent details. Mu Ying was the adopted son of Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty. After his successful campaigns in Tibet, he was granted the Dan Book and Iron Certificate in recognition of his contributions. Subsequently, Mu Ying was assigned to guard the borders of Yunnan, pledging never to return to the court, which earned him Zhu Yuanzhang's deep trust. Tragically, Mu Ying succumbed to grief following the death of his adoptive mother, Empress Ma, and later fell ill after the passing of his brother, Zhu Biao, leading to his own untimely demise. This information sourced from the internet suggests that this Dan Book and Iron Certificate may very well be the one that was lost during that era. It is also plausible that grave robbers seized this artifact, or that someone concealed it in this box during a tumultuous period. As for the box itself, it holds little value, being merely constructed from ordinary, dilapidated wood. Zhou Yang, may I see that?
Ji Lanyan interrupted Zhou Yang stokes.
He handed the gold medal to her, prompting her to ponder a question. The fact that the price of this item is unknown does not imply that it lacks value. Rather, it may embody a unique significance. Historical records indicate that Zhu Yuanzhang issued a total of 34 Dan Books and Iron Certificates, most of which have been destroyed. Only a scant few have survived, making it evident that this particular certificate is among the preserved remnants. Thus, it possesses immense significance and historical value, rendering its unknown price entirely reasonable. For instance, if the imperial seal were in Zhou Yang's possession, its value would also be indeterminate, potentially classified as a priceless treasure. Of course, this item cannot be directly compared to the imperial seal. It merely serves as an illustrative example. At this moment, Zhou Yang conceived a bold idea. He wished to present the Dan Book and Iron Certificate to the state. There are myriad ways to earn money, yet one must maintain integrity. Something so evidently precious should not be commodified. Although this item rightfully belongs to Zhou Yang, as it is not a newly unearthed object and his possession is legitimate, the overwhelming value of certain artifacts may render their ownership questionable. After careful consideration, Zhou Yang resolved to submit these items to the authorities. However, such a submission would require proper channels. How could he proceed without knowing anyone? Upon contemplating this, Zhou Yang recalled a certain individual, Huang Jiqing. Given Huang's advanced age and esteemed status, as well as his extensive network of acquaintances, it seemed prudent to seek his counsel. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yang made his way to the backyard and promptly dialed Huang Jiqing's number. Huang had just returned from a stroll through the flower and bird market. At his age and now retired with financial stability, he found himself with ample leisure time, indulging in a few cherished pastimes, exploring antique markets, engaging in chess matches, and visiting flower and bird markets. Not long after his return, his phone rang, and upon noticing it was Zhou Yang, he swiftly pressed the answer button. Chapter 50. Guan Qingru. As Zhou Yang stepped outside, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Dismissing it without a second thought, he hung up. He was en route to Huang Jiqing's residence and had an appointment to keep. He had no time for unknown calls. Ji Lanyan had not accompanied him, so Zhou Yang drove alone. The hour was late, approaching 5 p.m., and the roads would soon be bustling with traffic. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and he arrived shortly.
Yo Yang, hurry.
Let me see it. As soon as Zhou Yang parked, Huang Jiqing eagerly approached, clearly impatient. Old Huang, you mentioned taking me to meet someone? Let us discuss it in the car. After a moment's consideration, Huang Jiqing agreed, climbed into the vehicle, and promptly shared a location. He then impatiently requested the item. After Zhou Yang handed the Dan Shu Taekwon to Huang Jiqing, he activated the navigation and departed from the location. It was evident that the old man was rather anxious, not even allowing Zhou Yang a moment to sit and enjoy a drink. Guan Qingru, the former curator of the Jinling Museum, was of a similar age to Huang Jiqing and had also long since retired. However, for individuals of their stature, retirement did not equate to a tranquil life at home. Such was not the case. Certain matters required a level of expertise, particularly in the realm of antiques, which could not be entrusted to just anyone. Currently, the curator of the Jinling Museum was Guan Qingru's most accomplished disciple, possessing considerable skill and excelling in various aspects. Otherwise, he would not have been able to succeed Guan Qingru. Yet, he lacked a certain finesse, necessitating Guan Qingru's guidance and oversight. Since receiving Huang Jiqing's call, Guan Qingru had become thoroughly unsettled. It was evident that the Ming dynasty's Dan Shu Taekwon were relatively numerous, with around 70 pieces in circulation. Zhu Yuanzhang had issued 34, making those particular documents historically invaluable for two reasons. First, Zhu Yuanzhang himself, no emperor of the Ming dynasty could rival him. As the founding emperor, the significance of his issued documents was immense. Secondly, the preservation of these artifacts was scarce. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had issued 34 Dan Shu Taekwon, most had been lost to time. Given their age, the remaining pieces were exceedingly rare. At present, only one could be found in the capital's museum. This reinforces the adage that not all antiques hold value. Their worth depends on their age and provenance. For instance, while other emperors of the Ming dynasty issued iron certificates, those from Zhu Yuanzhang were classified as first-grade cultural relics, highlighting the stark difference in significance. Therefore, if Zhou Yang indeed possessed a Dan Shu Taekwon from Moing, it would undoubtedly be a treasure. Thus, Guan Qingru awaited with bated breath. On several occasions, he contemplated picking up the phone to inquire and urge for an update, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Fortunately, the wait was not prolonged, as Huang Jiqing arrived with Zhou Yang. After a round of introductions, they were acquainted, and the next step was to engage in tea and conversation. Although Guan Qingru was anxious, he could not afford to appear overly eager, given his unfamiliarity with Zhou Yang. Displaying excessive impatience would be a breach of decorum. Thus, he began to subtly glean information about Zhou Yang. Huang Jiqing, ever the gracious host, recounted the story of how he came to know Zhou Yang and the events that followed, including their original intention to deal with Li Tuzu. A crucial aspect here is the notion of first impressions. Initially, Guan Qingru could only say he held a slight fondness for this young man. Regardless of gender, attractiveness invariably leaves a positive first impression. Following that, it is the mannerisms and actions that truly matter. Zhou Yang's willingness to contribute valuable resources to the nation reflected commendable character, indicating a broad perspective, what one might refer to as vision. With this impression established, a composite score began to take shape. For instance, Zhou Yang had garnered a score of 70 in Guan Qingru's mind. However, after listening to Huang Jiqing's account of that day's events, Zhou Yang's impression soared to 90. While character can be feigned, it was evident that Zhou Yang had taken the risk of defending Li Tuzu, potentially offending both Huang Jiqing and Tian Peng in the process. A rare quality indeed. Thus, the additional 20 points were justified. Old Huang, please refrain from excessive praise, or I might just take flight. Zhou Yang jested, displaying a degree of humility. After exchanging pleasantries, he presented the treasured iron certificate, which was the purpose of his visit today. Having committed to the gift, he resolved to do so with clarity, thus leaving a favorable impression. Very well, let me take a look. Guan Qingru extended his trembling hands to receive the box Zhou Yang offered. He then donned a pair of gloves and reading glasses, preparing for the appraisal. The iron certificate bore numerous inscriptions detailing the owner's information and the rationale behind its presentation. As Guan Qingru examined it, his excitement mounted, and he became absolutely convinced of the authenticity of the item. In fact, in terms of condition, it appeared even more pristine than the one housed in the capital's museum. "Old Guan, what do you think?" Huang Jiqing, unable to contain his anticipation, inquired. Having never seen such an item, he was unable to ascertain its authenticity. Guan Qingru exhaled deeply, removing his glasses and gloves. "Zhou Yang, this iron certificate is indeed genuine, and as you mentioned, its owner is Mo Ying. Since you have recognized this item, I presume you are also aware of who Mo Ying is, as well as the significance of this object. I now pose to you a solemn inquiry. Do you truly intend to surrender this item to the state? This question bears great importance, for at present, this certificate of merit remains in your possession, regardless of the means by which you acquired it. As long as it was not unearthed from the ground, it is entirely legitimate. However, once you choose to relinquish it, this object will forever be severed from your connection, and you must contemplate this decision with utmost gravity." Zhou Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Guan Qingru would articulate such a statement. His initial expectation was to hand over the item, receive some perfunctory official pleasantries in return, perhaps a ceremonial banner, and thus conclude the matter. To his surprise, Guan Qingru had expressed much more, indicating that this individual possesses commendable qualities, deserving of Zhou Yang's respect. "Director Guan, I am aware of the provenance of this item and its intrinsic value. It is precisely because I am cognizant of these aspects that I choose to submit it. Were it any other object, such as paintings or porcelain, I would certainly not consider surrendering them, for as long as they are legally obtained, they are my personal property. Yet, I recognize that some items transcend the realm of mere possession, and thus, after thorough contemplation, I am resolute in my decision to submit it." Chapter 51. Apprenticeship. Zhou Yang spoke with a resonant conviction, for what he uttered was undoubtedly the truth. Since the decision to submit had already been made, there was no sense in harboring reluctance. Such an item, if retained, would merely serve as an antique, proving difficult to convert into currency. Very well. Nonetheless, it is imperative that any significant cultural relic submitted to the state must undergo a formal procedure. In this regard, if you place your trust in me, I shall keep this artifact in my possession until all necessary protocols are completed. Furthermore, you will need to sign a donation agreement. Given that the hour is late and we cannot attend to all matters today, I propose we reconvene tomorrow afternoon. What are your thoughts?" Guan Qingru concluded with a beaming smile directed at Zhou Yang. Perhaps this was a subtle test. Zhou Yang, having no objections, promptly pushed the box towards Guan Qingru. "Director Guan, I naturally trust you. Otherwise, I would not have come here. I hereby formally transfer this item to you." Guan Qingru was immensely satisfied, truly beyond measure. "Zhou Yang, I have heard from Lao Huang that you possess considerable knowledge of antiques. Is that so?" Zhou Yang was taken aback by this inquiry but responded with honesty. "Director Guan, you jest. Lao Huang is merely flattering me. I can only claim to have recently dabbled in this field, hardly a scholar." Guan Qingru chuckled and nodded, then casually picked up an item from the table and placed it before Zhou Yang. This object had been prepared prior to their arrival, essentially serving as a means to evaluate Zhou Yang. "Zhou Yang, take a look at this and share your insights. It's perfectly acceptable to be incorrect." Zhou Yang readily acquiesced, understanding that Guan Qingru was likely testing his expertise. Therefore, he could not afford to be careless, especially in the presence of a connoisseur of antiques. He donned a pair of gloves and carefully lifted the object to commence his examination. Initially, he identified it as a bronze mirror, albeit one that differed from others he had encountered. Such antiques were, in fact, quite commonplace. For instance, at Li Tuzi's antique shop, one would frequently find similar items. Thus, a bronze mirror was not regarded as a luxury item, implying it held little monetary value. However, Guan Qingru's choice to present this particular mirror for Zhou Yang's appraisal indicated it was no ordinary artifact. Most notably, the reverse side of the mirror bore two characters that Zhou Yang could not decipher. This was, however, quite understandable, given the multitude of ancient dynasties and their diverse scripts. At this juncture, had Zhou Yang not possessed his unique advantage, he would have faced embarrassment, as he would be unable to elucidate the provenance of the object. Realizing he could not comprehend it, he decided to activate his vision enhancement. Item name: Wuzhou Heavenly Record Eternal Copper Mirror. Item description: this copper mirror was personally supervised by Emperor Wu Zhou, possessing significant historical value. Note: due to its extraordinary importance and rarity, it is a remarkable treasure. Item value: 50,000. Upon seeing the final valuation of the item, Zhou Yang nearly dropped his jaw. Despite the eloquent descriptions provided earlier, the item was appraised at merely 50,000 yuan. To be candid, this revelation genuinely took Zhou Yang by surprise. Consequently, he found himself at a loss for words, fearing that Director Guan might assume this was a highly valuable artifact. Should he declare it to be of little worth, it would undoubtedly lead to. Perhaps it was best to refrain from mentioning the price altogether. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yang resolved how to proceed. Director Guan, this copper mirror is a relic from the Tang dynasty, specifically from the Wuzhou period. Its full name is Wuzhou Heavenly Record Eternal Copper Mirror, a product from the era of Empress Wu Zetian. Thus it holds significant historical value. Furthermore, the inscription Wu Zhou on its reverse side is ample evidence of its origin. Zhou Yang articulated all the information he had acquired. Although he had not previously recognized the two characters on the back, the information he retrieved enlightened him. Impressive indeed. He had consulted numerous individuals, all of whom were experts in the field. While identifying the item was not particularly arduous, accurately naming it was a rare feat. Even those who managed to ascertain its identity had taken considerable time, yet you, Zhou Yang, accomplished it in mere minutes. Zhou Yang, would you care to become my disciple? Director Guan's sudden proposal left Zhou Yang utterly bewildered. Zhou Yang, hurry and pay your respects. Zhou Yang's confusion did not extend to Huang Jiqing, who understood Zhou Yang's capabilities, but was astonished that Director Guan wished to take him on as a student. To be frank, it was impossible not to be shocked. However, upon reflection, it became clear Zhou Yang was indeed exceptional. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang gradually grasped the situation and promptly knelt down, bowing his head. Master, please accept your disciple's reverence. Zhou Yang was no fool. He recognized Director Guan's stature. Becoming his disciple would confer a certain status upon him. In any profession, one's identity and background hold great significance. Without them, even the most accomplished individual remains unrecognized. It is akin to the art of crosstalk. A performer must have a mentor, or else, no matter how exquisite their performance, they cannot attain prominence, for they lack entry into the circle. This explains why, in the past, a certain individual surnamed Guo faced bullying because he lacked a lineage. The same principle applies to the antique trade. One's affiliation with a reputable school is paramount. Otherwise, one is merely an outsider, and outsiders are often scorned, regardless of their skills. This reflects the current state of affairs in this nation. Regardless of your abilities, one must adhere to this established protocol. Guan Qingru is exceptionally elated today, having acquired a significant artifact and welcomed such a capable disciple. His decision to accept a student today is partly due to Zhou Yang's character, partly from joy, but predominantly because of Zhou Yang's remarkable talent. Such an individual, with even a modicum of guidance, is destined for boundless achievements. Huang Jiqing stands as the sole witness to this event. Thus, congratulations were inescapable.
Zhou Yang,
You are now my disciple. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to your senior brothers and sisters, while also concluding today's affairs. Should you encounter any uncertainties or require assistance in the future, feel free to seek my counsel or that of your seniors. Let us arrange for you to come here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I shall accompany you. Huang, you may join us as well, since you have nothing pressing to attend to. Chapter 52. The rite of apprenticeship. Zhou Yang left Guan Qingru's residence, somewhat bewildered, following Huang Jiqing. The confusion stemmed from the rapid unfolding of events. Undoubtedly, having a mentor is an extraordinary blessing, a stroke of immense fortune. At the very least, it grants him a legitimate identity. Henceforth, when others inquire about his master, he need not conceal the truth. After all, being self-taught often invites derision, regardless of one's abilities. This is what is meant by being justifiable. The reason they did not share an evening meal was primarily due to Guan Qingru needing to attend to certain matters. He had to deliver the treasured Dan Shu Taekwon to the museum, as it was too precious to remain at home. Consequently, dinner was sacrificed, but the formal apprenticeship ceremony would take place the following day. Zhou Yang, I truly envy you. If I possessed your fortune, my accomplishments would far exceed what they are today. Huang Jiqing expressed his admiration on their way back. Old Huang, it is merely luck.
Zhou Yang humbly replied.
Huang Jiqing waved his hand with a smile, saying, Luck? There is little of that in this world. Without genuine skill, even if you were to stay by Guan Qingru's side every day, he would never take you as a disciple. Nothing in this world comes without reason. One must be formidable to attract opportunity. It is akin to stumbling upon a piece of gold while walking. Its allure instantly captivates you due to its beauty and value, compelling you to pick it up. However, why do you not collect the many stones along your path? Because they are mundane, too ordinary. Therefore, sometimes it is unnecessary to be overly modest and attribute your success to luck. While luck plays a role, it constitutes but a small fraction. It remains true that one must possess substantial ability. Now that you have the guidance of a mentor, your future is likely to be smooth sailing, provided you maintain humility and your current attitude. Your achievements will not falter. However, since tomorrow marks the official apprenticeship, you ought to prepare a gift for your master. Have you made any arrangements? Upon hearing the mention of a gift, Zhou Yang felt a sudden headache. He regretted selling all his valuable items. Ideally, retaining a piece of antiquity to present as a gift would have been most appropriate. Yet he had sold everything. The few trinkets he currently possessed were, frankly, of little worth. This morning, while strolling through the antique street with Ji Lanyan, he indeed purchased a few small items, but their actual value was merely around 80 to 100,000. Clearly, such items would not suffice as a gift. The best option would have been the painting by Zhang Banqiao, but alas, it was severely damaged, and the restoration process was progressing exceedingly slowly. Zhou Yang pondered that it might take a few days to complete the repairs, making it unsuitable to present as a gift for his master. This was not due to any reluctance on his part. After all, even the finest items hold their worth, and it was merely a painting. However, discussing this now was futile. The fact remained that the repairs were incomplete. It would be quite absurd to present a tattered piece of artwork as a token of respect for mentorship. Wouldn't that invite ridicule? Old Huang, are there any particular customs regarding presents for this occasion? Zhou Yang found himself at a loss for a suitable idea, prompting him to seek guidance. Huang Jiqing contemplated for a moment before responding. There are no stringent requirements for such a gift. In a sense, it is merely a formality. It is akin to offering gifts to elders during the new year. Your offering should not be too meager, yet it need not be excessively lavish either. Balance is key. As for the type of gift, it varies from person to person. As long as it is not cash, anything else is acceptable. Zhou Yang stroked his chin, understanding Huang Jiqing's implication that an antique was not strictly necessary. Guan Qingru had spent his life immersed in the world of antiques, having encountered countless relics, which rendered ordinary antiques beneath his notice. Thus, if the gift were subpar, it would be better not to give one at all. A painting by Zhang Banqiao, however, would be quite appropriate as a congratulatory gesture, though it might be too valuable for Guan Qingru to accept. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yang devised a plan. Upon returning to the villa, it was nearly 7 p.m. He parked his car at the entrance and called Ji Lanyan. Shortly thereafter, she arrived. Zhou Yang, did you manage to sell the item? She inquired as she got into the car, having mistakenly assumed that he had gone out that afternoon to sell the piece of Dan Shu Taekwon. Sell what? I gifted it. As he started the vehicle, Zhou Yang briefly recounted the events of the afternoon. Others might not comprehend the significance of his actions or the benefits of his apprenticeship, but Ji Lanyan was different. Hailing from the capital and born into a wealthy family, she possessed a deeper understanding of such matters. It was merely an antique. While its value was undeniable, for Zhou Yang it merely translated to a bit of extra money. Currently, he was not in need of financial resources. Given his skills, earning was not a daunting task. What he truly lacked were connections and status. There are times when one must concede the importance of identity. A person of standing, even in misfortune, is often regarded with a noble title of fallen grace. Conversely, a pauper, despite newfound wealth, may forever bear the disparaging label of a nouveau riche. This underscores the significance of identity. If one is merely an ordinary person, or desires to live as such, then identity holds little weight. What matters most is one's own happiness and fulfillment. However, if you aspire to enhance the quality of your life and wish to ascend to greatness, then this identity becomes exceedingly significant. Thus, Zhou Yang's apprenticeship serves as the finest stepping stone on the path to success.
Yo Yang, itrafe hotpot.
We simply must celebrate tonight. This celebration is not only for you becoming Guan Chengru's esteemed disciple, but also to toast to your promising future. Huzzah! Zhou Yang gazed at the woman, momentarily lost in thought. Throughout their acquaintance, Ji Lanyan had always exuded a hint of pride and spoke sparingly. Today was the first time he witnessed her playful and endearing side, complemented by her breathtaking beauty. He found himself yearning to. Lanyan, will you accompany me to Yanshi Street tomorrow morning? I wish to select a piece of jade to present to my master as a token of my apprenticeship. Primarily, I lack suitable gifts, and after much contemplation, this seems most appropriate. What do you think? Chapter 53. A unique Feng Jie on the other side, Huang Jiqing returned home, where his granddaughter, Huang Siyu, was seated in the living room, indulging in snacks while watching television. Siyu, have you not had dinner yet? Come dine with me. That lad Zhou Yang hasn't thought to invite me for a meal. The initial remark was directed at Huang Siyu, but the latter part was more of amusing to himself. Deep down, he knew that Zhou Yang was not the type to be stingy, and his failure to extend an invitation left Huang Jiqing with some speculations. Perhaps he was simply too caught up in his excitement and preoccupied with settling the matter of the apprenticeship gift. Thus, he merely voiced a light-hearted complaint. Grandpa, what's up with Zhou Yang? Huang Siyu seemed intrigued by the mention of Zhou Yang's name. After all, she had heard much about him in recent days, largely due to her grandfather's frequent musings. Surprised that his granddaughter had overheard his murmurs, Huang Jiqing promptly recounted the events of the day. Huang Jiqing had a son and a daughter. Both his son and daughter-in-law worked in the capital, while his daughter and son-in-law had emigrated years ago, returning only occasionally. Among his grandchildren, besides Huang Siyu, there was another grandson who was currently attending university and had been sent away by his father for summer training. As for Huang Siyu, she had come to Jinling City to escape her mother's incessant nagging, as the bond between grandparents and grandchildren often proved to be more amiable. Upon her arrival in Jinling, Huang Siyu was treated like a little princess, a privilege afforded by her grandfather's considerable wealth, which few could sustain with her extravagant whims. Siyu, you are no longer a child. You shouldn't be so frivolous all the time. It's time you find something meaningful to engage in. Look at Zhou Yang. He's only a couple of years older than you, yet he's already. Huang Jiqing began, only to be interrupted by Huang Siyu. Grandpa, Zhou Yang is indeed impressive, but he doesn't surpass me. Huang Jiqing was momentarily taken aback, uncertain about what remarkable qualities his granddaughter possessed. Just as he pondered this, Huang Siyu unabashedly provided her reasoning. Grandpa, consider this. While Zhou Yang must toil step by step in his endeavors, I am different. Your cherished granddaughter has an extraordinary grandfather. While others strive to ensure they are not left behind at the starting line, I was born at the finish line, a position that others cannot hope to rival. It was then that Huang Jiqing understood her point. While others leveraged their fathers, this girl had begun to leverage her grandfather. Yet he also realized that his granddaughter was merely jesting. Despite her mischievous demeanor, she was quite perceptive. However, she had been spoiled by him since childhood, leading to her lack of decorum in his presence. Enough! Why does this girl have such thick skin? He teased. By the way, I find Zhou Yang to be quite a commendable young man. As far as I know, he currently has no girlfriend. Have you considered him? I must tell you, there aren't many young men of his caliber. If you seize the opportunity now, you could strike gold. Individuals like him, possessing both charm and talent, merely lack an opportunity. Now that the chance has presented itself, his future prospects appear boundless. Your acquaintance with him serves as an excellent entry point for connection. Have you considered this? Huang Siyu's cheeks flushed at her grandfather's words. She understood the implication behind Huang Jiqing's statement all too well. Essentially, he was suggesting that she pursue Zhou Yang. Although she held no aversion towards Zhou Yang, and perhaps even felt a slight fondness for him, it was merely a flicker of affection. It resembled a casual meeting where a few words are exchanged, leading to a positive impression, but it bore no relation to genuine affection. Huang Xiu could never initiate a pursuit of a boy. A girl must maintain her decorum. Should Zhou Yang express interest in her, she might entertain the prospect of giving him a chance, allowing for some appropriate interaction. After all, not harboring any dislike for someone, and even possessing a hint of fondness, constitutes a promising beginning. Nonetheless, as Huang Jiqing noted, a pursuit driven by ulterior motives was something Huang Xiu was unwilling to entertain. After all, she was not lacking in worth. Meanwhile, after dining with Jilan Yan, Zhou Yang returned to Fang Jie's place, feeling a tinge of apprehension. Fang Jie had called him several times that day, and due to the peculiar circumstances, he had set his phone to silent. By the time he noticed the missed calls, he was already en route home. Notably, the missed calls were not solely from Fang Jie. 2 unfamiliar numbers had also attempted to reach him, but Zhou Yang typically disregarded unknown callers. He dreaded the prospect of Fang Jie launching another barrage of calls, a situation he had frequently encountered in the past. He was not one to shy away from confrontation, yet he wished to avoid a repeat of the previous incident, wherein the door had been locked against him. If the door were to be locked again today, he would have justifiable grounds to leave this place, as he was no masochist. Some matters could be tolerated once or twice, but not repeatedly. However, Zhou Yang was taken aback to find that the door was not locked this time. In fact, Fang Jie was in the bathroom applying a facial mask. Upon noticing Zhou Yang's return, she peeked out and asked, "Zhou Yang, have you eaten? Why didn't you answer my calls?" Zhou Yang regarded her with surprise, as this was an unusual display of amiability from her. Was she perhaps harboring ulterior motives? "Sister Fang, I've already eaten. I had my phone on silent and didn't notice. Today was a bit eventful." Zhou Yang settled onto the sofa and briefly recounted the events of the day, particularly those from the evening. "Zhou Yang, at your age, can you still learn anything from a mentor?" Fang Jie inquired while approaching Zhou Yang, almost settling beside him. It was evident that this woman had just emerged from a bath, and she was indeed enveloped in an alluring absence of attire. The advantage of a mature woman lies in her intoxicating scent. Zhou Yang could not resist casting a fleeting glance, but he swiftly averted his gaze. He understood the necessity of doing so. Otherwise, he might find himself ensnared in an untenable situation that evening. The allure was simply overwhelming. "Sister Fang, your words are misguided. As the saying goes, one must learn until the end of their days. There are still 3 things I have yet to master. The deficiencies I possess are numerous, particularly in specialized knowledge, where my lack is even more pronounced. Thus, I must diligently recharge and undertake a systematic supplement to my understanding. Well, I must take a bath now, as I am drenched in perspiration." With that, Zhou Yang promptly rose and made his way towards the bathroom. It was no jest. This woman was becoming increasingly audacious. Not only was she already in such an enticing state, but she had also deliberately undone 2 buttons of her nightwear, leaving Zhou Yang utterly unable to withstand such temptation. If he lingered any longer, he might very well pitch a tent. Chapter 54. It seems I woke up early. Zhou Yang took a cold shower. The benefit of such a shower is that it extinguishes the flames of fervor. After bathing, he chatted with Fang Jie for a while, then excused himself to rest early, citing the need to attend to matters the following day. Upon returning to his room, Zhou Yang eagerly picked up his phone to send a message to Jilan Yan. However, after waiting for several minutes without a reply, his excitement dwindled. Out of boredom, he summoned the Ru Yiding, which at that moment displayed a hazy scene within one of its compartments. Zhou Yang understood that the Ru Yiding was engaged in restoring the painting by Zheng Banxiao. This restoration process required the consumption of spiritual liquid, and while Zhou Yang had initially reserved some within one compartment, it was now nearly depleted. This led him to ponder another implication. If he possessed a sufficient quantity of spiritual liquid, the speed of such restoration could potentially increase. Indeed, this possibility seemed plausible. It appeared he would need to procure more spiritual liquid in the future. The benefits of this liquid were immense for Zhou Yang, as its absorption could enhance his physical constitution. This enhancement was comprehensive. Aside from his intelligence, which remained unchangeable, his strength, speed, defense, and even the endurance of his X-ray vision had all significantly improved. Furthermore, this spiritual liquid could also facilitate healing. Yesterday, when Zhou Yang struck the brick with all his might, he had sustained superficial damage to the back of his hand, feeling considerable pain. Although the impact had achieved the desired effect, he had also endured substantial suffering. However, he bore the pain in silence and later devised a method to utilize the spiritual liquid for healing. To his astonishment, the liquid transformed into spiritual energy that enveloped the wound, leading to an instantaneous recovery. This revelation proved to be significant. Another discovery was that when his eyes grew weary and strained from prolonged use of his X-ray vision, he could employ the same method to alleviate the fatigue. Thus far, these practical functionalities were the most noteworthy findings Zhou Yang had uncovered. With a gentle kiss to the Rui Ding, he returned it to his body, recognizing that such an artifact was safest when kept close. He then resumed his efforts to reach Ji Lanyan through his phone. Yet, as before, there was no response, indicating she had likely fallen asleep. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Yang plugged his phone into the charger, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. In truth, Ji Lanyan had intentionally chosen not to respond to Zhou Yang's message that day. Women are often prone to holding grudges. Regardless of the circumstances, remembering past grievances is a privilege they possess. After all, Zhou Yang had neglected to reply to her the previous day. The following morning, exceedingly early indeed, Zhou Yang was roused at 6:30 by a call from Ji Lanyan. It was mid-July, the hottest season of the year, and naturally the days were at their longest. At 6:30, the sun had already risen high in the sky, and Zhou Yang felt it was rather early, primarily due to his previous work commitments. One cannot deny that working for Li Tzuzi offered a unique advantage absent elsewhere: the short working hours. The so-called 9-to-5 routine was epitomized here. Each day, Zhou Yang would arrive at the antique shop by 8:45, as it opened its doors at 9. Lunch commenced at 11 o'clock, followed by a brief respite until 12 o'clock, with work resuming at 2 in the afternoon. By 5 o'clock, the workday concluded, making his hours even shorter than those of civil servants. Consequently, Zhou Yang had developed a penchant for sleeping in. Thus, he found himself awakened by Ji Lanyan's call at 6:30, a situation that had not occurred even once this year. After a quick wash, he exchanged a few words with Fang Jie before departing from home. "Lanyan, why are you waking me so early?" he lamented. "The Gem Street doesn't tea open until at least 8:30, and the Antique Street 1 have anyone until 9. Surely, you're not asking me to rise at dawn to drink the morning breeze?" As Zhou Yang settled into the car, he began to voice his grievances. Ji Lanyan shot him a glance but refrained from responding, as she too was puzzled about why she had summoned Zhou Yang so early. Perhaps it was due to her excitement that had kept her awake. Nonetheless, since she had awakened him, they ought to do something. Glancing at the time, it was only 6:45. "Zhou Yang, why don't you catch a few more winks in the car? I'll wake you when it's time," she suggested. Zhou Yang gave her a disapproving look. "Is it uncomfortable to sleep in an air-conditioned room at home? Why would I come to the car to doze off? That's absurd. No, let us head to the gem shop. By the time we arrive, it should be around 7:30, and perhaps someone will have opened early. By the way, why didn't you respond to my message last night?" Upon hearing this, Ji Lanyan's lips curled into a subtle smile, as she had intentionally ignored his message. However, she knew she had to provide an explanation to avoid spoiling the fun for the next time. Thus, while driving, she began to clarify. "Initially, my phone was dead, but then I plugged it in to charge. Unfortunately, I fell asleep." This explanation was plausible enough that Zhou Yang harbored no doubts whatsoever. As they chatted leisurely, the car gradually made its way toward the Gem Street. Upon arrival, it was still before 7:30, largely due to the absence of traffic in the early morning. Now, they had no choice but to sit in the car with the air conditioning running, waiting for over an hour. On a typical day, Zhou Yang would be quite pleased to wait, especially with such a stunning beauty beside him. He wouldn't mind spending the entire day in this company. Moreover, the enclosed space of the car allowed him to savor the delightful fragrance of Ji Lanyan's perfume. At the designated hour, or rather, upon noticing that some gem shops had opened, Zhou Yang promptly exited the vehicle, eagerly making his way into the shop. Ji Lanyan inwardly cursed the ironclad man, expressing her thoughts about his straightforwardness. Indeed, there exists a rationale behind Ji Lanyan's disparagement of Zhou Yang. Here is a stunning beauty engaged in conversation with him in the car, yet he consistently exhibits a demeanor of distraction, his gaze incessantly wandering toward the storefronts. Does he truly believe that this remarkable beauty pales in comparison to some mere establishment? Such thoughts leave Ji Lanyan quite displeased. Nevertheless, she comprehends that Zhou Yang is deeply invested in this opportunity, as well as in the identity it confers upon him. It is essential to recognize that men and women are not analogous in this regard. For women, their status often hinges upon the man they marry. Conversely, a man's worth is not solely defined by his marital choices. Without a prominent identity or formidable background, even the most beautiful woman may not suffice to retain his affections. The tale of Wu Dalong serves as a poignant example. Thus, Zhou Yang's behavior is, in fact, quite typical, indicative of his ambition and drive. This attribute alone validates Ji Lanyan's discerning judgment. With this realization, Ji Lanyan hastened to align her pace with Zhou Yang's. Chapter 55. A reunion with Jin Long. The raw stone shop chosen by Zhou Yang was indeed the same one where he had wagered against Eugene Long the previous day. As soon as Zhou Yang entered, the shopkeeper recognized him. After all, his establishment had remarkably cut 2 pieces of exquisite jade the day before. In a sense, this had been beneficial for the shop's business, serving as a form of advertisement. Thus, the protagonist of the stone betting, Zhou Yang, was remembered by the shopkeeper. As for how he knew Zhou Yang's name, it was quite simple. He could just inquire with Zhang Xueru. Upon seeing Zhou Yang, the shopkeeper, Xiong Chumo, hurriedly approached him. "Ah, Mr. Zhou, welcome, welcome." Zhou Yang was taken aback, for he had not exchanged a word with this individual the day before. Yet here he was, recognized. "There's no need to be surprised, Mr. Zhou. You shone brilliantly in yesterday's stone betting. It was not difficult for me to learn your name," Xiong Chumo replied. "Oh, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Xiong, full name Xiong Chumo. Here's my business card, and I hope you will favor me in the future." Zhou Yang was momentarily stunned. "Xiong Chumo? Why not say you are Xiong De or Xiong Air? If all else fails, you could even go by Bald Chong." He took the business card and discovered that indeed, it was this Xiong Chumo Xiong, like the bear, Chumo meaning the first of junior high in ink. A rather clever name bestowed by his father. "Mr. Xiong, your name is quite distinctive," Zhou Yang teased lightly, tucking the card away. Such jesting was harmless. After all, the pun of his name was not terribly offensive. Moreover, Xiong Chumo had endured this playful mockery for over a decade or 2. Since the advent of a certain animated series, his name had become a source of amusement, and over time he had grown accustomed to it.
Emerdo, you jest.
My name has accompanied me for over 50 years in relative obscurity. I never imagined that an animated series would bring me into the limelight. It's truly a case of tending to flowers that one tea bloom, while inadvertently nurturing willows that flourish. Let us not dwell on that. Mr. Zhou, feel free to browse. The stones behind are newly replenished stock from last night. No one has examined them yet, so you may have the privilege of inspecting these first. Zhou Yang nodded, understanding the implication of Xiong Chumo's words. The stones on either side and in the middle had been scrutinized by customers daily, whereas the row at the back represented unselected potential. "Very well, I shall take a look." Zhou Yang was pressed for time today, as he had arranged to meet Huang Jiqing at 9:30 to head to Guanchengru's place. With little time to squander, he made his way directly to the raw stones at the back. Ji Lanyan observed discreetly how Zhou Yang selected the stones. However, Zhou Yang was not in the mood to deliberate over choices. He activated his perspective ability, swiftly honing a new skill. Without the need for sight, one can discern the presence of jadeite within a rough stone merely by touch. By placing his palm upon the stone, he is able to sense whether jadeite resides within, as well as to ascertain its size. In simpler terms, he can absorb the jade energy contained within the raw stone through tactile contact. This discovery is of great significance. The ability to see through objects has its limitations and, if overused, can strain the eyes. Moreover, with other commitments awaiting him later in the day, including a potential live demonstration, it is imperative that, as a disciple of Guanchengru, he showcases his abilities during such a momentous occasion. Therefore, until his powers are further enhanced, particularly on this day, he intends to minimize the use of his X-ray vision. Thus, he primarily relies on touch. Should he detect a substantial energy signature within the stone, he will then employ his vision to extract information. This method proves to be swifter and conserves his spiritual energy. As Zhou Yang diligently examined and sifted through the rough stones, Jiang Shueru arrived, accompanied by Eugene Long and Master Chun, who had overseen the stone betting the previous day. Jiang Shueru had come earlier than usual today, intent on discovering Zhou Yang's whereabouts. The previous evening, she had attempted to invite him to dinner, only for him to abruptly end the call. A subsequent call from a different number went unanswered, which dealt a blow to her pride. It was the first time in her life someone had hung up on her without a follow-up message or call. Thus, her visit today carried an inquisitive intent, while Eugene Long's presence was solely to seek retribution. Mr. Zhou, what a coincidence! Zhou Yang had just selected 2 stones and was preparing to check out when he heard a somewhat familiar voice. Turning around, he was greeted by Jiang Shueru and her companions. "Oh, it's you, General Jiang. You're here quite early," Zhou Yang replied, placing the 2 stones onto the cart intended for checkout before proceeding to the stone analysis. Among the stones he selected, one contained a lovely violet jadeite. Though modest in size, its color was exquisite. In the context of today's gathering, it would serve as a fitting gift for his master. Older individuals often appreciate festive items and auspicious sentiments, and the vibrant hue of violet perfectly aligns with such preferences. The other stone, while not particularly valuable, housed a significant quantity of jadeite 3 times that of the violet stone. Zhou Yang's intention in purchasing this rough stone was to conduct an experiment. Absorption. Feeling somewhat weak, he sought to enhance his physical prowess, and absorbing jade energy represented the ideal approach. Spending a mere 100 to 200,000 was of no concern to him. After all, strengthening himself would enable him to confront numerous challenges.
Hey, Zhou Yang, right?
I want to challenge you to another round. Just as Zhou Yang was pushing his cart towards the checkout, Eugene Long obstructed his path. A wager poses no issue. Tomorrow or the day after would suffice. Yet today is unfeasible due to prior commitments. With that, Zhou Yang attempted to push his cart onward, but Eugene Long refused to relent, firmly placing his foot atop the small cart. Are you afraid? If you are, it matters not. Simply acknowledge before these witnesses that you are a coward. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang's temper flared. His desire to avoid trouble did not equate to fear. He merely had pressing matters to attend to today. Fear you? You are of no consequence. I have stated my obligations for today. If you truly wish to gamble, let us wager upon this stone of mine. First, we shall bet on its color. Second, its size. And third, its value. The stakes are set at 10 million. Do you dare? Should you prevail, I shall grant you 10 million and the jade contained within. However, what shall transpire if you lose? Chapter 56. Ignoring the pauper as Eugene Long contemplated the wager, he was about to proclaim that if he lost, he would also present you with 10 million, when suddenly a realization struck him. 10 million is not a trifling sum. It is not merely 100,000 or even 10,000. Such money does not flow freely from any household. To put it more eloquently, while he holds the title of vice president at Liufu Jewelry, it is evident that his position is largely attributed to his affluent father. If he were to rely solely on his monthly salary and bonuses, it would scarcely suffice for his extravagant lifestyle. Furthermore, a pivotal point emerges. The chairman's son is relegated to the role of vice president, while the daughter of the second-largest shareholder ascends to the position of general manager. This disparity alone speaks volumes about one's capabilities. Yesterday, he incurred a loss with a piece of jadeite, and he still managed to afford the purchase of 2 additional pieces, for his family is indeed wealthy. However, today's stakes are 10 million, which has rendered him hesitant. I thought he was wealthy, but it turns out he merely intends to take advantage of the situation. Darling, let us depart and disregard this pauper. At that moment, Ji Lanyan delivered a timely assist. Although she typically spoke little, she always managed to support Zhou Yang at critical junctures. For instance, had it not been for her yesterday, Zhou Yang would not have secured a price above 30 million for that piece of imperial green. The transaction would have capped at 25 million at best. Thus, it is true that certain situations necessitate a fortuitous assist and a bit of provocation. Ji Lanyan's provocation was perfectly timed. Eugene Long had indeed noticed her, primarily due to her stunning beauty. Were it not for Jiang Shueru's presence, he would have approached her long ago. Now, having been belittled by such a striking woman, he found it intolerable. What exacerbated the situation was that Jiang Shueru also employed a provocation. Mr. Yu, perhaps we should reconsider, as this is 10 million. If we were to lose, it would be quite difficult to explain to Chairman Yu. The Chairman Yu referenced by Jiang Shueru is, of course, Yu Jinlong's father. The provocation had struck a chord with him, and he could no longer withstand it. Thus, adrenaline surged through him. I shall wager. Am I, Yu Jinlong, to be intimidated? If I lose, I shall also pay you 10 million, and for the value of the jade within this rough stone, I shall compensate you at the original price. At this moment, Zhou Yang's heart brimmed with delight. This fool is truly foolish. The reason for his amusement lay in the fact that today's gamble was decidedly unfair. Unlike yesterday's bet, which involved a straightforward wager where the value of the jadeite determined the victor, today's challenge, as proposed by Zhou Yang, revolved around predicting the color, size, and value of the jade inside. These three aspects meant that the more accurately one guessed, the more likely they were to triumph. The first aspect, color, was akin to unwrapping a blind box. None could ascertain the hue of the jadeite, and it was entirely possible that both could guess incorrectly upon cutting it open. This is also one of the reasons why Yu Jinlong dares to gamble. As for the subsequent volume and value, it ultimately depends on who possesses greater expertise, along with a touch of luck. Well then, since you have agreed, let us formalize a written agreement. Do not misunderstand me. It is not that I lack faith in you, but rather I have never placed my trust in you. Jiang Shueru and Ji Lanyan both burst into laughter simultaneously. Zhou Yang's words remained as acerbic as ever. Although this statement may seem trivial, certainly carries a sting of insult. What purpose does a war of words serve? Just ensure you do not end up in tears. Yu Jinlong was well aware that in the realm of verbal sparring, he was no match for Zhou Yang, so the outcome would ultimately determine everything. The so-called agreement, in essence, is merely a written account of the terms of today's wager, followed by signatures and fingerprints from both parties. Such a document does not hold legal weight. In other words, should Zhou Yang or Yu Jinlong lose, they would be unable to win any legal battle, for gambling is illegal in Huaxia. So why would Zhou Yang insist on drafting such an agreement? This brings us to the matter of credibility and reputation. Imagine we have everything clearly documented. In the eyes of the law, you could indeed deny this matter due to its illegality. However, among peers, such actions are unacceptable. In the realm of stone gambling, the essence is simply that gambling. While gambling is illegal in other industries, within this one, it is a tacitly accepted norm. If Yu Jinlong were to back out today, Zhou Yang could brandish this agreement and spread the word far and wide. Yu Jinlong might disregard his dignity, but his father would not be able to do so. It is one thing to dismiss a loss of 10 million, but for 100 million, Yu Jinlong would not dare to act dishonorably. Thus, Zhou Yang had the audacity to engage in this wager with him. Likewise, if Zhou Yang were to deny his loss, it would not matter. He would find it impossible to navigate the stone gambling circle thereafter. This is precisely the outcome Yu Jinlong desires, to see Zhou Yang unable to thrive. The agreement was swiftly reached, signed, and sealed, leading them to the wager. At this moment, the crowd around them grew ever larger, for people are invariably drawn to spectacle. To ensure fairness, let us each write our answers on paper and submit them to the shopkeeper for safekeeping. Once the jade is revealed, the shopkeeper will announce the results. This is acceptable, is it not? Zhou Yang spoke as he feigned interest in examining the raw stone at stake. As for whether the shopkeeper would dare to commit perjury at this juncture, one could rest assured. Firstly, with so many witnesses present, the shopkeeper, Xiong Chumo, would not risk his reputation. Once tarnished, he could no longer operate his business, and moreover, he had no incentive to do so, as Yu Jinlong was not his son. Naturally, Yu Jinlong had no objections, for raising any would be futile. After all, there was no turning back from this wager now. What would become of their dignity? Old Chen, this time we shall rely on you. Be precise with your predictions. Should victory be ours today, I shall grant you half of this 10 million. However, should you falter. Upon hearing Yu Jinlong's promise of sharing the winnings, Lao Chen's face lit up with joy, yet, the subsequent words from Yu Jinlong cast a shadow of unease over him. After all, as a stone gambling consultant, His monthly salary and bonuses were considerable, and he bore no personal risk. The prospect of unemployment loomed large, for securing a similar position would prove challenging, and the loss of 5 million was a daunting thought. Rest assured, Mr. Yu, you can leave this matter in my capable hands, Lao Chin declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Indeed, he possessed a modicum of skill, and the time had come to scrutinize the raw stone. Approximately 10 minutes later, both gentlemen inscribed their predictions on separate pieces of paper before folding them meticulously. In the presence of the gathered crowd, they placed the 2 paper balls into a jar and entrusted it to Xiong Chumo for safekeeping. The stage was now set for the stone gambling event. Chapter 57. Are you transferring or swiping? Given the constraints of time on this day, Zhou Yang had no opportunity to meticulously draw lines or make careful preparations. Instead, he decisively severed the jade rough in 2, one piece constituting 1/3 and the other 2/3. He carelessly cast aside the 1/3 section and proceeded to work on the remaining 2/3, unperturbed by the astonished gazes of onlookers. With deft movements, left, right, forward, backward, he swiftly reduced the jade rough to a size scarcely larger than a bowl. Next came the task of polishing the jade's outer skin, and every action Zhou Yang executed was purposeful and precise. Compared to the previous day, today was a seamless endeavor. In no time, the crowd began to exclaim in awe again. Oh, what a color! Let me see. It seems to be purple, could it be? The murmurs grew animated, yet Zhou Yang appeared oblivious, continuing his meticulous cleaning. Before long, the jade was revealed in all its glory. I knew it was violet, just prior to the stone's unveiling. I had sensed something extraordinary about this rough, and indeed, my intuition proved correct. Yes, I felt that the surface of this jade rough had a hint of purple, leading me to conclude it must contain violet. And now that assumption was vindicated. As the crowd's chatter swirled around him, the expressions of the key individuals varied dramatically. First and foremost was Ji Lanyan, whose lips curved into a smile. She recognized Zhou Yang's victory, a certainty born from having observed him as he composed his answers. While it may not have been flawless, it was undeniably close to the truth. Thus, she was confident that Zhou Yang had triumphed. In contrast, Jiang Shueru regarded Zhou Yang with curiosity. The value of violet jade is, quite frankly, superior to that of yellow or red jade. The reasons are twofold: its aesthetic appeal and its rarity. From yesterday to today, Zhou Yang had successfully unveiled 3 jade pieces, the first being imperial green, the second red jade, and now the third, violet. Could this all be mere coincidence? Meanwhile, Eugene Long's countenance was as grim as a pig's liver. Their prior predictions had suggested a glutinous variety. While the dimensions were somewhat accurate, they had erred in both the color and the price. In such a scenario, their chances of victory were exceedingly slim. A difference in color would result in a staggering disparity in value. In the jade industry, glutinous jade is considered inferior, commanding the lowest prices. Thus, a single miscalculation effectively equated to 2, leaving them to pin their hopes on Zhou Yang making an even more egregious error. Jiang, could you help me assess the value of this violet jade? Zhou Yang did not immediately refer to the wager. Instead, he presented the violet piece to Jiang Shueru. She accepted without hesitation, assuming Zhou Yang intended to sell her the jade, which she regarded as a fortunate prospect. Mr. Zhou, this piece of violet jade is of exceptionally high quality. Its only flaw is that it is somewhat smaller than expected. However, crafting a few bangles from it is certainly feasible, and the remainder can still be fashioned into smaller items, thus making this jade quite impressive. As the saying goes, a flaw does not obscure the jade's brilliance. Consequently, the overall worth of this jade remains substantial. Therefore, should this piece of violet jade be available for transfer to me, I would be willing to offer 2 million. Zhou Yang discreetly nodded. The woman's bid was indeed quite reasonable. This piece of violet jade was originally worth more than this, but as the woman just mentioned, its size has diminished. Certain items, once reduced in size, cannot command high prices, which is an unavoidable reality. Unlike gold, where the price per gram remains constant regardless of whether one possesses 1,000 grams or 100 grams, even if one were to acquire a ton, the price per unit would not fluctuate. Zhou Yang reached out, accepted the violet jade, and handed it over to Ji Lanyan, as she was undoubtedly more trustworthy than Jiang Shueru. Boss Xiong, Could you please reveal the answer now? Xiong Chumo was already somewhat impatient, so upon hearing Zhou Yang's request, he promptly agreed and opened the jar, presenting the 2 pieces of paper to the audience. Ahem. First, this piece of paper pertains to Mr. Yu, whose answer states that it is a type of glutinous jade, with a maximum diameter of 12 centimeters, valued at approximately 100,000. What? Only 100,000, and it's glutinous? As soon as Xiong Chumo announced Yu Jinlong's answer, the atmosphere became quite tumultuous. The disparity was simply too vast to be believed. In fact, from a certain perspective, Yu Jinlong's estimate of 100,000 was somewhat exaggerated. Given that they were speculating on glutinous jade, if this piece were indeed such, that price could purchase several of this size. Once the discussions among the crowd had subsided, Xiong Chumo opened Zhou Yang's paper. Mr. Zhou's answer indicated that it was purple or deep blue, with a maximum diameter of 13 centimeters, valued at 1 million. Upon the revelation of this answer, the atmosphere became electrified, as it was evident who the victor of this wager was. Zhou Yang had initially contemplated writing purple, but after careful consideration, he decided that directly stating violet would raise suspicions. Thus, he opted for purple or blue, largely relying on the fact that he had seen Yu Jinlong's answer. This meant that regardless of the color he chose to write, he was assured victory, as both the size and final price were far closer to his estimation. At that moment, Yu Jinlong's expression darkened considerably, yet he remained skeptical of Zhou Yang's answer. Boss Xiong, let me see the answer. Xiong Chumo, who had initially worn a cheerful expression, suddenly lost his smile upon hearing Yu Jinlong's words. The implication was clear. Yu Jinlong was questioning his integrity, and if this were to spread, how could he continue to navigate this circle in the future? However, he could only endure it, for after all, he could not provoke Yu Jinlong. Mr. Yu, I assure you that revealing the answer is absolutely no issue. Since you are interested, I trust everyone else will be as well. Why not let us all take a look together? Upon finishing his words, Xiong Chumo laid 2 sheets of paper before the crowd, his actions deliberately provocative. You, Yu Jinlong, do not grant me face and have put me in an awkward position. While I cannot afford to offend you openly, I see no harm in bringing you a measure of embarrassment. Is that not so? Now, in this public setting, I shall unveil the answer, which is quite reasonable. As for the repercussions, they shall not fall upon me. At this moment, Yu Jinlong's expression darkened further, yet the situation was far from over, for Zhou Yang approached with the previous agreement in hand. You are Mr. Vice President, are you not? It is getting late. I kindly ask you to fulfill our wager. 10 million. As for the payment for this block of jadeite rough, let us forego that, considering I have already profited handsomely from this endeavor. Will you be transferring the funds or using a card? Zhou Yang remarked nonchalantly, a faint mischievous smile gracing his lips, exuding an air that was decidedly infuriating. Chapter 58. Huang Siyu's reminder. Yu Jinlong tightened his fists, filled with an overwhelming desire to deliver a punch directly to Zhou Yang's face. The intensity of his fury was palpable, as indicated by his choice of the word slam instead of merely hit. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, adhering to the wisdom that minor grievances should not disrupt grand plans. With so many witnesses present, he found it impossible to resort to any underhanded tactics. Zhou Yang, I would like to wager again, Yu Jinlong managed to utter after a prolonged silence. However, Zhou Yang swiftly interrupted him with a raised hand. I have already stated that I am pressed for time today. You must fulfill your end of this wager immediately. You may choose not to comply, but do not blame me for the consequences. As he spoke, Zhou Yang shook the piece of paper in his hand, the very agreement they had previously drafted. You have some nerve. I will reclaim this debt in due time, Yu Jinlong thought, suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of fury. He transferred 10 million to Zhou Yang, a staggering sum. Even if he had lost yesterday, it would have only amounted to the price of 2 jade raw stones, one valued at 880,000 and the other at 650,000, totaling just over $1 million. However, today's loss was 10 million. While his family was indeed affluent, that wealth did not directly translate to his own finances. Thus, this 10 million drastically diminished his assets, leaving him with a lingering grudge. Zhou Yang was acutely aware of the animosity he had incited, but certain circumstances were unavoidable, and showing weakness from the outset would only make future confrontations more challenging. Once one concedes, regaining a position of strength becomes increasingly difficult unless one withdraws entirely from this circle, for Eugene Long would undoubtedly continue to harass him. Yet, as Zhou Yang's abilities grew, he became less concerned. "Mr. Zhou, are you willing to sell this piece of violet jade?" Eugene Long departed, but Jiang Xueru remained. "I'm afraid I cannot part with this violet jade, as I have a personal need for it. Should I come across more in the future, I will consider selling to you then." Jiang Xueru nodded, somewhat believing Zhou Yang's words, considering the price of this particular jade was reasonable. Zhou Yang had no reason to deceive her. If it were something like imperial green jade, he might have had motives to inflate the price or for other reasons, making deception plausible. "Mr. Zhou, may I invite you to dinner either at noon or in the evening?" she inquired. "I intended to invite you last night and even called you twice, but you seemed quite busy and did not pick up." Zhou Yang then recalled those 2 missed calls from the previous day. It was worth noting the linguistic finesse of this woman. Her phrasing indicated that it was she who had called without receiving a response, rather than implying he had hung up on her. This subtlety avoided any awkwardness, as it sidestepped the discomfort of stating, "I called you, and you rejected my call." The second point is to subtly clarify the matter, serving as a gentle reminder. "I have long wished to treat you to a meal. It was merely your failure to answer my calls that prompted me to speak in person today. This way, I preserve my dignity while ensuring that Zhou Yang does not feel awkward for having hung up, as he likely does not even know her number. In fact, Zhou Yang is completely unaware that the number belongs to Jiang Xueru. Otherwise, he would have certainly returned the call after returning home last night. My apologies. I was simply overwhelmed with tasks yesterday. As for dining together, I will check my availability for the evening, and if time permits, I shall call you. Dinner will be on me. Unfortunately, today at noon is impossible, as I already have prior commitments of great significance, and the appointed time is fast approaching. Therefore, let us connect via phone once I am finished with my affairs." As Zhou Yang spoke, he glanced at his phone, noting that he still had 25 minutes until his appointment with Huang Jiqing. There was still time to make it, provided he hurried. Jiang Xueru wished to say more, yet she keenly observed Zhou Yang's continued attention to his phone. This indicated that he indeed had pressing matters to attend to. If a woman wishes to avoid annoying a man, it is best not to cling to him. Thus, Jiang Xueru simply remarked that she would await his call, refraining from further entanglement. Zhou Yang loaded the uncut raw stone into the vehicle. Though time was initially sufficient, there was no longer a moment to spare. The raw stone itself held little value, and the jade within was rather ordinary. It could be set aside for another occasion, to be absorbed and utilized later. Ji Lanyan drove while Zhou Yang changed clothes in the back seat. The day's occasion was quite formal, and casual attire would not suffice. Moreover, he had acquired some dirt during the stone processing. However, as he changed in the back seat, some less scrupulous young women began to steal glances using the rearview mirror. First, they noted his well-proportioned figure. Although his abdomen lacked muscle, it was free of excess fat. Their eyes then wandered downwards, drawn to a rather significant sight. Despite rushing, they were still 5 minutes late, but 5 minutes was hardly significant. Zhou Yang had calculated his time with a buffer, so a 5-minute delay in the first segment could be compensated in the second. After brief communication with Ji Lanyan, Zhou Yang entered Huang Jiqing's vehicle, with Huang Xiu at the wheel. Naturally, Ji Lanyan was instructed to drive back, as it would be improper to bring her to such an occasion. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. "Zhou Yang, you're late," Huang Xiu teased as ever. Zhou Yang awkwardly scratched his head and offered an explanation, primarily citing the time spent preparing a gift. "Old Huang, do you think this would suffice as a token for my apprenticeship?" As Zhou Yang spoke, he produced a piece of violet jade. Huang's eyes lit up upon receiving the jade. It was exceptionally exquisite, especially when illuminated by the sun, which refracted a radiant purple glow. "Zhou Yang, this serves as a splendid gift for your apprenticeship. However, I must inquire, from whence did you acquire this piece of jade?" Zhou Yang dreaded explaining the origin of the violet jade, having pondered extensively and devised a somewhat plausible narrative. "Old Huang, I purchased this piece of jade with my own funds. I had been lingering around the rough stone market for quite some time. Fortunately, I stumbled upon this exquisite piece and decided to buy it. It cost me over 2 million, and I felt a pang of regret. The last remark was made in jest. However, Huang was not easily deceived. He sensed that Zhou Yang was withholding some truth. Just then, a comment from Huang Xiu interrupted them, inadvertently providing Zhou Yang with an escape. Zhou Yang, when presenting a gift, you can't possibly do so without proper packaging, can you? Shouldn't you purchase a gift box to elegantly enclose this piece of jade? Chapter 59. The sense of ceremony. Zhou Yang suddenly smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting this matter. Fortunately, Huang Xiu had reminded him. Thankfully, there were several gift shops along the way, and after spending a few minutes, he managed to purchase a rather exquisite gift box. In a rush, he finally arrived at the venue 10 minutes ahead of schedule. The gathering was held at a hotel, and Zhou Yang initially thought little of it, knowing that individuals of such stature often appreciated grandeur. It was clear to him that someone as esteemed as Guan Qingru would certainly host a gathering for his disciples, a fact he had gleaned from previous conversations with Huang Jiqing. However, upon his arrival, he was utterly taken aback by the presence of journalists. As soon as they spotted Zhou Yang, they swarmed around him. "You are Mr. Zhou, correct?" "Good day, Mr. Zhou. I am a reporter from Jinling Television. I have heard that you intend to donate a precious antique to the nation. Is this true?" Another voice chimed in. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am a reporter from Jinling Daily. Could you share why you are generously giving such a treasure to the state?" Zhou Yang found himself encircled by a throng of reporters, incessantly bombarded with questions, while cameras clicked and flashed. To be honest, he had never encountered such a scene before. He answered some of the questions, but kept his responses relatively simple and straightforward. Any profound or somewhat obscure inquiries were deftly deflected by a middle-aged man, around 50 years of age, who was none other than Guan Qingru's eldest disciple and the current director of the Jinling City Museum, Xia Changrong. Once he managed to escape the reporter's clutches, Zhou Yang was drenched in cold sweat. "Master, this is for you." After freeing himself from the journalists, he hurried to Guan Qingru, half squatting and kneeling as he presented the gift with both hands. Guan Qingru's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. Zhou Yang, you are thoughtful. Get up. Let me introduce you to your senior brothers and sisters. This is your eldest senior brother, Xia Changrong, the director of the Jinling City Museum." As Zhou Yang had suspected, he quickly greeted him as eldest senior brother. Xia Changrong returned the courtesy with a polite junior brother. "This is your second senior brother, Song Zhengyang, and this is your senior sister, Shi Shangfei." Zhou Yang nearly burst out laughing, taken aback by the poetic nature of the name. "Junior brother, are you mocking my name? Do you dare to provoke me?" She retorted playfully. "My surname is Shi, as in history, noble and favored concubine. Where did your thoughts wander off to?" Zhou Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, he couldn't help but think that among the myriad of names a girl could have, Shi Shangfei was quite unique. No, senior sister. I am at fault. My thoughts were impure. I sincerely apologize for tarnishing your pure heart with my muddled thoughts." Zhou Yang is remarkably candid. While most individuals might attempt to justify their shortcomings, it is truly exceptional for someone to confront their failings with such forthrightness. One cannot merely categorize it as a mistake. It is an acknowledgement of his own flawed thoughts, laid bare before an audience. This level of honesty is indeed rare. Furthermore, his delivery is not devoid of warmth. His subsequent remarks carry a hint of playful camaraderie typical among mentors and ments. Even Shi Shangfei's demeanor brightens at this moment. "All right, as your seniors, we shall not bully our junior," she teases. "Zhou Yang, I graciously accept your initiation gift, and in return, I shall present you with a token of my own." Guan Qingru is genuinely elated today, for many reasons, including the addition of a remarkable artifact to their museum. Additionally, he has welcomed a disciple of commendable character and professional prowess. Lastly, witnessing his students engage in light-hearted banter brings him immense satisfaction. Such playful interactions among brothers are harmless and can even strengthen their bonds. "Master, you are so biased," Shi Shangfei pouts, recalling how her master did not defend her when Zhou Yang jested at her expense. "Now, before we have even begun, you are already favoring him." Her tone, tinged with playful affection, reveals her cherished status among her mentor. "You will never grow up. While it is one thing to frolic with your brothers, now you are teasing your junior. Guan Chengru chuckles, shaking his head, clearly at a loss with this disciple. However, the customary gift exchange must proceed. Zhou Yang accepts the so-called initiation gift and promptly hands it over to Huang Xiu. It is best not to open such gifts in front of the giver. Regardless of their weight, unwrapping them before the donor is considered impolite, unless, of course, the intention is to surprise you with a weighty gift or for some other reason that necessitates its unveiling in front of others. In this instance, handing the gift to Huang Xiu merely serves as a means for her to hold it, devoid of any ulterior motives. The initiation ceremony is rather straightforward, lacking the gravity of ancient customs. Zhou Yang pours a cup of tea for Guan Chengru, who then imparts a few words of wisdom regarding future conduct, concluding the ritual. However, a red envelope is still requisite. It is a matter of protocol, and even if it contains a mere 100 yuan, the gesture suffices. After all, this is not the focal point of today's gathering. The main event is, of course, the donation ceremony, which commands the attention of all present. No one dares to wear a casual expression. After all, this is to be televised. The donation to the museum is indeed substantial, and Zhou Yang is not without his gains, receiving an honorary certificate and a banner in recognition of his contributions. Moreover, there exists a sum of 50,000 yuan in cash, which constitutes the entirety of the reward. To speak candidly, this reward is rather meager. However, Zhou Yang remains indifferent, for his motivations are not rooted in monetary gain. The most significant achievement today is, in fact, his own self. With a newfound reputation and the appearance on television, he has unwittingly left an impression on certain individuals. Additionally, having made the acquaintance of numerous figures from the antique world today may prove advantageous in future dealings. Furthermore, Zhou Yang has acquired a mentor, thereby granting him the status of an apprentice. With this identity, he shall command a modicum of respect within this circle. Next comes the final segment before the meal, the appraisal of antiques. This phase is of considerable importance, as the guests participating in this event have brought along 1 or 2 items each for evaluation. While it is said that Guan Chengru will assist in the appraisal, the reality is that the task will largely fall to Zhou Yang. However, one cannot state this overtly, as it would undermine the proceedings. Thus, a more subtle approach is required. The essence of the request is to solicit Guan Chengru's assistance in the appraisal, which will naturally lead him to call upon Zhou Yang for help. Everyone is aware that this is merely a formality, and with the presence of reporters today, it serves to elevate the stature of Guan Chengru's disciple. Consequently, the items brought forth for appraisal are not particularly challenging, as this is merely a ceremonial exercise. For instance, this item before us. Zhou Yang, could you assist in appraising this? My master's eyesight has waned with age. Guan Chengru casually fabricated a reason. Zhou Yang, understanding the underlying context, promptly acquiesced. He then approached the item placed upon the table. Chapter 60. The gift of beads. Zhou Yang approached this occasion with utmost caution and diligence, mindful of the numerous observers present, including journalists capturing every moment on camera. Although this event was not live-streamed, it was certain to be broadcasted on television and online subsequently. Any misstep could tarnish his reputation irreparably, prompting him to exercise extraordinary care. He donned gloves and methodically rotated in place to examine the piece's exterior before finally lifting the antique for appraisal. Each action adhered to a meticulous standard, his examination process strictly following established protocols. The object in question was a porcelain vase, crafted with commendable skill. However, from the tactile sensations, Zhou Yang surmised that its age was relatively recent. He sensed a modicum of spiritual essence within, indicating that it was not entirely devoid of significance. Yet this suggested a brief history for the item. Nevertheless, he lacked the expertise to ascertain specifics, compelling him to rely on his unique ability of perception. Item name: Hongxian porcelain vase. Era: Republic of China. Genuine. Item description: this vase is a specially crafted porcelain piece from the era of Yuan Shikai's restoration of the monarchy, renowned for the Zhu Ren Tang mark. Item characteristics: high-quality craftsmanship, exquisite painting, with some porcelain base markings altered to reflect Qing dynasty dates. Upon flipping the vase, Zhou Yang indeed found Qing dynasty markings inscribed at the bottom, indicating that this was a Republic-era porcelain piece masquerading under the guise of the Qing dynasty. How should this be articulated? If he were to disclose this truth, it might offend the vase's original owner, who could be unaware of such discrepancies. Conversely, should he remain silent and the owner be privy to the truth, he would find himself in an awkward position. After much contemplation, Zhou Yang resolved to speak candidly. After all, there is a saying, it is better to allow a friend to suffer than to bring harm to oneself. If embarrassment were to arise from his revelation, it would fall upon others, not himself. Master, I have completed the appraisal. Zhou Yang bowed respectfully to Guan Qingru before elucidating the situation. Very well. Please elaborate on the vase's provenance and origin, Guan Qingru prompted. Zhou Yang nodded and commenced detailing his conclusions. Initially, his commentary was rather conventional, eliciting nods of agreement from the connoisseurs present. However, when he declared that the vase was a product of the Republic era, frowns began to emerge among some, while others' eyes sparkled with interest. Zhou Yang, you assert that this porcelain piece is from the Republic era? That seems rather erroneous, interjected an unnamed self-proclaimed expert, unable to contain his skepticism. The base of this vase bears a Qing dynasty inscription, which cannot be mistaken. Are you suggesting that this is a forgery? With the first question posed, others soon followed suit, as Zhou Yang's youth rendered him a target for scrutiny. He remained unfazed, confident that at least half of those present could accurately authenticate such a porcelain piece. However, he was unwilling to grant them the opportunity. He could not let such a splendid chance to shine slip away. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain composed. Firstly, as I previously mentioned, the craftsmanship of this vase is exceptionally high, indeed reminiscent of the artistry from the Qing dynasty. I concede this point. However, have you considered the connection between the Republic of China and the Qing dynasty? Therefore, it is not surprising that they share similar techniques. As for the inscription at the base, it does not necessarily signify much. Throughout history, there have been instances of misleading representations. My confidence in asserting that this porcelain originates from the Republic of China is not unfounded, but rather substantiated. Observe that beneath the inscription, there are 4 additional characters. Zhu Rintang. Zhu Rintang refers to a collection of imperial porcelain crafted in Jingdezhen by Guo Baochang during Yuan Shikai's reign, characterized primarily by watercolor and overglaze techniques, with the inscription stating Zhu Rintang. Due to its remarkable quality and its ties to the Qing dynasty, some of these inscriptions were later attributed to that era. Nevertheless, the distinction between the dynasties is of little consequence, as the interval may have been merely a few years, or even just months. I hope my explanation clarifies the matter for you esteemed predecessors. Applause erupted as Zhou Yang concluded his remarks. Those who had previously remained silent began to applaud vigorously. In truth, this item had been deliberately selected by them to test Zhou Yang's appraisal skills. They had conspired in private, agreeing that should Zhou Yang mistakenly identify this antique as belonging to the Qing dynasty, they would not disclose it. As the saying goes, one should not judge solely by the monk's face but also consider the Buddha's. Should Zhou Yang falter today, it would not only reflect poorly on him but also on Guan Qingru. Conversely, if Zhou Yang were to uncover the discrepancies within, as he had previously, they would acknowledge his expertise. This was the very reason for their applause following his pronouncement. Only a select few were privy to this matter. Even Guan Qingru remained unaware. Of course, this was merely an interlude, a testament to Zhou Yang's abilities. It was not a formal antique appraisal event. So after Zhou Yang accurately identified the subsequent simpler items, nearly all aspects of today's proceedings were concluded. We then transitioned to the final segment, dining. By the time Zhou Yang departed from this venue and returned to the villa, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Upon arriving home, he eagerly retrieved the gift that Guan Qingru had presented to him. As for the red envelope, he bestowed it upon Huang Xiyu, as she had assisted him for an extended period and had even reminded him to purchase a gift box. Given this, a few hundred yuan in the envelope would surely bring joy to all. When the gift box was opened, Zhou Yang discovered its contents. A string of prayer beads. These were handcrafted yellow rosewood beads, not precisely an antique, yet far from inexpensive. In the market, authentic handmade yellow rosewood prayer beads of this quality can command prices in the tens of thousands. However, The matter at hand transcends monetary value. It lies in the significance of the gift. Zhou Yang previously noticed a subtle detail. Both of his two senior brothers and one senior sister wore similar bracelets on their wrists. Perhaps this is a form of inheritance from Guan Qingru. In other words, this string of prayer beads could be worth a fortune in several decades or even a century. Zhou Yang, for 2 million violet coins, you exchanged it for merely this string of prayer beads? Your master seems rather stingy. Ji Lanyan, being an outsider, naturally speaks from a place of ignorance, valuing objects solely by their monetary worth. However, this is quite normal. Zhou Yang shrugged nonchalantly. He adored the string of prayer beads, as both its color and style suited him perfectly. Draping it casually over his right wrist, his entire demeanor transformed, becoming strikingly more refined. Lanyan, you cannot assess this gift in terms of currency. It is a token of meeting, not a transaction. Furthermore, acquiring a piece of jade is quite easy for me, but this particular string of Buddha beads is unique to this establishment. By the way, I plan to return to my hometown tomorrow. Would you care to join me? Zhou Yang's voice grew softer as he spoke, primarily out of fear that this woman might outright refuse him. Such a rejection would indeed be quite embarrassing. Chapter 61. Hosting a dinner. You are my employer. I am your chauffeur. Naturally, I shall drive you home. Ji Lanyan's response left Zhou Yang utterly astonished. He yearned to embrace her and steal a kiss, yet he refrained, daunted by the thought. Splendid. We shall set off early tomorrow morning. Ji Lanyan merely acknowledged with a hum, slinging her usual bag over her shoulder and even grasping the car keys. Lanyan, are you preparing to go out? Ji Lanyan shot Zhou Yang a sidelong glance and remarked, aren't you going to buy some gifts for your family upon returning home? Also, your hair has grown long. It's time for a haircut. Let us first visit the supermarket to purchase some items, and then we can head to the barbershop. After all, you have a dinner engagement tonight, and I will accompany you.
Zhou Yang felt somewhat bewildered.
While it was indeed necessary to buy gifts, a haircut seemed reasonable too. However, what was the implication of her accompanying him to the dinner? He was aware of the dinner, inviting Jiang Shueru out for the evening, but it had merely been a casual remark. He had no genuine intention of hosting her. Furthermore, even if he did, Ji Lanyan accompanying him. Well, Zhou Yang had little time to ponder, as Ji Lanyan was already changing her shoes. In the past, Zhou Yang's family consisted of 4 members: his father, mother, and a younger sister. His father had tragically passed away a few years ago, while his sister was currently in her first year of university but was home for the summer break. This was the extent of what Ji Lanyan knew about Zhou Yang's family. He also had relatives, including an uncle, an aunt, an elder uncle, and a younger aunt. However, due to certain circumstances, interactions among some relatives were not particularly close. The reason lay in a financial matter from a few years ago, the specifics of which Ji Lanyan was not privy to, as Zhou Yang had not elaborated on it. She felt it inappropriate to inquire deeply, yet she knew that some matters would eventually come to light. Currently, the relatives with whom they maintained a somewhat amicable relationship were Zhou Yang's aunt and uncle, while the elder uncle and younger aunt had become distant. Typically, they would only visit during the new year to pay their respects, resulting in a relationship that was not overly intimate. Zhou Yang's return home was indeed akin to a triumphant return, and Ji Lanyan felt compelled to consider his standing. Spending a bit of money was inconsequential. However, maintaining face was paramount. Thus, whether it was the elder uncle or the younger aunt, she procured lavish gifts for all, each family receiving 2 cartons of fine cigarettes, exquisite wines, and a variety of health supplements. For Zhou Yang, these expenditures were not particularly burdensome. However, presenting such gifts to others conveyed a significant message. Initially, Zhou Yang felt it unnecessary, yet Ji Lanyan's assertiveness grew increasingly pronounced. Often, she projected the demeanor of a matron rather than that of a mere driver. After purchasing the gifts, they proceeded to acquire clothing, including items for Zhou Yang's mother and sister. Even Ji Lanyan herself bought several outfits and shoes for Zhou Yang. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and this saying holds true. Zhou Yang, standing at over 1.8 meters tall, possesses an ideal physique that naturally serves as a perfect canvas for clothing. He looks strikingly handsome in whatever he wears. In a gesture of reciprocity, Zhou Yang also purchased an outfit for Ji Lanyan, who, after a moment of modest hesitation, accepted the gift. After their shopping spree, they proceeded to the bank to withdraw 200,000 yuan, followed by the final stage, a haircut. At just 25 years of age, Zhou Yang is the same age as Ji Lanyan, making them a strikingly attractive couple when standing side by side. Once his hair was styled, Zhou Yang called Jiang Shueru to arrange a dinner time for that evening, and afterward, he made a call to his family. "Mom, my brother is coming back tomorrow, and he might bring a sister-in-law with him," Zhou Yao exclaimed excitedly, bouncing over to her mother to share the news from the earlier phone call. "Oh really? Your brother has a girlfriend?" Upon hearing that her son would return with a girlfriend, Zhou Yang's mother, Jia Juping, was filled with joy. Though her surname is uncommon, it is still familiar in Zhou Yang's hometown. "Well, that's what my brother said. He mentioned he would be back for lunch tomorrow." In truth, Zhou Yao's statement was a fabrication. Zhou Yang had never mentioned anything about a girlfriend, merely stating he would bring back a female friend. Thus, Zhou Yao took the liberty of imagining the friendship as something more romantic, conveniently omitting the friend designation. "Yao Yao, did your brother say where his girlfriend is from? If she's from the city, will she look down on us when she visits?" Jia Juping glanced around their home, feeling a tinge of uncertainty. This concern was not unfounded. Zhou Yang had previously dated and even introduced potential partners, but every single one had turned them down after visiting their home. While Zhou Yang's family resides in a building, it is a modest two-story structure, devoid of any surrounding amenities. The 2 rooms were built by Zhou Yang's father years ago as a marital home when Zhou Yang was just 20. The interior had only been painted, with no real renovations to speak of. After some family misfortunes, discussions of improvement became moot. Consequently, their current financial status is, if not the worst in the team, certainly among the least favorable. Zhou Yang has entered the workforce, yet his salary is meager, while Zhou Yao is still a freshman in college, leaving their family impoverished and limited in many aspects. "Mom, don't worry. My brother is so handsome. He is only slightly less attractive than I am, and we are quite confident in that regard. His future sister-in-law will surely be captivated by him," Zhou Yao said, her words somewhat jumbled and tinged with a hint of arrogance. Nevertheless, her words held a kernel of truth. Although the Zhou family did not enjoy a prosperous life, their appearances were indeed commendable. Zhou Yang's father, while not as tall as Zhou Yang, stood at a respectable height of over 1.7 meters and was, in his youth, an exceptionally handsome man. Zhou Yang's mother, De Juping, was also renowned in the surrounding area for her striking beauty during her younger years. Thus, with such parents, it was only natural that their offspring would not fall short in these regards.
Unbeknownst to Zhou Yang,
His sister was once again reveling in her own charm as he arrived at the designated restaurant. Dressed casually, Zhou Yang contrasted sharply with Ji Lanyan, who looked resplendent in the attire he had purchased for her earlier that afternoon. At that moment, Ji Lanyan was entwined around Zhou Yang's arm, beaming at Jiang Shueru with delight. In truth, Zhou Yang was feeling quite uncomfortable. When had this woman become so forward? Not only was she holding onto his arm, but she also seemed to be brushing against him with certain prominent parts of her body. Of course, such contact could be construed as mere incidental touches while walking, falling within the realm of normalcy. Under ordinary circumstances, Ji Lanyan's embrace would have elicited joy from Zhou Yang, but at that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. The source of his unease stemmed from being caught between 2 women, a situation aptly described by the phrase like sitting on pins and needles, which perfectly encapsulated Zhou Yang's plight. Chapter 62. Discussing cooperation. Fortunately, the feeling dissipated once they entered the private room. Not only that, but the 2 women quickly struck up a conversation, appearing quite familiar with one another. "Mr. Zhou, I truly did not expect you to be an expert in antique appraisal. Had I not inadvertently stumbled upon a news article today, I would have remained oblivious. I am genuinely impressed." Jiang Shueru's words were sincere. Indeed, she had come across a news piece while in the restroom, and the protagonist was none other than Zhou Yang. Had it not been for her familiarity with his name and appearance, she might have thought she had mistaken his identity. "President Jiang, you flatter me. I merely possess a modest understanding."
Zhou Yang humbly replied.
"Mr. Zhou, you are far too modest. To be recognized as a disciple by the esteemed Guan Qingru, one must surely possess more than just a cursory knowledge. Zhou Yang found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment the waiter began to serve the dishes. Mr. Zhou, let us collaborate. You possess the talent for gambling on stones, while I have the market to sell them. If we join forces, it will undoubtedly lead to a mutually beneficial partnership. This arrangement would alleviate your concerns regarding jade sales, while also minimizing my procurement risks and time. What do you think? Zhou Yang was inclined to agree, but he remembered there was a woman beside him. Frankly speaking, he was not well versed in this matter. Such professional affairs should be entrusted to experts. Lan Yan, what is your opinion? Ji Lan Yan was pleased that Zhou Yang sought her input at this moment, as it affirmed her value in the discussion. At the very least, Zhou Yang had thought of her first. She bestowed a reassuring glance upon him before turning to Jiang Xueru. President Jiang, I have no objections to collaborating, but how do you envision our partnership? After all, collaboration must be founded on mutual benefit. I trust President Jiang would not engage in a partnership without incentive. Would you? Jiang Xueru snapped her fingers, enjoying the conversation with an astute individual. Miss Ji, you are absolutely correct. True cooperation requires that both parties derive benefit. Otherwise, it is merely assistance, not collaboration. I have two proposals for you. After I present them, you may choose one for our partnership. The first proposal is that all jade you extract, whether ordinary or exquisite, will be sold exclusively to our company. We will purchase at 80 of the market price, and we will acquire as much as you have with no upper limit. The second proposal follows the same method as today and yesterday. We will only require high-quality jade. As for the purchase price, it will be at 90 of the market rate. What do you think? Upon hearing these terms, Zhou Yang immediately began to calculate in his mind. In truth, whether at 80 or 90, both options were advantageous for him. Firstly, he would no longer need to worry about selling jade. Secondly, an excess of such items diminishes their value. Do not be misled by the seemingly high prices of the past few days. They are inflated due to scarcity. Moreover, the fact that the two parties were previously unfamiliar with one another suggests that the woman may have ulterior motives in establishing this initial collaboration. Therefore, one should not base negotiations on the recent transaction prices, for there exists nothing that cannot be sold, only items that remain unsold, an immutable truth. Another factor to consider is that Zhou Yang does not possess ample time to address the sale of jadeite. Zhou Yang, what do you think is most advantageous? Ji Lan Yan finds herself indecisive, as her knowledge of stone gambling is limited, but she acknowledges that both collaboration methods have their merits. If Zhou Yang is successful in uncovering stones predominantly made of common jadeite, then a comprehensive trading agreement would be beneficial. Even at a price that reflects only 80% of the market value, there remains a profit to be made, especially since quality items seldom face challenges in sales. The difficulty lies with the ordinary pieces. Conversely, if Zhou Yang possesses the skill to reveal a majority of high-quality jadeite, then the alternative collaboration method would prove far more lucrative. Ultimately, the decision rests solely with Zhou Yang. He comprehends Ji Lanyan's intent. Most would likely opt for the first collaboration method. However, Zhou Yang chooses a different path, as he refrains from engaging with ordinary jadeite raw stones. Thus, he discreetly signaled a 2. Ji Lanyan understood immediately. Mr. Jiang, we shall proceed with the second collaboration method. However, we must formalize this agreement with a contract. Additionally, the so-called market price is not fixed and must be stipulated within the contract. Should there be any discrepancies in price, either party retains the right to terminate the transaction. Jiang Xueru grasped Ji Lanyan's meaning, which is indeed quite straightforward. For instance, if Zhou Yang values a piece of jadeite at 3 million, yet Jiang Xueru estimates it at only 2.5 million, then the transaction can be voided, as no agreement has been reached. After all, the price of such items is not absolute. One's belief that it is worth 3 million does not compel others to share that valuation, making disputes entirely natural. Typically, in such scenarios, negotiations gravitate towards a middle ground. For example, if one demands 3 million and the other offers 2.5 million, a compromise in the vicinity of 270 to 80,000 often emerges. Such occurrences are exceedingly common. No problem. That is only natural. Furthermore, I propose that we pay a visit to Rueli together, as those in our trade are well aware that jadeite raw stones are more affordable there. Of course, affordability is merely one aspect. The primary advantage lies in the superior quality of jadeite available, which significantly enhances the likelihood of uncovering exceptional pieces. Consequently, the potential for profit is substantial, and we may also explore other avenues for collaboration, which we can discuss in detail later. Regarding our recent collaboration terms, if there are no further additions, I shall draft the contract tomorrow. We can review it together, and if all is satisfactory, we may proceed to sign.
Yelanian nodded,
Seemingly recalling something abruptly. Oh right, we may not be in Jinling City for the next few days. Zhou Yang insists on returning to his hometown and insists on my company. Therefore, the timeline will likely be postponed by 3 or 4 days. It will only be advanced, not delayed. Jiang Shuuru glanced at Zhou Yang and nodded. That's perfectly fine. It isn't too urgent. I can wait for your return, and we can remain in contact at any time. By the way, Mr. Zhou, you should be cautious in the coming days. Eugene Long has suffered significant losses twice. This matter is unlikely to resolve easily. So, please exercise caution. I cannot say much about his character, but just be careful. Chapter 63. Yu Chengfu Zhou Yang comprehended the intent of the woman before him, yet he remained perplexed about the identity of this Eugene Long. Thus, he inquired directly, prompting Jiang Shuuru to elucidate. Eugene Long's father, Yu Chengfu, was the sixth in line and, in his youth, ventured into the southern coastal cities, earning the moniker Sixth Master. Gradually, he rehabilitated his reputation, embarking upon legitimate business ventures, one of which was Lu Fu Jewelry, specializing in gemstones and jade. He dabbled in various other industries as well, showcasing considerable acumen. However, there is a saying that rings true. A tiger's father often begets a dog. It would be an exaggeration to declare Eugene Long entirely inept, yet he has made no notable contributions within the company. His position as vice president primarily stems from his father being the chairman and the largest shareholder. The crux of the matter lies in Eugene Long's petty nature, which starkly contrasts with his father's character. Despite his father's early entanglements in the underworld, he possessed a magnanimity and spirit that Eugene Long lacks. Aside from their physical resemblance, the two differ vastly in temperament and capability. Thus, should you offend such a person, it is prudent to tread carefully. Zhou Yang nodded, finally grasping the essence of Eugene Long's character. However, a sudden thought struck him. Jiang, if my suspicions are correct, this adversary of mine was brought in by you, wasn't he? And if I am not mistaken, you orchestrated this intentionally. Should anything untoward happen to me, would you not bear some responsibility? The laughter that erupted from Jiang Shuuru was exuberant, causing Zhou Yang to momentarily stand in stunned silence. This revelation was promptly seized upon by Ji Lanyan, who discerned Zhou Yang's preference for ample figures, explaining his reluctance to vacate Fang Jie's residence, primarily due to her generous proportions. Ji Lanyan glanced down at her own figure, which was not insignificant either. Mr. Zhou, I find myself in a predicament. That individual clings to me like a stubborn adhesive, neglecting his own duties and incessantly pestering me. Thus, this serendipitous opportunity to let him experience some setbacks is not without merit. Perhaps it will help him recognize his own limitations, for he genuinely believes himself to be of considerable prowess. Now, let us set this aside and enjoy our meal. It was evident that the woman felt somewhat uneasy regarding the matter, hastily shifting the conversation. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang and his companions relished their dinner in a rather pleasant manner, while Eugene Long found himself in a predicament. Tell me what transpired. What business did you have at the Rawstone Street? Is that project under your purview? Having incurred losses exceeding 10 million, Yu Qingfu could not possibly be oblivious to this, prompting him to summon his son during dinner. Eugene Long, unafraid of anything but his father, immediately sensed his father's discontent and hastily recounted the events of the past 2 days. However, he refrained from divulging the entire truth, framing the narrative such that Zhou Yang had instigated the confrontation, positioning himself as a reluctant participant. The crux of the matter is that Zhou Yang ensnared him into the fray, rendering him utterly innocent in this situation. Yu Qingfu gazed at his son with deep regret, lamenting that he had not pinned him against the wall on that fateful night. Had he done so, the current predicament would likely have been avoided. Over the past few days, he has gathered enough information to form a reasonably accurate understanding of the events. What sort of person is Yu Qingfu? Would he willingly disclose such matters without fully grasping the situation? Thus, whether Yu Jinlong is lying or casting accusations, the true answer has long been known to Yu Qingfu. However, he has but one son, and although he has a daughter as well, traditional Chinese values dictate a certain hierarchy. Particularly for someone of his advanced age, his views are rather antiquated. They believe that a married daughter becomes like water spilled from a jug, while the family business and inheritance ultimately belong to the son. Therefore, Yu Qingfu has arranged for his son to hold the position of vice president, ostensibly to hone his abilities. It would be ideal if he could win over Jiang Xueru. A merger of their families would undoubtedly yield a formidable alliance. In such a case, entrusting the management of the company to Jiang Xueru would not be out of the question, as they would then be united as one family. The issue lies in the fact that his son has proven to be quite disappointing. After several years in the company, he has yet to even hold Jiang Xueru's hand, let alone achieve anything more substantial. He behaves like a sycophant. Flattering a woman like Jiang Xueru is futile. The more successful a woman is, the more one must rely on their own capabilities to win her over. Regardless of the methods employed, as long as one can assert themselves in certain aspects, success can be attained. Yet, his utterly ineffectual son seems to possess no redeeming qualities. Enough, Yu Qingfu declared firmly. I do not care about any grievances between you and Zhou Yang, nor do I wish to determine who is right or wrong. This matter ends here. You are not to involve yourself in procurement. Focus solely on your responsibilities, especially avoiding any entanglements with Zhou Yang. What do you stand to gain from contesting him? If you win, it will bring you no glory, for it is expected. If you lose, you become a laughingstock. In either case, there is no benefit to you. This is akin to a man fighting a woman. Winning does not confer honor, while losing renders one pathetic. Do you understand? The essence of my words is clear. Zhou Yang is merely a grassroots individual, and there is no need to quibble with him. Winning a bet against him yields little satisfaction, while losing, much like the present situation, only leaves you as a jest, incapable of besting even a grassroots competitor. Thus, whether one wins or loses, there is no advantage to be gained, much like the futility of a man fighting a woman. In either scenario, his dignity remains compromised. Yu Jinlong contemplated refuting his father's assertions, yet ultimately suppressed his words. His hesitation stemmed from fear. Yu Qingfu was a man of the underworld, exuding an inherent aura of menace. Although he had not engaged in violence for decades, that merely represented the surface. He still conducted many clandestine activities beyond the realm of propriety. It can only be said that it is entirely different from the past. Previously, matters were resolved with genuine confrontation, whereas now, strategies are devised behind the scenes. Therefore, Yu Jinlong can only acquiesce outwardly, while his private affairs remain his own concern. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang drove with Ji Lanyan to the banks of the Yangtze River, a notable advantage of Jinling City being its proximity to the river. Mid-July marks the onset of the hottest period of the year, yet standing by the river with a gentle breeze blowing, one finds it quite refreshing. In my student days, this place was frequently visited, but after entering the workforce, my visits became rather infrequent. Zhou Yang, do share your story with me. I am eager to learn more. Chapter 64. The past of Zhou Yang. This marked the first occasion on which Zhou Yang gazed so intently into the eyes of this woman, his gaze reluctant to waver. After a prolonged silence, he gradually began to recount his narrative. Initially, Zhou Yang's family enjoyed a relatively comfortable existence. Their town lay approximately 10 kilometers from the county seat. Zhou Yang's father acquired a van, which he used primarily for transporting goods and passengers. In the countryside, there was no necessity for operating licenses, akin to unregulated vehicles engaging in illicit transport. Such vehicles were commonplace in rural areas during earlier years, as the remoteness of the region rendered oversight nearly non-existent. A single trip would cost a passenger 5 yuan, with the van accommodating 7 individuals, including the driver. However, in this rural context, there were no regulations regarding overcrowding. It was not uncommon for a van to carry a dozen passengers. Especially during the Lunar New Year or the 12th month, business flourished, with not only daytime passenger transport but also nighttime services. For instance, some individuals required urgent medical attention, necessitating a trip to the hospital, while others returning from afar needed to be picked up from the bus station. Thus, during those years they indeed earned a modest sum. Yet one fateful day, calamity struck. A villager who had been working away from home called Zhou Yang's father for assistance in picking him up. Naturally, Zhou Yang's father was more than willing, as this constituted a charter service, and the fare from the county to their home was 50 yuan. After deducting fuel costs, a profit of 30 yuan was assured. However, this seemingly routine task turned tragic. An accident occurred, resulting in catastrophic consequences. The vehicle was destroyed, and lives were lost. What ensued was the beginning of a dark chapter. With the family's primary breadwinner gone, they were faced with substantial compensation issues, particularly since one individual had died and another was injured. The most pressing concern was that the vehicle lacked any form of documentation, rendering any hope of insurance support futile. The family was immediately confronted with the burden of exorbitant compensation fees. While financial restitution was one aspect, the emotional toll of grief was paramount. At just over 20 years of age, Zhou Yang had a younger sister to care for. How could such a family bear such a heavy financial load? The only recourse was to exhaust their savings and resort to borrowing. When seeking loans, relatives and friends were the first consideration. But with Zhou Yang's father deceased and the family drowning in debt, who would be willing to lend? Ultimately, it was Zhou Yang's uncle and aunt who provided considerable assistance, helping them navigate this tumultuous period. However, the subsequent challenges were equally grave. The victim's family included a daughter still pursuing her education, and they had suddenly lost their source of income. Thus, a solution was imperative. As the compensation could not be settled in a lump sum, it had to be repaid in monthly installments. This necessity explained why Zhou Yang found himself perpetually short of funds. He was obligated to repay 2,000 yuan each month until all debts were cleared. This is precisely why he sought to withdraw 200,000 yuan in cash today. As, based on the repayment schedule over the past few years, he estimated that he still owed the victim's family approximately 100,000 yuan. Having acquired considerable wealth, he intends to provide a more generous compensation, thus the sum of 200,000 is to be directly given to the other party. At the very least, it serves to ease his conscience. There is a saying that one inherits the family business and the debts of one's father must also be repaid by the son. Generally, a father's estate is passed down to his offspring, and similarly, the burdens of his debts must be borne by them. While one may choose to evade responsibility, such evasion does not bring peace of mind. More importantly, it is the mother who must shoulder this debt. This encapsulates Zhou Yang's experiences over the past few years. His relentless pursuit of wealth has yielded little success, and his desire for a more effortless existence has paradoxically resulted in greater toil. This time, the notion of returning in glory is not the focal point. What Zhou Yang truly seeks is to draw a line under the past. He aims to resolve all previous matters, for only by addressing these lingering issues can he devote his energy to future endeavors. Therefore, this journey home is imperative. Zhou Yang, it is all coming to a close. I believe we will thrive moving forward. With your talents, complemented by my abilities, we shall surely achieve great things. But a strategic plan is essential. Relying on opportunistic stone gambling is not a sustainable approach. We must establish our own enterprise. Only with a stable business can we earn income more swiftly and reliably. Consider the prospect of opportunistic finds. If luck strikes today and you profit by several 100,000, what follows in the next 10 days or 2 weeks without further fortunate encounters? That equates to a cessation of income. A lack of revenue signifies reliance on past gains, and we must eliminate this cycle. Recently, I have been contemplating the current market conditions, which offer limited business opportunities. However, during dinner tonight, a remark from Jiang Shueru sparked a revelation. We do have a potential venture. That is to open a raw stone shop. You possess knowledge of stone gambling, and Jiang Shueru mentioned her plans to visit Ruiqing, presenting us with an opportunity. The raw stones in Ruiqing are exceptionally affordable. If we can select a portion of quality stones to bring back, we could establish our own shop. While this may yield slower profits, it promises stability and assured returns. Zhou Yang listened intently. He recognized that the woman's perspective was astute, yet one aspect perplexed him. Lan Yen, I have a question that eludes my understanding. Could you clarify it for me? Just as you mentioned, I have the capability to gamble on stones, so why should I purchase stones to sell to others? Wouldn't it be more profitable to sell them myself? Why engage in such convoluted transactions merely to earn a marginal difference? Ji Lanyan grasped Zhou Yang's intent, but this time, she patiently elucidated, Zhou Yang, there is a saying that the one embroiled in a situation is often blind to it, while the observer sees clearly. You are currently immersed in the situation, which may obscure certain truths. Allow me to clarify. Imagine a farm where the owner raises 1,000 fat pigs, and the average market price for pork is 15 yuan per pound, yet he sells to dealers at 12 yuan per pound. Why then, does he not directly slaughter the pigs and sell the meat himself? Why should these merchants profit by 3 yuan per kilogram? The reason is quite straightforward. A single individual cannot slaughter 1,000 pigs, nor can they sell the entirety of the meat derived from them. If they were to wait until all 1,000 pigs were slaughtered and sold, how long would that take? If they had that much time, they could easily sell all 1,000 pigs in a short span and subsequently raise the next batch. Instead of keeping those 1,000 pigs confined in the pen while selling them gradually, which may seem to yield greater profit at first glance, they are, in reality, sacrificing the greater benefit for a trivial gain. Even if one were to sell the meat of a single pig each day, that would only amount to 365 pigs in a year. What then becomes of the remaining pigs? Do they require sustenance and water? With hundreds, or even 1,000 pigs, if they are not dispatched in a timely manner, the cost of feed alone becomes astronomical. Should an epidemic strike, could lead to total financial ruin. I wonder if this analogy resonates with you? Chapter 65, Future Plans. With Ji Lanyan's explanation, Zhou Yang finally grasped the situation. Indeed, Zhou Yang possessed the capability, yet, akin to the owner of the pig farm, could he truly manage the vast array of stones in the rough stone market single-handedly? Even if he were to acquire all the fine stones from the rough stone street within a few days, what would happen thereafter? The supply from others would not be replenished daily. Merchants must wait until their inventory was nearly sold out before restocking. After all, a rough stone shop does not operate like a supermarket, where stocks are replenished overnight, and suppliers are responsible for deliveries. Such shops typically restock once a month, or even less frequently, meaning his profits would always be limited. Moreover, there was the matter of stone appraisal. Each piece was a masterpiece, each one a potential treasure. Would others not harbor doubts? Furthermore, even if he secretly purchased these stones to appraise them himself, what would become of his sales channels? His transactions with Jiang Shueru were based on Zhou Yang's current capacity for collaboration. However, if Zhou Yang devoted all his time to betting on stones, it was likely that Jiang Shueru could not consume such a large quantity of jade. The most critical issue was that this would certainly arouse suspicion among others, and Zhou Yang could not possibly spend every day engaged in stone betting. Life encompasses many significant and meaningful endeavors. He could not dedicate himself entirely to this singular pursuit. Thus, Ji Lanyan's suggestion regarding the pig sales held merit. Zhou Yang merely needed to procure the rough stones, then establish a shop to sell them. As long as he ensured his jade stones were of slightly superior quality compared to those of other shops, he need not fear a lack of business. Moreover, he need not manage the shop himself. Finding someone responsible to oversee it would suffice, especially since conducting business today is markedly different from the past. Previously, transactions were conducted in cash, which easily led to errors. Nowadays, businesses are marked with clear prices, and payments are made via QR codes. Even if the shop manager had ulterior motives, they would find it difficult to manipulate the system. Once Zhou Yang contemplated these aspects, he felt a sense of relief. Lanyan, I believe your idea is quite commendable. However, I would like to first open an antique shop. After all, I initially built my foundation on antiques, and I am already in the process of preparing for it. Additionally, I now have a mentor. You can imagine that once my antique shop is established, with my mentor and senior brothers coming to lend their support, along with help from Elder Huang and Tian Peng for promotion, this business will undoubtedly thrive. Once this venture stabilizes, we can then consider opening a rough stone shop. After all, some connections are too valuable to waste. What do you think? Ji Lanyan did not respond immediately but began to contemplate the matter. From a broader perspective, Zhou Yang's approach was indeed necessary. To expand and strengthen one's business, connections and a robust network are essential. If he were to directly open a rough stone shop and venture into other enterprises, he would inevitably drift apart from individuals like Guan Xingru. As they would no longer operate within the same circle, the bonds would naturally weaken over time. Thus, establishing an antique shop as a pivotal industry is indeed essential. Furthermore, engaging in the stone gambling trade does not guarantee profit. The risks involved are considerable, particularly in operating a raw stone shop, which necessitates substantial investment. To put it bluntly, with Zhou Yang's current financial status, he could at most manage a stall, far from meeting the requirements of a raw stone shop. To open such a store, one would need assets amounting to several hundred million. While other shops are filled with a dazzling array of stones, yours might only display a handful, prompting customers to leave after a mere glance. Consequently, this venture is hardly feasible, underscoring the necessity for a buffer period to accumulate funds. Therefore, the plan to open an antique shop aligns seamlessly with this strategy. Upon realizing this, Ji Lanyan formulated her plan. Zhou Yang, your suggestion is commendable. Let us first establish the antique shop, creating a stable industry foundation. We can gradually accumulate funds thereafter, yet it is imperative to devise a timeline, such as achieving certain goals within a year or even 6 months. Without a plan, one cannot accomplish great things, so we must dedicate time to meticulously draft a strategy. Additionally, we must temporarily leverage Jiang Shueru, as she is currently our only option. The two initially intended to enjoy a romantic evening, at least Zhou Yang thought so. However, the outcome was that they ended up discussing entrepreneurial matters instead of leisurely enjoying the breeze. That night, Zhou Yang did not return home, as he had already informed Fang Jie. He stayed in the villa, yet the anticipated event did not transpire, leaving Ji Lanyan to monopolize the master bedroom. Zhou Yang found himself in another room, feeling quite aggrieved that his own villa was being occupied by someone else. The most perplexing aspect was that he had to plead with others to stay there. Wasn't that somewhat absurd? Notably, Zhou Yang absorbed all the energy from that raw jade stone, marking the highest energy absorption since acquiring the small cauldron. However, he did not refine it this time. Instead, he stored it within the cauldron to ensure a reserve for any unforeseen circumstances. After completing his tasks, Zhou Yang placed the raw stone in the corner of the backyard, rendering it an ordinary stone, as the jade within had transformed into mere ice remnants. The next morning, Ji Lanyan woke Zhou Yang, who then sat in the living room waiting for over an hour before finally leaving. The reason for this prolonged wait was Ji Lanyan's makeup routine, which Zhou Yang found utterly incomprehensible. If she required such an extensive amount of time for her makeup, why not allow him a bit more rest? Couldn't she wake him once she was ready? Why must he sit idly for over an hour simply waiting for her to finish? Though he found it difficult to understand, questioning it was not an option. Raising doubts would only serve to challenge his own intelligence in a foolish manner. After visiting the bank, Zhou Yang withdrew 200,000 yuan. This brings to light the advantages enjoyed by the affluent. While others must make an appointment for withdrawals exceeding 50,000, Zhou Yang, as a distinguished VIP client, requires only a brief phone call in advance. He intends to allocate a portion of this sum to his uncle and aunt, reserving the remainder for emergencies. After all, not every location accommodates card payments, particularly in the rural areas of his hometown, where some may still be unfamiliar with WeChat or Alipay. Once he concluded his business, the clock approached 9 o'clock. Zhou Yang entered the address and activated the navigation mode. Chapter 66. Homecoming. Zhou Yang's residence is situated on the outskirts of Wancheng, in a county town. The distance from the county to their town spans over 10 kilometers. Fortunately, it was not a holiday, so the road was not congested. The entire journey on the expressway took less than 2 hours, but once they reached their town, they spent over another hour navigating the final stretch. In total, they spent 3 hours traveling. While the expressway portion was swift, the segment from the expressway to Zhou Yang's home was considerably slower. Zhou Yang's home is not within the town itself, but rather approximately 1 kilometer away. At this moment, Zhou Yao was eagerly awaiting at the doorstep, having recently communicated with her brother, who assured her he would arrive in no more than 10 minutes. Just as her neck began to ache from the anticipation, a vehicle approached her. It was an SUV, its prominent emblem indicating it was a fine automobile. It bore no license plate, which suggested it was brand new. As a man emerged from the vehicle, Zhou Yao instantly recognized him as her brother. Brother, I've missed you terribly. Come here for a hug. Zhou Yao, at the age of 19, was 6 years younger than Zhou Yang, who was 25. As a result, Zhou Yang had largely raised her during their childhood, primarily because their family faced financial hardships. Their parents were often preoccupied with work or earning money, leaving little time or energy to care for the siblings. Thus, the bond between them was exceptionally strong. Yao Yao, how old are you now? You still look just like when you were little.
Zhou Yang exclaimed.
Let me introduce you to someone. However, before he could finish, Zhou Yao dashed to Ji Lanyan's side. Sister-in-law, hello. I'm Zhou Yao. Just like my brother. You can call me Yao Yao. Her enthusiastic greeting caused Ji Lanyan to blush profusely, for their relationship had not yet reached that level. On the surface, they were merely a boss and an employee. Of course, anyone with discernment would find it hard to believe that a boss would hire an attractive woman as a driver and allow her to reside in his villa, occupying the master bedroom no less. Such a tale would hardly deceive even a ghost. Yao Yao, don't be silly. You should call her Sister Lanyan. Zhou Yang corrected. Zhou Yao stuck out her tongue, feigning ignorance. Yangzi is back. At that moment, their mother, Dejuping, hurried out of the house, her apron still tied around her waist. She was visibly excited to see her son, having not laid eyes on him for half a year. Mom, I'm home. Let me introduce you to. What followed was a natural introduction, accompanied by the presentation of gifts. Of course, these were all purchased by Ji Lanyan. Sister-in-law, let me take you to see my brother's room. It's filled with many of his childhood belongings, including some rather embarrassing photos. After becoming familiar with each other, Zhou Yao led Ji Lanyan upstairs, primarily to spare her from any awkwardness, as Dejuping had been observing Ji Lanyan with the scrutiny typical of a mother-in-law assessing a daughter-in-law. This gaze made Ji Lanyan feel quite bashful. Thus Zhou Yao, the perceptive little sister, took the opportunity to whisk Ji Lanyan away to view the so-called embarrassing photos. The so-called nude photograph is the one taken when Zhou Yang was merely a year old. At that tender age, it is quite normal for a child to be dressed in a split-crotch pant or to be entirely nude. It remains a mystery why such a photo was ever kept. Regardless, Ji Lanyan took that photograph after viewing it. With this picture in her possession, the implications for the future are significant. As Zhou Yang returned home later than usual, the meal was naturally prepared later as well. Although the dishes were not as lavish as those found in the city, they offered a unique taste that urban dwellers could not experience. For instance, there was a stewed rooster, a bird that was raised in the countryside, known for its diet of grains and the occasional insect from the grass. Nowadays, such a chicken would cost over 200 yuan in rural areas, and sometimes even that price would not guarantee availability. Additionally, there was a broth made from an old hen. Though the variety of dishes was limited, it represented the best hospitality that Dejuping could muster. Mom, my brother has become quite wealthy, Zhou Yao exclaimed. I heard from my sister-in-law that the car outside is worth 350,000 yuan, and he has even purchased a house in Jinling City. He wants to take us there this time. As they dined, Zhou Yao recounted what Ji Lanyan had told her. Yangzi, how did you suddenly earn so much money? You haven't engaged in any illegal activities, have you? Dejuping, unlike Zhou Yao, was not so naive. Money was seldom easily earned. Just half a year ago, Zhou Yang was working for others, and now he was buying houses and cars. She could think of no other explanation than illicit dealings. Auntie, Zhou Yang hasn't done anything wrong. He has simply been running a small business and making money. He was even on television recently. I have a video saved to show you. Ji Lanyan, fearing that Dejuping might misunderstand, quickly began to explain. She retrieved her phone and opened a saved video for viewing. The video was from a news segment aired the previous evening, and there were numerous similar stories online. This particular report was the most comprehensive, with the longest duration and the most detailed explanations, a hallmark of official quality. She had downloaded and saved it primarily for future reference, never anticipating its immediate use. Dejuping received the phone and watched intently, while Zhou Yao, having lost her appetite, leaned over to observe as well. The content of the video was not particularly thrilling. It featured a donation ceremony and interactions with reporters. While it may have been trivial to others, for Dejuping, it held great significance. Her son was on television, had befriended prominent figures, and had achieved wealth. This was a matter of immense familial pride. As for the prominent figures, one's interpretation varied. For some, officials in the capital city were considered significant, but for the common folk, even a township leader would suffice as a person of importance. Yangzi, now that you have money, please clear our family's debts. Their circumstances are not easy. In the past, we lacked the capability, but now we are empowered, and we shall not diminish our contribution by even a fraction. Zhou Yang nodded and said, Mom, you need not worry. My return this time is solely to address this matter. After we have dinner, I shall set forth. He continued, By the way, I intend to bring you and Yao Yao to live in the city. What do you think? De Juping shook her head. Yangzi, I have grown accustomed to living here. I would struggle to adapt to the city. Moreover, I am not accustomed to living with young people like you. I would only be a disturbance. Additionally, I am unfamiliar with the workings of water, electricity, and appliances. Furthermore, I cannot simply abandon the affairs of this household. It is best to wait a few more years. Once you are married and have children, I shall come to help care for them. Chapter 67. Repayment. The sentiments expressed by De Juping had long been anticipated by Zhou Yang. Between generations, there exists an inevitable chasm of understanding. In Zhou Yang's perspective, having amassed wealth, he felt capable of providing a better life for his mother and sister. With the pigs, chickens, and grains cultivated on their land, a simple stroll around the village could potentially yield substantial returns. However, De Juping held a contrasting view, rooted in their humble beginnings. The fact that her son was now earning money was a testament to his capabilities. Yet, she pondered the possibility of future financial loss or unforeseen circumstances. Although such apprehensions might seem pessimistic, they were undeniably pragmatic. Thus, she believed the most prudent course of action was to ensure her son remained vigilant over their rural home. Should he face adversity elsewhere, there would always be a refuge to return to. If, in a few years, her son achieved stability, she could then contemplate enjoying a more comfortable life in the city, for Zhou Yang was merely at the outset of his financial journey. There remained the pressing matters of marriage and debts to address. Thus, every penny must be wisely allocated. Consequently, Zhou Yang refrained from further persuasion, fully comprehending his mother's stance. Moreover, at under 50, she was still quite youthful. In their rural community, it was customary for individuals to marry early. It was not unusual for women to wed at 20, some even earlier, without the formality of a marriage certificate. De Juping herself had married at 21, giving birth to Zhou Yang at 22, which meant she was only a little over 20 years older than him. At such an age, she was, in all honesty, well within her prime for labor, a fact that held true even for urban dwellers who had yet to retire. Thus, the prospect of a few more years posed no issue. After lunch, Zhou Yang requested Zhou Yao to accompany Ji Lanyan to the town for shopping, while he took 200,000 yuan and his mother to the home of the victim. The family, bearing the surname Huang, had a mother 2 years younger than De Juping, and a daughter, Huang Lingshan, who was in her 3rd year of university. With the summer break underway, she had just returned home. Upon their arrival, Huang Lingshan did not utter a word, nor did she invite them to sit. Zhou Yang understood the gravity of the situation. After all, it was his father who had caused the accident that claimed the life of Huang Lingshan's father, a devastating blow to a girl barely in her teenage years. We have come today to settle the remaining compensation. I previously provided a portion, and over the years I have intermittently repaid some as well. After calculating, I find that I owe you over 110,000. He presented the total of 200,000, stating that the excess should be considered additional compensation for the tragedy instigated by his father. However, before he could finish, Huang Lingshan interrupted him. I only want what is rightfully ours. You may keep the excess. Upon her declaration, her mother tugged at her sleeve from behind, yet it was evident that the girl was resolutely obstinate. Please don't misunderstand. Primarily, Zhou Yang attempted to explain further, but Huang Lingshan had already turned away, shortly returning with a receipt in hand. A total of 118,000. Take the extra. I will not accept it. Zhou Yang encountered a setback here, yet he remained silent, collecting the excess money before departing with his mother. In truth, such disappointments were not new to Zhou Yang. He had faced them on numerous occasions. Huang Lingshan, 3 years his junior, had once shared a remarkably close relationship with him, one that embraced innocent gestures such as holding hands and exchanging gentle kisses. Under normal circumstances, their bond would have promised a future together, but fate had other plans. The untimely deaths of both their fathers not only shattered their families but also abruptly concluded their tender, naive love. It is difficult to ascribe blame to either side. Each held their own perspective. Ultimately, this became a lingering emotional turmoil for Zhou Yang. Yangzi, you now have a girlfriend. It's time to let go of Huang Lingshan. And haven't you endured enough disdain over the years? His mother remarked, Lan Yan is quite delightful, and she has a generous figure. I tell you, women with ample figures are more likely to bear children. Zhou Yang's initial somber mood was instantly uplifted by his mother's humorous remarks, which seemed almost anachronistic in today's world. While there is some medical basis to the notion that a fuller figure may aid in childbirth, the idea that a large posterior guarantees it is simply absurd. Upon returning home, Zhou Yang consolidated the remaining sum of over 80,000 yuan with an additional 200,000. His family had been diligently repaying debts for years. Zhou Yang tackled the larger loans while his mother managed the smaller ones, successfully settling all those who were owed a few thousand. Now only 3 debts remained. Zhou Yang had just repaid a significant portion, leaving only the accounts with his aunt and uncle. For the time being, he preferred to postpone visiting his uncle's family, as it was neither a holiday nor a special occasion, and time was of the essence. Thus, he entrusted his mother with the task of settling that debt. He planned to visit his uncle during the new year, to extend greetings and discuss matters while bringing gifts. Consequently, Zhou Yang handed over the 80,000 yuan along with cigarettes and alcohol as gifts to his mother, considering their grandfather and grandmother lived with his uncle. With the remaining funds, he ventured to town, where he opened a bank account using his identification, depositing 150,000 yuan. This amount was reserved for his mother's future living expenses, while the last 50,000 was intended to repay his aunt's family. As for his younger sister, currently in her freshman year, he deemed it sufficient to provide just enough for her needs, avoiding an excess that might lead to comparisons or negative influences. The family possessed a bicycle, which Zhou Yang rode while carrying a bag, heading directly to his aunt's house. Zhou Yang's aunt, Zhou Qin, was a year older than De Juping. Upon seeing Zhou Yang, her face lit up with joy. Uncles tend to favor their nephews, while aunts often dote on their nieces, a dynamic that stems from familial bonds. Yangzi, what brings you back at this time? Zhou Qin asked as she poured him a glass of water, her curiosity piqued. Dear aunt, I've returned for a matter. By the way, where is Xiao Lei? The Xiao Lei mentioned by Zhou Yang refers to his cousin, who is a year younger than him. He has gone to the county with his father to work. It's been several years since he graduated, and he has been idling away his time. Zhou Yang nodded, then handed a bag to Zhou Qin. Aunt, here is 50,000 yuan, the amount we borrowed previously. Zhou Qin was taken aback, as she was aware of Zhou Yang's family's situation, which had worsened due to her second brother's death, leaving his household burdened with debt. When the money was lent to her sister-in-law, Zhou Yang's mother, she never truly expected to be repaid. Although her own family was not particularly affluent, they were certainly in a better position compared to Zhou Yang's family at that time. To her astonishment, Zhou Yang had come to repay the money today. Yangzi, where did you acquire such a large sum? You haven't resorted to high-interest loans, have you? Quickly take it back. Your aunt does not require the money at present. Chapter 68. The inspiration of De Juping upon hearing those words. Zhou Yang felt a warm sensation in his heart. Initially, he had intended to offer a more generous sum, yet he discerned that the timing was not appropriate. To provide a greater amount now would be akin to paying interest to others. Repaying debts is one matter, while showing filial piety to his aunt is another. These should not be conflated. Thus, returning the borrowed money alongside a small token of appreciation seemed fitting, but to bestow several thousand more would be ill-considered. Aunt, I have money now, all of which I have earned through my own efforts. Moreover, I have repaid all my debts, and I assure you this money is legitimately acquired. This time, Zhou Yang had learned to be wise. Recalling the midday example, He promptly retrieved the video that Ji Lanyan had shared with him. Yangzi, you have truly made something of yourself. If only your second brother. Zhou Qin, after viewing the video, felt a surge of joy, but it also reminded her of Zhou Yang's father. Aunt, let us not dwell on the past. I am earning money now, so please accept this. He added, and these 2 bottles of wine, please give them to uncle as a token of my respect. Reluctant to accept such gifts, Zhou Qin nonetheless found herself unable to refuse Zhou Yang's insistence. After departing from his aunt's home, Zhou Yang intended to seek out Ji Lanyan and Zhou Yao. However, he recalled that he had an elder uncle nearby, who, despite their somewhat superficial nature, was still a genuine relative. In a certain sense, they were family. Although his uncle's family had shown a degree of elitism, the bond of kinship remained significant. Moreover, this visit could be seen as a chance to return home triumphantly. To ensure his mother was not looked down upon in the village, it was only right that he pay his respects to his uncle. Thus, he gathered 2 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of wine, and a large gift bag, making his way to his uncle's residence. His uncle, Zhou Jiaqing, was 2 years older than Zhou Yang's father. The distance from Zhou Yang's home to Zhou Jiaqing's was not extensive, less than a 5-minute walk, so news of Zhou Yang's return had already reached him. After all, Zhou Yang had returned not only with a fine car but also with a beautiful wife. Such matters, while not widely known in the city, would spread like wildfire in the rural areas within the hour. This indicated that Zhou Yang had prospered. Zhou Jiaqing had contemplated visiting but felt somewhat embarrassed, as his family had not extended much support during Zhou Yang's family troubles. With Zhou Yang now thriving, it would seem insincere for him to approach them seeking favor. Just as Zhou Jiaqing was mulling over this quandary, Zhou Yang arrived. Uncle, what are you occupied with? Upon seeing Zhou Yang, Zhou Jiaqing's face instantly brightened with a warm smile. Yangzi, you're back. Come in and sit down. Zhou Yang produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Zhou Jiaqing before stepping inside. Uncle, I returned in haste this time and didn't bring anything of value. I merely bought 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of wine. Enjoy them during your leisure. As he spoke, Zhou Yang placed the gift bag on the table. Yangzi, we are family. There's no need for such formality. These items are far too extravagant. Take them back. Uncle is not accustomed to smoking such cigarettes, and besides, it is a waste. Zhou Jiaqing, with his keen eyesight, had long noticed the contents of the bag. The packaging of Huazi cigarettes is distinct, characterized by a striking red color. Uncle, try to smoke less and opt for better quality when you do. The same goes for drinking, consume less and choose finer beverages. Reducing the quantity of smoking and drinking while enhancing their quality is far better for your health. Zhou Jiaqing nodded noncommittally, uncertain whether he could fully grasp Zhou Yang's words. Their conversation then shifted to Zhou Yang's recent circumstances and uncle's household, where only uncle remained at home. Zhou Yang's cousin had purchased a house in the county, and Zhou Yang's aunt had gone to look after her grandchild. Thus, only Zhou Jiaqing was left to keep watch over the home. After spending over half an hour chatting, Zhou Yang decided to take his leave. His primary purpose for returning was to settle his debts and reassure his mother that their lives had improved. Other matters were merely secondary. Greeting acquaintances in the village and sharing a cigarette served as a means of fostering good relations. He may not reside at home, but with his mother still living there, maintaining a positive relationship was essential. Upon his return, Zhou Yang found his mother rummaging about the house, while Ji Lanyan and Zhou Yao had yet to return. Mom, what are you searching for? Di Juping had only recently returned from her family home and was reminded of Zhou Yang's earlier mention of antiques that could be sold for money. With nothing else to occupy her time, she began searching through their belongings, for in the countryside, one often finds a few old items. I'm looking for antiques for you. The old Zhou family was once a landlord. I reckon there must be something of value among these things I've unearthed. Take a look and see if any of it is useful. Zhou Yang nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. How could there possibly be so many antiques? Furthermore, antiques must have provenance. Simply aging does not confer value. Take copper coins, for instance. There are countless coins from every ancient dynasty, yet only a few are genuinely valuable. Provenance is essential. Mom, in this heat, please don't exhaust yourself with this. Our home is unlikely to have. Zhou Yang's words trailed off abruptly as he discovered something intriguing. Bending down to pick it up, it was a few small illustrated books. Those familiar with the late 1990s might not have encountered them, but those born in the late 70s and early 80s would recognize them well. These small books are only half the size of a typical book, with each one telling a distinct story. They contain illustrations and explanations. Clearly, these few small books belong to Zhou Yang's father. While they might hold some value, perhaps a few dozen or even 100 yuan for the good ones, and only 10 to 20 yuan for the cheaper ones, Zhou Yang was more concerned with the implications of this discovery than with the monetary worth of the small books themselves. Alternatively, one might consider the perspective of the mother. If there are a few children's books in one's own home, could it not be possible that other households possess a few copper coins? Or perhaps other valuable items? If one were to acquire such treasures. With this thought, an idea swiftly crystallized in Zhou Yang's mind. Mother, cease your fussing for a moment. I have something to discuss. Why don't you go to the village entrance and chat with those ladies while I... Confused, De Juping found herself ushered out of the house by Zhou Yang, who was now devising a plan for the undertaking. Regardless of whether valuable items would indeed be found, this endeavor must be initiated. One must not fear the improbable. Should fortune smile upon him and he stumble upon several valuable items, he could, in turn, allocate a portion of the profits to repair the roads in the village. This would be a commendable act of kindness. Now, it all hinged upon the efficiency with which his mother would execute this task. Brother, we are back. At that moment, Ji Lanyan and Zhou Yao returned from their shopping excursion, seemingly laden with numerous purchases. Chapter 69. The monkey ticket. Have you purchased so many items? Upon noticing the two women laden with bags, Zhou Yang hurried over. He glanced at the contents, which were predominantly women's clothing and shoes, seemingly intended for Zhou Yao and their mother. Brother, when will you return to Jinling City? Zhou Yang's brow furrowed at her inquiry. Yao Yao, I've only just returned a few hours ago. Are you already eager for my departure? Zhou Yao, realizing the inappropriateness of her words, quickly clarified. Brother, you misunderstand. I meant to express my desire to spend some time with you. With only half a month since the summer vacation commenced and over a month until school resumed, Zhou Yang was initially inclined to agree. However, contemplating other matters concerning Fang Jie, he ultimately declined. Perhaps another time during the new year or next summer vacation, you can visit with Mother. Lan Yan, how are you finding the conditions here? Are you managing well? Zhou Yang directed the latter part of his query towards Ji Lanyan. It's quite bearable. The air is fresher and the countryside is cooler than the city. Ji Lanyan's statement rang true. In terms of comfort, rural living indeed surpassed urban life. By the way, where is Auntie? Ji Lanyan suddenly noticed the absence of De Juping. My mother has stepped out for errands. I've sent her to promote some advertisements. Zhou Yang succinctly explained his intentions and objectives. Is that even permissible? Ji Lanyan teased. Zhou Yang, have you lost your mind? He merely shrugged at her jest, acknowledging that the idea had been a spontaneous whim, with the outcome being of little consequence. The nights in the countryside starkly contrasted with those in the city. While the urban landscape shimmered with lights, the rural expanse, although illuminated, offered a dimmer glow due to the dispersion of homes and their modest heights. Outside, darkness enveloped everything. Dinner consisted of reheated leftovers from lunch, as any uneaten food would inevitably be discarded in the sweltering summer heat, with no refrigerator to preserve it. After a brief family conversation post-dinner, they retired for the night. Zhou Yao shared a room with Ji Lanyan, while Zhou Yang occupied a separate chamber. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Zhou Yang was roused by Ji Lanyan's voice. Zhou Yang, Auntie wants you up. There are people selling goods. Realizing the situation, he promptly threw off his thin blanket. Indeed, being a young man, particularly one as innocent as Zhou Yang, he was naturally inclined to stand at attention each morning. Unfortunately, Ji Lanyan stood at the bedside, resulting in an unintentional and clear view. How brazen! Ji Lanyan exclaimed, and Zhou Yang, suddenly aware, hurried to find his trousers. Thus, amid the morning's awkward atmosphere, he completed his rise. As Zhou Yang descended the stairs, he encountered several women engaged in casual conversation with his mother, De Juping. Upon noticing Zhou Yang's presence, their faces lit up with radiant smiles. He greeted the group and, after discerning their intentions, began to examine the so-called antiques. To be candid, some indeed belonged to a bygone era, yet they held little monetary value. This is quite commonplace. Take, for instance, a bowl from the Qing dynasty. If it were from an imperial kiln, it could fetch millions. However, if it were merely a common folk piece, it might be worth only a few or dozens of yuan. It is akin to the bowls sold in today's market for 2 yuan each. Even if preserved for a millennium, they remain valued at the same price. Their lack of provenance renders them worthless. Just as Zhou Yang believed his acquisition plans had faltered, a collection of items caught his attention. It was a bag brimming with various forms of currency. Grain coupons, fabric coupons, postage stamps, and even treasury bonds. Upon activating his appraisal skills, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. These grain and fabric coupons, along with the treasury bonds, belong to a category of collectibles from modern history, possessing immense collectible value and significant potential for appreciation. Indeed, they are rare treasures. However, what delighted Zhou Yang the most was a particular postage stamp. Item name: 1980 edition monkey stamp. Rare item. Item description: the 1980 edition monkey stamp is the first zodiac stamp issued in our country. Item value: 1.2 million. Zhou Yang nearly drooled at the realization that this diminutive stamp was worth 1.2 million. Ant Song, would you be willing to sell me these? He inquired, momentarily dazed. Absolutely, Ant Song replied. How much are you asking for these items? To her surprise, Zhou Yang was interested in her seemingly shabby collection, prompting her to extend her hand. 500? She suggested. All right, I'll take it.
Zhou Yang responded without hesitation,
Retrieving 5 red bills from his pocket and handing them to Ant Song. Initially taken aback, Ant Song's expression soon transformed into sheer joy. These items had been left behind by her late husband, and she often found them a nuisance in her drawer. Little did she expect that today they would yield 5 bills in return. The most crucial aspect was that she had anticipated only 50. Villagers had been right. Zhou Yang had indeed found a lucrative opportunity, exploiting the naivety of those with deep pockets. Yet, the one truly elated was Zhou Yang. For 500 yuan, he had stumbled upon a priceless postage stamp, a remarkable windfall. Setting aside the stamp's value, the grain and fabric coupons alone were worth more than 500. The rationale behind offering only 500 was rooted in convention. In simpler terms, one must not overpay. Should he have offered 5,000, it could have resulted in Ant Song declining to sell. After all, people are not foolish. If the price aligns closely with their expectations, they feel pleased. However, if the offer greatly exceeds their anticipated value, it could backfire, leading to undesirable consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an insatiable appetite for the peculiar and the extraordinary. I am inclined to pay a higher price for items that pique my interest, and I kindly ask you to assist in spreading the word. Today, I have spent the entirety of my day at home, eagerly awaiting anything antiquated, regardless of its nature. There exists a saying, a fortune is spent to acquire a horse's bones, which is precisely the strategy employed by Zhou Yang. However, it is worth noting that these horse bones indeed possess significant value. With the example set by Ant Song, the other villagers have become invigorated and fervently scoured their homes for items of worth. Initially, many were skeptical of his claims, yet now some have already reaped rewards, thus igniting motivation among the community. 500 yuan may not seem substantial, yet for these villagers who remain, it is indeed a considerable sum. After all, those who stay behind often have elderly dependents or young children, or they lack the means to venture out and earn a living. Consequently, every opportunity to profit is seized. Zhou Yang, is this truly valuable? After the villagers departed, Ji Lanyan took the bag from Zhou Yang's hands, rummaging through it as she inquired. Chapter 70. The smoking rod. Dear aunt, be gentle. This is all money. As Ji Lanyan was inspecting the items within the convenience bag, she was suddenly interrupted by Zhou Yang's remark. Instantly, she halted her actions and turned to face him. Grandson, utter aunt, once more and I shall buy you some candy later. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang's expression fell. Having been taken advantage of by this woman so early in the day, he anticipated a streak of misfortune ahead. Quick, tell me, which one is the treasure? Zhou Yang was about to explain the matter of the monkey stamps when an unexpected visitor arrived at home. It was none other than his elder uncle, Zhou Jiaqing. Zhou Yang promptly shoved the bag containing the stamps into Ji Lanyan's hands and rushed to greet him. "Uncle, have you had breakfast yet?" As he spoke, Zhou Yang produced a cigarette and offered one to Zhou Jiaqing. "Yangzi, I heard you were collecting antiques, so I brought a few items. See if any are of use." Zhou Jiaqing, as he spoke, set down a large basket and began to pour its contents onto the ground. Zhou Yang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Setting aside whether there were any genuine antiques among the items, he thought that if there were, such rough handling would surely damage them. However, this was to be expected. If everyone cherished antiques, they would not wait for Zhou Yang to return to collect them, but would have already sold them in the city. "Uncle, please take a seat. Let me take a look," he called. "Yao Yao, bring a chair for your uncle." While he attended to his uncle, he began to crouch down and examine the items, never once introducing Ji Lanyan to Zhou Jiaqing. This omission was quite telling. Zhou Yang was not a rude person, so his failure to make the introduction must have been deliberate. Ultimately, it boiled down to the underlying tensions between them. Zhou Yang could overlook these issues, even returning with gifts of fine cigarettes and good wine for his uncle. However, that did not imply their relationship could revert to its former state. Even if it did, it would merely be superficial. This was precisely why Zhou Yang refrained from introducing Ji Lanyan to him. Zhou Jiaqing brought forth a dozen or so items, most of which were worthless, including a shoehorn made of copper. Many may not recognize what a shoehorn is. It is a tool used in ancient times for easing the donning of shoes. Zhou Yang had one in his own drawer. It held no significant value. After sifting through the items, Zhou Yang finally spotted an abacus that seemed decent. The abacus, now considered obsolete since the advent of calculators, still found its place in some antique shops. For instance, Li Tzu still used one for his calculations. "Yangzi, what do you think?" Zhou Jiaqing inquired as Zhou Yang stood up. "Uncle, these items are not worth much. This abacus is decent, so I can offer you 300 yuan for it." As he spoke, he began to retrieve the money. "Yangzi, I've heard antiques can be quite valuable. Why so little?" Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yang's hand, which was about to reach for his money, hesitated. In truth, he had no genuine use for this abacus. It was unlikely anyone would purchase such an item now. His willingness to spend 300 yuan was driven by two primary motives. Firstly, the seller was his uncle, who had brought over goods early in the morning. It would be impolite to let him leave empty-handed. Secondly, as he planned to open his own antiquities shop, it would be unseemly to rely on a calculator. An abacus would lend an air of professionalism to his establishment. Thus paying 300 yuan for it was indeed a generous offer. To his surprise, his uncle had other intentions. "Nephew, how much do you think this abacus is worth?" Zhou Yang withdrew his hand, for he was not one to be easily taken advantage of. His previous purchase of a gift had been a gesture of courtesy, but today was a straightforward transaction, goods for money, devoid of any other considerations. In fact, as long as the demand was reasonable, Zhou Yang would not mind parting with some cash. "How about this? I'll package these items for you, and you give me 1,000, Zhou Jiaqing said. "These things are of no use to me." At this point, Zhou Yang could no longer listen, for these words pierced him sharply. What did he mean they were of no use? Had he not kept them? Was he attempting to deceive him into parting with his money? Did he truly think him a fool? Zhou Yang felt a surge of displeasure. Had it not been for their familial ties, he would have offered nothing. Just as Zhou Yang prepared to decline, he inadvertently caught sight of the smoking pipe in Zhou Jiaqing's hands. This pipe was familiar to him. It had belonged to his grandfather. After his grandfather's passing, it had been taken by his uncle, primarily because Zhou Yang's father did not smoke. "Uncle, I will agree to 1,000, but you must give me that smoking pipe," he proposed. "You have no use for it now, and I find it quite fascinating. If you hand over the pipe, I shall add 200 more. No, 500. If you agree to my terms, I will take everything for a total of 1,500 yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiaqing's eyes lit up. Indeed, the smoking pipe he held was a relic from Zhou Yang's grandfather. Decades ago, many rural folk still used such pipes, but as time passed, cigarettes became the norm, leading to the obsolescence of pipes like this one. Zhou Jiaqing often flaunted it, as it was quite beautiful and, according to his father, had been passed down from their great-grandfather, a once prosperous figure who had later fallen on hard times. The prospect of exchanging it for 1,500 yuan was too enticing to resist. Very well, you may have it all. Zhou Jiaqing responded decisively, without hesitation, and handed the smoking pipe over to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang smiled slightly and counted out 15 bills for him. Is this abacus truly a treasure? After Zhou Jiaqing departed, Ji Lanyan hurriedly approached to inquire further. This woman had developed a keen interest in the realm of antique bargains, a fascination undoubtedly sparked by her previous excursions with Zhou Yang at the antique street. For who could resist the allure of a hidden treasure? A mere 300 yuan? Zhou Yang smirked coldly, swiftly retrieving a bag to stow away all the items brought by Zhou Jiaqing, carelessly discarding it into a heap of refuse. 300 yuan. What were you thinking? Ji Lanyan began, only to be interrupted by a sudden realization as her gaze fell upon the smoking pipe in Zhou Yang's hand. It was evident that the 1,500 yuan Zhou Yang had spent was not for the abacus, but rather for this smoking pipe. So what is the provenance of this pipe? Chapter 71. The circumstances of Ji Lanyan. Chapter 72. The scheme of Ji Lanyan Zhou Yang. It's nothing, just a bit of pain, Ji Lanyan exclaimed. If she were to pursue an acting career, securing a Best Actress award would undoubtedly be within her grasp. Despite the pretense, she feigned a look of agony, which left Zhou Yang exceedingly anxious. Lanyan, it's all right. Allow me to massage it for you. Zhou Yang suddenly recalled the ample amount of spiritual liquid he had stored in his small cauldron, a reserve amassed from absorbing that piece of jade. He had hesitated to utilize it earlier, intending to keep it for emergencies. Now, however, seemed the perfect moment. Without waiting for Ji Lanyan to react, he swiftly removed her shoes. As he began to massage her, he channeled his internal spiritual energy into the injured area of her foot. This was Zhou Yang's first opportunity to admire a woman's legs and feet from such proximity. Both were exquisite. Yet, alongside their beauty, there lingered a rather unpleasant odor, indeed, the unmistakable scent of foot odor. This, however, was hardly Ji Lanyan's fault. Though the mountain was not particularly high, it was still a considerable exertion for a pampered young lady like her. With summer's heat, foot sweat was inevitable, making the release of such odor upon removing her shoes entirely understandable. Ji Lanyan herself caught a whiff of her own foot odor. While it lacked the pungency of a man's feet, it was still distinctly unpleasant. Embarrassed, Ji Lanyan flushed, but the massage was undeniably soothing, especially as she felt a cool sensation coursing through her legs and feet, akin to a gentle breeze. How does it feel?
Zhou Yang inquired.
In truth, Ji Lanyan had not even injured her foot. She was merely feigning it. To suddenly declare she was fine would risk her ruse being discovered, so she responded much better, though there's still a bit of pain. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow, pondering the inconsistency. Yet, time was of the essence. After all, many awaited his return at home. Let me carry you, he offered. No sooner had he spoken than Ji Lanyan, akin to two formidable mountains, pressed down upon his back. The impact was significant, and had he not reinforced his body over the past few days, the collision would have surely resulted in at least 2 broken ribs. What followed was an undeniably intimate scene as Zhou Yang bore the beauty upon his back, slowly making their descent down the mountain. Those who have carried someone know well that, without support, the individual will inevitably slide down. Thus, one must provide support, and where to place one's hands is left to the imagination. At that moment, Ji Lanyan's face was flushed crimson, extending down to her neck. Moreover, with each breath, she inhaled Zhou Yang's distinctive masculine scent. He was tall and strong, which instilled in her a profound sense of security. As the two conversed while descending, the journey, however lengthy, eventually reached its conclusion. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived back home. Yangzi, what happened to Lanyan? Observing Ji Lanyan, who walked with a slight limp, brought a wave of anxiety to Dejuping. In truth, after descending the mountain, Ji Lanyan had dismounted from Zhou Yang's back, which accounted for her uneven gait. And, it's nothing serious. I just twisted my ankle. A couple of days of rest will suffice. Ji Lanyan was reluctant to weave a falsehood, yet the circumstances compelled her to maintain this charade. Sister-in-law, allow me to assist you in sitting down. I shall attend to my brother shortly to avenge you. Zhou Yao, the younger sister-in-law, was undoubtedly diligent, readily abandoning her brother to cling to her sister-in-law's leg. This was understandable, given that, just the previous afternoon, Ji Lanyan had lavished thousands on this little sister-in-law during their shopping excursion. Although the money belonged to Zhou Yang, that detail paled in comparison to the significance of who had spent it. Upon Zhou Yang's return, he was immediately besieged by a throng of uncles and aunts, leaving the ensuing situation quite apparent. Dear uncles and aunts, please remain calm and line up. Let us proceed one at a time. With all this commotion, I cannot possibly attend to everyone. After much effort on Zhou Yang's part, the crowd finally quieted down. This phenomenon exemplified a truth. While rural folk are warm-hearted and genuine, they often lack the refined manners found in urban dwellers. This observation is made without bias. Indeed, the disparity becomes more pronounced with age. Take, for instance, Zhou Yang's experience on his return journey, where he encountered numerous elderly individuals meandering across narrow country roads. Honking one's horn proved futile, for they seemed indifferent, proceeding with their own pace, unconcerned about the vehicles. This behavior reflects a lack of safety awareness, coupled with a mindset that challenges, "If you dare, hit me." Of course, this is merely a segment of the broader picture. Not all city dwellers are exemplary. Many retired individuals in urban settings display a lack of respect for the youth, frolicking in public squares, and even vying with younger people for seats on public transport, resorting to moral coercion when denied. Such incidents frequently make headlines. After soothing the crowd, the process became significantly smoother. The items they brought forth were overwhelmingly devoid of value. A scant few were genuinely worthwhile, and on occasion Zhou Yang stumbled upon a hidden gem. This moment could be likened to a serendipitous find. Zhou Yang conducted his business with discernment. Regardless of who presented items, he would invariably purchase one or two. Ultimately, the amounts exchanged were modest, typically ranging from 3 to 500. While most of these acquisitions would eventually find their way to the trash, he felt compelled to spend this money. This was not merely an act of folly. Rather, it was a strategy to entice more individuals to gather. Moreover, given the sweltering heat, it would be inauspicious to leave without collecting anything after their prolonged wait in the courtyard. As the antiques acquisition drew to a close, mealtime approached. Dear uncles and aunts, upon your return, kindly spread the word that this afternoon marks the final opportunity. Tomorrow morning, I shall be departing, so those who wish to part with their old belongings must act swiftly. In any case, I shall ensure that none of you labor in vain. After uttering these words, Zhou Yang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and the elderly patrons, having received their payments, smiled in agreement. Once they had departed, Zhou Yang began the task of tidying up the aftermath. The so-called aftermath was a scene of utter disarray in the courtyard. After all, with so many people present, some had spat, others had shelled sunflower seeds, and some had smoked. Additionally, there were various odds and ends scattered about, with the ground littered with debris that undoubtedly required cleaning. Most importantly, he needed to sort through the collected items and package them accordingly. Those of value must be carefully wrapped, for whether for future sale or for opening his own shop, they would be indispensable. This is the essence of foundation. Chapter 74. The item has been restored. How could such a treasured artifact find its way into such a humble village? Zhou Yang found this perplexing, yet he felt no need to unravel the mystery. Perhaps it was only in this small village that it could be preserved. Preserved it was, but the extent of its damage. Fortunately, the Ruiding indicated that it could be repaired, which greatly relieved Zhou Yang. Otherwise, he would have been tormented and heartbroken. This incense burner, in the capital city, could undoubtedly fetch the price of a house. After securing this incense burner, Zhou Yang was nearing the conclusion of his endeavors. Initially, he had intended to offer a bit more for it, but upon reflection, he decided against it. There is a saying that ignorance is bliss. The seller was unaware of its true value, so Zhou Yang felt elated regardless of how much he offered. After all, exchanging a damaged vessel for some money was indeed quite favorable. However, if he overpaid, what would others think? The more one pays, the greater the chance of regret later. Sometimes, giving someone more money is not necessarily a boon. You wouldn't suggest that this broken incense burner is a treasure, would you? After the crowd dispersed, Ji Lanyan limped over to Zhou Yang, who had been intently examining the burner. It wasn't particularly valuable. After a restoration, could indeed be worth a house in the capital. Zhou Yang spoke of this matter with nonchalance. Yet Ji Lanyan's mouth fell open in astonishment. As a resident of the capital, she was well aware of the exorbitant property prices. Purchasing a house there would likely require millions just for the down payment. This implied that this broken vessel must be worth at least 10 million, if not more. Zhou Yang offered no further explanation, his heart brimming with joy at the unexpected fortune he had stumbled upon his return. This could be classified as an antique. Today he had collected around 20 to 30 items, 3 of which were significant finds. The remainder would simply yield a modest profit. But such was the nature of this trade, 3 years of drought followed by a bountiful harvest. With these 3 items, even if the rest were to incur losses, Zhou Yang would still come out ahead, and significantly so. At this juncture, his objectives for returning had been fully realized. Debts were cleared, and home was arranged. The 150,000 yuan might not be readily spent by his mother. Zhou Yang understood this, yet the distinction between reluctance to spend and having nothing was crucial. As long as this sum remained accessible to his mother, to Juping, her life would not be as arduous or frugal as before. The significance lay not in whether she would spend the money, but in the fact that she would no longer feel compelled to earn extra to repay debts, thus improving her living conditions. Perhaps sensing Zhou Yang's impending departure, the rain began to fall after dinner, accompanied by thunder. Having just showered and climbed into bed, Zhou Yang had to make do with an electric fan in the absence of air conditioning. Fortunately, with the rain, the heat subsided. Dressed only in his briefs, he lay on the bed engrossed in his phone when, without his consent, Ji Lanyan entered the room. "Zhou Yang, I'm afraid of the thunder." As soon as Ji Lanyan entered the room, she uttered a remark, "Afraid of thunder? Isn't Zhou Yao here?" Ji Lanyan felt a surge of frustration. What did this matter have to do with Zhou Yao? Shouldn't she be here comforting me at this moment? But Zhou Yao was fast asleep. Ji Lanyan could only offer that brief explanation. "Sister-in-law, where have you been?" Just then, Zhou Yao's voice drifted in from the next room, leaving Ji Lanyan utterly speechless. Truly, they were a pair of eccentric siblings. One foolish, the other daft. The following day, after Zhou Yang and Ji Lanyan had breakfast at home, they departed. Zhou Yang drove, while Ji Lanyan settled into the back seat, promptly lying down to rest as soon as they left the village. Zhou Yang attempted to strike up a conversation with her, yet Ji Lanyan paid him no mind, succumbing to her slumber. Could it be that relatives had arrived? Zhou Yang silently shook his head. With Ji Lanyan ignoring him, he had no choice but to drive alone. The return journey took approximately the same amount of time as their earlier trip, though the departure times varied. 2 days prior, they had set off around 9 in the morning. Today they left shortly after 7, meaning they reached the villa just past 10. "Lanyan, could you please take these items to my study? I need to visit old Huang," Zhou Yang announced as he exited the vehicle without entering the villa. By this time, Ji Lanyan's irritation had subsided. In fact, after just an hour of travel, she was already feeling better. "All right, will you be back for lunch?" Zhou Yang initially intended to decline but then recalled another matter. "How about this? You call Jiang Shueru and let her know we'll have lunch together, and we can also sign the contract then. I should be back by 11:30 to pick you up. You can choose the restaurant, and after we sign the contract in the afternoon, you can accompany me to the antique street. I want to see if there are any stores for lease. This is the arrangement for the next few days. In the morning, we will primarily visit the rough stone street. We don't need to aim for excessive profits. Earning 1 or 2 million a day will suffice. In the afternoon, we will focus on the antique shop matters. Today is July 17th. Let us see if we can finalize this before the end of the month." Ji Lanyan found Zhou Yang's reasoning sound. The worth of a man is not merely in his wealth but in his capabilities. Furthermore, one must have a plan for their endeavors. If you have a plan but fail to execute it, that's one thing. However, if you lack a plan and muddle through aimlessly, that is certainly unacceptable. This reflects a lack of vision. While small-scale endeavors may not require a grand vision, one must possess a definitive goal and a comprehensive strategy if they aspire to expand and strengthen their business. "Very well, I shall handle this matter. By the way, When opening an antique shop, you must also consider a suitable candidate to manage it. This is something you need to prepare as well. After all, my understanding of this matter is limited. It is impractical for you to remain in the store every day, as that would constitute a waste of resources and a misallocation of priorities. Zhou Yang acknowledged this with a nod, glanced at the time, and after giving a brief instruction, pressed the accelerator and departed. Ji Lanyan's point had indeed crossed Zhou Yang's mind, yet finding a suitable candidate proved to be quite challenging. Fang Jie was quite commendable, yet lacked expertise in this area, leading him to consider Huang Jiqing. This elderly gentleman, who seemed to have ample free time, would be more beneficial if employed to assist with the store. After all, he was idle, so why not put him to use, and once a more suitable candidate emerges, adjustments could be made. Zhou Yang's current urgency to locate Huang Jiqing primarily revolved around these matters, particularly the preparations for opening the store. Additionally, he needed to address the issue of the monkey stamp. To speak candidly, stamps are rather difficult to preserve and are susceptible to loss and damage. It would be inappropriate to keep it in an antique shop. Thus, it would be wiser to convert it into cash now. At that moment, a thought suddenly struck Zhou Yang's mind. The item had been restored. Chapter 75. Seeking assistance from Huang Jiqing. If Zhou Yang were not driving at the moment, he would undoubtedly take out that painting to admire it thoroughly. After all, it is a work by Zhang Banqiao. The mere thought of it fills him with excitement. This is not merely about money, but rather a pure treasure. Today, Huang Jiqing is at home awaiting Zhou Yang, primarily because Zhou Yang had previously called him. When Zhou Yang arrives at Huang Jiqing's residence, it is precisely 10:30, which means he still has nearly half an hour to spare. You truly possess remarkable skills. Even during a family visit, you manage to acquire something of great value. How come I do not share your fortune? This seems rather unfair. After a brief exchange of pleasantries upon his arrival, Zhou Yang presents a monkey stamp to Huang Jiqing. After examining the stamp, Huang Jiqing expresses his sentiments. Old Huang, luck ebbs and flows. Perhaps I have been rather unfortunate lately, so it is only natural that fortune has now turned in my favor. One cannot be perpetually lucky or perpetually unlucky. Otherwise, the saying 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west would hold no truth. Huang Jiqing nods in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Zhou Yang's words. There are indeed times of fortune and misfortune. During unlucky times, even drinking cold water can lead to discomfort, whereas in fortunate moments, one might stumble upon money while attending to nature's call. Now, tell me, what price do you have in mind for this? Huang Jiqing gestures towards the stamp resting on the table. Old Huang, please help me find a buyer for this stamp. Its typical market value is around 1.2 million. I only require 1 million. You may keep the excess for tea or to buy clothes for Siyu, whatever suits you, as long as I receive a whole number. At this point, Huang Siyu, who had been listening quietly, suddenly brightens with excitement, realizing that she might benefit from this arrangement. Grandpa, such a wonderful opportunity. You must agree. I have no pocket money left. Huang Jiqing, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, reflects on his granddaughter's candidness. Zhou Yang, this is no problem at all. Give me 3 days, and I will assuredly sell your stamp. He continues, by the way, your visit today is likely not solely for this matter, is it? Although our acquaintance has been brief, I have gathered some insight into your character. If you were merely concerned about this transaction, you would not have rushed to seek me out. Am I correct? Zhou Yang gives a thumbs up, acknowledging the compliment. Old Huang, you are indeed perceptive. Your words are spot on. Experience truly speaks volumes. The reason I have come today is indeed to discuss another matter. I am considering opening an antique shop. At present, I am. Zhou Yang begins to outline his intentions and the collection he has acquired over the past period. I envision it this way. If there are items available for transfer, that would be ideal. Otherwise, we may need to find a storefront to establish our own shop. As for the items for sale, there is no need for concern. An antique shop does not solely consist of antiques, as the majority will be artistic pieces and the like. After all, having spent considerable time in Li Tzu's store, I possess a certain understanding of the matter. Moreover, during this period, I have been diligently sourcing goods every day. Thus, I have gathered enough essentials for opening a shop. The primary dilemma now lies in the lack of a physical store and a shopkeeper. You find yourself idly at home, so why not? As Zhou Yang spoke, he inadvertently revealed his true intentions. Old Huang, please don't hastily decline. Allow me to present my analysis. You see, you have little to occupy your time, so why not come to my store and lend me your support? And what of Siyu? She is currently without employment, is she not? My idea is to have Siyu manage the shop while you provide your esteemed presence. If you have nothing better to do, you could wander around the antique street or other shops. If by chance someone comes to the store to sell their items, Siyu can call upon you for your expertise. Does that not seem feasible? Zhou Yang had evidently contemplated this strategy for quite some time, particularly with the inclusion of Huang Siyu. The previous mention of the stamp, with its proceeds intended to purchase clothing and other items for this woman, was merely a pretext for this proposal. The adage to accept a favor is to owe a debt rings true. Having bestowed kindness upon someone, they are naturally inclined to return the favor. In reality, Huang Siyu had indeed not been employed since graduation, primarily due to a lack of suitable opportunities, and her family was not financially strained. However, this did not imply that she had no desire to work. Thus, Zhou Yang's proposition was particularly fitting for her at this juncture. His suggestion was quite clear, to open an antique shop and appoint her as the shopkeeper. What a prestigious role it would be to speak of. Grandfather, you should agree to Zhou Yang's proposal. You spend your days with little to do, either strolling in the park or meandering through the antique street, constantly lamenting your boredom. Given your sentiments and your fondness for antiques, why not assist Zhou Yang? Huang Jiqing found himself somewhat tempted. Zhou Yang's approach indicated a solid rapport between them. There must have been some assurance behind his request, or he would not have broached the subject. Now retired, Huang Jiqing indeed had little to occupy his time, and his granddaughter could not accompany him indefinitely. Ultimately, he found himself alone day after day. If solitude brought about ennui, then aiding Zhou Yang seemed a reasonable endeavor. He was well acquainted with the items in the antique shop. Essentially, it would require one master to oversee the shop and perhaps a slightly more seasoned apprentice. By assisting Zhou Yang, Huang Jiqing could take on a supportive role, while the business operations would be managed by Huang Siyu. This arrangement would not only alleviate his boredom, but also allow him to engage with Zhou Yang's expertise, which would undoubtedly yield more treasures. Thus, he would be among the first to handle these prized items. Furthermore, he could bring some of his own antiques, those that were less desirable or no longer needed, to the shop for sale. With Huang Siyu acquiring a position of her own, she would have something to occupy her time. After all, idleness, whether in men or women, often leads to mischief. Upon a moment's contemplation, he readily acquiesced. Very well, I shall take on this matter. However, the search for the shop may prove somewhat cumbersome. How about this? You focus solely on your tasks, and I shall attend to the rest. During this period, I find myself with ample time, so I will accompany Siyu to the antique street for a leisurely exploration. Should we encounter anyone willing to transfer their shop at a reasonable price, we shall procure it. If no such opportunity arises, we can consider renting or purchasing any vacant premises. There is no rush. Once we secure a shop, we can proceed gradually. Zhou Yang felt a surge of joy. He had harbored some confidence, yet he had not anticipated such smooth progress. Then we shall depend on old Huang for this matter. As for the monkey stamp you are assisting with, once sold, there is no need to hasten in reimbursing me. Should we find a suitable shop, the proceeds can serve as a deposit. In summary, I entrust you with full responsibility for this venture. Should you require funds, do not hesitate to call me. Spending a bit more is of no concern. I have a meeting scheduled for noon today, so let us temporarily settle on this arrangement. Once I conclude my pressing matters in the next couple of days, we can discuss further in detail. Chapter 77. The revenge plan of Eugene Long. With the contractual matters resolved, it was time to partake in lunch. Following their meal, the next endeavor was to embark on their inaugural collaboration. Thus, Zhou Yang and his companions proceeded directly to the Jade Street, while Jiang Shueru's secretary returned to draft the contract anew. Given that it was the first day of their formal partnership, Zhou Yang intended to showcase a modicum of his prowess to validate his worth, which was indeed essential. He refrained from hastily making a move, as the initial piece of jade must be of superior quality. However, fortune can be capricious, When one is not in pursuit of luck, it often appears unbidden. Yet when an exceptional piece of jade is sought, it can prove elusive. Just as Zhou Yang contemplated settling for a reasonably good piece to initiate the proceedings, an unwelcome figure made his entrance. Indeed, the individual was none other than Eugene Long. Eugene Long had discovered Jiang Xueru's whereabouts through an inadvertent slip of the tongue from her secretary. Consequently, upon learning of the situation, he made his way over. Zhou Yang frowned. He was in a nascent phase of entrepreneurship and had little desire to invite unnecessary trouble, for he lacked the energy for such distractions. Eugene Long, what brings you here? He inquired. At that moment, Jiang Xueru also caught sight of Eugene Long and felt a foreboding sense of dread. She was certain that his arrival heralded misfortune. Xueru, if you can come here, so can I. I have heard that you intend to collaborate with this fellow, and I cannot acquiesce to that, Eugene Long declared upon his arrival. Jiang Xueru's brow furrowed even deeper. Eugene Long, this piece does not seem to fall under your jurisdiction. Does it? Are you overstepping your bounds? If memory serves, the chairman explicitly stated in yesterday's meeting that the procurement of this piece would be entirely my responsibility. Furthermore, as the general manager, I possess the authority to make decisions, while you, as the deputy general manager, have no right to obstruct my choices. Should I contact the chairman to clarify your permissions? Her words were refreshingly candid, demonstrating her willingness to extend courtesy. Had it been anyone else, her tone would have been far less accommodating. Eugene Long, in this instance, faced humiliation, his countenance alternating between shades of green and white, for Jiang Xueru spoke nothing but the truth. As a deputy general manager, he had no justification for interfering with the general manager's decisions. Moreover, it was indeed confirmed in the meeting that the chairman had uttered those very words, which only fueled Eugene Long's resentment towards Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang felt quite wronged, finding himself an innocent victim of circumstance. Kid, I challenge you to a stone betting contest. Eugene Long, having been thwarted by Jiang Xueru, redirected his frustration towards Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang had initially wished to disregard this vexatious individual, yet Eugene Long persistently encroached upon him. You, as a deputy general manager, do you not have any sense? Instead of attending to your responsibilities, you choose to harass me. You may be inept, but do not be ignorant. If ignorance is your plight, then please refrain from exhibiting foolishness. On what grounds do you challenge me? Is it merely because of your large head and thick neck? Is there something wrong with you? Have I provoked you in any way? You keep coming to trouble me, yet you are not my child. I have no obligation to indulge you. If you wish to gamble with me, then put forth a wager of 100 million. How do you want to play? I shall oblige. If you lack such funds, cease your incessant prattling. I am quite busy and have no time for idle chatter, especially with those of meager means. Upon finishing his words, Zhou Yang forcefully shoved the man aside and bent down to pick up a stone. Initially, he had overlooked the stone, but just then Eugene Long happened to place a foot upon it. Zhou Yang's casual glance revealed a delightful surprise. He eagerly lifted the stone, which was a piece of green jade, commendable in both size and quality. As the first transaction of the day, this green jade was indeed a promising find. You, young man, you have guts. Just wait. Eugene Long was so enraged he nearly spat blood. This individual, petty and irritable, had a penchant for instigating trouble, yet could not tolerate being pointed at by others. Despite knowing he could not match Zhou Yang in banter, he still brazenly approached, showing a complete lack of foresight. Zhou Yang dismissed him, for his primary objective was to earn money. The rough stone was not particularly expensive, costing around 100,000. After settling the payment, the next step was to unveil the stone, a moment eagerly anticipated by every gambler. As the stone was being opened, Ji Lanyan, Jiang Xueru, and others watched intently, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. As the outer skin was gradually peeled away and the edges meticulously cut, the core of the stone was revealed. As the jade's vibrant green surfaced before the onlookers, murmurs of excitement ensued. However, Zhou Yang, accustomed to such occurrences, paid them no mind. Once the outer layer was dealt with, a jade weighing approximately 2 kilograms appeared in Zhou Yang's hands. Xueru, please appraise this. Without hesitation, he handed the jade to Jiang Xueru. This jade displayed a rich green hue, and any jade associated with green is generally quite valuable. While other colors can also be valuable, none compare to the worth of green. Zhou Yang. This jade boasts a pleasing color and substantial size, with a market value estimated at around 3 million. According to our agreement at a 10 discount that brings it to 15 million. Does that sound agreeable to you? Zhou Yang nodded. This stone was indeed worth that price. The initial 15,000 would cover the cost of the stone, leaving him with a profit of 3 million. In truth, while this stone was not the ideal auspicious start, after such a lengthy search, he could find nothing better. Since this is our inaugural collaboration and the first transaction, it is unnecessary to haggle excessively over the price. Very well. Let us settle on 3 million for this initial piece of jade. We shall proceed to the next establishment. Jiang Xueru did not anticipate that Zhou Yang would be so accommodating, though she had initially inflated her expectations. Perhaps the intentions are alike. Considering it is their first collaboration following the signing of a contract, both parties desire a favorable commencement. Zhou Yang was fervently purchasing items, while Eugene Long was engaged in a hushed conversation with a scar-faced individual. Remember that fellow, so long as no lives are lost, anything goes. I shall grant you 3 days to resolve this matter. If you succeed, I will reward you with 1 million. The scar-faced man in question is none other than one of Yu Chengfu's subordinates, known by the moniker Scar. Now, in the twilight of his years, coupled with Yu Chengfu's transition from the underworld to legitimate business, individuals like Scar have found themselves without purpose, relegated to roles as bodyguards or security personnel. In their youth, they indulged in lavish lifestyles, yet amassed little wealth. After all, during their time in the criminal underworld, they lived carefree lives. How many individuals within that realm have substantial fortunes? Thus, Scar, approaching 50, is not particularly affluent, making Eugene Long's choice to enlist him for this task a natural fit. Rest assured, Mr. Yu, within 3 days, I shall ensure this fellow is confined to the ICU. However, should this matter come to Mr. Yu's attention, it could spell trouble. Chapter 78. The exchange meeting. Rest assured, this matter is known only to the heavens, the earth, you and me. As long as neither of us speaks of it, who would ever know? When the time comes, just keep your hands clean, and after everything is settled, find a place to lie low for a few days. What Eugene Long said was not without merit. Having engaged in such dealings before, Scarface quickly nodded in agreement. After all, this was a sum of 1 million. If he brought along 2 accomplices to negotiate and resolve the issue, that million would be within reach. Dividing it among the 3, each would receive 100,000, leaving him with an 80,000 profit to indulge himself for a while. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was in the process of acquiring the 4th stone of the day. Aside from the first stone that had been successfully opened, the subsequent 3 remained unexamined. The reason was clear. He wished to avoid drawing attention. Thus he planned to take them back to his villa to dissect at his leisure. As for the stone-cutting machine, they were readily available for purchase in the raw stone market, and quite affordable. The tediousness of his approach stemmed from a desire to remain inconspicuous. It was acceptable to occasionally bet on a stone's increase, but consistently doing so would inevitably raise suspicions. This was precisely why Zhou Yang felt compelled to collaborate with others. Not cooperating would only heighten the risk of exposure. Therefore, the best course of action was to secretly dissect the stones at home, ensuring that not only would others remain oblivious, but even Jiang Xueru would be left to speculate. As Zhou Yang prepared to select the 4th stone of the afternoon, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Tian Peng. Hello, President Tian. What? A wine gathering? What time? All right. You'll pick me up at 7 tonight. After ending the call, Zhou Yang pondered over the conversation when Ji Lanyan leaned in closer. What did your uncle say, Zhou Yang? What wine gathering? Zhou Yang was now aware of the familial connection between Ji Lanyan and Tian Peng, so it was no surprise that she referred to him as uncle. He mentioned a private wine gathering, which is essentially an antique trading fair. He invited me to join him. I hear there will be antique transactions, so I intend to take a look. Just as Zhou Yang finished speaking, his phone rang again. This time it was Huang Jiqing calling. Once connected, the content was remarkably similar, also concerning tonight's antique exchange gathering. Huang Jiqing was merely a minute or 2 behind Tian Peng in reaching out to invite Zhou Yang. Xueru, let us call it a day. I will take these stones back with me, and I'll open them tomorrow to show you later. I have some matters to attend to tonight, so this will have to suffice for now. Jiang Xueru nodded, having overheard Zhou Yang's phone conversation and his words to Ji Lanyan. The first collaboration today had gone reasonably well. All right then, I have a meeting in the morning. If I have time in the afternoon, we can reconnect. After all, I manage a company here, and my time is quite limited. Jiang Xueru's perspective is one that Zhou Yang comprehends. After all, this woman is the general manager of a company. Unlike Zhou Yang, who finds himself without a formal occupation and belongs to the realm of freelancers, enjoying the liberty to rise at his leisure and pursue activities dictated solely by his whims. All right, let us proceed with this arrangement for today. In any case, should anything arise, feel free to contact me. For now, I must take my leave to prepare. Once Zhou Yang departed, he drove directly to the bank to withdraw funds. The antique exchange meeting is, in essence, a clandestine marketplace for the trade of antiquities. However, the primary objective of such transactions is not profit. Rather, it lies in the essence of exchange. This exchange encompasses two fundamental meanings. First, the communication that occurs between individuals. Second, the opportunity to sell unwanted antiques in order to acquire pieces that are more to one's liking. To elucidate this concept, let us consider Zhou Yang's possession of an incense burner, which he may have acquired through various means, perhaps a fortunate find, an earlier purchase, or other avenues. Yet, if Zhou Yang has grown weary of this incense burner and wishes to part with it, the antique exchange meeting provides an opportune moment. Conversely, if another participant possesses an item that Zhou Yang desires, he may procure it, often at a more favorable price. Given that this is a close-knit community, participants in the antique exchange are not motivated by profit, making it an excellent venue for finding hidden treasures. However, one must remain vigilant as numerous replicas abound. The authenticity of items is often ambiguous. Should one inadvertently purchase a counterfeit, they must resign themselves to their misfortune once the night has passed. After all, this exchange meeting operates outside the bounds of legality, akin to a private illicit gathering due to its considerable attendance. Additionally, transactions are conducted solely in cash, with bartering permitted, yet transfers and checks are prohibited. This necessity for cash is precisely why Zhou Yang sought to withdraw funds from the bank. Previously, his bank account had boasted over 25.6 million, augmented by a successful wager with Eugene Long, which netted him an additional 10 million, bringing his total to over 30 million. After spending 400,000 on a recent purchase and nearly 1 million on jade roughstones today, he opted to withdraw a modest sum of 500,000. Upon completing his withdrawal and engaging in a brief exchange of banter with the bank manager, Zhou Yang settled into his car. Almost immediately, he sensed an unusual tension, the source of which was none other than Ji Lanyan. Lanyan, is there something you wish to express? Upon hearing Zhou Yang's inquiry, a playful smile graced Ji Lanyan's face. I hadn't intended to say anything, but since you asked, I have decided to accompany you this evening. I was aware that you wished for me to join you, yet felt too shy to voice it. After considerable deliberation, I have resolved to accompany you this evening. Zhou Yang's mouth parted slightly. He sensed he was ensnared by this woman, yet he lacked tangible evidence. Well, my word alone holds no weight. You must consult your uncle. Zhou Yang had initially intended to acquiesce, but suddenly recalled that he was merely tagging along, and it seemed rather inappropriate to bring another person along. Rest assured, I have already made a call. Tian Xiaoyu will be joining us as well. The hour grows late. Let us first dine, and after our meal, we shall procure an outfit, then return to freshen up before departing. Zhou Yang was utterly convinced that he had indeed fallen into this woman's trap. Yet, it did not seem so dire, as he harbored no aversion to her company. However, the plan required some adjustment. Zhou Yang had originally intended to discuss moving with Fang Jie that evening. It appeared that this matter would have to be postponed. Just as Ji Lanyan had orchestrated, they dined, shopped for garments, bathed, and after a meticulous transformation, the two drove directly to Tian Peng's villa. The convenience of this neighborhood allowed them to arrive in no time at all. Upon his arrival, Zhou Yang was surprised to discover that Huang Jiqing and his granddaughter Huang Xiu were also present. Chapter 104. The extreme remarks of Zhou Yang. Just as Zhou Yang was preparing to depart, several figures suddenly emerged from the shadows. Each of them wielded a club, and one bore a bag. They swiftly surrounded Zhou Yang and his companion. The leader was someone Zhou Yang recognized, the lecherous man who had previously attempted to lure him into a clandestine deal. "It's you." Zhou Yang furrowed his brow upon seeing the man, quickly positioning his senior sister, Shi Shangfei, behind him. "Outsider, you possess quite the audacity." The speaker was the same individual from before. "What do you intend to do?" Zhou Yang, though unafraid, felt a twinge of anxiety he would have certainly experienced a week prior. However, after having dealt with 3 ruffians previously, he was now quite confident in his abilities. "You little brat, I've been tailing you all night. If you had chosen to engage in our transaction, we could have avoided this confrontation. But since you've chosen to be obstinate, do not blame us. Hand over your belongings and depart swiftly." The intentions of these individuals were glaringly evident. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang posed a futile question. "Are you planning to rob us? Robbery carries a prison sentence." "Ha ha ha." As soon as Zhou Yang finished, a chorus of laughter erupted from the group. "Who said we are robbing? We are merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. Besides, what can a foreigner like you do to us? Enough of this chatter. Let us end this swiftly. Charge." The lecherous man commanded, and the first one lunged at Zhou Yang, followed closely by the others. "Ah!" Shi Shangfei screamed in terror, but Zhou Yang had no time to comfort her. He quickly shoved her into the car. Then, amidst a flurry of punches and kicks, Zhou Yang swiftly subdued the lecherous man and his accomplices, leaving them sprawled on the ground. "Sister, call the police." Upon hearing the suggestion of involving the authorities, the lecherous man's demeanor shifted. "Little brother, please don't call the police. This time it is our fault. We apologize and will compensate you. Here, take these items. We were blind to your strength. Consider it a gift. Yes, great hero, spare us. We will not dare to offend again." Zhou Yang had initially intended to report them to the police, but the allure of the illicit goods before him was irresistible. These items were undoubtedly the fruits of their illegal endeavors, and taking them would bear him no guilt. Recognizing that these individuals were seasoned criminals, he surmised that sending them to jail would likely result in their swift release, given their audacity to conduct extortion and robbery openly. Could one truly assert that these individuals lacked any skill? He was a stranger in this land. How the authorities would ultimately handle them was uncertain. In all likelihood, they would be arrested as robbers and, in a few days, emerge as mere street thugs. However, such considerations were trivial. What mattered was that Zhou Yang had indeed taken a liking to these items. "Scram, or I shall break your legs." After driving them off, Zhou Yang hastily gathered the items and quickly started the vehicle, disappearing into the night. "Junior brother, you are truly impressive. You have no idea. My legs just turned to jelly." "Ha!" Zhou Yang, who was driving, was completely stunned by this ambiguous remark from his senior sister. What does it mean to say you are too remarkable? What does it mean for one's legs to go weak? If Ji Lanyan were to hear this, it would be utterly impossible to clarify. "Senior sister, could you please express yourself more clearly next time? Also, isn't this the capital? Why does it seem so chaotic?" Shi Shangfei might have realized that her previous statement was somewhat ambiguous, yet she appeared entirely unfazed. "Junior brother, where there is excrement there will be flies. Conversely, this implies that flies are not solely attracted to restrooms. Other places will naturally have them as well, albeit to varying degrees. If we follow your logic, then if there are no thieves or wrongdoers in the capital, can we conclude that there is no need for police here? Furthermore, places like the black market are inherently spontaneous organizations, a veritable melting pot of characters, making such occurrences rather commonplace. Given that you may have offended someone previously and are an outsider, it is hardly surprising that tonight's events unfolded as they did. Under normal circumstances, these individuals would only engage in petty swindling. Such blatant behavior is likely quite rare. Zhou Yang found this reasoning compelling. Every place harbors both good and bad individuals. Certain areas may have better public safety, resulting in fewer wrongdoers. In contrast, remote regions may suffer from rampant criminality due to inadequate management or other factors. As for being an outsider, it is simply an unfortunate reality. A resident of the capital or someone from Shanghai typically holds disdain for those from other places. Alright, this incident is merely a minor episode. Senior sister, shall we head back directly, or would you prefer to rest for a while? Shi Shangfei glanced at her phone. It's already 5 o'clock. We need not sleep. If you're eager to return, we can set off immediately. However, speaking of which, since this is your first visit to the capital, would you not like to witness the flag-raising ceremony or explore the Forbidden City? Indeed, Zhou Yang wished to see these sights, as the capital is the most prosperous and significant place in Huaxia. Places like the Forbidden City, the Square, and the Great Wall are worthy of several days of exploration. Long ago, he had dreamed of visiting these locations. Yet, he ultimately refrained. Senior sister, let's save that for another time. There will be ample opportunity for leisure in the future. One day, when I have the time, I will bring my mother, sister, and girlfriend along to enjoy these attractions. For now, I cannot. Circumstances do not allow it. I must accumulate the greatest wealth in the shortest time possible. I aspire to become the richest person in the world. Shi Shangfei listened attentively, observing with a hint of confusion regarding certain matters. Naturally, her curiosity compelled her to inquire further. Junior, is money truly of paramount importance? As Zhou Yang drove, he cast a disdainful glance at the woman, bewildered by such a naive inquiry. Senior sister, money is indeed essential. Perhaps you were born into affluence, which renders the wealthy oblivious to the struggles of the impoverished. Before my rise to success, I labored for 30 days a month, earning merely 3,000 yuan, of which 2,000 went to debt repayment and 500 to rent. The remaining 500 had to cover my sustenance and utility expenses, while occasionally, I would need to provide my sister with 200 to 300 yuan for her pocket money. This is not a lamentation, but rather a reflection of my lived experience, as I often struggled to pay my rent on time. Do you not see the significance of money? If money were inconsequential, why do the affluent exploit the common folk? If money held no value, why would those individuals risk their safety to rob us? If money were trivial, why do unscrupulous factories produce such inferior foodstuffs? Thus, one should not impose their perceptions upon others, for perspectives differ based on one's circumstances. In the realm of goats, lions and tigers are the villains, yet from the viewpoint of lions and tigers, rabbits and goats are merely prey. Therefore, differing statuses lead to disparate outlooks. You may perceive me as mundane, yet I firmly believe that money is of the utmost importance. With wealth, an octogenarian director like Zhang can still marry a young and beautiful wife, whereas without it, even a prostitute would disdain you. This may be a harsh truth, but it is undeniably realistic. Chapter 111 Preparation before departure. Xia Changrong cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Yang and said, Zhou Yang, do not entertain any notions about this woman. She is a rose with thorns. Once you provoke her, even I, your senior brother, cannot save you. Zhou Yang found himself at a loss for words. He merely wished to ascertain who held the authority between the two before flattering them privately. After all, cultivating good relationships could only serve him well in the future. Being assigned to a business trip to Wanqing certainly implied some connections. He knew that without the influence of Guanqingru and Xia Changrong, such an opportunity would be unattainable. However, Zhou Yang was reluctant to elaborate, for he faced another dilemma. Senior brother, my trip will last at least 10 days to half a month, yet my antique shop is set to open on the 1st of next month. What should I do? Xia Changrong, aware of Zhou Yang's antique shop plans, was momentarily perplexed. Zhou Yang, why not delay the announcement of your opening? You could push it back to August 8th. That date is quite auspicious. If that doesn't work, August 15th would do as well. In any case, I believe this is a minor issue. Reluctantly, Zhou Yang was persuaded by Xia Changrong, and after a brief conversation, he took his leave. As for the necessary paperwork, it merely required some documentation and a signature, as his current status was still that of a temporary worker. Jilan Yen was out shopping, realizing that Zhou Yang's wardrobe was still insufficient, so she planned to purchase 2 more outfits today. While men's clothing typically does not rival women's in quantity, it should not be too scant. Given that Zhou Yang now possessed several million, he was indeed a standard millionaire. Wearing his previous inexpensive attire would be somewhat unbecoming, or so Ji Lanyan believed. Just as Ji Lanyan finished her shopping and prepared to hail a cab home, Zhou Yang's call came through. After hanging up, she promptly shared her location, and before long, Zhou Yang arrived in his car. Darling, did you miss me? Come here for a hug, Ji Lanyan exclaimed, her voice dripping with charm as she got into the car. Lanyan, I have some good news. After indulging in a moment of affection, Zhou Yang began to recount the events of the day while driving. Ji Lanyan, no fool, understood the implications of his words. As the saying goes, the poor are not as fortunate as the wealthy, and the wealthy are not as fortunate as those with secure positions. The wealthy here refers to affluent individuals, while the iron rice bowl signifies a stable job. Ideally, it should be a position of genuine authority, for once one possesses real power, even millionaires must show deference when seeking assistance. My dear, I believe it's inconsequential. Whether the antique shop opens a few days earlier or later does not matter. Besides, the delay won't be significant. I think your senior brother is right. Once one possesses an official identity, many matters become considerably more convenient. For instance, regarding the events that transpired in the capital, if you possess a relatively respectable identity, even upon entering the police station, no one would dare to act against you. However, the duration of your stay there could extend to 10 days or even half a month, which would certainly be a burden for them. Upon hearing such remarks, Zhou Yang felt an overwhelming sensation of exhilaration. It is not entirely his fault, considering he had been single for 25 years, and suddenly finding a girlfriend, particularly one as stunning and well-proportioned as she, was quite the revelation. Moreover, her recent manner of speaking, imbued with a certain allure and subtle seduction, was simply irresistible. Consequently, Zhou Yang found himself yearning to return to the villa, perhaps merely to rest. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained his impulses with reason, as he was set to depart the day after tomorrow and intended to refrain from any distractions during this time. He wished to devote all his time and energy to the stone gambling endeavor, aspiring for a significant outcome. Thus, the two made their way to the stone market. The subsequent task involved gambling on stones, with Zhou Yang in charge of purchasing while Ji Lanyan observed the raw materials. They grabbed a quick lunch and continued their selection process in the afternoon. By 4 o'clock, Zhou Yang had spent over 20 million, which amounted to half of his entire fortune. Gazing at the pile of stones, Zhou Yang felt a surge of joy. However, Ji Lanyan harbored some concern. Regardless of her awareness of Zhou Yang's financial status and his gambling acumen, the nature of stone gambling is inherently uncertain. Once the stones were procured, they arranged for a vehicle to transport them to the villa. The next crucial step was the extraction of the stones, as the day's labor and future prospects hinged entirely upon this collection. It could be said that Ji Lanyan had never felt such tension before. Yet, as each raw stone was unveiled and jadeite emerged, her smile grew. She understood jade well, and it was no exaggeration to assert that once all the jadeite was revealed, Zhou Yang's assets would undoubtedly exceed 100 million. Several tens of millions were insignificant compared to the milestone of 100 million, which marks a significant threshold. To be considered a billionaire, one must first possess a billion. Otherwise, one is merely a millionaire. Due to the stone extraction process, they had skipped dinner, and by the time all the stones were unveiled, it was already past 9 in the evening. Zhou Yang felt an immense sense of accomplishment as he beheld the vast array of jadeite. Lanyan, let us take a shower and then venture out for a late-night snack, Zhou Yang suggested, shedding his constraints with Ji Lanyan's assistance. The stone extraction had generated a considerable amount of dust, necessitating the use of masks, hats, and aprons. As for the ensuing mess, it would have to wait until another day. Darling, how did you manage this? You are incredible. I adore you. Ji Lanyan herself is uncertain as to why she is transformed in this manner, as if after being with Zhou Yang, everything suddenly changed. However, she finds a certain fondness for her current self. A woman need not always embody the image of a powerful figure. Sometimes, being a gentle woman is equally delightful. At least, this is how Ji Lanyan perceives it now, feeling cherished by Zhou Yang, which often surpasses the affection she received from her parents. Lanyan, my prowess lies not in this regard. Zhou Yang began to falter in his words. How annoying. Don't speak out of turn. Go take a shower, and after that, we shall dine together, and once dinner is concluded Ji Lanyan deliberately left her last sentence unfinished, which left Zhou Yang in a state of anxious anticipation. Chapter 112. The gift of shares. Early the next morning, Zhou Yang once again visited the Jade Street. Ji Lanyan, meanwhile, brought a portion of emeralds to the Liufu Jewelry Company. Jiang Shueru noticed a difference this time, primarily due to the considerable quantity of items Ji Lanyan had brought along. Unbeknownst to her, the emeralds she presented today comprised merely 1/3 of what Zhou Yang had unearthed the previous night. After a thorough appraisal, Jiang Shueru quoted a price of 42.5 million. Under normal circumstances, such an amount would be unprecedented, with the maximum typically capping at 40 million. However, given the current collaborative approach, the additional 2.5 million seemed quite reasonable. In truth, even at this elevated price, it was still significantly cheaper than the emeralds previously acquired by the company. Lanyan, the payment has already been transferred. Please have Zhou Yang confirm it shortly. By the way, you mentioned Zhou Yang is heading out of town. Where exactly is he going? Ji Lanyan initially contemplated being forthright, but, observing Jiang Shueru, she changed her mind. After all, with her alluring features, Jiang Shueru exuded an aura that could easily ensnare men. Caution was warranted. As for Zhou Yang's destination, I truly do not know. He has kept it a secret from me, insisting on confidentiality. Ji Lanyan replied. You are aware that Zhou Yang's mentor is Guan Xingru, and his senior brother holds the position of director at a bureau in Jinling as well as curator at the museum. Thus, Zhou Yang has recently embarked on a path within the bureaucratic sphere, necessitating discretion regarding certain matters, even with me. He mentioned that a confidentiality agreement was signed. There's nothing I can do about it. Ji Lanyan's words were laden with ostentation, and Jiang Shueru could discern this easily. With constant references to my Zhou Yang, Ji Lanyan was evidently asserting her claim, while also flaunting Zhou Yang's current status within a formal organization. The subtext of her remarks was unmistakably boastful. As for the underlying reason being women, they both understood the unspoken dynamics at play. Lanyan, are you implying that Zhou Yang has secured a formal position now? Jiang Shueru expressed genuine surprise, for in any era, having a formal appointment was undoubtedly a commendable achievement. Sort of, but for now he is merely on the periphery. The outcome of this business trip will determine his future. You know how it is, certain procedures must be followed. But rest assured, Zhou Yang has assured me that he will be procuring more emeralds in the coming days. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang indeed received the funds, which arrived at a most opportune moment. Otherwise, his procurement capital for the day would have fallen short. He had earned approximately 40 million overall, but after settling debts back home and wandering through the ghost market in the capital, his remaining balance hovered just above 30 million. The previous expenditure at the antique shop had significantly drained his resources, leaving him with only a little over 10 million following the recent transaction. Now, however, with the influx of over 40 million, his confidence surged. Yet he did not forget to allocate Jiang Shueru's share. He has been aided by others, so he cannot harm them, can he? Thus, such transactions cannot be conducted openly, but rather must be discreetly executed through the gifting of trinkets to Jiang Shueru. Time swiftly passed, and after more than an hour, Zhou Yang felt that the morning had nearly concluded, as he had a lunch appointment with Huang Jiqing. After all, he was about to leave, and the opening hours would need to be adjusted, so it was imperative to inform Huang Jiqing about this matter. He called the small truck from yesterday to have the raw stone transported back to the villa once more. Then, he made a call to Ji Lanyan, as it was somewhat precarious to leave the raw stone in the yard. Should someone casually take a piece or two, the loss would be substantial. Although the likelihood of this happening was slim, it was prudent to prepare for the worst. Thus, it was necessary for Ji Lanyan to keep an eye on it at home. You are going to Wanqing? In a private room of a certain restaurant, Huang Jiqing looked somewhat bewildered at Zhou Yang, primarily astonished by this fellow's endless endeavors. Zhou Yang, perceiving Huang Jiqing's inner thoughts, felt compelled to provide an explanation. Old Huang, I do not wish to roam about aimlessly. However, this time is different, as it bears great benefits for me. Moreover, this involves my master and senior brother. Zhou Yang succinctly recounted the entire sequence of events. Huang Jiqing nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the validity of the situation. As has often been said, possessing wealth does not always guarantee the ability to resolve matters, but sometimes, having a certain status can prove immensely advantageous. To put it bluntly, should you commit a minor transgression and find yourself in a police station, having wealth may only lead to more severe extortion. Conversely, if you possess a prominent identity, you might be treated as a distinguished guest. This highlights the significance of status, and thus Huang Jiqing concurred with Zhou Yang's course of action. No problem at all. In fact, I was thinking that opening on the 1st of next month might be a bit rushed. A few days' delay would be just right. In any case, you go attend to your matters. I cannot assist with anything else, but setting up an antique shop is certainly within my capabilities. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang felt reassured. Old Huang, you can handle this matter as you see fit. I trust in your abilities. Furthermore, I will allocate 10 of the shares of this antique shop to C. Although neither you nor C are in need of the money, this is my token of appreciation. This 10 is a non-contributory share, a gesture of gratitude towards you. Huang Jiqing grasped Zhou Yang's intention behind granting shares to Huang Si. In essence, these shares were intended for Huang Jiqing himself. However, he would never accept them directly. If it were known that he received 10 of the shares merely for assisting, he would surely lose face. Regardless, Huang Jiqing held a respectable status in the circle, which explained his acquaintance with Guan Qingru and their familiarity. However, presenting this 10 to Huang Si changed the entire context. In truth, this method of gifting is quite prevalent in society. For instance, if one were to seek assistance from a certain director, the act of presenting a gift to him would surely be met with refusal. However, should one choose to bestow that same gift upon his wife, sister-in-law, brother-in-law, younger brother, or parents, the circumstances would change entirely. This can be likened to an indirect form of bribery. Even if complications arise, one could easily disavow any knowledge of the matter. Zhou Yang, why must you engage in such practices? Although our acquaintance is relatively brief, I hold you in high regard, which is why I am inclined to assist you. Huang Jiqing's statement was abruptly interrupted by Zhou Yang raising his hand. Mr. Huang, I comprehend your sentiment, yet my time to oversee such matters is rather limited. Moreover, CU is quite capable. It would surely be monotonous for a young lady to remain in the shop. By granting her a share in the business, would she not feel more motivated? Furthermore, you recall my senior sister, Shi Shangfei, do you not? I plan to allocate her 10% of the shares as well, which would ensure her frequent visits to the shop, thereby alleviating much of your burden. After all, you must have heard of my senior sister's prowess. She is indeed quite competent. Chapter 113. Preparations for departure. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Zhou Yang thoughtfully packed a meal to bring home. He felt that it might be prudent to hire a housekeeper, as Ji Lanyan was unable to cook, and this woman would undoubtedly assist him in his business endeavors in the future. Zhou Yang required a capable partner. Consequently, the daily meals, laundry, and cleaning chores must be attended to by someone. While Zhou Yang possessed culinary skills, he was unwilling to squander his time on such tasks. Occasionally purchasing groceries and preparing a meal was feasible, yet cooking every day was impractical. Dining out daily was also not a viable option. Thus hiring a housekeeper became essential. In truth, if Zhou Yang's mother were to come over, it would suffice. Not that he intended for her to serve as a housekeeper. Primarily, her presence would greatly facilitate matters such as grocery shopping and meal preparation, which De Juping could manage competently. At the very least, this arrangement would provide greater peace of mind than employing a stranger, and the tasks of buying groceries and cooking were not overly strenuous. During her leisure time, she could enjoy leisurely strolls in the park or around the neighborhood. However, contemplating such matters was futile for the time being, as his mother would not be coming soon. Therefore, the necessity for a housekeeper remained. Lanyan, I would like to discuss something with you.
Zhou Yang finally spoke.
Observing Ji Lanyan as she savored the lunch he had brought back. What is it?
Zhou Yang, holding a napkin,
gently wiped the corner of her mouth before succinctly expressing his thoughts. Ji Lanyan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Darling, I believe we need not complicate things. Consider this. Half the year has already passed, and our schedules will only become increasingly hectic. Once the antique shop is up and running, we will need to travel to Ruili, and that journey alone will take at least a month. Adding in your trip to Wancheng and the opening of the antique shop, we may lose another month. Thus, our opportunities to be at home will be quite limited. It seems unnecessary and rather inconvenient. Instead, let us manage for the time being, and, when the new year approaches, we can bring our mother over. That would suffice. After all, we possess many valuable items at home, and I feel uneasy about having outsiders in. Our mother, however, is different. Even if we were to be away for 10 days to 2 weeks, we need not worry about the house. What do you think? Zhou Yang found merit in her reasoning. While hiring a housekeeper would indeed provide convenience, it also brought with it numerous complications. It was no longer merely a matter of finances. The drawbacks were simply too substantial. Very well then, I shall be departing tomorrow. I have decided against purchasing the raw stones. After calculating, if we sell all the stones from today, combined with yesterday's, we could earn approximately 150 million yuan. Adding our initial 30 million, we would have nearly 180 million. This sum should serve as sufficient capital for our next venture. Once all our affairs here are settled, I will take you to Rueli to pursue great fortunes. Before the year concludes, I shall accompany you back to the capital. Ji Lanyan momentarily halted her dining actions, her gaze intensely fixed upon Zhou Yang. To claim that she was not moved would be disingenuous. The urgency with which Zhou Yang sought to amass wealth was, in essence, a response to the pressures emanating from her family. After all, the expectations from Ji Lanyan's household were substantial. Indeed, let us strive together. Zhou Yang's proficiency in stone appraisal far surpassed that of others, as they were preoccupied with drawing lines, conducting analyses, and incessantly checking the cutting edges. However, he bypassed all that, making a swift incision and subsequently removing the edges, revealing a piece of jade beneath with a mere polish. This was precisely why Zhou Yang was so eager to return for stone appraisal. To be frank, his method was nothing short of astonishing. Lanyan, I have placed all these jades in the safe, and I have noted the price of each piece on them. There is a minimum price indicated, and as long as Jiang Shueru's offer does not exceed this minimum, it will suffice. I have just conducted a preliminary assessment, and even at the lowest estimated price, these jades exceed my previous expectations by a significant margin. Therefore, please do not skimp on my behalf. Expenditures must be made where necessary. Furthermore, these jades should not be sold all at once. Rather, they should be released gradually over 2 to 3 days, ensuring each transaction yields at least 30 to 40 million. I anticipate my absence will last approximately 1 week to 10 days, so if you find yourself bored, you can reach out to Huang Xiu. It would also be a good opportunity to keep an eye on the antique shop. After completing the stone appraisal, Zhou Yang commenced tidying up while imparting instructions. Rest assured, I am no fool. Although I may lack knowledge of antiques and stone gambling, I am far more adept in the realm of business than you are. When I was in the business world, you were still apprenticing at the antique shop. Zhou Yang found himself momentarily speechless at this retort, yet upon reflection, it seemed quite accurate. Very well. There is still ample time. I shall take a shower, and then you must accompany me to the mall, as I wish to purchase a few items. Upon hearing the mention of shopping, Ji Lanyan promptly retrieved a bag, extracting its contents one by one. These items were all acquired by Ji Lanyan over the past few days, predominantly for Zhou Yang. There were shirts, trousers, socks, undergarments, and even towels and toothbrushes, all meticulously prepared. This gesture warmed Zhou Yang's heart, evoking memories of his mother packing for him during his first journey away for schooling. Due to various circumstances, such moments had become rare, yet here he was, experiencing such a feeling once more after all these years. Lanyan, thank you, Zhou Yang expressed, embracing Ji Lanyan tightly. You're absolutely filthy. Zhou Yang had been deeply moved, only to have the atmosphere shattered by Ji Lanyan's comment. Thus, in playful retribution, Zhou Yang scooped her up and dashed towards the swimming pool in the backyard. Rogue, what are you intending to do? Please put me down. Oh dear, my clothes. In an instant, the swimming pool behind the villa echoed with a cacophony of discordant sounds. The following day, Zhou Yang rose early. Ji Lanyan drove Zhou Yang to his destination, and after a warm embrace, they parted ways. Hello, brother Yu, sister Jingyi. Zhou Yang greeted Yu Qinghong and Shi Jingyi with utmost politeness. This was inevitable as both individuals were older than Zhou Yang, and in terms of experience, their seniority was unquestionable. As for their backgrounds, Zhou Yang was likely not at a disadvantage, considering he was backed by Guan Qingru and Xia Changrong. No need for formalities. Zhou Yang, we are colleagues from now on. Yu Qinghong responded with warmth, his smile bright and inviting. Shi Jingyi merely nodded and offered a soft acknowledgement. All right, since everyone is present, let's set off promptly. Your mission this time is to learn and assist. Please discuss matters among yourselves, and in case of any disputes, Shi Jingyi holds the decision-making power. Is that understood? The speaker was, of course, Xia Changrong. Understood. The three responded in unison. Very well, let us depart. I wish you all a successful completion of your learning objectives. Xia Changrong, a man of few words, stood in stark contrast to his senior, Shi Shangfei. Chapter 114. Business trip. The trio embarked on their journey in an SUV, driven by Yu Qinghong. Typically, business trips involve air travel or high-speed trains, making self-driving a rarity. However, for relatively short distances, driving is common, and their destination, Tongqing, falls into that category. Departing from Jinling, the navigation indicated a travel time of approximately 3 hours. Tongqing is categorized as a county-level city, which denotes an administrative status akin to that of a county, overseen by a larger city. It is pertinent to mention the connection between Tongqing and Zhou Yang's hometown. The straight-line distance from Zhou Yang's home to Tongqing is merely a little over 10 kilometers. This measurement, however, does not account for the actual driving distance, which spans several dozen kilometers due to the mountainous terrain that lies in between. Many are aware that the northern region of Anhui is characterized by plains, while the south is marked by the mountainous landscape known as the Southern Anhui Mountains, which are connected to the Debi Mountains, resulting in numerous high peaks. Consequently, the presence of these mountains necessitates detours for road construction, maximizing cost-effectiveness. This leads to the aforementioned scenario where the straight-line distance may be less than 10 kilometers, yet the actual journey encompasses several dozen kilometers. Zhou Yang now found himself experiencing a tinge of regret, not for any particular reason, but wishing he had purchased a vehicle a few days prior. Had he done so, he could have driven himself, rendering the trip of several dozen kilometers less daunting, allowing him to visit Dejuping during his free time. Of course, this remained a mere thought, as the freedom to roam during this trip would still be dictated by the itinerary. The three individuals could not remain silent on the road. However, Shi Jingyi contributed little to the conversation, leaving Zhou Yang and Yu Qinghong to engage in dialogue. Brother Yu, how long have you been with the company? This inquiry was innocuous enough, serving as a natural segue into conversation. Oh, around 4 to 5 years. I joined the same batch as Jingyi, Yu replied.
Yo yang chuklet.
Pleasantly surprised that his question yielded dual insights, not only learning about Yu Qinghong's tenure but also discovering Shi Jingyi's joining date. Was this not a case of hitting two birds with one stone? Brother Yu, are you tired? Would you like me to take over driving? My family is actually from Wanqing, and it's not too far from Tongqing. We used to sell tea there frequently when I was a child. Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghong's interest was piqued, and even Shi Jingyi, seated in the back, perked up her ears. Do tell me, are there any interesting places to visit in Tongqing? With the conversation flowing, the connection among them deepened. Zhou Yang, well aware of their destination, had not neglected to do his homework. He had researched online and combined that information with his own knowledge, beginning to share his findings. Naturally, Yu Qinghong and Shi Jingyi had also prepared, but the information gleaned from the internet often lacked the nuances of reality, such as local customs, dialects, and sentiments, which are challenging to uncover through online searches. Though the conversation was solely between two individuals, it was quite lively, primarily due to the loquacious nature of Yu Qinghong. Thus, the journey of over 3 hours proceeded smoothly, interrupted only by a brief stop at a service area. After all, it was late July, and the traffic on the highway was at its annual nadir. At approximately 11 a.m., the trio exited the highway and, following the navigation, traveled for nearly half an hour to finally reach their destination. Upon arrival, they could only park the vehicle at the mountain's base before shouldering their luggage and commencing the ascent. The main entrances were guarded, which was entirely reasonable, given that this was a site for the excavation of a tomb. Without supervision, it would be troublesome if local residents were to wander in. Taking even a few artifacts would be trivial, but damaging any relics would be a grave matter. Therefore, entry required not only a work permit but also an introduction letter and documentation similar to those carried by Zhou Yang and his companions. After several twists and turns, the trio finally arrived at the excavation site, currently under the jurisdiction of the Qing'an City Cultural Relics Bureau. Tongqing falls within the administrative purview of Qing'an City. The person in charge here was none other than the deputy director of the Cultural Relics Bureau, Du Juxing. Hello, Director Du. We are from Jinling City. My name is... The usually reticent Shi Jingyi took the initiative to present her credentials and began negotiations with the local authority. Greetings. Welcome. I heard from old Xia that you would be arriving today. I didn't expect you to come so swiftly. Let me arrange for someone to take you to your resting place to acclimate. It will likely take a day or two to fully excavate this tomb. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? How about I arrange a guide to take you to the county town for a meal and a little exploration, as there is no rush. In his 50s, Du Juxing possessed no airs, exuding a natural and approachable demeanor. His arrangements were, in part, a courtesy extended due to Xia Chongrong's influence. After all, he was the deputy director of the Cultural Relics Bureau. In contrast, other regions might merely send someone to provide minimal hospitality and arrange accommodations without a personal meeting, showcasing the nuances of social etiquette. No need for that, Director Du. You are quite busy. Just find someone to lead us to our resting place, and we can manage the rest ourselves. Since we have yet to officially commence our work, we can take the opportunity to explore the county town and handle our meals independently. Shi Jingyi's polite decline elicited no further comments from Du Juxing, who merely nodded with a smile, instructed an aide briefly, and then departed. Throughout this exchange, Zhou Yang remained silent, uttering only a single greeting, as it was prudent to speak little in such circumstances. The trio arrived at the so-called accommodations, which were temporary structures, simply understood as makeshift tents. However, they did feature air conditioning, indicating that the conditions were acceptable, at least ensuring they would not suffer from excessive heat. Shi Jingyi resided alone in a modest room, while Yu Qinghong and Zhou Yang were not afforded the same luxury, sharing a cramped space. In truth, referring to it as a room is somewhat misleading, for it is exceedingly small. Aside from accommodating 2 narrow beds, the area permits little more than turning around twice. After tidying up the space, they completed a sign-in sheet and collected their identification badges, thus marking their settlement in this place. As the trio had yet to partake in lunch, and with the time already past mealtime, approaching 1 p.m., it was evident that food would be scarce. Consequently, they conferred and resolved to descend the mountain in search of sustenance before indulging in some sightseeing. Excavating the tomb was no trivial endeavor. Unlike other tasks that could be completed with a few swift strokes of machinery, this undertaking required the labor of hand. After spending half an hour descending, the 3 of them resumed their journey by car, heading directly towards the city of Tongcheng. Chapter 115. The 6-foot alley. Zhou Yang. Did you not claim to be well acquainted with this area? Where shall we venture to now? After a modest lunch, the typically reticent Shi Jingyi suddenly spoke up. It was evident that this woman had a penchant for amusement. Zhou Yang's mind raced. In truth, he was not very familiar with this place, having only visited a few times in the past. However, at that moment, he spotted a billboard by the roadside advertising the 6-foot alley. An idea instantly sparked in his mind. Sister Jingyi, given the constraints of time, it's impractical to travel too far, but we could explore the 6-foot alley. I visited there once before, and it was quite enjoyable. Zhou Yang spoke earnestly. He indeed had been there previously. The 6-foot alley? What is that? Before Shi Jingyi could respond, Yu Qinghong began to inquire. Brother Yu, the 6-foot alley is a local landmark, a site of unique character. Moreover, it is accompanied by a rather captivating story, which unfolds as follows. Zhou Yang then recounted the tale. It is said that during the reign of Emperor Kangxi, the Chancellor Zhang Ying resided in Tongcheng, his estate neighboring the Wu family's residence. One year, as the Wu family constructed a building, they encroached upon Zhang's vacant land, leading to a dispute between the 2 families that escalated to the county magistrate. Both families, being prominent and esteemed, left the magistrate in a quandary, unable to reach a resolution. The Zhang family, realizing the futility of their argument, decided to write to Chancellor Zhang, seeking his support. Upon reading the correspondence, Zhang Ying disapproved of his family's decision to involve the authorities over a matter of land. He penned 4 lines of poetry in response. A letter arrives merely for a wall, what harm in yielding 3 feet at all? The Great Wall stands tall to this day, yet we do not see Qin Shi Huang's sway. These few lines conveyed profound meaning. The Zhang family, upon receiving the letter, felt a deep sense of remorse and unhesitatingly relinquished 3 feet of their foundation. Witnessing this, the Wu family, recognizing Zhang's noble character and their unwillingness to exploit their power, was moved by the Chancellor's magnanimity. They too retreated 3 feet, thereby creating a narrow passageway, which the locals came to refer to as the 6-foot alley. As Zhou Yang drove, he narrated the story of the 6-foot alley. By the time he concluded, they had arrived at their destination after some light discussion. In truth, the attraction of the 6-foot alley was rather delightful, and with a few snacks in hand, the trio enjoyed themselves thoroughly. The relationship between Zhou Yang and Shi Jingyi had become less distant. At the very least, they exchanged a few words. This was not to suggest that Zhou Yang sought to ingratiate himself. After all, they were all out together and would likely have future dealings. Hence, it was necessary to engage in more than a couple of sentences throughout the morning. It was not a deliberate choice on Shi Jingyi's part. Her reserved nature simply dictated her silence. After approximately 2 hours of exploration, they returned to the car, for their primary purpose in this visit was not mere leisure. Perhaps once their affairs concluded, they could indulge in further exploration. After parking the car back at the foot of the mountain, they returned to their residence. Barely had they arrived when they received alarming news. The entrance to the tomb had collapsed. Fortunately, there were no casualties. However, a considerable amount of earth required removal, indicating that the workload had substantially increased. Upon learning of this development, the 3 of them promptly donned protective gear and proceeded to the site of the incident. It was their first visit to this location, where numerous individuals were already engaged in clearing the debris. Director Du, is there anything we can assist with? It was Shi Jingyi who spoke up. Well, let us join in the effort to clear the earth. We aim to remove the fallen debris before nightfall. Otherwise, the excavation work will face further delays. Considering it is summer and the rains are frequent, any prolonged delay would be quite troublesome. Hearing about the task of clearing the earth, Shi Jingyi frowned slightly, as she had never engaged in such labor before. However, since she had inquired, and Director Du had already organized the work, it would be inappropriate for her to abstain at this point. Jingyi, didn't you mention feeling unwell? In this sweltering heat, you must avoid heatstroke. Please head back and rest. Brother Yu, let us begin our work. Zhou Yang responded quickly, having noticed Shi Jingyi's slight frown. His mind swiftly turned, prompting him to utter those words. Indeed, if you're not feeling well, return and lie down. We will handle this matter. Yu Qinghong, perceptive as ever, immediately grasped Zhou Yang's intent and echoed his sentiments, effectively sending Shi Jingyi away. Given that they were on the mountain, large machinery could not access the site. If it were to be brought in, the disruption would be significant, and the time consumption uncertain. Thus, they primarily relied on simple excavation tools, with much of the work being done by hand. With the addition of Zhou Yang and Yu Qinghong, the progress did not accelerate dramatically. Fortunately, the collapse was not severe. As everyone pitched in, they managed to clear the entrance before night fell. Learning from previous experiences, they began to install support columns at the entrance. Little Yu, little Zhou, who would have thought that you 2 city dwellers could actually work? After the tasks were completed, Director Du handed 2 bottles of water to Zhou Yang and Yu Qinghong. Director Du, I'm just a rural person, raised on a farm. My home is in Shuxian, quite nearby. Upon hearing Zhou Yang mention Shuxian, Director Du's interest was piqued, leading him to inquire further. Interactions between individuals often follow this pattern. Once a common ground is discovered, a few exchanged words can foster familiarity. After chatting for a while, they began their dinner, which consisted of boxed meals, akin to fast food. However, the meals were quite delightful, certainly far superior to what Zhou Yang had previously experienced at Li Tuzi's establishment. Zhou Yang, thank you for today. During the meal, Shi Jingyi approached Zhou Yang and uttered these words. Sister Jingyi, your words are quite formal. We are in this together. Mutual assistance is only natural. Zhou Yang replied. As always, Shi Jingyi spoke little, merely nodding before she began to eat her boxed meal. Glancing at Zhou Yang, she picked up a generous piece of meat and placed it into his lunchbox. I tend to avoid greasy foods. It would be a shame to waste it, Shi Jingyi explained. That's wonderful. Thank you, Sister Jingyi. Zhou Yang was not one to be modest. He had just been lamenting the scant amount of meat in the meal. Given that this woman refrained from indulging in rich dishes, it seemed prudent to cultivate a good relationship with her. In that moment, had Shi Jingyi been aware of Zhou Yang's intentions, particularly concerning the meat, she would undoubtedly have slammed her lunchbox over his head. Chapter 116. I need to use the restroom after dinner. Zhou Yang took a refreshing shower before entering the temporary room. Despite the austere conditions, the room was well equipped with electricity, keeping it pleasantly cool. Seizing the opportunity while Yu Qinghong was showering, Zhou Yang quickly summoned the Rui Ding, for within it lay a painting that had long been restored but had yet to be retrieved due to time constraints. This painting was of great value, as it was created by the illustrious Su Wei. While some may not recognize his name, many are familiar with his calligraphy. As the scroll gradually unfurled, the information about the artwork presented itself to Zhou Yang. Item name: Peony and Banana Stone Painting. Author: Su Wei. Era: Ming Dynasty. Item value: 15 million. Author introduction: Su Wei, courtesy name Wenchong, alias Tianqi and Qingting, hailing from Shanin, was a prominent literati and artist of the Ming Dynasty, excelling in calligraphy, painting, poetry, and drama. Upon absorbing this information, Zhou Yang's lips curled into a grin so broad it could suspend 2 gin of liquor. He had invested 8 million in acquiring the shop, alongside nearly 1 million worth of items. Thus, on the surface, he appeared to have incurred a loss of at least 3 million. However, with the painting valued at 15 million, it was plausible that its worth exceeded this figure. Subtracting his 8 million expenditure meant he had effectively acquired a shop and its contents while profiting an additional 7 million. This was the reason Zhou Yang had so readily agreed at that moment, fearing that Li Xiaoming might change his mind, prompting him to sign the sale agreement without delay. After admiring the painting for a while, Zhou Yang returned it to the Rui Ding, now focusing on the final item to restore, the Tang San Kai. Sensing that Yu Qinghong was about to return, he hastily placed the Tang San Kai into the restoration compartment and stowed the Rui Ding away within himself. Zhou Yang's assets had accumulated significantly. Barring unforeseen circumstances, once Ji Lanyan sold all her jade, he would possess no less than 150 million. This was real wealth, not akin to the inflated market values touted by other companies. Additionally, he had an array of antiques at his disposal. Even if the painting was worth 15 million, he also owned a Xuande furnace, a painting by Zheng Banqiao, Kaiyuan Tongbao coins, and a Da Vinci oil painting. Collectively, these treasures could easily surpass 100 million. Though antiques differ from jade in liquidity, jade could be sold immediately, while antiques required more time, necessitating the identification of knowledgeable buyers. As Yu Qinghong entered the room, Zhou Yang promptly picked up his phone and pretended to be engrossed in it. In truth, he intended to chat with Ji Lanyan. He snapped a selfie and sent it directly to her. Zhou Yang, chatting with your girlfriend? Yu Qinghong inquired casually while washing clothes. Yes, just keeping her updated. Women do love to check in, don't they? Zhou Yang's words were deliberately spoken, undoubtedly laced with a hint of boastfulness, as having a girlfriend is a matter of great pride. Just as he finished speaking, a notification chimed from his phone. Yu Qinghong had intended to engage Zhou Yang in conversation, yet upon noticing him engrossed in a chat, he refrained from speaking. With another person present in the room, they opted for typing rather than voice communication. After a brief exchange, Zhou Yang decided to excuse himself to the restroom before retiring for the night. However, as he exited the temporary accommodation, he spotted Shi Jingyi loitering at the doorway. Upon seeing Zhou Yang, she bit her lip and approached him. Zhou Yang, I need to use the restroom. Zhou Yang was taken aback. If she needed to go, why mention it to him? Perhaps sensing his confusion, Shi Jingyi timidly added, I'm afraid of the dark. In that moment, Zhou Yang experienced a sudden realization. The restroom was indeed a bit distant from their living area, and being situated in a predominantly male environment, it was understandable that women, naturally more timid, would feel apprehensive, especially in such a mountainous setting. I'm headed there as well. Let us go together. Shi Jingyi nodded and followed closely behind Zhou Yang as they made their way to the restroom. The outdoor restroom had a rather pungent odor, particularly in the summer, with the scent of waste becoming increasingly potent as they approached. Shi Jingyi entered the women's restroom while Zhou Yang naturally proceeded to the men's. Just as Zhou Yang finished his business, a sharp sound echoed from the adjacent stall. Well, Zhou Yang wasn't naive. He understood the cause of that noise. Most likely, it was a mosquito that had bitten Shi Jingyi in an unfortunate spot. The mosquitoes in the mountains were particularly vicious, making a single bite quite painful, thus leading to an instinctive reaction that resulted in that loud snap. Shi Jingyi, too, only reacted after the fact. The sudden noise had certainly been jarring in the otherwise tranquil night. When she emerged from the restroom and caught sight of Zhou Yang's bemused expression, she realized he must have heard the commotion. "You mustn't tell anyone. Otherwise, I will hold it against you." After uttering this, her face flushed crimson, extending down to her neck. Thankfully, it was nighttime, and she assumed Zhou Yang could not see her embarrassment. Zhou Yang felt a wave of frustration. He hadn't uttered a single word throughout the encounter. As for the smile he had just displayed, it was entirely misinterpreted. He had merely glanced at a message on his phone and shared a light-hearted moment with Ji Lanyan. There was absolutely no intention of mocking her. Yet, some matters are best left unspoken. Attempting to clarify could only exacerbate the situation. "Remember, you mustn't say a word." As the two returned to their residence, the last words spoken by Shi Jingyi before entering her room were, "By the way, I have some ointment. Would you like to apply some?" Zhou Yang immediately regretted uttering this phrase, for Shi Jingyi stepped on his foot and shot him a glare. A night passed in silence, and the following morning, after Zhou Yang had completed his morning routine and enjoyed breakfast, he made his way to the entrance of the tomb. Based on the inquiries they made yesterday, it was anticipated that the tomb would be accessible today. At this moment, a considerable number of individuals had gathered, some being locals, specifically individuals associated with Du Juxing. Others were akin to Zhou Yang and his companions, claiming to assist but primarily there to learn. As the earth surrounding the tomb entrance was gradually excavated, Zhou Yang was plagued by an unsettling sense of unease, which only intensified, suggesting the presence of some lurking danger within the tomb. Could it be the legendary giant Zongzi? This was but a fanciful conjecture on Zhou Yang's part, prompting him to discreetly employ his X-ray vision, hoping to glimpse what lay inside. However, upon activating his ability, he observed a faint black mist continuously seeping from the cave. This mist was not akin to dense smoke. It resembled the kind of malevolent energy often depicted in fantasy novels. The ominous feeling he experienced was undeniably connected to this phenomenon. Yet, when Zhou Yang retracted his X-ray vision, the black mist vanished entirely. Could it be that frequent use of his ability had induced a hallucination? Chapter 117. The 5 Poison Pearls. As time passed, the entrance to the tomb was finally unearthed by noon. Zhou Yang and his companions were not qualified to enter first, so they could only wait. Du Juxing, the person in charge here, naturally felt compelled to deliver a speech. Such formalities are commonplace among leaders. After meandering through a series of platitudes for over 10 minutes, they began to set up a table for offerings. This act was not born out of superstition but rather reflected a traditional cultural practice, a gesture of respect towards the deceased. Once these rituals were completed, they proceeded to check for oxygen levels within the tomb. Eventually, 5 or 6 experts donned their protective masks and ventured into the burial chamber. At that moment, Zhou Yang's unease intensified. He contemplated offering a warning, yet recalled the advice from his senior brother, Xia Changrong, who had urged him to observe more and speak less. Thus, Zhou Yang restrained his impulse. Humans can be peculiar creatures. Whether driven by curiosity or speculation, they often harbor a glimmer of anticipation when events do not unfold as expected. In Zhou Yang's case, his initial anxiety gradually transformed into a yearning for something to occur. Suddenly, chaos ensued. Professor Chen and others had collapsed. At that instant, an assistant rushed out of the tomb in a flurry. Zhou Yang recognized him as Song Chao, and the Professor Chen he mentioned was none other than Chen Xuebing, the head of the expert team for this expedition. Crucially, Chen Xuebing hailed from the capital, which meant Du Juxing was obliged to heed his authority, particularly regarding all matters within the tomb. Just as the situation began to stabilize, the leader collapsed, leaving Du Juxing bewildered. "Quick, bring Professor Chen out," shouted someone, snapping Du Juxing back to attention. "Yes, hurry and get Professor Chen out." Just then, another individual staggered out of the tomb, wavering unsteadily before collapsing at the entrance without uttering a word. Everyone stood in stunned silence. To make matters worse, Song Chao, who had exited first, also began to feel dizzy. "Oh no, I think He began, but before he could finish, he fell to the ground as well. At that moment, several medical personnel rushed over to attend to the two. Quick, you all go in and rescue them. Du Juxing was drenched in sweat, knowing that several others remained inside the tomb. This was his responsibility. Should anything go awry, he would bear the blame. However, no one dared to enter. The situation was too bizarre. These experts had donned protective gear upon entering, including masks, yet they inexplicably collapsed one by one. How could the others summon the courage to follow them in? At that moment, Zhou Yang stepped forward. Give me a set of protective gear. I will go in to save them. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's declaration, Du Juxing promptly provided the protective suit, while Yu Qinghong and Shi Jingyi realized it was too late to dissuade him. Zhou Yang, Yu Qinghong attempted to articulate his concerns, but ultimately fell silent. You are not allowed to go. Director Xia has stated that during critical decisions, you must heed my instructions. Shi Jingyi, not one for many words and unsure how to express herself, resorted to this point of contention. Sister Jingyi, brother Yu, lives are at stake here. These individuals clearly exhibit signs of poisoning. If we act swiftly, there may still be hope for them. Delaying further could prove perilous. Rest assured, I'm fine. Zhou Yang reassured them as he donned the protective suit, and, disregarding Yu Qinghong and Shi Jingyi's objections, plunged into the tomb. Jingyi, this. Shi Jingyi's expression darkened, not out of anger, but from concern. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Yang was a valued member of their small team, and his well-being was important to her. None could ascertain what lay within the tomb, and it was indeed strange for Shi Jingyi to maintain a calm demeanor under such uncertainty. I need a set of protective gear. In the end, Shi Jingyi made a bold decision. Meanwhile, as Zhou Yang entered the tomb, he activated his vision-enhancing abilities and beheld the entire chamber shrouded in dark mist. This dark mist could be interpreted as a form of poison, potentially linked to the artifacts within the tomb, or perhaps the environment itself. Ultimately, this was the cause of the unconsciousness affecting those outside, and alarmingly, the protective suit appeared ineffective against the encroaching darkness. Just as Zhou Yang contemplated retreating from the tomb in fear, the Rui Ding within him spontaneously soared into the air, hovering above his head. It spun wildly, drawing in the surrounding dark mist into its interior. This revelation filled Zhou Yang with elation, as it indicated he was not in imminent danger. He swiftly pursued the source of the black threads, and soon discovered the origin of the dark mist. A pearl, a black pearl. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang began to appraise the pearl. Item name: 5 poison pearl. Item value: immense. Item description: this mysterious and powerful pearl is a rare treasure, containing boundless magical energy and toxicity. Legend has it that this pearl is forged from 5 highly toxic substances, its venom reaching its zenith, capable of causing instant death to any creature. However, if utilized correctly, it may serve as an unparalleled artifact for detoxification, healing, and countering poisons. The possessor of the 5 poison pearl can not only withstand myriad toxins but, upon refining it, may claim it as their own and harness its venomous power. Note: this poison pearl belongs to the 5 poison sect and must not be revealed to others. Zhou Yang pondered to himself, contemplating that perhaps the most valuable item within this tomb was indeed the pearl. He casually picked it up and tossed it into the Rui Ding. At that moment, he had no time to examine this object, let alone refine it. His foremost priority was to expedite the rescue of these individuals. What seemed like an extended narrative transpired in mere breaths. The intensity of Zhou Yang's determination was palpable as he first located Professor Chun. Without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted him onto his back and made his way outside. He emerged. Just as Shi Jingyi and Yu Qinghong were donning their protective gear, Zhou Yang appeared. Upon seeing him, they wasted no time and rushed forward. Zhou Yang, are you all right? Chapter 118. The rescue. I am fine. Hurry and attend to Professor Chun. Brother Yu. Sister Jingyi, you must not enter. I will be out shortly. Having uttered these words, Zhou Yang dove back into the burial chamber, not rushing to rescue anyone just yet. Instead, his gaze fervently swept across the interior of the crypt. The tomb was relatively well preserved, housing numerous artifacts that appeared to possess considerable value. Most notably, a coffin sat prominently in the center, A glance through the veil of perception revealed not only a skeletal frame within but also a wealth of gold, silver, and jade treasures. Zhou Yang's greed compelled him to lick his lips in anticipation. Ultimately, however, he refrained from disturbing these items, for coffins are typically sealed with nails, and to open one would incite suspicion that he would struggle to explain. As for the other artifacts, Zhou Yang entertained illicit thoughts but ultimately exercised restraint. Once the door to one's greed is ajar, it becomes nearly impossible to close it again. Moreover, these items could easily be traced, and should they be discovered by others, they would inevitably lead to suspicion. In the end, Zhou Yang chose to relinquish his avarice. 6 individuals had entered the burial chamber. Aside from the 2 who had fled at the outset, the remaining 4 were ultimately rescued by Zhou Yang. Perhaps due to the prolonged entombment of the 5 poisons pearl, the toxicity within was not as severe as anticipated. Coupled with the short duration of their entrapment, after a vigorous rescue, they all managed to recover. Upon learning that Zhou Yang had saved them, Professor Chen and the others expressed profound gratitude. However, the excavation of the tomb had reached a temporary conclusion, and Zhou Yang had indeed emerged as the hero of the hour. Zhou Yang, are you certain you are unscathed? In the room, Yu Qinghong scrutinized Zhou Yang with a discerning eye, for certain aspects seemed quite irrational. Of the 6 who had entered, all had succumbed, yet Zhou Yang had ventured in and out multiple times without incident. As the saying goes, when something is amiss, there is often an underlying cause, and Yu Qinghong's suspicions began to mount. Even Shi Jingyi regarded Zhou Yang with a skeptical gaze. It was evident that both found it peculiar that he had emerged unscathed while others had not. Hey, what kind of looks are you two giving me? And what do you mean by that? Do you need me to encounter a misfortune akin to theirs before you feel reassured? Zhou Yang's playful jibe left Yu Qinghong feeling somewhat sheepish. We are merely concerned for your well-being. Besides, this situation is indeed unreasonable unless you provide a satisfactory explanation. Zhou Yang had no reasonable explanation to offer. He could hardly reveal the existence of the 5 poisons pearl. Is it possible that we have confirmed the presence of a toxin within the tomb, one that pervades every nook and cranny? Even with protective measures, this poison could infiltrate through the tiniest crevice, thereby incapacitating individuals. However, this toxin may be selective, targeting specific physical constitutions or blood types. Another possibility is that my entry coincided with a different time frame altogether, while they entered just as the toxin was unleashed. Thus, they were poisoned, and by the time I entered, some time had already passed, allowing the toxin to gradually spread. To be honest, I was still feeling a bit dizzy at that moment. Zhou Yang was rambling here, and aside from this explanation, I truly could not find any other reasonable rationale. In any case, this matter seemed to have reached a conclusion, even though Zhou Yang had entered and exited the tomb several times unscathed, a fact that left many perplexed, yet it remained merely a source of curiosity. After all, to some, Zhou Yang appeared to be just an ordinary passerby, someone who merely accomplished what others had failed to do at the right moment. Some even pondered, if only they had entered at that time, then Chen Xuebing would have regarded them with the same admiration he held for Zhou Yang. Indeed, jealousy had begun to brew among them. 3 days had swiftly passed since that incident, during which Chen Xuebing treated Zhou Yang exceptionally well, nurturing him almost like a disciple. Rumor had it that Chen Xuebing intended to take Zhou Yang as his apprentice once this matter concluded. Of course, the veracity of this claim remained unverified, yet Zhou Yang undeniably reaped tangible benefits. Following his recovery, Chen Xuebing resumed excavating the tomb, and Zhou Yang, along with his companions, was invited to partake in this endeavor, an aspect that evoked envy among others. Envy breeds jealousy, and jealousy breeds resentment. This is an undeniable reality in any environment. However, Zhou Yang remained indifferent to such sentiments. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, his promotion upon returning was virtually assured. After all, news of this affair had reached Jinling City, and Xia Chongrong had even taken the time to call, offering Zhou Yang verbal commendation. Zhou Yang, what are your thoughts on this tomb? During a lunch break following a morning of exploration, Chen Xuebing posed this question. At that moment, nearly everyone's gaze was fixed upon Zhou Yang, their ears perked in anticipation. While this seemed like a simple inquiry, it was, in fact, a test from Chen Xuebing. Zhou Yang was well aware of this, and he quickly articulated his understanding. Professor Chun, based on our excavations at the site, we can draw several key conclusions regarding this tomb. First, it appears to date back to the Ming Dynasty, as evidenced by the artifacts we have unearthed. Second, the identity of the tomb's owner is undoubtedly significant, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as either affluent or noble. This is further supported by the burial items and the size specifications of the tomb. Thirdly, regarding the coffin, the structure within is characteristic of the Ming Dynasty. However, I suspect the individual was less likely to be a civil official and more akin to a wandering knight or a general. My reasoning stems from the presence of numerous weapons within the tomb, which would be atypical for a civilian official. Thus far, this encapsulates my preliminary understanding of the tomb. I hope Professor Chun will not take offense at any inaccuracies. At this moment, Chun Xuebing is astonished, as he holds a favorable view of Zhou Yang, a sentiment rooted in various factors. Primarily, Zhou Yang's act of saving their lives significantly contributes to this goodwill. After all, one's perception of another, be it admiration or disdain, is seldom without rationale. Furthermore, Zhou Yang is diligent, eager to learn, and courteous. He is also a disciple of Guan Chengru. This connection enhances Chun Xuebing's regard for Zhou Yang, especially since he shares a close friendship with Guan Chengru. Chun Xuebing had indeed contemplated the idea of vying for a disciple with Guan Chengru, recognizing that while both are involved with antiquities, their roles differ. One oversees a museum while the other leads an antiquities investigation team. In terms of research on antiquities, Guan Chengru surpasses Chun Xuebing. Yet when it comes to understanding historical periods and possessing specialized knowledge, Chun Xuebing excels. Their divergent paths exemplify the adage that expertise is often specialized. Therefore, taking Zhou Yang as a disciple would not necessarily be akin to competing for Guan Chengru's apprentice. However, this notion remains merely an idea without any action taken, as their acquaintance is still relatively new. The observations of the past few days, combined with today's inquiries, serve as Chun Xuebing's assessment of Zhou Yang. It is evident that, although Zhou Yang's responses may not have been entirely accurate, they have far exceeded those of his peers. Little does Chun Xuebing realize that Zhou Yang's understanding of research is negligible. All he knows is derived solely from his left eye. Chapter 119, Shi Jingyi was bitten by a snake. Zhou Yang, you are indeed correct. This tomb is undoubtedly from the Ming Dynasty, and its owner possesses a remarkable identity. The individual in question is not merely a government official, as the evidence collected at the scene suggests that this person is likely a significant figure associated with a certain church or perhaps a gang. However, the specifics remain elusive, given that our excavation efforts have only just commenced. Zhou Yang listened intently, yet the crucial phrase he longed to hear eluded him, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. In the following days, the excavation progressed smoothly, only slightly hindered by 2 bouts of heavy rain, which had a minimal impact otherwise. As artifacts were unearthed, the shroud of mystery surrounding this tomb gradually began to lift. One particular aspect, however, remains unconfirmed and continues to perplex the experts: the identity of the tomb's owner. It is evident that the individual was female, as indicated by the still-preserved garments found within the coffin. Yet, after a thorough exploration of the entire tomb, no information regarding her identity has surfaced. It seems as though the tomb's occupant was deliberately buried under a veil of anonymity, despite the elaborate arrangements and accompanying burial items suggesting a burial of significance rather than haste. In any case, this enigma bore little relevance to Zhou Yang, who had been in the area for several days. According to the normal schedule, tomorrow marks August 1st, but a return home is still not imminent, as there are several concluding tasks to address. This evening, a rain shower brought a refreshing coolness to the air. Seizing the opportunity while Yu Qinghong was bathing, Zhou Yang resumed his study of the 5-poison pearl. In fact, for several days, Zhou Yang had engaged in this endeavor. To call it research would be an understatement. It was more akin to a quest for refinement. He experimented with numerous methods, from blood oath rituals to sleeping with the pearl to foster intimacy, yet none seemed to yield significant results. While it cannot be deemed a failure, it also cannot be labeled a success. He had indeed forged a subtle connection with the 5-poison pearl. However, communication remained impossible, and utilization was out of reach. At times, he even speculated that the 5-poison pearl was merely an ordinary object. Yet, his X-ray vision could not deceive him. He could only conclude that he had yet to discover the means or fulfill the conditions to activate the bond with the pearl. Suddenly, a piercing scream from the adjacent room jolted Zhou Yang from his thoughts. Startled, he barely had time to slip on his shoes before rushing over. "Jingyi, what's wrong?" he began, only to halt mid-sentence upon witnessing a soil viper. The soil viper, also known as the short-tailed viper, is a highly venomous serpent, named for its coloration, which resembles certain types of soil. The reason this snake is referred to as a fool stems from another of its peculiar characteristics, its seemingly daft demeanor. Unlike other serpents that typically flee when disturbed, this particular species remains utterly still unless provoked. Even when startled, it does not move. However, it will launch a swift attack if one approaches too closely. Remarkably, after striking, it sometimes does not retreat, hence the name fool. It is evident that Jingyi has been bitten by the venomous snake. "Jingyi, are you all right?" Zhou Yang inquired, a rather redundant question, before stepping on the snake's head to confirm its demise. Only after ensuring the creature was lifeless did he approach Jingyi. He did not discard the dead snake, for he intended to bring it along to the hospital for medical consultation, as it would aid in identifying the appropriate antivenom. "Zhou Yang, it hurts." At this moment, Jingyi was sweating profusely, biting her lip and gripping her left ankle tightly, where blood had begun to ooze and darken. "Jingyi, I'll carry you to the doctor," Zhou Yang declared, lifting her onto his back while retrieving the lifeless snake, hastily making his way toward the makeshift medical station. Unbeknownst to him, the 5 poisons pearl within him had automatically emerged, swirling around Jingyi's wound. "Dr. Song, hurry! Someone has been bitten by a snake." Dr. Song, the physician for the archaeological team, rushed over at the mention of a snake bite. "Quick, lie down on the stretcher." "Can you identify the type of snake that bit you?" he asked while donning gloves. "It was a fool snake. I killed it." "Look," Zhou Yang exclaimed, tossing the dead serpent onto the ground. Dr. Song confirmed it was indeed a fool snake. Such incidents are common in many regions of China, particularly in rural areas, where these snakes can be found lurking beneath large trees, along dikes, or even under the beds of villagers. They are remarkably prevalent, and their venom is notably potent. Not to worry, this type of venomous snake is quite common, and we have the antivenom on hand. I will first tend to the wound and then— Doctor. Song paused mid-sentence, astonished, as Zhou Yang began to sense something was amiss. He had previously seen Jingyi's wound, which had certainly appeared blackened. However, now, while there was indeed an injury on her leg, there were no signs of venom. Aside from a pale hue, there were merely 2 small blood spots. Could it be? Zhou Yang pondered, an inkling of realization dawning upon him. "Jingyi, how do you feel now?" he decided to confirm. Jingyi moved her leg slightly and was astonished to find that she felt no pain at all, as if nothing had happened. This was a stark contrast to her earlier condition. I feel fine now. At present, Jingyi remains uncertain whether she has been poisoned, especially since her calf shows no signs of harm, which is a reassuring fact. It is indeed plausible that she may not be affected. The venomous snake does not easily inject its toxins upon biting. Instead, it must release the venom through its hollow fangs into the human body. Thus, it is entirely possible that the snake merely grazed her skin without having the opportunity to deliver its venom. Nevertheless, receiving an injection of antivenom would certainly provide peace of mind. Dr. Song's explanation was coherent enough, leading Jingyi to receive the injection in a somewhat bewildered state. Ultimately, it was determined that there was no significant issue, and she was advised to remain vigilant and contact him promptly if any concerns arose. Dr. Song proved to be quite amiable, providing thorough instructions following the injection, which could be referred to as medical advice. Chapter 120. The function of the 5 poison pearl due to the fact that she had arrived without shoes. Zhou Yang had carried her, and now he must bear her again on their return. However, this time the circumstances were markedly different. When they had first set out, urgency had clouded her thoughts, even though Jingyi had been clad merely in a nightgown, leaving her feeling quite exposed. Despite the physical contact with Zhou Yang's back, the anxiety and pain had obscured her awareness of any irregularities. Now, in stark contrast, Zhou Yang, having just bathed and in a state of haste, was without a shirt. This left his back bare, while Jingyi, freshly emerged from her own bath, was similarly unencumbered. In the sweltering summer heat, it was common for young women to prefer a state of near nudity after bathing, resulting in little more than a layer of fabric separating them. Moreover, the makeshift mountain path was far from stable, swaying and jostling with every step, inevitably leading to friction. Consequently, Shi Jingyi's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to that of a monkey's backside, the color extending down to her neck. However, Zhou Yang was oblivious to any such implications, not due to his innocence, but rather because his mind was preoccupied with the matter of the 5-poison pearl. He meticulously examined Shi Jingyi's room, inside and out, recognizing that it was quite natural for a young woman to be apprehensive of snakes. Thus, his thorough inspection served to provide her with some comfort. "Zhou Yang, thank you." Shi Jingyi expressed her gratitude. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhou Yang replied, "Sister Jingyi, you are too formal. It is my duty to assist. As we are colleagues from the same place and now part of the same team, mutual care is essential. Rest well, and if you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. I will come immediately." With that, Zhou Yang took his leave, eager to return and delve into the mysteries of the 5-poison pearl. Watching him depart, Shi Jingyi opened her mouth to speak but ultimately said nothing. "Where did you just go?" Upon Zhou Yang's return, Yu Qinghong inquired, clearly unaware of the recent events, which was understandable as he had just taken a bath. Zhou Yang briefly recounted the incident, startling Yu Qinghong, who felt a sense of relief upon hearing that no poisoning had occurred. Zhou Yang, however, was not in the mood for conversation. He had even forgotten to chat with Ji Lanyan that evening. At that moment, he was engrossed in studying the 5-poison pearl. Item name: 5-poison pearl, activated. Recognized master. The first thing that caught his eye was the phrase activated. Recognized master. Previously, it had been in an unactivated state, and it became clear that the optimal method for activation was for it to absorb poison. No wonder Zhou Yang had felt puzzled earlier. The description of the 5-poison pearl had been rather impressive, yet it had merely incapacitated a few individuals, lacking the formidable capabilities it had been touted to possess. Now, everything began to make sense. The 5-poison pearl may have exhausted its toxins due to prolonged confinement in the tomb. Thus, he had grown so weak. Today, having absorbed the toxin from the earthbound serpent, he found himself activated. Zhou Yang continued to peruse the information, which was largely similar to the previous encounter. Its primary functions included detoxification, healing, and counteracting poisons. The bearer of the 5-poisons pearl not only possesses the ability to withstand myriad toxins, but can also refine it to recognize its master, further harnessing its toxic power for personal use. He comprehended the preceding points, particularly the detoxification and healing aspect, which he had just validated. However, the assertion regarding counteracting poisons required further verification. The metaphor of myriad toxins also needed confirmation, while the ability to refine it to recognize its master was essentially established, as the information was quite explicit. What puzzled Zhou Yang was how to utilize the toxic power for his own purposes. Just as this thought emerged, a message emanated from within the 5-poisons pearl. Zhou Yang slowly absorbed this message, and soon a look of joy appeared on his face. Utilizing the toxic power within the pearl was not overly complicated. He could manipulate his own spiritual energy to control the toxins contained within the 5-poisons pearl to launch an attack. When cultivated to perfection, it could become formless, akin to the 6 Meridians' divine sword, allowing the release of toxins from a considerable distance. However, at this juncture, Zhou Yang was far from achieving such prowess due to his own weakness. What he could currently manage was to allow the toxins to flow freely within his body without succumbing to poisoning. Should he wish to strike against another, he could effortlessly channel the toxins to his hand and then deliver a strike upon the person's body. Nevertheless, at present, the toxin was still too feeble. The 5-poisons pearl could be understood as a reservoir, capable of storing various toxins for subsequent fusion and refinement. As the previous toxins had been entirely expended, the only toxin now stored within the 5-poisons pearl was that recently absorbed from the earthbound serpent. Having grasped these concepts, Zhou Yang felt an impulsive urge to venture into the mountains at night in search of venomous creatures. However, he ultimately refrained from such folly. Once his excitement subsided, he fell into a deep slumber, forgetting all about Ji Lanyan. The following morning, Upon grasping his phone and seeing Ji Lanyan's messages, he remembered their prior arrangement. He hastily sought out a secluded spot to call her. As soon as the call rang, it was promptly terminated on her end. Zhou Yang realized he was in trouble. Ji Lanyan was undoubtedly angry. The two had previously agreed to converse each night before sleep, but he had forgotten due to the matter of the 5 poisons pearl. Additionally, there was the issue concerning Shi Jingyi. However, a man's thick skin can be advantageous. Conceding on trivial matters and placating a woman could be beneficial. Thus, he dialed her number once more. On the other end, Ji Lanyan had already hung up twice, and she was indeed doing so intentionally. After all, Zhou Yang had neglected to chat with her the previous night. Not only did he fail to converse, but he also did not respond to the messages she sent, which left her quite vexed. However, she was not excessively unreasonable. When Zhou Yang called for the 5th time, Ji Lanyan finally answered. "Hello, who is this?" Upon hearing those words, Zhou Yang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Lanyan, it's me, your dear husband Zhou Yang." Upon hearing this, Ji Lanyan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This man was becoming increasingly audacious. "Your dear husband?" "Pfft, Lanyan, please don't be upset. The reason I didn't text you last night was due to unforeseen circumstances. Let me explain. Last night, Shi Jingyi was bitten by a venomous snake." Zhou Yang hastily recounted the events of the previous night, and at that moment, Ji Lanyan's anger dissipated. It was important to consider the context. Zhou Yang had clarified everything. The reason for their lack of communication was entirely understandable. Someone had indeed been bitten by a snake. Ji Lanyan was well aware of who Shi Jingyi was, as they had all been together. "Husband, I miss you. When will you be back? My relatives left today." Ji Lanyan pouted playfully, dropping hints, especially with her final remark, which left Zhou Yang feeling quite distressed. After all, he had been here for nearly a week, having just recently bid farewell to his single life, and now he found himself in this predicament. Being teased so enticingly by Ji Lanyan was undeniably torturous.